Ancient forces are on the verge of resurgence, and the slumbering spirits extend from the depths. The undead proliferate, and peril lurks within the shadows of the night. The memories of the traverser awaken, merging with the souls of the departed. I am the solitary knight, the watchman of the night. Beneath the vast sky, I stand as the steadfast night. In a world of demon hunting, where malevolence spreads, I am the solitary demon slayer. As evil descends and the catastrophe of the undead looms, I am the savior of all. When the ancient gods rage and desolation reigns, I am the glorious slayer of deities. In infinite realms and boundless journeys, this chapter begins. Chapter 1, Adamu. A heavy sensation continually surged in his mind, as fragments of memories seemed to collide within his brain. These were the memories of two souls. Bang! A sound echoed from outside the door, resonating with a crisp melody, as if someone were knocking. Adamu, the owner of the voice, appeared somewhat anxious, repeatedly knocking on the door, yet unable to gain entry. Adamu, who is that? Are they calling for me? In the haze, this thought flickered through his mind, for within his brain, the acute pain persisted, an unrelenting torment. The collision of memories and souls rendered him powerless, causing him to collapse to the ground, unable to maintain control over his body. At last, he succumbed, falling into a deep unconsciousness. The duration of his slumber was uncertain, until the next day, when the dim light of dawn illuminated the room, the unconscious figure finally awakened. His vision slowly focused on the surroundings. The room was in disarray, a damp odor permeating the air, invoking an instinctive discomfort. Adamu instinctively furrowed his brow, surveying the familiar, yet strangely foreign scene. Who am I? This thought was one he would never have contemplated in the past. Previously, he was undoubtedly a man named Adamu, born into a fallen knightly family, tirelessly striving to become a great knight. Yet at this moment, he felt lost, for in his mind, there resided the memories of a Nathri young man named Chun Ming, hailing from an entirely different world, a primary school teacher who mingled daily with children, characterized by a gentle demeanor and upright values. The intertwining memories left him bewildered, unable to discern whether he was Adamu or Chun Ming. Who was he among them? Or were they all facets of his being? Or perhaps they were neither, merely fragments contributing to the essence of his present self? Such thoughts flickered in his mind. This question undoubtedly felt too complex for Adamu, so he resolved to abandon it. If clarity eluded him, then he would cease to ponder it. With effort, he gradually rose from the ground, only to discover, to his surprise, that his physical state was relatively good. This was a pleasant revelation. He vaguely recalled having been ill, suffering from a high fever. Based on experience, such an ailment would typically require a slow recovery, leaving one in a state of weakness. In this world, vast in scope compared to the one Chun Ming remembered, other aspects were relatively primitive. There were no antibiotics, no targeted medications, even a minor illness could be life-threatening. Despite being a knight apprentice with a stronger constitution than average, sickness could still pose significant challenges. Now, recovering so swiftly was beyond his expectations. He could only attribute it to the miraculous fusion of souls he had experienced. After all, if such a unique phenomenon as soul fusion could occur, then the restoration of his body seemed trivial by comparison. Though Adamu himself remained uncertain whether his current state was a result of transmigration or merely an awakening of his past memories. Rising from his spot, he instinctively glanced around, only to grimace at the surrounding disorder. The room's disarray was quite overwhelming. Clothes were strewn about, miscellaneous objects piled together, and many useless items cluttered the corners, emitting an indescribable odor. For the former Adamu, this chaos had long been familiar and hardly noteworthy. Yet for the present Adamu, it was somewhat intolerable. Having inherited aspects of his past self's personality, he now found himself with a newfound sense of cleanliness. Thus, he promptly set to work. He tidied the room, organizing necessary items and discarding the superfluous, preparing to dispose of them later. In a short time, the entire room underwent a remarkable transformation. Though lacking in decoration and still somewhat sparse, it was undeniably far more orderly than before. To Adamus' eyes, it no longer appeared so bothersome. Bang! Bang! A sharp sound suddenly erupted from outside the door. Upon hearing it, Adamu paused in surprise before moving to open the door. As the door swung open, sunlight poured into the room, enveloping him in warmth. Standing at the threshold was a somewhat slender young man. The youth had a delicate appearance, clad in a light brown robe, his features youthful yet marked by a few blemishes, giving him a somewhat immature aspect. Upon seeing the person before him, the name emerged unbidden in his mind. Reagan, a student of the Hode Royal Academy and one of Adamus' few friends within the institution. Reagan, you've come. In an instant, a smile spread across Adamus' face as he welcomed his friend inside. Upon entering the room, Reagan appeared taken aback. He surveyed the neat and tidy surroundings, noting the orderly arrangement of clothing, and could not help but express his astonishment. Adamu, my friend, what is this? After waking from my slumber, I felt it was rather chaotic here, so I tidied up a bit, Adamu explained with a smile. It may still be a bit rudimentary. No, it's already quite good. Reagan shook his head, responding, I rarely see a place cleaner than this at the Academy. This was the truth. Although the Hode Royal Academy was the finest in the Holy Kingdom of Hode, its cleanliness left much to be desired. Even the young lords from noble families often neglected hygiene, with many believing that bathing was detrimental to one's health. Certain traditional sects, it was said, had doctrines that specifically restricted their followers from cleaning their homes, believing it disrupted the harmony between man and nature. Among such individuals, Adamus' previous standards of cleanliness would have been considered commendable. That I came to visit you, I heard you were ill, and I even prepared some herbs for you. Reagan smiled as he spoke. But seeing you now, it seems you won't need them. That seems to be the case. Adamu nodded, smiling in gratitude. Nonetheless, I appreciate your thoughtfulness. During my illness and unconsciousness, you were the only one willing to check on me. He still retained some fragmented memories from his time of unconsciousness, faintly recalling someone knocking at his door and the blurred voice of Reagan. You seem to have undergone quite a transformation. Reagan's expression shifted in surprise at Adamu's words. Have I? Adamu blinked in confusion. Yes, Reagan nodded. You seem to have become more polite. Even your manner of speaking has changed considerably. In his recollections, the former Adamu, hailing from a lineage of knights, often spoke with a certain gravity and rigidity, tinged with an aristocratic disdain and pride toward common folk. However, in the present, Adamu appears considerably more affable. His speech is not only more coherent, but also exudes a newfound politeness that starkly contrasts his previous demeanor. Reagan, observing this transformation, mused that Adamu now resembles a well-bred noble, rich in refinement, rather than the overly solemn figure he once was. Perhaps it is the result of a serious illness that has brought about some change, Adamu remarked, likely influenced by the memories inherited from Chun Ming, a gentle and beloved teacher among children in his former life. Now, as their identities have merged, Adamu has been subtly shaped by Chun Ming's character. This influence, however, is not unwelcome. Adamu, having inherited Chun Ming's memories, now perceives many matters with greater clarity. Seeing you in better health puts my mind at ease, Reagan said, gazing at the current Adamu. As for the upcoming assessment, do not dwell on it too heavily. I am more aware of your abilities than most. The previous incident was likely an anomaly. This refers to the events preceding Adamu's fainting spell. Both Adamu and Reagan are students at the Royal Academy of Horde, with Adamu attending the prestigious Knight Academy, the core institution dedicated to knightly education, reserved solely for the most exceptional individuals possessing noble bloodlines. Merely gaining admission necessitates being a descendant of knights, followed by the rigorous evaluations that must be passed. Adamu had previously faltered in such an assessment, sustaining injuries that led to a severe illness and subsequent unconsciousness. The time until the next evaluation is not excessively long, I am well aware, Adamu said with a smile. However, I currently seek your assistance with another matter. Reagan paused, then replied, Do tell. Shortly thereafter, Reagan exited Adamu's chamber, leaving Adamu with 2 gold coins in hand. These coins, minted in the Holy Kingdom of Horde, boast a high gold content, equivalent to 20 small silver coins or 200 copper pieces in the outside world. If Adamu's memory serves correctly, the price of a loaf of bread is merely 2 copper coins, sufficient for an ordinary person to enjoy 2 meals. Thus, the value of these 2 gold coins is quite substantial. Adamu had borrowed this money from Reagan, as he found himself devoid of funds that in the past, he might have felt a twinge of embarrassment in such a situation. Yet now, he remains unfazed. After all, Reagan would not only be amenable to lending him money, but would likely welcome the opportunity, as he has been endeavoring to foster a closer bond with Idamo. This circumstance, therefore, poses no issue at all. Chapter 2. The hourglass and the golden fingers stepping out of the room. The outside world basked in glorious sunlight, presenting a scene that appeared quite pleasant, a fine day indeed. As Adimu reveled in the sunlight, gazing at the familiar vista, he found himself momentarily entranced. This sight was one he had encountered daily in the past, now rendered mundane. Yet, upon seeing it once more, an inexplicable sense of nostalgia washed over him. After standing still for a moment, he turned and made his way to a nearby dining area. Within the Hod Royal Academy, there was no cafeteria, but rather an array of restaurants and vendors organized by local merchants. Despite being places for dining, a clear distinction existed between them. The elegantly attired, often armed, were typically the offspring of nobility who preferred to dine in a select few taverns. In contrast, the street vendors catered exclusively to the common folk. This division was akin to an unspoken rule, rarely crossed. Although the Hod Kingdom had undergone reforms, proclaiming equality for all, traditional hierarchies still lingered in the hearts of many. Even the so-called most progressive Hod Royal Academy could not escape these influences. Adimu lingered for a moment before approaching a small vendor to procure a few loaves of bread. Freshly baked, the bread emitted a delightful aroma, distinctly different from what Adimu remembered from his past life. The vendor, upon noticing the long sword at Adimu's waist, appeared momentarily surprised but quickly lowered his gaze to present the goods. 2 loaves cost Adimu 4 coppers. "Thank you," he said, receiving the bread and departing. Finding a flat area within the academy, he casually seated himself to enjoy his meal. The freshly baked bread tasted quite agreeable, infused with a subtle fragrance. It seemed no different from the fare offered in the noble dining establishments. As he chewed, a thought flickered through his mind. In his previous life, Adimu, due to his status, would have chosen to dine in the aristocratic restaurants, regardless of his financial struggles. Like many noble-born students, he believed that only such choices could validate his noble lineage. Dining among commoners was viewed as a disgrace in noble circles. Yet now, it appeared that the offerings in noble restaurants bore no substantial difference from those outside. Well, perhaps there was a distinction. Not only were they more expensive, but in some aspects, they were decidedly inferior. If the ordinary bread he consumed were to be served in a noble restaurant, it would cost at least 5 coppers. Often served cold and hard, certainly not as delectable as the freshly baked version. Nevertheless, many still opted for the so-called noble eateries. Was it due to an inability to shed their identities? Adimu pondered, uncertain. Perhaps it was also due to social circles. In his former life, as the son of a knight, if he were to be seen dining with commoners, he would likely face disdain and ostracism from his peers. Perhaps this was the reason for such behavior, an unwillingness to stray from the noble circle, even at the cost of higher prices for inferior goods. Moreover, during this process, one could easily be indoctrinated by baseless notions, believing them to be truths. For instance, the idea that commoners are lowly while nobles are exalted. Such unfounded beliefs, when echoed by those around them, could easily be accepted as reality. Adimu felt a surge of joy at his newfound understanding. He was pleased to grasp more of the underlying truths that had previously eluded him. Such simple matters contained profound insights that he had not comprehended before. In the past, he had merely followed the crowd, acting out of instinct, drifting along with the currents. Yet now, armed with memories from his previous life, he understood clearly. Perhaps it was not a lesson worthy of commemoration, yet for Adimu, it was a source of genuine happiness. However, just as he reveled in this epiphany, as if others could not bear to see him so content, an interruption occurred. Someone chose to disturb his good mood. "Is that not Adimu?" a voice exclaimed from a distance. Looking up, he saw a young figure clad in a red robe standing nearby. The youth appeared to be around 15 or 16. Adorned in a striking red garment, his fair skin and the sword at his waist serving as clear indicators of his noble status. Within the Hod Kingdom, despite official laws abolishing restrictions on commoners, various unspoken rules persisted. Only those of noble lineage were permitted to bear arms. Even in a prestigious institution like the Hod Royal Academy, only noble descendants were allowed to wield weapons. "Hello, long time no see," Adimu remarked, somewhat surprised but maintaining a polite demeanor. "What brings you here?" "Hello," surveying Adimu's demeanor, inquired with curiosity, "What are you doing here?" "As you can see, I am dining," Adimu replied with a smile. "The scenery is quite lovely. I felt it was a perfect spot to rest." Why not dine in the restaurant then? Hella questioned, puzzled. The truth is, my purse is quite empty at the moment. I doubt I could afford the restaurant's prices, Adimu stated candidly. In reality, he had money borrowed from Reijan and could indeed dine in the noble restaurants if he wished. However, he felt it unnecessary to squander money on such an endeavor, deeming it merely a tax on intelligence. Hella's face momentarily displayed a look of disdain, quickly vanishing. For a noble, revealing one's economic distress was an exceedingly awkward situation, often subject to ridicule. That is indeed a disheartening circumstance, he feigned a sigh, expressing faux sympathy. I hope your plight is resolved soon. Certainly. Adimu noted the fleeting contempt in Hella's expression but chose to disregard it, simply smiling in response. In fact, I find this situation quite agreeable. That is all the better, Hella nodded, hastily concocting an excuse before departing. His demeanor suggested a fear of Adimu seeking a loan. Typically, it was likely for someone from a noble background to conceal their financial difficulties. However, once exposed, it often meant they intended to borrow. Yet, in this instance, Hella's reaction seemed justifiable. Nevertheless, Adimu assured himself he harbored no such intentions. Suddenly, Adimu felt a peculiar sensation as he stood. A mysterious vision seemed to manifest before him, a flash of purple streaked past, ultimately coalescing into a miniature hourglass. The hourglass appeared exquisitely crafted, with grains of purple sand swirling within, gradually descending. What is this? Adimu mused, astonished. He felt no fear or dread. Perhaps due to his recent experience of soul fusion, he regarded the hourglass with curiosity rather than shock. Instead, his initial reaction was to discern its purpose. The hourglass, a traditional timekeeping device, was familiar to him. Such objects were prevalent within Hot Academy and were utilized in various contexts. The hourglass was designed for measuring time. But what significance did this one hold? Adimu scrutinized it intently. The golden hourglass contained purple sand, which now flowed slowly downward. However, this pace is exceedingly slow. At this rate, it seems it will take many days to conclude this matter. What will transpire once the hourglass has completely emptied? A thought flickered through Yadamu's mind. He harbored an intuition that once the sand within the hourglass had fully flowed away, something fortuitous would occur. Moreover, Yadamu gazed thoughtfully at the small piece of bread remaining in his hand. This piece of bread, while not insignificant, was ample enough to sustain an ordinary person for 2 meals. Yet, despite having consumed 2 pieces earlier, he still felt an inexplicable hunger. This was decidedly unusual. Although he previously had a hearty appetite, it had never reached such an exaggerated degree. Could it be that? To validate his suspicions, he rose once more and purchased 2 additional pieces of bread. The vendor appeared somewhat perplexed by his return, yet upon learning his intent, warmly handed the bread to Yadamu. He stepped aside, consuming the bread alone. Indeed, after finishing the 2 pieces, though he was not hungry, he still felt no sense of satiation. It was becoming increasingly clear. A piece of bread is substantial, Yadamu's stomach is of a finite size, and logically, consuming 4 pieces should have left him feeling full. Yet now, there was not a hint of reaction. This could evidently only be explained by other factors. Upon further observation, it seemed that even the hourglass had undergone a change after he had ingested so much. The sand falling within had noticeably increased. Perhaps if this continued, it would not be long before it reached its conclusion. Yadamu felt a sense of anticipation. He believed that this hourglass was likely a product of his soul fusion. According to memories from his past life, it could be considered akin to a unique advantage acquired after his transmigration. Yadamu recalled that in the world of his former existence, many legendary tales featured protagonists who had undergone similar transformations and possessed their own unique advantages. Now that he had experienced soul fusion and awakened memories from his past life, he could justifiably consider himself a transmigrator. Thus, awakening a unique advantage seemed quite reasonable. Yadamu pondered this. There was no comparable situation surrounding him, and naturally, he remained unaware of whether his circumstances were indeed normal. In the absence of knowledge, he could only interpret it in this manner. Chapter 3. The Awakening in the blink of an eye. A week had elapsed. The Royal Academy of Hode had meticulously arranged the courses for its students. Yet the implementation was rather lenient. Essentially, if one desired to skip classes, no one would intervene. Everything was left to individual freedom. As long as one could pay the exorbitant tuition and periodically pass assessments, the academy would not concern itself with one's attendance. The atmosphere could be described as exceedingly relaxed. During his time at the academy, Adamu devoted most of his hours to training. As a student of the Night Academy, he primarily focused on night-related subjects, such as horseback riding and archery, considered fundamental skills. More importantly, he was learning the secrets of knight training methods, a unique approach exclusive to the knight profession. This world starkly contrasted with Adamu's previous life. From his memories, the realm he once inhabited was resplendent and prosperous, where even ordinary individuals could partake in the hard-won peace and ample sustenance. Most people lived in affluent conditions, free from the burdens of life and death. However, that world lacked the extraordinary phenomena and rules that existed here. In contrast, Adamu's current world was rife with various supernatural rules. Elementalists, knights, priests, all these extraordinary professions were undeniably real. Adamu was a member of the knightly order, though he could not yet claim the title of a true knight, merely a novice. The extraordinary professions in this realm came with numerous restrictions. Not everyone was deemed worthy to join their ranks. For instance, to become a knight, one must possess noble blood. This was not merely a matter of status, but of lineage. Nobles inherently bore more potent blood, endowing them with innate strength that transcended that of commoners. Without this lineage, even with rigorous knight training, one could not awaken the seed of life belonging to a knight, nor could they harness the vitality associated with it. This was the limitation of the knightly vocation. Adamu was aware of little regarding other extraordinary professions, yet it seemed they too bore substantial restrictions, most of which were linked to bloodlines. This marked a significant divergence from his previous life, where all were born equal. In that world, the so-called nobility was not markedly different from commoners. The distinctions lay merely in resource allocation, education, and knowledge. Physiologically, there was little to no difference. Given the opportunity for societal transformation, commoners could ascend, for nobility was not an inherent trait. In this world, however, nobility was genuinely noble. One's future was largely predetermined from the moment of birth. Although not an absolute rule, it was generally the case. Children of nobles remained noble, endowed with extraordinary bloodlines, while the offspring of commoners were destined to remain common, with little hope of ascending to the extraordinary. This was the current state of affairs, elucidating why nobility held such elevated status. In the past, Adamu had been a part of that elite. He had grown accustomed to the circumstances and saw nothing amiss. Yet now, with the awakening of his former memories and having witnessed the brilliance and splendor of his previous world, he felt a disquieting discomfort when observing the scenes before him. The world of his past was radiant, where the populace thrived in abundance and equality prevailed. The light of civilization illuminated all, allowing exploration of the vast seas and the boundless cosmos. Conversely, while this world was expansive and filled with extraordinary beings, it also harbored countless souls in despair, suffering from hunger, with corpses often visible by the roadside. Such sights inevitably plunged Adamu into confusion. Which world was truly superior? He could not ascertain. However, he recognized his current inability to effect change. Greater power and capability came with greater responsibility and influence. Adamu understood that his present abilities were limited, rendering him incapable of enacting substantial change. Thus, he resolved to strive for strength, to enhance his capabilities until he could seek answers and endeavor to alter the circumstances. Suddenly, a soft sound pierced the air as an arrow flew, missing its mark by a considerable distance. Adamu paid it no mind, instead retrieving another arrow, preparing to continue his training in archery. Since regaining consciousness, he had begun to reassess his situation. Among the students at the Knight Academy, he considered himself rather unremarkable, merely average. Although his noble lineage afforded him some proficiency in horseback riding from an early age, he fell short in other areas. His archery skills, for instance, were dismal, consistently bordering on the threshold of passing during assessments. Had the evaluators been more stringent, he likely would have failed multiple times. As for the vital knight training methods, his progress was even more disappointing. These methods were meant to awaken the knight's bloodline seed, thereby activating their life energy and enabling them to grow stronger. Yet Adamu found himself mediocre in this regard. Despite being stronger than most due to early training, he remained average compared to his fellow apprentices. Ironically, in his previous life, Adamu had reveled in his noble status, oblivious to his dismal circumstances. This realization troubled him. With newfound determination, he immersed himself in training. Over the course of several days, he discovered a latent talent for archery. His previous ineptitude stemmed solely from a lack of effort. After diligent practice, his archery had improved significantly, at least compared to his earlier performance, and he felt a sense of satisfaction with his progress. Before him, a golden hourglass materialized, its grains of sand glimmering with a faint, sacred light. As time passed, the sands within approached their conclusion, ready to fall entirely. What would transpire next remained a mystery to Adamu, yet he prepared himself for the unknown. In the time that followed, aside from bathing and changing into clean attire. He did little else but quietly await in his room. At last, as time wore on, the final grain of sand fell from the hourglass. It ceased its flow, and a golden radiance slowly blossomed as though a door had swung wide open. In an instant, Adamu's vision began to shift. His form was enveloped in light, gradually vanishing from sight. A peculiar sensation enveloped him, marked by an extraordinary sense of spatial detachment, akin to the feeling of motion sickness from his past life, yet distinctly different. Unable to accurately articulate this sensation, Adamu could only savor it thoughtfully. As light gradually returned, his vision re-emerged. Adamu gazed ahead, bewildered. Just moments ago, he had been in his room, and now he found himself at the edge of a forest. Not far off lay a serene woodland, accompanied by a gentle stream. Everything appeared tranquil, a picture of peace. Yet, Adamu frowned, uncertain of the circumstances. What was happening? He felt rather perplexed. Could it be that this is the essence of the hourglass, to randomly transport him to the outside world? A similar ability, it seems, had been previously mentioned by Adamu. A skill often mastered by elementalists. They possess the capacity for spatial displacement through meticulously prepared spells. Could it be that his hourglass also harbors such powers? Adamu pondered this perplexity. However, his attention was swiftly diverted by unfolding events. A gentle breeze wafted from the distance, carrying with it the essence of the faraway. This scent mingled with the earthy fragrance of soil and foliage, yet it was accompanied by a sharp, acrid odor. That was the scent of blood. Adamu was momentarily taken aback, yet without hesitation, he proceeded in that direction. The location was not far, and with Adamu's speed, he arrived in a mere instant. Help! By the stream, Luming gazed ahead with a visage marked by terror. Before him stood a colossal wolf. Its massive form was nearly 3 meters in length, instilling a profound sense of dread. Its claws were razor-sharp, and its imposing bulk exuded an overwhelming pressure. With bloodstains marring its vicious fangs, remnants from feasting on the corpses of others, Luming stared in horror at the scene before him, his face utterly pale, devoid of any color. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Their plans had been meticulously crafted. Yet the one oversight had been underestimating the ferocity of the wild beasts outside. Upon reaching the forest's edge, they had encountered this ferocious creature, leading to their swift demise. Of the 4 squad members, 2 had perished, leaving only him and another teammate. Yet judging by the situation, their fate was likely sealed as well. For before him, the wolf's eyes were fixed intently upon him, a predatory gaze that seemed to spell his doom. Am I to perish? As he felt the oppressive force emanating from the creature, Luming's body trembled, instinctively gripped by fear. Sensing his trepidation, the colossal wolf slowly advanced, one massive paw raised. Am I to perish? This thought flashed through his mind as he closed his eyes. Yet, curiously, the sensation of pain did not manifest. With a hint of confusion, he opened his eyes, only to be met with a sight that left him utterly astonished. Chapter 4. The panel. Luming opened his eyes in confusion, and the scene before him immediately came into focus. He had braced himself for a gruesome end at the jaws of a fierce beast. Yet the reality was far more peculiar. The massive wolf remained, but it had retreated slightly, casting wary glances at what lay ahead. There stood a figure. A young boy who appeared to be no older than 15 or 16. Tall and well-built, his features were strikingly handsome, and his eyes radiated a sense of determination. In this moment, he wielded a long sword, fixated on the giant wolf before him. To Luming, the once formidable creature, a veritable machine of slaughter, now seemed to harbor a sense of trepidation towards the youth. It howled, simultaneously retreating in fear. It was as if the wolf sensed the threat posed by the boy. It hesitated, torn between its instinct to flee and its unwillingness to abandon its prey, thus standing its ground against the young warrior. While the wolf faltered, the boy remained resolute. Without a trace of hesitation, he swung his sword with terrifying force, charging directly at the beast. The speed of his advance astounded Luming. The youth exuded the aura of a seasoned warrior, displaying remarkable courage and decisiveness. He engaged the giant wolf in direct combat, astonishingly gaining the upper hand. How could this be? Luming felt bewildered. They had previously experienced the wolf's might firsthand. Their makeshift spears had barely scratched its tough hide, rendering them utterly powerless against it. The beast could easily rend them apart with a mere swipe, embodying the very essence of a terrifying predator. Yet now, under the boy's skillful command, the once dominant wolf appeared to be on the defensive. As Luming observed the fierce struggle, a strange sensation began to stir within him. The boy's movements seemed remarkably practiced, as if he had engaged in such battles countless times before. The wolf roared, and without Luming realizing, Fresh wounds marred its formidable body. The creature regarded the stranger before it with growing fear, its instincts urging it to flee. But it was already too late. In a swift motion, the boy thrust his sword from an oblique angle, piercing the wolf's body with precision. With one decisive strike, he retreated 2 meters, maintaining a safe distance from the creature. As time passed, the wolf's wounds multiplied, and finally, with a resounding crash, its massive form collapsed to the ground. The boy, however, showed no signs of mercy, driving his sword into the creature once more. The wolf, feigning death, attempted to resist, but it was in vain. As blood splattered, the beast's life force ebbed away, ultimately succumbing to defeat. The boy breathed a sigh of relief. As a knight apprentice, he possessed strength far exceeding that of ordinary folk. Yet facing such a creature had still posed a challenge. Fortunately, having been trained in a knightly family from a young age, he had encountered many ferocious beasts and possessed the requisite experience to handle the situation. "You are unharmed," he began, glancing at Lu Ming, who stood in stunned silence, eager to inquire about his well-being. However, before he could finish his sentence, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted before him. A golden torrent surged forth, and intricate golden runes began to materialize, shimmering in the air. These runes were complex, signifying a unique existence, rapidly transforming into familiar characters before his eyes. "You have gained 20 experience points. Your character template has been activated." Lines of text emerged, accompanied by a golden glow, revealing a more intricate interface. Name: Adama race. Ancient highborn attributes: Strength 2, 3, Constitution 2, 1, Spirit 2, 8, Charm 1. 7. Bloodline: Blood of the ancient highborn royalty. 3. Talent: Archery proficiency 2. Skills: Hode Knight training method, Level 2, Archery, Level 1. Hode Swordsmanship, Level 2, Experience points 20. As he gazed at this unfamiliar interface, Adamu was momentarily taken aback. Despite the myriad of strange occurrences, the unfolding events surpassed his wildest imagination. The display before him bore a resemblance to character interfaces from online games of his past life, yet it also exhibited numerous differences. Nevertheless, he managed to decipher some of the information presented. The attributes section was straightforward, representing an individual's capabilities in quantifiable terms for clearer comprehension. Strength, Constitution, and Charm were all easily understood. The race designation marked him as an ancient highborn, which aligned with what he had encountered in ancient texts. The earliest humans had emerged from the ancient highlands, challenging the dominance of elves and dragonkin in the Second Age. Consequently, the descendants of those original highborn were now the majority of humanity, including Adamu himself. As for the bloodline of ancient highborn royalty, it referred to the noble lineage coursing through his veins, originating from the initial royal family. This was all quite logical. "Hello." A sudden voice interrupted Adamu's musings. Drawing his attention, he turned to find a man standing before him, visibly anxious. Lu Ming, having witnessed the entire confrontation between Adamu and the giant wolf, suddenly realized that this might be an opportunity. He and his companions had been exploring the game called Noah for some time, but had yet to uncover its secrets. When the game first launched, many speculated about potential job classes, but upon entering, there had been no trace of such hints. Lu Ming had spent over 2 months in the game, mostly mingling in nearby towns, encountering nothing but ordinary folk, with no leads toward any job classes. Initially, he had aspired to become a mage, but reality had forced him to adapt, resorting to hunting for experience instead. However, now, observing Adamu, hope surged within him. The boy radiated exceptional talent, his demeanor clearly setting him apart from the ordinary. In the eyes of players, danger was trivial compared to the absence of opportunity. Lu Ming's spirits lifted as he beckoned a nearby companion and approached Adamu, eager to engage him. "Are you a knight?" Lu Ming inquired respectfully, bowing in accordance with the customs of this world. This had become second nature for their group of players. Although they had not gained much during their months in this realm, they had at least grasped the basics. The characters within this world, though not real, behaved indistinguishably from actual beings. If a player acts recklessly, the consequences may not be favorable. In this regard, Lu Ming and his companions have already suffered considerable losses and are now exercising strict caution. Unfortunately, facing Aditmu, this approach seemed futile. Aditmu could neither comprehend his actions nor understand his words. This predicament was unavoidable. It was evident that this place was no longer the previous area, and Aditmu could not even ascertain if it belonged to the kingdom of Hode. Given the significant distance traversed, linguistic differences were rather commonplace. Aditmu had long been mentally prepared for such a scenario. This issue was similarly prevalent within the Kingdom of Hode, which encompassed a vast territory populated by various tribes and ethnic groups with differing cultural traditions. Except for a few regions, it was quite normal for communication barriers to arise elsewhere. "Hello," he softly articulated, fluently speaking the official language of Hode. As expected, Lu Ming and his companion appeared utterly bewildered. Aditma then smiled and shook his head, gesturing to his mouth and waving his hand. The implication was quite clear. He did not understand the official language. Lu Ming and his companion exchanged surprised glances. The official language of Noah, a widely spoken lingua franca, had never posed a communication barrier for them in the past. However, considering the vastness and complexity of the Noah world, encountering such issues was not entirely unexpected. Moreover, did this not serve to underscore the value of the youth before them? While those nearby could comprehend the official language, this young man could not, indicating that he hailed from a distant land with a mysterious background. A mysterious background coupled with formidable strength suggested that he was no ordinary individual. He could very well be an important character in the game. At that moment, Lu Ming and his companion exchanged a knowing glance, silently resolving to seize this opportunity. A short while later, on the outskirts of a small town, a bonfire gradually flickered to life. They had reached the periphery of the gathering place, where wild beasts were relatively scarce, far less dangerous than their previous location. Lu Ming and his companion retrieved provisions and water, cautiously offering them to Aditmu. To prevent any misunderstanding regarding possible poisoning, they deliberately tasted a few bites first, indicating that the food was safe. Aditmu nodded and accepted the food and water. Meanwhile, Lu Ming and his companions' voices intermittently drifted over, seemingly engaged in discussion. Aditmu, however, paid them no mind, concentrating intently on examining his attribute panel. Chapter 5. Bewilderment and Liberation. Name: Adamu. Race: Ancient Highborn. Attributes: Strength 2, 3, Constitution 2, 1, Spirit 2, 8, Charm 1, 7, Bloodline: Blood of the Ancient High Royal Family 3, Talent: Archery Mastery 2, Skills: Hod Knight Training Method Level 2, Archery Level 1, Hod Combat Sword Techniques Level 2, Experience Points 25. As Adama concentrated, the character panel materialized once more. The various statistics displayed showed little change from before, the only exception being the experience points, which had increased by 5. The purpose of these experience points puzzled Adamu. According to the explanations from his past life, they were supposed to facilitate leveling up. Yet, he could not find a level indicator on his panel. While the character panel included attributes, skills, and experience, it conspicuously lacked a level section. Conversely, the skills did possess levels. Was it possible that the experience points were meant to be added to the skill levels? As this doubt flickered in his mind, the panel began to morph before him. Plus signs appeared beside each skill, indicating potential for upgrade. Adamu was momentarily taken aback, but soon focused intently on the panel. Bloodline, Talent, Skills, each bore a plus sign, suggesting they could be enhanced. The only exception was the attributes, which lacked such indicators and seemed impervious to upgrade. Should I give it a try? Adamu pondered hesitantly. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the Knight Training Method section. The Hod Knight Training Method was something he had acquired during his time at the Royal Academy of Hod, honed over several years of rigorous training. According to the character panel's assessment, it had reached level 2, making it superior to his other skills. A remarkable phenomenon soon unfolded. As Adamu initiated the upgrade, the number beside the Knight Training Method swiftly transformed from level 2 to level 3. A surge of fervent energy surged through him, emanating from within. In that fleeting moment, vivid scenes replayed in his mind, moments from his training sessions where he perspired profusely, dedicating himself to mastering the Knight Training Method, ultimately achieving a higher level of proficiency. The experience felt so real, as though he had truly lived through those moments once more. Name: Adamu. Race: Ancient Highborn. Attributes: Strength 2, 7, Constitution 2, 5, Spirit 2, 8, Charm 1, 7, Bloodline: Blood of the Ancient High Royal Family 3, Talent: Archery Mastery 2, Skills: Hod Knight Training Method Level 3, Archery Level 1, Hod Combat Sword Techniques Level 2, Experience Points 5. The character panel reappeared, displaying a significant transformation compared to before. Adamu gazed at the panel before him, feeling the surging power within, and became momentarily entranced. Despite having understood the concept of leveling up, he was still taken aback by the experience. He had never fathomed that there existed such a miraculous method to elevate oneself in an instant, saving years of arduous labor. In that singular moment, Adamu had effectively bypassed 4 to 5 years of effort, advancing the knight training method to a higher level through experience points. How was this even possible? Adamu was astounded, realizing the sheer wonder of this newfound strength. Awakening the memories of his past life had already provided him with great astonishment, revealing the extraordinary nature of this world. Yet, compared to what was currently happening to him, those prior revelations paled in comparison. Neither in his past life nor in this one had he ever encountered such a phenomenon. Not only had he never witnessed it, but he had never even heard of it. If one could acquire sufficient experience points, did that mean? Adamu contemplated this thought as he glanced at the experience points, which had diminished from 25 to 5. Elevating a skill level had cost him a total of 20 experience points, roughly equating to the effort required to slay a giant wolf. The act of defeating such a beast took less than half an hour, yet it allowed him to elevate a skill level, sparing him 4 to 5 years of training. What did this signify? A sense of unease crept into Adamu's mind. His memories from his past life cautioned him that there were always individuals who sought shortcuts, acquiring wealth and power through illicit means. Yet, these individuals invariably faced dire consequences. The education Adamu received from a young age reinforced the belief that true strength must be cultivated through diligent effort, that it could only belong to oneself through perseverance. Both his past and present teachings seemed to convey that taking shortcuts was disgraceful and unacceptable. However, the power he had acquired through this shortcut felt so tangible, so effortlessly obtained. Merely slaying a beast had granted him experience points capable of saving years of training. Adamu fell into a state of bewilderment. Despite his age, he was still but a child. Even with the memories of his past life, some matters remained difficult for him to grasp, leading him into confusion. Fortunately, life itself serves as the greatest teacher. The following day, as they journeyed toward a nearby gathering place, a band of robbers emerged from the roadside, commencing their plunder. Lu Ming and his companion appeared unfazed by such occurrences, leading Adamu along a side path to avoid the marauders in their thievery. With only the 3 of them, hiding within the thicket would likely render them undetectable to the bandits. Yet, Adamu chose a different course. Initially, he merely followed Lu Ming and his companion silently. As a knight apprentice, he bore no obligation to protect this land according to traditional norms. However, witnessing the actions of the robbers proved unbearable. The merchant convoy was being plundered, men were brutally slain, and women were forcibly dragged into tents, their cries echoing in agony. More tragically, 2 children hung suspended by ropes, in imminent danger of being trampled underfoot. This scene compelled Adamu to act. In the past, constrained by a harsh environment, he had never perceived anything amiss with such brutality. His upbringing had conditioned him to believe that, as a knight, he needed only to protect his lord and king, while the ordinary folk fell outside his purview. Yet, the memories and essence of his past life granted him an alternate perspective. Faced with this harrowing reality, he felt a profound obligation to take action. The sword of a knight is wielded for one's rightful sovereign, but it must also be drawn in defense of the innocent. Thus, Adamu ultimately made his move. Armed with a long sword, he charged toward the bandits alone. Behind him, Lu Ming and his companion wished to restrain him, but they were caught off guard. Eventually, they had no choice but to follow, hoping to find an opportunity to assist. Of course, if matters grew dire, they would not hesitate to flee, safeguarding their own precious chances. While the world of Noah was a realm of games, the lives of players were equally invaluable. Every player, since the inception of their account, possessed only 3 lives in total. Once one has experienced death thrice, they can never re-enter this world. The cost is undeniably great. Thus, barring dire necessity, Lu Ming and his companions are reluctant to forfeit their precious lives. Were it not for the fact that Adamu is perceived as an exceedingly significant character within their game, they would never dare to take such a risk. However, Adamu's prowess exceeded their expectations. He appeared merely as an individual, yet his strength was remarkably formidable, surpassing that of ordinary humans in both speed and power. In an instant, several bandits, their faces twisted in malicious glee, were felled by his blade, sustaining multiple wounds. You have gained 5 experience points. The familiar notification sound surprised Adamu. He had previously believed that only beasts could yield experience, yet it now seemed humans could as well. Nevertheless, he paid little heed to this realization, continuing his fierce struggle. In comparison to the average person, a knight apprentice is undeniably a powerful entity. Although they have yet to awaken their life seed, their bodies have been honed through rigorous knight training, already surpassing ordinary humans. With such physical prowess, donning armor and riding a steed would render facing 10 foes a trivial task. Aditmu lacked both armor and steed. Yet the strength he exhibited remained formidable. In mere moments, he had dispatched over a dozen foes, plunging the bandit group into inevitable disarray. It soon became evident that the bandit group merely appeared numerous. Their discipline and morale were lacking. They could only prey upon lightly armed merchant convoys. Once confronted with a genuine life-threatening presence, they would scatter, fleeing faster than any other, charging alone into a band of 60 or 70 bandits. Aditmu had prepared himself for serious injury or even death. Yet the outcome was so effortless that he felt an inexplicable sense of unreality. At that moment, the confusion within him dissipated entirely. He suddenly grasped certain truths. The question of whether strength comes through shortcuts seemed less significant. What truly mattered was whether one possessed strength. Had Aditmu lacked power, he would likely not be contemplating this question now, for he would have been slain on the path of his charge, let alone vanquishing the bandits and achieving his goals. While the question of whether strength arises from shortcuts is important, it is simultaneously less critical. The paramount concern lies in the fact that without sufficient power, Aditmu would be utterly incapable of accomplishing his aspirations, destined to fall futilely along the way. Once a life is extinguished, the question of shortcuts loses its value for contemplation. Understanding this, Aditmu felt a sense of release and turned his gaze once more to the task at hand. Chapter 6. Reward. Before him lay a camp hastily assembled by a caravan. They had paused here, not far from the town, to rest and dine, unaware that they would soon encounter a band of marauding robbers, who swiftly descended upon them. As the robbers scattered to loot, Aditmu surged forward, ruthlessly dispatching a dozen of them in one breath. At this moment, the camp no longer housed any organized groups. Only scattered brigands remained. The air was filled with the sounds of screams and pleas for help, mingled with the faint clashing of swords. Some brave souls, witnessing the chaos outside, mustered their courage to continue the fight. The cries of women and children, the clanging of blades, and the pervasive stench of blood formed the grim backdrop of the camp. In the center of this turmoil stood Aditmu, sword firmly gripped in hand, stepping forward once more. Armed with his long sword, he engaged in combat. At this juncture, the prowess of his training as a knight apprentice became evident. Perhaps against a collective enemy, Aditmu might have felt somewhat overwhelmed, facing a tangible threat. Yet, when confronted by these scattered brigands, he was an unstoppable force. As he advanced, his sword lashed out, and with a few swift strikes, he felled another foe. You have gained 5 experience points. The familiar notification flashed before Aditmu's eyes. Yet he paid it no mind, wholly absorbed in the fray, relentlessly pursuing his adversaries. Behind him, Lu Ming and his companions stood in stunned silence. Was he truly this formidable? Lu Ming opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, he was certain that this young man was no ordinary individual. He was likely one of the professionals mentioned in the official background material. Quest notification, Knight's Wrath. Quest objective, assist Knight Aditmu in vanquishing the robbers. Quest reward, 20 experience points, improved rapport with Knight Aditmu. The notifications rang in their ears. In that instant, Lu Ming exchanged a glance with his companion, both recognizing the unmistakable spark of excitement in each other's eyes. A quest had appeared. What was there to hesitate about? In the next moment, they instinctively brandished their blades and charged forward, following Aditmu into the fray. Compared to Aditmu, they lacked his refined skill and strength. Yet they were not without their own advantages. Having spent considerable time hunting beasts, they wore a rudimentary set of leather armor they had crafted themselves. Though the materials were crude and the protection limited, it offered some semblance of defense. Additionally, unlike Aditmu, they were not hindered by a language barrier. Proficient in the common tongue, they called out to rally the surrounding people to join the fight. Their rallying cries proved effective, as more and more individuals rose to resist. Even women and children armed with makeshift weapons began to retaliate. Moments later, Aditmu paused, perplexed as he observed Lu Ming and his companion's actions. He was taken aback. He had not anticipated that these ordinary individuals, previously cowed by a mere beast, would now display such courage in battle. He did not grasp the significance of quest rewards to players. He simply admired their newfound bravery and nodded in acknowledgement. At this point, the robbers had largely been eradicated. Those who were not dead had fled. The majority of those slain had fallen to Aditmu's blade, totaling perhaps a dozen. The area gradually settled into a tense calm. Lu Ming and his fellow players stepped forward to comfort the survivors and negotiate with them. Meanwhile, Aditmu, hindered by the language barrier, sat off to the side in the shade, tending to his minor wounds and cleaning the blood from his sword. Despite the robbers' lack of fighting spirit, which spared Edamu from significant injury. He had sustained a few minor cuts that required attention. He gazed at his long sword, momentarily lost in thought. Before him lay the now-clean blade, revealing a small chip, a troubling sight. This sword had been taken from his father's domain and had served him well for quite some time. He had not expected to encounter such damage in his first battle. The quality was indeed concerning. However, Edamu was merely the son of a knight, and as the second son, he lacked the resources to replace it. He needed to maintain the facade of a noble lifestyle, leaving little room for extravagance. In contemporary terms, Edamu belonged to the Moonlight class, though not in dire straits. He had little wealth to spare. Under such circumstances, even if he were aware of his weapon's issues, he could not afford to replace it. After all, a good weapon was costly. If only he could find a way to earn some money. With a silent sigh, Edamu felt an urge to acquire wealth. As he contemplated this, Lu Ming and his companion approached him. In Edamu's questioning gaze, they appeared respectful, producing a bag and opening it to reveal its contents. The rough sack unveiled a collection of gleaming gold coins. Is this for me? After a moment of realization, Edamu understood their intent, though he hesitated. It was only when Lu Ming pointed towards the caravan and then at the corpses of the robbers that Edamu comprehended. It seemed these coins were a token of gratitude from the caravan for his valiant act of driving off the bandits, allowing them to survive. Recognizing this, Edamu accepted the coins without refusal. The duty of a knight is to protect, yet protection does not equate to selfless sacrifice. Collecting a fair remuneration from those he safeguards is both traditional and encouraged. Just as Edamu had been pondering how to earn money, it had come to him unbidden. Although these coins were of a different mint and did not resemble the usual gold he had encountered, they were still composed of the precious metal and held equivalent value. This would enable him to swiftly repay the debt he owed to Reagan. As Edamu reflected on this, Lu Ming and his companion felt a twinge of guilt. This sum was not willingly offered by the caravan. They had actively sought it. Edamu, unaware of this, assumed their interaction was standard negotiation due to his inability to comprehend their language. Most of the coins acquired from the caravan were handed over to Edamu, but they discreetly pocketed a small portion, 2 or 3 coins, constituting roughly 10% of the total. While this amount was not substantial for the two humble players, it represented a significant fortune. Their earnings from hunting in this area over an extended period had barely amounted to this sum. The only challenge was that they could not communicate with Edamu, unsure of his thoughts. If Edamu were to publicly reject the money in front of the caravan's survivors, their ruse would be exposed. Fortunately, Edamu accepted the coins, relieving their anxiety. After resting briefly, Edamu rose silently, gripping his sword tightly. The sound of galloping hooves echoed in the distance, stirring up a cloud of dust. Edamu's senses were acutely attuned, and he swiftly discerned the unfolding situation. Rising to his feet, he cast his gaze into the distance, where a contingent of equestrian warriors approached. In stark contrast to the previous band of brigands, this group appeared to be well-trained. Each warrior donned lightweight leather armor and wielded complete weaponry, accompanied by their steeds. Though their numbers were modest, totaling barely 20, their prowess was undeniable. They would undoubtedly vanquish the earlier marauders with ease. Instinctively, Edamu felt a surge of vigilance. Who commands here? A resonant voice echoed from ahead. A robust, middle-aged man clad in armor emerged from the ranks of the mounted troop, his gaze fixed ahead. His eyes swept across the encampment, taking note of the faint remnants of destruction, before finally honing in on Edamu. Compared to those around him, Edamu's demeanor and appearance rendered him the apparent focal point of the locale. Fortunately, Lu Ming and his companion reacted swiftly, exchanging a glance. They stepped forward to meet the approaching figure. "Intruders, it is you again," the middle-aged man remarked, frowning as he observed Lu Ming and his companion from atop his horse. "Haven't you left yet?" Their speech was disordered, and their behavior peculiar. Many among them lacked even the most rudimentary understanding of common sense, while others exhibited erratic tendencies. This group had sparked considerable disturbances in the area, warranting his attention and thus explaining his recognition of Lu Ming and his companion. "Captain Deli, please do not misconstrue the situation. The chaos here is not of our making," Lu Ming and his companion implored, offering conciliatory smiles to the middle-aged man. At first glance, their demeanor appeared somewhat servile, a stark contrast to the identity of a player. Yet, they had little choice in the matter. Previously, some players had dared to defy the odds, only to find themselves securely imprisoned in the dungeon by this very man. Chapter 7. The Guardian Deli paid little attention to Lu Ming and his companion's actions. To him, outsiders like them were not particularly admirable, yet they posed no real threat. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze soon fixating on Adamu. It was impossible to overlook him. In this setting, Adamu stood out conspicuously. His tall stature and somewhat exotic appearance marked him as different from the locals, coupled with the scars and blood that adorned his body, as well as the seemingly damaged longsword he wielded. It was evident that this individual was extraordinary. Who was that person? Deli instinctively furrowed his brow as he regarded Adamu. As the local constable responsible for maintaining security in the area, he was familiar with most outsiders. However, Adamu was clearly a new face, one he had never encountered before. Judging by his appearance, it was apparent that his identity was far from ordinary. He was a wandering knight who had traversed great distances. Noticing Deli's attention directed at Adamu, Lu Ming quickly interjected. It would be unfortunate if a discord arose between Deli and Adamu, a scenario that could prove troublesome for all involved. Thus, he hastened to explain himself. Is he truly daring enough to confront an entire band of robbers single-handedly? Deli found Lu Ming's account hard to believe, instinctively harboring doubts. It was not that he was excessively suspicious, rather, the situation sounded rather implausible. To challenge a band of nearly 100 robbers alone and emerge relatively unscathed was a tale that would invoke skepticism from anyone. Given the previous misdeeds of Lu Ming and his companions, it was only natural for Deli to question their credibility. Fortunately, many witnesses remained in the vicinity who had survived the earlier encounter. Deli soon summoned a few individuals to inquire further and arrived at a definitive conclusion. It was indeed true. The seemingly youthful boy before him was, astonishingly, a formidable figure. Intrigued, Deli decided to approach Adamu directly. His approach was swift, and the sound of hooves drew Adamu's attention. As Deli and his companions neared, Adamu had already noted their presence. He observed the conversation between Deli and Lu Ming, uncertain of Deli's intentions. Were they friends or foes? Exercising caution, Adamu instinctively straightened his posture, his hand instinctively grasping the hilt of his longsword. Though damaged, it was still a weapon capable of inflicting harm. In Adamu's hands, taking a life was an effortless task. Fortunately, Deli did not exhibit overt hostility. Sensing Adamu's wariness, he paused to consider, then dismounted his horse. Setting his weapon aside and extending his arms in a gesture of peace, indicating he meant no harm. This clear display of intent prompted Adamu to lower his sword, cautiously placing it aside. I have heard that you are a knight from afar, Deli's voice resonated. Yet, Adamu's expression remained one of confusion. He could not comprehend the words spoken. Observing this, Deli nodded to himself, recognizing that Adamu was not feigning ignorance. He had inquired about Lu Ming and his companions and understood that Adamu did not speak the local tongue, but he was determined to bridge the gap. From Deli's perspective, Adamu's identity posed no issue. His distinctly foreign appearance and the language barrier were clear indicators that he hailed from a distant land. As for the remarkable combat prowess others had claimed he possessed, that remained to be tested. With this thought, Deli's demeanor softened considerably. He refrained from further elaboration, instead maintaining a smile and gesturing with his hands. After a moment, Adamu deciphered his intent, seemingly an invitation to visit. After some contemplation, Adamu nodded in agreement. Though it felt somewhat abrupt, he truly had nowhere else to go. This place was entirely foreign to him, devoid of anything familiar. Observing the reactions of those around him, it became evident that Deli was a notable figure in this locale, perhaps even the guardian knight responsible for its protection. Having recently liberated a merchant caravan from banditry, Adamu felt aligned with Deli's cause, minimizing the likelihood of hostility. Thus, he followed Deli away from the area, with Lu Ming and his companion closely trailing behind. They were unwilling to abandon someone as formidable as Adamu. Since the opening of the Noah world, millions of players had entered this realm. Yet, the number of characters capable of initiating quests remained exceedingly scarce. It seemed as if there were certain restrictions in place. Ordinary characters could not issue tasks to players, only those of a special nature could do so. For Lu Ming and his companion, every NPC with the potential to provide quests represented a treasure waiting to be unearthed. Having finally discovered one, they were intent on keeping close. Fortunately, Deli was already acquainted with them and, noticing their presence, made no effort to dismiss them. He tacitly accepted their company. In recognition of your bravery in driving away the bandits and rescuing the innocent, I hereby appoint you as a protector in my capacity as constable, Deli declared. If you too wish to remain, go and convey this message to him. He was genuinely intrigued by Adamu, having witnessed his prowess on the return journey. Earlier, he had observed Adamu's remarkable handling of a giant wolf that had wandered close to their camp, evidently seeking to attack while the group was preoccupied with their meal. Adamu had spotted the beast and swiftly dispatched it without a hint of struggle. Deli could not shake the memory of how effortlessly Adamu had subdued a creature far beyond the capabilities of ordinary men. He had not even drawn his sword, but instead wielded a crude spear casually resting nearby, dispatching the giant wolf with ease. The entire encounter resembled more the act of crushing a small dog than slaying a ferocious beast. From that moment forth, Deli resolved to ensure that this knight remained within their ranks. This world was fraught with danger, with the encroachment of various monstrous creatures that brought suffering to its inhabitants. In such an environment, the small border town was anything but secure, as its people faced constant threats from the wilderness. Each year, numerous towns like this fell victim to the onslaught of monsters. Deli believed that having a knight of such valor join their ranks would greatly bolster their defenses. As for why he assigned Lu Ming and his companion to deliver the message, it was simply a matter of convenience. The communication barriers posed by language were cumbersome, a challenge Deli had already encountered. He preferred to leave that task to Lu Ming and his companion. Though this group of outsiders may lack strength, they exhibit a certain cleverness in other respects. Engaging in such endeavors suits them well. Upon accepting Deli's task, Lu Ming and his companion displayed commendable enthusiasm. They had always wished to remain close to Yadimu, eager to be in his presence at all times. Should additional tasks arise, it would be a significant boon for them. The negotiation process proved to be quite arduous. Nevertheless, in the end, Yadimu grasped Deli's intentions. He acquiesced, but with a minor caveat. He might not be able to stay here for long and could depart sooner than anticipated. This statement served as a subtle reminder. After being transported to this location, the golden hourglass within him had not vanished. Instead, it remained. Following each teleportation, the hourglass reset, and the golden sands continued to flow gently. Based on previous patterns, once this hourglass resets again, it would signal his next transport. Thus, he deemed it necessary to gently inform the others of his impending departure. Lu Ming and his companion comprehended Yadimu's implications but gave it little thought, assuming he might simply be journeying to other places. After all, his demeanor resembled that of a wanderer, constantly seeking self-improvement through travel. Such individuals seldom linger in one location for long. After some contemplation, they decided to withhold this information. Indeed, they did not disclose it to Deli, for sharing such news offered no advantages. Should Deli become aware that Yadimu would eventually leave, would he still extend the proper treatment to him? Worse still, could he assign perilous tasks to them, reasoning that since Yadimu would depart, they might as well exploit his remaining usefulness? After all, if one is not an ally, their demise would evoke little sympathy. Chapter 8. Tranquility. Out of consideration for human nature, Lu Ming and his companion chose to conceal the news of Yadimu's impending departure. As it served their interests, they perceived Yadimu as somewhat rigid. He could have simply left without announcing it. The strategy of delivering good news while withholding bad is indeed the prudent approach. Unbeknownst to Lu Ming and his companion, Yadimu remained preoccupied with his own affairs. Name: Yadimu. Race: Ancient Highborn. Attributes: Strength 2, 7, Constitution 2, 5, Spirit 2, 8, Charisma 1, 7, Bloodline: Blood of the Ancient High Royal Family, 3, Talent: Mastery in Archery 2, Skills: Hod Knight Training Method, Level 3, Archery, Level 1. Hod Combat Sword Technique, Level 2, Experience Points 87. The character panel reappeared before Yadimu, and as he gazed upon the displayed data, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. After the recent skirmish, he had accumulated a significant amount of experience points, primarily from the band of robbers he had vanquished. During that confrontation, Yadimu personally dispatched over a dozen foes. Though each bandit yielded only a meager amount of experience, merely a few points, these accumulated significantly over time, surpassing the contributions of the bizarre beasts lurking outside. Gazing at his character template, Yadimu inhaled deeply before commencing his actions. With a fleeting thought, the plus sign swiftly materialized beside the Hod Knight Training Method, illuminating brightly. Simultaneously, Yadimu's experience points diminished by 30. Was the consumption of experience points increasing? This perplexed Yadimu, as he had previously enhanced the knight's breathing technique for only 20 points. It seemed that as skill levels rose, the experience required would also escalate. He decided to experiment further, attempting to elevate the knight's breathing technique once more. However, this time, the required experience points remained unchanged at 30. This anomaly intrigued Yadimu. He sensed that there might be a pattern to this, yet his limited experiences thus far left him unable to discern it. He then shifted his gaze once more. Name: Yadimu. Race: Ancient Highborn. Attributes: Strength 3, 4, Constitution 3, 7, Spirit 2, 9, Charisma, 1. 9. Bloodline, blood of the ancient high royal family. 3. Talent, mastery in archery. 2. Skills, Hod Knight training method, level 5, archery, level 1. Hod combat sword technique, level 2, experience points, 27. A fresh set of data emerged. Due to the direct elevation of 2 levels, Yadamu experienced a substantial enhancement in his attributes. He sensed a considerable increase in his strength and agility as a torrent of energy surged within him. He felt confident that he could easily overcome his former self. Now, he believed he stood among the finest knight apprentices in the academy. As he reveled in the continuous flow of power, a thought flitted through his mind, the awakening of the seed of life and the realization of his lifelong dream of becoming a true knight. Though born into a knightly family, his lineage had long since waned, with no genuine knights emerging in ages. Should Yadamu succeed, he would undoubtedly restore his family's former glory. Presently, he found himself closer to this goal than ever before. With a bit more experience and a few more enhancements to his knight training method, he might awaken the seed of life and become an esteemed knight. This journey, he believed, would not take long. Calm down, calm down. Yadamu silently closed his eyes, attempting to force himself into tranquility, yet found it an insurmountable task. After all, by age, he was still quite youthful, a boy of merely 15 or 16. Far from mastering his emotions, he thus resolved to rise and step out of his chamber. With a slightly worn longsword drawn, he began to practice, displaying a unique flair. In the days that followed, Yadamu's life gradually settled into a peaceful rhythm. After being brought to the small town by Delhi, he heeded Delhi's advice and became the town's protector. In return, Delhi helped him select a horse and a suitable set of armor. Although the armor was merely crafted from leather, it was well made and offered a degree of protection. Delhi generously gifted Yadamu a longsword of commendable quality. Aside from the sword, the other items were essentially the town's property, which Yadamu would merely borrow, but he was thoroughly satisfied with this arrangement. Despite his previous close-quarters combat as a knight apprentice, he relished the thought of battling from horseback. Regrettably, there were no specially crafted lances available in the vicinity, leaving him somewhat disappointed. However, Yadamu soon discovered a new tactic. One morning, as the sun illuminated the earth, the world began to awaken. Outside, a monstrous, corrupted rabbit bounded with remarkable speed. With a sharp whistle, a specially crafted long arrow zipped through the air, piercing the beast's body and pinning it to the ground. In the distance, Yadamu appeared, riding steadily toward his quarry to process the fallen creature. Upon glancing back, he noted several similar beasts already at rest atop his horse. Portions of these carcasses would become his sustenance, while others would be sold for golden coins. As the town's guardian, he frequently accompanied Delhi and others on patrols, assisting in the elimination of nearby corrupted creatures. However, this duty soon waned. The number of corrupted creatures near the town was not significant, with only a few straying into the area each month. Their primary concern remained the defense against roving bands of robbers and other local lords. Yadamu quickly found himself single-handedly managing the task of confronting the corrupted beasts. In the past, it would have taken 3 or more elite warriors to tackle a single corrupted creature, but for Yadamu, they seemed as fragile as chicks, easily dispatched. In the brief span of half a month, Yadamu had personally eliminated 3 massive corrupted wolves. In the prolonged pursuit, Yadamu gradually uncovered his innate talents. He possessed a natural aptitude for archery, complemented by a solid foundation in the craft. Recently, he had taken to wielding his sword less frequently, favoring the art of mounted archery as his quintessential strategy. The quaint town known as Streamtown was the largest in the vicinity. Though referred to as a town, it boasted a population nearing 100,000, rivaling that of a city. As one approached its borders, the sturdy yet modest city walls came into view. The long-standing conflicts had instilled a sense of vigilance among the inhabitants, with traces of strife evident throughout the area. Yadamu rode into the heart of the town, drawing the gaze of the distant onlookers, who regarded him with a mixture of awe and respect as they beheld his recent quarry. Despite his brief stay, Yadamu had already earned a notable reputation in the region. Tales of his singular assault against a band of marauders had been carried to the town by survivors of merchant caravans. He had valiantly battled colossal wolves and bravely charged into a pack to rescue those besieged by them. These acts of heroism spread swiftly, gaining him recognition among many. Unbeknownst to him, Yadamu had achieved a degree of fame and notoriety. Upon entering the town, he was promptly greeted by Lu Ming and another companion, who eagerly assisted in unloading and processing his catch. Through Yadamu's esteemed status, they were able to reside openly within the town, free from the perils of the wilderness. Typically, Yadamu would retain only a portion of his hunts for sustenance, while he remained indifferent to the remnants, such as leftover meals, pelts, and bones, that ultimately benefited Lu Ming and his companion. Chapter 9. Half Moon. The productivity of this world is rather underdeveloped, with many materials still reliant on simple external resources. Among these, the bones of beasts can be fashioned into tools, while hides can be used to create leather or other small items. In essence, these items can be exchanged for currency. As for meat, that goes without saying. In this realm, it is not easy to enjoy a regular diet of meat. Players like Lu Ming often struggle to satiate their hunger, resorting to various means to forage for food in the wilderness. Fortunately, Adamu can provide such necessities. His archery skills are exceptional, and his strength formidable, allowing him to gather a considerable surplus daily, which benefits Lu Ming and his companion. Tasks such as grooming horses, sharpening weapons, and tidying their living quarters have all been entrusted to them. This arrangement serves not only to cultivate Adamu's goodwill, but also to seek opportunities for activating additional quests. Regrettably, since that particular instance, they have seldom triggered any new missions. Perhaps, in the game system's judgment, such trivial matters do not warrant the activation of quests. Lu Ming and his companion remain unfazed, content to drift along. After all, as long as time permits, success is bound to arrive eventually. The players possess an abundance of time. The Noah game world is already linked to external federal currencies, meaning any achievements gained within this realm can ultimately be exchanged for real-world currency. Moreover, the passage of time within the game world differs from that of the outside. For players, a month here equates to merely a day outside. They have ample time to develop at a leisurely pace. Perhaps, the warm campfire crackles, accompanied by the soft sounds of burning firewood. Adamu sits alone before the flames, deep in contemplation. He reflects on the days to come. Having unwittingly spent over half a month in this world, he finds its rules intriguing. One can enhance oneself through the acquisition of experience points. Initially resistant to this concept, Adamu has now come to embrace it wholeheartedly, for it proves to be quite rewarding. With this shift in mindset, his primary objective has become to acquire experience points as efficiently as possible. Through previous endeavors, he has discerned the origins of these points. Every creature slain within this world yields a modicum of experience. Naturally, one must possess sufficient strength to do so, whether against humans or certain unique beings, such as the so-called corrupted creatures. While killing is undoubtedly the most straightforward method, the experience yielded by a single individual is relatively meager, yet it is convenient and uncomplicated. With Adamu's current prowess, dispatching hundreds in a single day would be effortlessly achievable. However, this option has never crossed his mind. Previously, he had no qualms about protecting others from malevolent bandits or engaging in battle against armed foes. Yet the thought of slaughtering unarmed innocents leading their lives does not align with Adamu's moral compass. Since he refuses to take lives, his only recourse is to hunt the corrupted creatures. Slaying these beings not only enhances the safety of the local populace, but also benefits him by providing valuable experience points. For Adamu, this is the optimal choice. Alas, these creatures appear to be finite in number, and after a few kills, he finds himself unable to locate more. This predicament leaves him troubled regarding his future sources of experience points. In truth, this issue is easily resolvable. The vast expanse of the wilderness teems with corrupted creatures influenced by dark energies, and in certain areas, formidable magical entities dwell. For the indigenous inhabitants of this world, while other matters may be uncertain, corrupted creatures and magical beings are ubiquitous. If Adamu could communicate with the locals, he would glean insights into the whereabouts of these creatures rather than passively waiting. Unfortunately, the language barrier hampers such exchanges. Therein lies the dilemma. His intellect serves him well, and he has made some progress in understanding the official language of Noah's world. However, mastering a language is no simple task. At the current pace, it may take him several months to fully grasp it. Whether he can achieve this in time remains uncertain. Adamu gazes into the distance, a thought flitting through his mind. Before him, the reflection of a golden hourglass appears, its golden grains having trickled away to nearly half its capacity. Estimating the current flow rate, he concludes that he has just over a month left in this world. Taking into account his prior time spent, that totals 2 months altogether. Not too shabby. A faint sound reaches his ears from afar. Adamu looks up to see a girl standing nearby. The child, clad in tattered garments, appears to be around 7 or 8 years old, her face marred by scars. She hides timidly in the corner, gazing at Adamu with apprehension. More precisely, she is fixated on the bread and roasted meat in his hands. Adamu is momentarily taken aback, but a smile soon graces his face, as if driven by instinct. He instinctively rises and places the bread and roasted meat before the girl. A soft sound escapes as the child devours the bread ravenously. Adama stands by, sword in hand, watching this scene with a sense of disorientation. Does the world of his memories truly exist? Observing the unfolding scene, he feels inexplicably lost. Chapter 10. The Royal Bloodline. Since awakening the memories of his so-called past life, Aditmo has been engulfed in confusion. The world of his former existence was exquisite. In that realm, there were no wars, no bloodshed, and no ferocious beasts or bandits lurking at every corner. Nobility was absent, although there remained some injustices among the populace. A semblance of equality had been achieved. Even the most destitute vagabonds, born into the most impoverished conditions, could through diligence and education lead lives that Aditmu would deem remarkably prosperous. Their children could study without the burden of where their next meal would come from. And their elders could enjoy their twilight years without despair leading them to take their own lives, receiving instead the care they deserved. Everything was simply idyllic. After the awakening of these memories, Aditma often found himself pondering whether, had he lived in that world, he might have laid down his sword and sought a vocation that contributed to the welfare of others, embracing a life of tranquility. Perhaps he could have become a teacher, guiding a group of students and children with peace in his heart. That alone would have sufficed. Yet, the reality before him was starkly cruel. From the moment Aditma could remember, he had been confronted daily with brutality. Lives were as insignificant as blades of grass, extinguished only to make way for new ones. Bandits roamed freely, committing atrocities, and innocent children and women faced merciless slaughter. Such horrors were relentless. Even within the confines of Hot Academy, vile deeds transpired, evoking nausea. Despite the change in world, the circumstances appeared unchanged. Did the world of his past truly exist? In this vast emptiness, was there genuinely a place where children could grow up carefree, and the elderly could savor their later years in peace? Gripping his sword, Aditmu felt an inexplicable bewilderment. Before him, a child, having finished a meal, stood timidly gazing at him. Aditma nodded and turned away. Not far off, Luming and another companion observed Aditmu's demeanor, puzzled. The melancholy etched on the young knight's face was so palpable that they could not help but notice. What could possibly cause such a formidable knight to exhibit such vulnerability? They were unaware and uncertain how to offer comfort. After a moment of silence, Aditma continued to gaze ahead. Before him, a familiar attribute panel materialized. Name, Aditma race, ancient highborn attributes, strength 3, 4, constitution 3, 7, spirit 2, 9, charisma 1. 9, bloodline, ancient highborn royal blood, 3, talent, archery specialization 2, skills, Hod Knight training method, level 5, archery level 3. Hod combat swordsmanship, level 2, experience points, 104. Aditmu regarded the panel. Over the past half-month, he had amassed a considerable amount of experience points. Thus, it seemed he had finally reached a level where an enhancement was due. As before, he first focused on the knight training method. With a mere thought, the training method activated, its level ascending. Accompanying this process, 30 experience points were deducted. Aditmu instinctively clutched his chest. This sensation, the sudden wave of discomfort was agonizing, prompting him to instinctively cover his heart. It took some time before he managed to regain his composure. Sitting upright, he took stock of his condition. Following the experience point augmentation, his knight training method had indeed risen to level 6. At this stage, Aditmu's understanding became ever clearer. Thump, thump, thump. As Aditmu experienced this feeling, an inexplicable clarity dawned upon him. He had reached the limits of the apprentice tier, unable to ascend further. He could now be regarded as a prospective knight, a mere step away from true knighthood. Awakening the life seed would enable him to become a genuine knight. Just one more enhancement was needed. At this moment, Aditmu's heart swelled with excitement. Becoming a true knight had been his lifelong aspiration. Now, this dream, held since childhood, seemed within reach, merely requiring a flick of his finger to realize it. What was there to wait for? Without a hint of hesitation, Aditmu proceeded to attempt an upgrade to the knight training method. However, this time, the upgrade failed. Insufficient royal blood concentration. Upgrade unsuccessful. A wave of intense agony surged through him. In an instant, Aditma felt an overwhelming discomfort enveloping his entire being. Initially, an unbearable itch coursed through him, followed by excruciating pain, akin to every muscle in his body spasming. The intensity of the pain was such that it nearly compelled Aditma to scream in anguish. Fortunately, his will was resolute enough to withstand the torment without crying out. Yet even so, once the pain subsided, he remained seated for a long while, before finally opening his eyes with a sense of weakness. Unbeknownst to him, his complexion had turned exceedingly pale. Insufficient royal blood. Aditma gazed at the prompt before him, a dawning realization washing over him. The training and advancement of a knight were intricately linked to one's bloodline. All nobility were descendants of the ancient highborn royalty. Initially, there had been no aristocracy. The humans of the Dawn world were merely one of the many races that emerged during the Black Iron Age. In the beginning, everyone was an ordinary person. Later, in rare instances, some of the earliest royalty began to emerge, leading humanity out of the ancient highlands to contend with races such as elves and dwarves. This was the origin of the initial nobility. It was only later, through intermingling with ordinary folk, that the nobility of today came into being. Should the nobles of the present trace their lineage, they would find their roots in those few original kings. This is why nobility is inherently esteemed. Their bloodline is indeed powerful, far surpassing that of commoners. Furthermore, the ascension to knighthood is undeniably connected to royal blood. The more noble the lineage, the higher the probability of possessing knightly talents, and the greater the likelihood of awakening the life seed. Aditmu had been aware of these truths prior. However, considering the present circumstances, it seemed that if the royal blood within him was insufficiently potent, he might not even be able to awaken the life seed. In the Dawn world, nobility truly possessed a certain essence. Aditmu clutched his chest in pain. His body was in torment. Yet what distressed him more than physical suffering was the doubt gnawing at his heart. For so long, those around him had assured him that with a strong enough conviction and sufficient effort, he could become a powerful knight. For this goal, he had tirelessly labored since childhood, pouring forth countless sweat and toil, all to become a true knight. Yet now, the harsh reality revealed that, in comparison to effort, bloodline was of far greater significance. Should his bloodline be lacking, no matter how hard he strove, he was fated to never become a true knight. The relentless brutality of reality dealt a heavy blow to the young lad once more. What value does so-called effort hold in this world? Chapter 11. Ascension for Aditmu. The doubts he faced recently were overwhelming. This transformation had only emerged after awakening memories from his past life, a phenomenon that had never occurred before. In the past, he had never questioned the world around him. When something had been a certain way from the very beginning, even if it was erroneous, there was no inclination to doubt it. Aditmu had been no different. However, as his knowledge expanded and the vistas he beheld grew more expansive, he found himself involuntarily beginning to question. Once doubt took root, a multitude of other emotions followed closely behind. Fortunately, for most of his uncertainties, he was able to find answers within the recesses of his memories, providing himself with solace. Was effort in this world utterly meaningless? No, certainly not. Rising to his feet, a torrent of thoughts surged through his mind. Life is replete with endeavors that, no matter how hard one tries, remain unattainable, much like an ordinary person cannot hope to defeat a knight, regardless of their efforts. Yet, does that render the ordinary person's efforts futile? Absolutely not. While their endeavors may not elevate them to the rank of a knight, they can draw closer to that goal, thereby acquiring superior choices at crucial junctures. Ultimately, they may never rival a knight, but through the journey, they will have transcended their former limitations, reaching a higher echelon. Aditmu himself was no exception. Was his toil devoid of meaning? Certainly not. Perhaps his lineage predetermined that he could never become a knight, no matter how hard he strived. Yet, it was precisely due to his previous endeavors that he became an exceptionally skilled knight apprentice, mastering the knightly training methods to a commendable degree. Without his past efforts and the strength gained from over a decade of rigorous training, even if he were to find himself in this world, he would have missed the opportunity to transform his life, perishing like countless others beneath the claws of beasts. His presence here, rather than being mere bones or a meal for those monstrous beings, was a testament to his past diligence. With this foundation, the opportunities before him gained substantial significance. He had truly acquired the chance to alter his destiny, the genuine opportunity to become a knight. A multitude of thoughts flickered through his mind. After a prolonged contemplation, the youth finally dispelled his confusion, directing his gaze forward. Name, Aditmu race. Ancient Hyman attributes, Strength 3, 4, Constitution 3, 7, Spirit 2, 9, Charisma 1. 9, Bloodline, Blood of the Ancient High Royalty 3, Talent, Archery Proficiency 2, Skills, Hode Knight Training Method, Level 6, Archery Level 3. Hode Combat Swordsmanship, Level 2, Experience Points, 104. The familiar character template materialized once more. However, this time, Aditmu's focus was not on the knight training methods, but rather on something else, the blood of the ancient high royalty. Perhaps it was feasible. Aditmu murmured to himself, a cascade of thoughts illuminating his mind. As these reflections surged, a plus sign appeared on the interface before him. Without hesitation, Adamu selected confirm. In an instant, a crimson light swept across his surroundings, enveloping everything within sight. However, this striking scene was fleeting, vanishing almost as quickly as it had appeared. Bang! Bang! A resounding thump emanated from his chest, echoing loudly. Adamu instinctively clutched his heart, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him as he sat down. It was so hot, he thought, unable to suppress the sentiment. With the elevation of his royal bloodline, he now felt a radiance emanating from his entire being. A torrent of heat surged within him, roiling throughout his body, bringing with it an almost excruciating sensation akin to being torn apart. After a considerable time, this feeling finally subsided. The surroundings returned to tranquility, revealing a serene and beautiful landscape. Adamu gazed at the interface once more. Name: Adamu race. Ancient Hyman attributes: Strength 3, 4, Constitution 3, 7, Spirit 2, 9. Charisma 2, Bloodline, Blood of the Ancient High Royalty 4, Talent. Archery Proficiency 2, Skills, Hode Knight Training Method, Level 6, Archery, Level 3. Hode Combat Swordsmanship, Level 2, Experience Points, 50 for the character template reappeared. However, in this instance, the changes in attributes were minimal. The Blood of the Ancient High Royalty had been elevated slightly, costing 50 experience points. Was it truly worth such a steep price for a mere increment? The cost seemed rather exorbitant. Yet, Adamu deemed it worthwhile. Observing that he still had some experience points remaining, he resolved to continue and further enhance his royal bloodline. With a swift motion, he initiated the process once more. Once more, the familiar sensation surged forth, an intense heat that was almost suffocating. After a while, Adamu acclimated to this feeling and looked at the interface again. Name: Adamu race. Ancient Hyman attributes: Strength 3, 4, Constitution 3, 7, Spirit 2, 9, Charisma 2. 3, Bloodline, Blood of the Ancient High Royalty 5, Talent. Archery Proficiency 2, Linguistic Proficiency 1, Skills, Hode Knight Training Method, Level 5, Archery, Level 3. Hode Combat Swordsmanship, Level 2, Experience Points. For astonished, Adamu peered at the interface. The royal bloodline had ascended further, and while the changes to his attributes were generally negligible, a notable alteration appeared in the Charisma section. More importantly, a new talent had emerged in the Talent section: Linguistic Proficiency, a skill he had not possessed before but had now seemingly awakened. Reflecting on this, he surmised it was likely a consequence of the enhancement of his royal bloodline. Just as legends spoke of elves excelling in archery and dwarves being innate masters of forging, the bloodline often concealed within it the power to influence one's talents. The Blood of the Ancient High Royalty was no exception. Now, with Adamu's actions, the talents associated with his royal lineage had finally manifested. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous occurrence, validating the efficacy and impact of his bloodline's elevation across various domains. Furthermore, the linguistic proficiency talent was precisely what Adamu required at this moment. With it, he believed his ability to learn the language of this world would significantly improve. With this thought in mind, he swiftly rose and made his way toward Lu Ming and his companion. In this vicinity, these two were the most familiar to him. Since he was to embark on the journey of learning a new language, it was only fitting to begin with them. Chapter 12, Linguistic Proficiency by the Brook. Adamu sat alone, surrounded by enigmatic symbols etched into the ground before him, a reflection of his own musings. These were crafted based on his experiences from a previous life, comprising phonetics and phonetic symbols intended to aid his understanding of the language of this world. Indeed, they proved beneficial, albeit to a limited extent. Challenges still arose when least expected, and issues persisted, though not overwhelmingly so. Adamu glanced at his character interface, where the talent of linguistic proficiency remained apparent, its effects unmistakable. In the past, he had endeavored to learn but found little success, akin to deciphering an ancient tome. However, now the results were strikingly different. Since he had awakened this talent through the enhancement of his bloodline, he discerned a transformation within himself. The previously chaotic chatter of those around him began to exhibit a semblance of order, allowing him to gradually grasp the meaning of common phrases. The learning process became significantly easier and quicker than before. While he immersed himself in his studies, others observed him from a distance. Lu Ming and his companion, Yang An, stood afar, their eyes drawn to Adamu, who appeared absorbed in his work. They exchanged glances, each registering a shared astonishment. "Do you not sense that this knight has undergone some change?" Yang An inquired tentatively. "Indeed," Lu Ming nodded, perplexed. "He seems to have become more handsome." "Precisely. It's as if he has undergone a transformation, Yongin exclaimed, suddenly realizing the extent of the change. Adamu had indeed become notably more attractive over the past week. As though experiencing a second growth spurt, both men came to the same conclusion. This was the essence of the alteration. Previously, Adamu's appearance was commendable, yet merely above average, perhaps described as refined. Now, however, it felt as though he had undergone a significant metamorphosis. Of course, the changes extended beyond mere aesthetics. They stemmed from the evolution of his bloodline. As his lineage transformed, so too did his attributes, leading to a remarkable renewal of his form. Yet, notably, Adamu seemed oblivious to these changes, remaining engrossed in his linguistic pursuits. Conversely, Lu Ming and Yongin could not afford such indifference. They regarded Adamu as a pivotal character, a future asset to be tightly embraced. Has he matured? Lu Ming pondered aloud. He appears to be no older than 15 or 16, still in his formative years. In their world, children of that age would be in school, yet here, they wielded swords, battling fearsome, corrupted creatures. The disparity was stark. His progress in mastering the common tongue is rapid. At this rate, he may soon achieve fluency, Yongin noted, though a hint of worry crept into his voice. What if he no longer requires our assistance? Without the need for extensive communication or perilous encounters with monstrous foes, they could merely stand by his side, reaping rewards from their association. They had even begun to explore commercial ventures, leveraging Adamu's role as a guardian to potentially yield profits. However, their current status relied heavily on Adamu's linguistic limitations, which necessitated their involvement in interactions with the outside world. Should he gain proficiency in the common tongue, their relevance might diminish. What is there to fear? We have not wronged him, Yongin reassured. As long as we fulfill our roles effectively. Even the mightiest knight will require capable aids. No knight, regardless of strength, can excel in every aspect. Thus, as long as Lu Ming and Yongin proved themselves adept, their positions as assistants would remain secure. After all, every accomplished individual seeks the counsel of the knowledgeable and experienced. From previous encounters, it seems he is most likely a professional, Lu Ming mused, casting a glance at Adamu. Whether we can obtain a class advancement certificate from him depends on our own skills. In their eyes, Adamu was undoubtedly a professional. His formidable combat prowess, coupled with the explicit mention of his knightly prefix and quest descriptions, set him apart from ordinary individuals. The two had even taken time to scour forums but found no mention of anyone possessing a class advancement certificate. If they could secure one for themselves, they would gain a significant advantage. Exchanging excited glances, both Lu Ming and Yongin felt a surge of anticipation. Despite the vast number of players entering the Noah world, easily in the millions, none had yet reported acquiring a class advancement certificate. Should they succeed, they would be among the first professionals, heralding a new era of prosperity. Chapter 13. Time flies during rest in the span of merely half a month. Lu Ming and his companion were pleasantly surprised to discover that Adamu had begun to grasp some of the universal language. Although he still struggled with complex vocabulary, he could express simple ideas in daily conversation without difficulty. Most reassuring for them was Adamu's attitude, having acquired the basics of communication. He did not dismiss them but chose to retain their company. This decision stemmed from their harmonious interactions during the prior weeks. And Adamu indeed required assistance with various trivial matters, necessitating a few aids. Given the genuine need for help, why not keep familiar faces around? As dawn broke, sunlight illuminated the morning, and the air outside was refreshingly crisp, imbued with the fragrance of fresh grass. The previous night's rain had soaked the ground, leaving the terrain somewhat damp and less than ideal for traversing. Yet, Adamu relished such weather. The gentle sunlight on his skin, combined with the surrounding humidity, created an unexpectedly pleasant sensation. Riding across the countryside in this ambience was a rare delight, a remarkable experience for someone like Adamu. Regrettably, luck seemed to elude him today. After nearly 2 hours of riding, he had yet to encounter a single mutated creature, resulting in limited gains in experience points. However, he had made substantial progress in other respects, as the basket behind him was brimming with valuable finds. Yet, for Adamu, acquiring experience points remained paramount. As time drew near, he glanced ahead. The golden hourglass continued its slow, yet relentless flow. At this rate, he estimated that he had no more than half a month left before his next transition. In other words, the day of his departure was drawing near. What have you gathered today? A rough voice echoed from afar. Not much, Adamu replied, shaking his head candidly. As he spoke, envy flickered across his face. Although Deli and his companions were competent warriors armed with weapons and leather armor, their hauls were meager due to their lack of hunting skills. in the wilderness. Success often hinged on traps and archery, areas where they were not particularly adept. In contrast, Adamu's exceptional archery skills ensured that he returned with substantial rewards every outing. The forests, though perilous, promised great bounty for those capable of navigating them. Fur, meat, and herbs were all valuable commodities. Adamu shook his head again, explaining, "I haven't encountered any creatures to battle." Upon hearing this, Deli and his companions fell silent. Is he truly addicted to the thrill? Deli mused. He had observed Adamu's fervent pursuit of mutated creatures, rushing at the mere mention of their presence, displaying an almost fervent enthusiasm. It was unexpected to see someone so eager for what most would avoid. Indeed, for Adamu, these creatures were coveted sources of experience points. Players like Lu Ming possessed similar capabilities but lacked Adamu's prowess in effortlessly dispatching these foes, often resulting in significant losses when they attempted to engage. Thus, they were less inclined to pursue such encounters. It is commendable for the youth to possess such zeal, Deli remarked, momentarily falling silent as he patted Adamu's shoulder in encouragement. Keep up the hard work. I will be sure to inform you the moment similar creatures appear again. Agreed, Adamu nodded, expressing his concurrence. After a brief exchange, they each parted ways. The setting was a large courtyard, initially belonging to an out-of-town merchant, who faced misfortune and sold it to the local mayor at a low price. Now, it served as accommodation for Adamu and his companions. However, an unusual commotion emerged from within, accompanied by faint sounds of argument. Adamu instinctively furrowed his brow and stepped inside. Upon entering, he beheld a scene unfolding. Lu Ming and Yang An were present, seemingly engaged in some task. But the courtyard now also housed two women. The women appeared relatively young, their looks unremarkable, clad in simple leather armor. At that moment, the older of the two was animatedly conversing with Lu Ming, visibly agitated, as if embroiled in a dispute. "So, you sold us off just like that? Enjoying the benefits without so much as a word to us?" The woman's outburst left Lu Ming momentarily at a loss. "Lianjie, please calm down," he implored. "Calm down? You were the one who proposed hunting the giant wolves, and you two were the first to flee. Now that there are spoils, you wish to keep them all for yourselves. Where's your sense of integrity?" Lu Ming and his companion exchanged glances, feeling somewhat cornered. The two women were none other than their former teammates. Previously, the four had banded together to hunt giant wolves, believing themselves invincible. Tragically, Lu Lan and Lu Xin had perished at the hands of the wolves, while Lu Ming and his companion had miraculously escaped unscathed and reaped the rewards. Now, confronted by the very individuals they had abandoned, their sense of guilt was palpable. Chapter 14. The map. At this moment, Lu Ming's thoughts were quite straightforward. He simply wished to hastily send Lu Lan and her companion on their way. Although he felt a twinge of guilt regarding past events, their intentions were not malicious. After all, their relationship was rather superficial. They were merely a makeshift team rather than a cohesive unit. The vast expanse of the Noah game world meant that with over 10 million players dispersed throughout, the population density in any given area was quite low. Moreover, this particular region was notoriously perilous, with most players failing to survive beyond a fortnight after their arrival, only to be reincarnated elsewhere. Thus, the number of players who remained was significantly diminished. Given the scarcity of remaining players, it was only logical that they had opted to form a team, attempting to stick together for safety. However, to claim a deep-seated camaraderie amongst themselves would be a gross exaggeration. Consequently, upon encountering their long-absent teammates, Lu Ming and his companion's initial reaction was to quickly dismiss them, lest they interfere with their own tasks. "Are these your friends?" A clear voice interjected, tinged with surprise. Looking up, they saw Adamu, clad in hunting attire, standing at the entrance, observing Lu Ming and Lu Lan with keen interest. "Sir." Lu Ming and his companion swiftly turned to face him. Yet, Lu Lan was even quicker in her response. "Sir, we are former teammates of theirs. We heard you were in need of assistance, so we came to seek an opportunity." Lu Lan spoke with poise, adding, "I have experience running a trading company and am familiar with the local situation. My sister is also an excellent cook. Might you have any need for our services?" "Goodness, is this a job inquiry?" Adamu paused, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded and replied, "I do not require attendance, but..." He scrutinized Lu Lan and her companion, carefully choosing his words before continuing, "I am seeking information about certain items in the vicinity. If you can provide relevant intelligence, I would be willing to compensate you." Adamu had no need for mere combatants. It was evident that Lu Lan and her companion were ordinary individuals, likely lacking the combat prowess of Lu Ming. However, Should they be capable of furnishing useful information, Adamu would not hesitate to offer them a reward. Recently, he had been troubled by a lack of experience points. That sounds splendid. A confident smile blossomed on Lulan's face. Then, under Adamu's intrigued gaze, she produced a map from her pocket. Crafted from ordinary parchment, it appeared somewhat rudimentary, yet it detailed the surrounding terrain, marking several notable locations including several nearby towns. Complete with thorough pathways. In this world, such a map held considerable value. Lu Ming and Yang In exchanged glances, both sensing an ominous premonition. Clearly, Lulan and her companion had come prepared. Indeed, upon the map's revelation, Adamu's interest was piqued. He inquired about the local geography, seeking to ascertain the whereabouts of corrupted creatures and the hideouts of bandits. Lulan and her companion were somewhat astonished by his questions. Both corrupted creatures and bandits were entities to be avoided at all costs in this world. They had not anticipated that this knight would actively seek them out. However, reflecting on the rumors they had gathered, Lulan and her companion understood the motive behind their presence. The reason they had come to this location was not born of idleness. After being slain by a giant wolf, they had expended a resurrection opportunity and reincarnated nearby. Learning from their previous missteps, they had altered their strategy, opting not to confront the dangerous corrupted creatures directly. Instead, they sought to gather intelligence and experiences from former players, hoping to leverage this knowledge to connect with local figures. They had effectively abandoned the traditional path of leveling up through combat, choosing instead to pursue a more strategic approach. The external threats were simply too formidable for them to contend with. Collecting information and handling logistical matters was far more suitable. Their decision to approach Adamu stemmed from his recent notoriety. Over the past month, he had been patrolling the area, vanquishing corrupted creatures and driving off bandits, gaining fame that spread through the nearby towns via traders. Naturally, this caught the attention of Lulan and her companion. Players are known for their swift reactions. Upon recognizing Adamu's exceptional abilities, they promptly made their way to this small town, only to unexpectedly encounter their former teammates, Lu Ming and Yang An. As for Adamu's requests, though they harbored some doubts, they quickly provided their feedback. If you head towards the forest, you will encounter numerous corrupted creatures. As for the bandit groups, there are a few nearby, but they are well hidden, and few know the locations of their strongholds, Lulan stated honestly. There is no shortage of corrupted creatures. In this world teeming with monstrosities, while other resources may be scarce, the infected creatures are plentiful and can be found almost everywhere. In some areas, their proliferation has even led to the obliteration of cities, she continued. The southern forest, you say? Adamu nodded, deep in thought. He was already aware of this information, having received warnings from Delhi, the local authority, advising against venturing in that direction. Unlike the solitary corrupted creatures he encountered elsewhere, the majority in that region tended to swarm in large numbers. No matter how formidable Adamu's skills, he would still find himself in peril against such odds. Adamu clearly acknowledged this caution, refraining from pursuing that direction. However, he gleaned from the two women other locations that posed less danger and might be worth exploring. If possible, I shall settle in this vicinity, he declared. At your service, Lulan and her sister exchanged a glance, excitement evident in their eyes. Chapter 15 thoughts. A soft thud echoed through the air as a colossal, corrupted creature silently fell, slain by a single individual. Its lifeless body lay on the ground, presenting a truly horrifying sight, for this formidable beast would have previously required the efforts of numerous elite warriors, suffering considerable casualties, to be vanquished. Yet today, it had been dispatched by none other than a youth. Adamu stood quietly on the ground, wielding a brand new greatsword. Indeed, a greatsword. After enduring prolonged battles, his previous long sword had become utterly unusable. The age of that weapon had rendered its quality questionable, and it was designed solely for combat against foes rather than the peculiarities of monstrous entities. This great sword was exceedingly valuable, crafted from robust materials, even disregarding its sharpness. Its sheer weight was sufficient to crush an adversary. Coupled with Adamu's extraordinary strength, it could instill a profound sense of despair in his opponents. The impact of this great sword upon the corrupted creature was significantly more effective than that of his prior long sword. After slaying the monstrous tiger before him, Adamu sheathed the great sword and gazed into the distance. The third one down. Not far away, Lulan and her companion stood in eager excitement, resembling a cheering squad. They observed the fallen creature with a mix of exhilaration and tallying. In a mere few days, Adamu had now dispatched 3 such creatures, each one more powerful than the last. The strength of this latest beast was particularly fearsome, nearing that of true monsters. Had it wandered into an ordinary town? It would have undoubtedly wrought disaster, claiming the lives of countless innocents. Yet, regrettably for it, it had encountered Yadamu. With decisive movements, Yadamu had swiftly brought it down, leaving Lulan and her companions in a state of awe. However, as astonishing as it was, they had begun to acclimate to such displays of power, having witnessed numerous battles from Yadamu in recent times. His combat style typically involved overwhelming force, rarely necessitating intricate maneuvers. The disparity in strength rendered finesse irrelevant. Mounting his horse and observing Lu Ming and the others attending to the carcass, Yadamu produced a gold coin from his pocket and tossed it to Lulan. "Thank you for your guidance." With the coin in hand, a radiant smile blossomed on Lulan's face. The material benefits of accompanying Yadamu were substantial. In circumstances where resources were not scarce, Yadamu exhibited remarkable generosity, far surpassing others in his rewards. Furthermore, being in his presence elevated their status, allowing them to wield influence reminiscent of his own. Local guards, who previously harbored disdain for outsiders and had even contemplated imprisonment and extortion, now regarded them with a newfound respect due to Yadamu's stature. Their prospects for advancement were equally promising. Traveling with Yadamu, they occasionally received tasks, such as Lulan and her companion's recent assignment to guide him, which awarded them 20 experience points. While modest, this was a valuable source of experience for them, especially as both had benefited. Upon task completion, Yadamu would often grant them additional rewards. More importantly, there lay the potential for clues regarding class advancement. Lulan had witnessed Yadamu's extraordinary prowess. He was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Such beings were likely professionals, possessing insights into class transitions. By remaining in his vicinity, they stood a considerable chance of uncovering the key to such advancements. Perhaps I could maneuver this to my advantage as she gazed at Yadamu. A thought flickered through Lulan's mind. Unlike Lu Ming and the others, who merely sought to stay close to Yadamu for personal gain, Lulan's ambitions were grander. She believed that instead of hoarding this knowledge, it would be wiser to seek an opportunity to sell information about Yadamu. Yadamu's situation was undeniably captivating. His unparalleled strength, the enigmatic identity of a distant knight, and possession of class advancement credentials made him an appealing figure for players. Not to mention, he could activate quests and was among the rare exceptional individuals who were also generous with their resources. Such a persona would undoubtedly attract the interest of significant gaming factions. Lulan was convinced that if she approached these powerful entities, there would be ample interest, and they would offer a handsome price. Moreover, this arrangement could benefit Yadamu as well. Within the vast player community, a substantial number of players thrived, while some toiled in the trenches battling monsters. Others stumbled upon riches with ease, unearthing treasures with casual strolls. The factions of such players could serve as valuable allies for someone of Yadamu's caliber. After all, Yadamu was not a deity. He too required sustenance and rest, and would have certain needs from the outside world. Lulan had also observed Yadamu's deliberate collection of gold coins, indicating that this knight harbored some desire for wealth and could be influenced by financial incentives. Thus, it followed that he would have a need for player factions, who might even have the capacity to employ or ally with him. Therefore, this was not a betrayal, but rather a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, just as Lulan attempted to probe this avenue, she received disheartening news. "No need," Yadamu replied with a gentle smile, declining her proposition. "Your suggestion sounds appealing, but I currently lack the time." "Leaving?" Lulan instinctively paused, then quickly interjected, "Can't you take us with you?" Upon hearing her words, Lu Ming and the others turned, their expressions filled with hopeful anticipation as they looked at Yadamu. They too were reluctant to see him depart, or at the very least, wished to accompany him. Unfortunately, the course of events rarely unfolded so smoothly. Yadamu regarded them with an apologetic glance before stating, "I am truly sorry. I do not even know where I am headed, so I cannot bring you along." Chapter 16 Departure if circumstances permitted. Yadamu would not have minded taking Lu Ming and the others along with him. However, regrettably, even he was uncertain of his own destination. The golden hourglass continued its slow flow, yet who could discern where it would ultimately guide Yadamu before it had fully run its course? Yadamu too could not ascertain where he would go next. Thus, he was unable to acquiesce to Lu Ming and his companion's requests. After a moment of contemplation, he refrained from dismissing their hopes outright and smiled, saying, "Perhaps we shall continue to fight side by side after this. That is what we all yearn for." Lulan and the others nodded, their hearts ignited with a flicker of hope. Regardless of the uncertainties, there was at least a glimmer of possibility. "Let us depart." Sensing their sentiments, Yadamu smiled warmly at them, leading the way forward, choosing to leave. In the days that followed, Yadamu relentlessly hunted, seeking out the formidable demonized creatures for battle. His actions were driven not only by the pursuit of experience points but also by a desire to safeguard the tranquility of this region. As he challenged these demonized beings, the area gradually grew more serene due to his efforts. The demonized creatures dwindled, allowing the townsfolk to traverse the land with greater safety. Even the elderly could venture into the wilderness without fear for their well-being. Of course, in aiding others, he was simultaneously aiding himself. Name: Adama race. Ancient Hyman attributes: Strength 3, 7, Constitution 3, 8, Spirit 2, 9, Charm 2, 9, Bloodline, Blood of the Ancient High Royalty 9, Talents, Archery Mastery 3. Linguistic Proficiency 5, Skills, Hod Knight Training Method, Level 6, Archery, Level 3, Hod Combat Sword Technique, Level 3. Experience Points 2. The familiar character panel appeared before him. In the early morning, sunlight bathed the earth, illuminating all in a radiant glow. Adamu sat by a gentle stream, gazing at his current attribute panel, lost in thought. His gains had been quite satisfactory, thanks to the guidance of Lu Lan and other players. Despite numerous challenges, he ultimately reaped rewards. Most of these gains were added to the Royal Bloodline attribute. In less than half a month, he had increased his Royal Bloodline from 5 to 9 points. The results were indeed remarkable. Under the influence of his bloodline's power, his appetite burgeoned, his physique began to grow taller once more, and his features became more defined. Limbs strong and powerful. Even without specialized training, his various strengths would gradually develop alongside the growth of his bloodline. All these signs underscored the significance of bloodline heritage. However, having reached this level, he was nearing his limit. Not that further advancement was impossible, but Adamu lacked the time to expend on it. Calculating the days, he turned his gaze forward. Before him, the golden grains of sand in the hourglass flowed steadily downward, now nearing its conclusion. What would transpire once the hourglass reset to 0 was a mystery even to Adamu. Thus, in the past 2 days, he had reluctantly set aside his ongoing hunting endeavors to attend to final matters. He approached the mayor of Streamtown, donating 10 gold coins in his name, hoping to procure food for the impoverished children of the town. Subsequently, he found Deli, returning the horse and sword entrusted to him, preparing for his departure. Perhaps, Adama remarked, he had grown fond of life in this small town. Although the material conditions here paled in comparison to those at Hod Academy, he relished his days nonetheless. Here, he had tangible people to protect, children and townsfolk in need of his assistance, and worthy adversaries to wield his sword against. In the past, Adamu had aspired to become a knight. Yet it was only during his 2 months in this small town that he truly embodied a knight, safeguarding the peace of the land. If it were possible, he would rather not leave. Deli patted Adamu on the shoulder, offering silent blessings. He held a deep fondness for this young man, not solely due to Adamu's formidable prowess, but also because of his purity and dedication. The youth before him was unlike any other. He possessed steadfast beliefs, fearless courage, and a kindness towards others. In his past as a wanderer, Deli had encountered many, but few possessed the remarkable qualities that Adamu exhibited. Thus, Adamu bid farewell. Before departing, he made a personal visit to many in the town, expressing gratitude to each individual who had aided him, and within his means, performing a few final acts of kindness for them. As he took his leave, a significant portion of the town gathered to see him off. As he stepped through the town gates, Adamu was astonished to find the square, usually devoid of people, now filled to the brim. They held gifts in their hands, smiling as they bid him farewell. Children sang nursery rhymes, while girls adorned with handmade flower crowns gazed at Adamu with profound reluctance. These were all individuals who had once received his kindness. In this moment, they sang their unique songs to send him off. Under the moonlit night, the brave traversed the mountains as demons turned to dust. Ah, wanderer of unknown lands, you are a noble hero and also a knight of distant realms. May the moonlight forever grace your path. May your voice resonate eternally. The jubilant melodies echoed around him. Adamu stood silently for a long while, absorbing the sounds, before finally raising his head. Bathed in gentle sunlight, his appearance had transformed into one of striking beauty, exuding an enchanting aura reminiscent of a prince from a fairy tale, unforgettable in an instant. In this moment, as he listened to the songs, he quietly uttered his thanks and began to depart slowly. The songs remained vibrant, and amidst the harmonious chorus, the young knight gradually faded from view, ultimately disappearing into the depths of the forest. Chapter 17. Return. Adamu walked forward, the townsfolk of Streamflow sending him off from behind, their gazes unwaveringly fixed upon him. Under their watchful eyes, Adamu's figure gradually moved forward, eventually vanishing at the forest's edge. Ultimately, his silhouette was obscured by the trees, disappearing entirely from view. The singing from behind him gradually faded away, transforming from a resounding chorus into a mere whisper before it vanished completely. Unbeknownst to him, a smile crept onto Adamu's face. In this very place, he had spent a full 15 years, a duration far surpassing his time here. He had grown in this region, inching ever closer to his goal of knighthood. He had driven away beasts, offered refuge to the vulnerable, safeguarded travelers from banditry, and maintained the tranquility of this land. He had rescued children, aided the helpless, and personally saved many lives from the clutches of beasts and brigands, effecting numerous changes. Throughout these interactions, he had gained profound insights, no longer wandering aimlessly as he once had. These were invaluable rewards. Joy filled his heart, yet the journey ahead still beckoned. At a certain moment, Adamu turned to face the path ahead. A powerful aura surged forth, one he had never encountered before. Regrettably, feeling this presence, he sighed and silently turned away. Before him, the golden hourglass continued to function, the last grain of sand falling, marking the conclusion of this cycle. With a swish, light enveloped the area, a golden torrent enveloping Adamu's entire being. Under this radiant embrace, he vanished from sight. The familiar golden door swung open once more. The sensation he had previously experienced surged back, accompanied by a disorienting wave of dizziness that clouded his mind. After a while, Adamu regained his composure. He slowly rose, surveying his surroundings. Everything around him was familiar, the very arrangements he had meticulously tidied. How wonderful it was to return to a place he knew so well, Adamu reflected. Before directing his gaze forward, he still wore the same attire as before, and all the possessions he had acquired remained intact. Among them was the colossal sword commissioned from the blacksmith in Streamflow, along with various other items, all in their rightful places, unchanged. His strength remained unaltered. The power he had gained through leveling up in the previous world did not seem to have dissipated upon his departure. It persisted. These possessions stood as the best testament to Adamu's prior experiences. However, he soon realized something was amiss. After leaving the previous world, he discovered that his character template had vanished. This ability appeared to exist solely within that realm, and thus, it disappeared upon his exit. This also signified that Adamu had lost the capacity to enhance his strength through skill points. Nonetheless, he remained remarkably composed. Though surprised, he felt no disappointment. Perhaps due to the richness of his recent experiences, he had adopted a more open-minded perspective. The absence of the character template was inconsequential. He would regard this journey as a delightful surprise. His gains were already plentiful. Moreover, the golden hourglass remained, the golden sands still flowing. Perhaps someday, he would again enjoy the benefits of an enhanced template. Having concluded his self-assessment, Adamu turned his attention to his surroundings. He quickly sensed something was off. He had spent nearly 2 months in the previous realm. Such a duration should have left his residence covered in dust, with noticeable changes throughout. However, in reality, his room showed little sign of alteration. Everything appeared as it had before. Even the dust was scarcely visible. He moved to one side. The leaves he had gathered were now wilted, moisture having evaporated, yet they had not entirely turned to dry foliage. Time seemed to be behaving strangely. This thought flickered in his mind as he tidied up and stepped outside. He changed out of his garments, donning a relatively ordinary robe. Leaving the colossal sword in his room and opting for a standard longsword instead, he stepped out with purpose. Soon, he learned the answer. Had only 3 days passed? Before a small vendor, Adamu stood momentarily stunned. In the previous realm, he had lingered for nearly 2 months, yet only 3 days had elapsed here at Hood Academy. The disparity was significant. Did the flow of time differ across worlds? Adamu pondered this notion, feeling perplexed. Yet, he could not grasp the underlying rules and could only assume this for now. After all, this was his first experience of such transdimensional travel. For Adamu, this was, in fact, good news. Hood Academy maintained a relatively lenient approach to student management, though 2 months of absence from classes would undoubtedly raise concerns. Adamu was not a scion of the elite. He was merely the son of an ordinary knight. Individuals like him were numerous within Hood Academy, far from being in a position to disregard its regulations. Missing 2 months of classes could lead to complications, and in severe cases, expulsion. While Adamu harbored no fear, avoiding trouble was certainly preferable. With this thought in mind, he turned away and walked off. The following day, he appeared at the Academy's training grounds. It was a shooting range, dotted with targets and populated by a few training students. Overall, the number of people was modest. Adamu stood in place, quietly raising his bow. The last time he had been here, his archery skills were rather rudimentary, his movements clumsy, and his accuracy lacking. However, upon returning, his actions were markedly proficient, demonstrating impressive precision, hitting the bullseye 9 times out of 10. Such accuracy was exceptional, placing him among the best in the academy. To speak frankly, even some instructors specializing in archery would likely find it hard to match Adamu's current level of skill. Yet, he did not revel in this. He simply shot arrows in silence, seeking to find his rhythm. For him, this level of proficiency felt entirely natural. Chapter 18. Archery with a swift motion. The long arrow surged forward, striking the target with precision and completely filling the modest-sized bullseye. Adamu surveyed the scene before him, feeling no surprise. Excellent, came a chorus of applause from afar. Adamu turned to his side, noticing a young man had approached at some point, now standing nearby with his gaze fixed on Adamu. His face bore an expression of admiration. Impressive archery. What is your name? Adamu, he replied, lowering his bow and expressing a hint of curiosity. And you are? The young man appeared distinguished, extending his hand toward Adamu with a polite smile. Pleased to meet you. Likewise, Adamu nodded, committing the name to memory. The individual before him exuded an air of nobility, likely of aristocratic lineage. However, according to local customs, it was customary for nobles to introduce themselves upon first meeting. Yet, neither Adamu nor the young man seemed inclined to do so. Adamu felt no compulsion to mention his surname. In the past, he might have emphasized his noble status by doing so, but now, he had grown indifferent to such formalities. In the halls of Hood Academy, the presence of illustrious nobles was as common as cattle. His identity as a baron's son hardly mattered. There was little necessity for self-introduction. As for the young man, Isius, his reasons remained unclear. Following a brief introduction, silence enveloped them. Adamu was not naturally inclined to engage in conversation. On the contrary, he often found himself brooding and reticent, struggling to find a topic. However, Isius appeared to be quite the conversationalist. Sensing Adamu's hesitation, he initiated dialogue, engaging him word by word. His remarks were concise, devoid of superfluous chatter. Even casual exchanges carried a pleasant air, inviting attentive listening. Isius's eloquence effortlessly drew Adamu into conversation. Shall we compete? Isius suggested with a smile. Let us see who can hit the target more accurately, with a wager of a gold coin. Very well, Adamu agreed, offering no further objections. In other matters, he might have hesitated, for while a gold coin was not insignificant, it still represented a notable sum. However, in the realm of archery, he held considerable confidence, bolstered by his experiences hunting magical creatures in the forest. Within Hood Academy, even those instructors dedicated to archery would likely struggle to surpass him. Upon Adamu's acceptance, a smile blossomed on Isius's face. They each readied their bows. Adamu's bow was the most ordinary kind, and his arrows were homemade, lacking iron tips and serving merely for practice. In contrast, Isius wielded a bow and arrows of exquisite craftsmanship, each arrow adorned with steel tips, showcasing impressive lethality. It was evident that he hailed from wealth. Yet, their competition was not one of lethality, but of accuracy. Without hesitation, Adamu took the first shot. Releasing 10 arrows in quick succession, 9 struck the bullseye, while 1 deviated slightly due to the wind. Following him, Isius also released 10 arrows, achieving the same result as Adamu, with 9 hitting the target. However, the one that missed was significantly off course, sealing his defeat. It seems I have lost, Isius remarked with a hint of melancholy as he lowered his bow. No, you have not lost, Adamu countered, shaking his head. You intentionally waited for the wind to shift before releasing your final arrow. Had you not done so, it would not have strayed as much. I cannot accept your wager. Let us consider it a draw. Isius regarded Adamu thoughtfully, then smiled. Are you a student of the Knight Academy? I believe we shall have many opportunities to meet again in the near future. Indeed, Adamu replied with a smile. But it is getting late. I must take my leave. I have been here for over a year, so if you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to call for me. Are you suggesting that you would assist me should I require it? Isius inquired with genuine interest. Of course, Adamu stated calmly, provided that such assistance does not harm others. That is understood, Isius nodded, watching as Adamu turned to depart. Interesting, truly interesting, he mused aloud after Adamu's figure had vanished from sight. I did not expect to encounter such an intriguing individual in Hood Academy. This visit was certainly worthwhile. With a smile, he too turned to leave. Adamu exited the archery range and walked aside. Are you certain you wish to exchange for 50 gold coins? A clerk at a nearby window asked, confirming once more. Please proceed with the exchange, Yadamu replied after a moment of contemplation. Upon returning to the academy, he still possessed the gold coins he had previously collected. However, to utilize them, he first needed to convert them into the currency commonly used in the Kingdom of Hode. This task was not overly difficult. As an official institution of the Hode Kingdom, Hode Academy had merchants who specialized in currency exchange. Yadamu visited several establishments before settling on this one. Due to differences in gold content, over 80 foreign coins only yielded 50 Hode coins. The quantity had diminished significantly. Yet it still represented a substantial fortune, adequate for Yadamu's daily needs. Chapter 19. Reagan's encounter 50 gold coins. This sum was considerable for Yadamu. His father was a nobleman with a fief, and their living conditions within the Hode Academy were relatively comfortable. Yet the monthly remittance he received averaged merely 2 gold coins. 50 gold coins represented a fortune equivalent to 2 years' worth of funds. Upon receiving this windfall, Yadamu anticipated a surge of excitement. However, he found himself remarkably indifferent. He experienced no emotional upheaval regarding this wealth and felt an unusual calmness instead. This reaction puzzled Yadamu, leading him to speculate that perhaps having faced greater challenges. He now felt little thrill at the sight of these coins. After some contemplation, he turned to leave. With the newfound wealth in hand, his immediate instinct was to seek out his friend, Reagan. Just a few days prior, he had borrowed 2 gold coins from Reagan. Now that he had the means to repay him, it was only natural to do so. Thus, he redirected his steps toward the opposite side of the academy. The Hode Academy sprawled over an extensive area, but the accommodations were not centralized. Nobles and commoners experienced starkly different living conditions. Nobles like Yadamu were typically housed in the core area of the academy, each in private quarters, while commoners, even those with wealth, were relegated to modest dormitories, often sharing rooms with several others. Furthermore, to mitigate potential conflicts between the two classes, the dormitories for commoners were situated on the periphery of the academy, maintaining a considerable distance from those of the nobles. This distance was of little consequence to Yadamu. However, upon arriving at Reagan's room, he was met with an unexpected revelation. Reagan was not present. The dormitory manager shook his head, his expression betraying surprise as he regarded Yadamu. Reagan had left several days prior. Several days? Yadamu furrowed his brow. He had previously overlooked this detail. Considering Reagan's frequent absences due to his business dealings outside the academy as commonplace. However, the duration of this absence was rather peculiar. Although the academy fostered a relaxed atmosphere, prolonged absence could lead to disciplinary action for failing to fulfill specific course requirements. Given Reagan's regard for his status as a student, such a lapse was uncharacteristic. Where had he gone? Yadamu pressed for further details. The dormitory manager chuckled lightly, responding, "Who can say?" His tone carried a hint of disdain. "Could you please elaborate?" Yadamu, undeterred by the manager's demeanor, earnestly inquired about his friend's recent circumstances. "Why should I tell you?" The manager instinctively wanted to retort, but upon observing Adamu's demeanor, he hesitated. Bathed in the gentle sunlight, Yadamu, clad in his student robe, with his flowing hair and exquisitely handsome features, resembled a character from a fairy tale, exuding an extraordinary charm. It was unavoidable. People often said not to judge others by their appearance, yet reality dictated otherwise. Experience suggested that individuals of such striking allure were often not to be trifled with, likely possessing a remarkable background. Even in the absence of such connections, one could not dismiss the possibility that Yadamu might someday gain favor with influential figures. Reluctantly, the manager's demeanor softened, and he shared what little information he had. In truth, he knew little, merely providing Yadamu with a general overview. However, what he revealed was enough to cause Yadamu to frown deeply. Reagan's sister had attracted unwanted attention and was currently facing difficulties. Yadamu's frown deepened as the manager explained. Reagan indeed had a sister, whom Yadamu had met once. She was charming and appeared to be named Ellie. However, she was only 14, a tender age by any standard. And it was alarming that anyone would dare target such a young girl. More importantly, Reagan would never allow such an affront to occur. Yadamu understood Reagan's temperament well. Despite his rational exterior, Reagan was fiercely protective of his friends and family, especially his sister. He would go to great lengths to shield her from harm. And if he refused to yield, retaliation would surely ensue, potentially resulting in expulsion from the academy. Yadamu's brows knitted in anxiety as a foreboding sensation washed over him. After expressing his gratitude to the manager, he turned and departed. In the hours that followed, he wandered aimlessly throughout the academy. Although his true intent was to search for Reagan, Regrettably, he found no trace of his friend. To his chagrin, despite their friendship, Adamu realized he was somewhat unfamiliar with Reagan's daily habits. It was only through inquiries with other students that he learned of Reagan's preferred haunts. As time passed without success, he pondered the possibility that Reagan may have already left the academy altogether. If that were the case, Adamu might find some solace in the knowledge that his friend was safe outside the confines of the institution. Emerging from a patch of grass, Adamu gazed up at the sky. Dusk was approaching, and the heavens were shifting hues. Raindrops began to fall, ushering in a refreshing coolness. It was raining. Drip. Drip. Gentle raindrops pattered down. In a narrow alleyway, a figure collapsed heavily to the ground, emitting a harrowing sound. Mr. Eggers is awaiting your response. Do not keep the esteemed gentleman waiting too long, understood? Chapter 20. Conflict. With a dull thud, Reagan's body collided with the ground, producing a crisp sound. Take your time to ponder. A voice nearby interjected with a hint of disdain. Don't think that hiding your sister will keep us from finding out. It's still early. Their conversation trailed off, gradually fading as they seemed to turn away. Light rain continued to fall from the sky, each droplet hitting the ground with a sharp sound. In the alley, Reagan lay on the ground, feebly gazing up at the heavens. The rain dripped relentlessly upon him, splattering against his face, yet it elicited no response. Amidst the rain, a few drops of crimson blood emerged, though not in overwhelming quantity. It appeared he had sustained minor injuries, perhaps not too severe. Time passed, and faint footsteps echoed in the distance, followed by a shadow. Reagan lifted his gaze, spotting a familiar figure standing nearby. Under the twilight, the silhouette of Adamu emerged, remarkably clear. Aren't you going to get up? Adamu remarked softly, observing Reagan's current state. It was twilight, and the sky outside was dimming. Adamu stood beside Reagan, holding an umbrella to shield him from the rain. Adamu, it's you, Reagan said, a bitter smile creeping onto his face as he recognized his friend. Upon seeing his companion, a glimmer of life seemed to return to his eyes. With Adamu's assistance, he struggled to rise and asked, Do you know what happened? Somewhat, Adamu nodded. About your recent ordeal. I'm at a loss for words, but regardless, I must thank you. Reagan's bitter smile widened. Only you would dare come looking for me at a time like this. Is this situation truly troublesome? Adamu inquired, then suggested. Even if you cannot refuse, can't you take your sister and leave? It is quite troublesome, Reagan replied, a bitter smile still on his face. Aegis. He is the child of the Marquis of Green. I'm merely the son of a merchant. The Marquis of Green was a well-known figure within the Kingdom of Hode, monopolizing a significant portion of the grain trade and owning numerous merchant guilds. Serving as a financial minister relied upon by the royal family. Even the most ordinary child of such a noble would be beyond the reach of common folk. As for leaving, Reagan's face twisted in bitterness. Where could I possibly go? It's impossible. That old man would gladly turn over Ellie to curry favor with the Marquis's child, using us merely as pawns. To him, we are nothing more than commodities. As long as he has Aegis, he wouldn't bat an eye if we perished here. Adamu fell silent. Reagan's father was a traditional merchant with many children. Compared to his siblings, Reagan and Ellie were merely inconspicuous figures. If selling them could yield significant profit, their abandonment was a foregone conclusion. In comparison to placating the Marquis's child, what were two ordinary children worth? Remaining at the academy would eventually lead to their doom. Adamu spoke softly, leaving here. At least you stand a chance of survival. But if you stay, your fate is already sealed. This is a world governed by power. As a seasoned student of the Hode Academy, Adamu understood its myriad rules. While the academy superficially promoted equality, law, and order, the reality was rife with inequality, violence, and might dictated all rules. Within the academy, a mere merchant son like Reagan stood no chance against a Marquis's son. His only opportunity lay in escaping to a place untouched by their influence, where he could start anew. You make a valid point, Reagan admitted with a wry smile, but how could I possibly leave? Aegis, his minions are everywhere. I've exerted myself to hide my sister. How could I take her with me? There will always be a way, Adamu reassured him. Is that so? Suddenly, a commotion arose in the distance. Adamu turned to see several figures approaching. There were 3 in total, one of whom was a towering individual clad in tight-fitting attire, exuding an imposing presence. The sheer size of this man was intimidating enough. Not to mention his status, a knight apprentice. Within the Hode Academy, a clear distinction existed between knight apprentices and regular students. Although Adamu did not recognize this individual, he could tell at a glance that he was a peer. The burly man looked at Adamu with surprise. All right, come with me. What do you intend to do? Reagan struggled to rise, his voice tinged with suppressed fury. What is the plan? The burly man chuckled. To be frank, your sister is already in our possession. It's unfortunate. She has been crying incessantly, which might displease Mr. Aegis. We've come to request that you persuade her to be more composed. You are shameless. Reagan exclaimed angrily, unable to contain his rage. My sister is betrothed. This is banditry. Betrothed? Very well, the burly man smirked. But who cares? He then turned to Adamu. And you, sir, please accompany me as well. He recognized Adamu's status as a knight apprentice, yet he seemed indifferent. The academy had many knight apprentices, but most were merely idling away their time, not warranting concern. Given his strength, the man deemed anyone outside a select few as inconsequential. Adamu was evidently not one of those. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. I will accompany you. A powerful arm reached out, grasping the man's arm firmly. Then, calm and resolute words fell from Adamu's lips, but you will lead the way. As the words echoed, an overwhelming force surged from his grip, forcefully bringing the man down to the ground. Thud. Chapter 21. A resounding thud echoed through the air. The onlookers widened their eyes, transfixed by the scene unfolding before them. In the grasp of Adamu, the burly man was lifted effortlessly, akin to a child, and slammed heavily onto the ground, producing a dull sound. The sheer force of this act was terrifying and horrifying, resulting in immediate injury. However, it is essential to note that a knight apprentice is no ordinary individual. While Adamu could easily subdue an average person, rendering them powerless, it proved insufficient against a knight apprentice. The imposing figure attempted to struggle, seeking to escape Adamu's grip. Yet, his efforts were in vain. Adamu merely extended a single hand. Yet the power displayed was undeniably formidable, pinning the man to the ground, rendering him immobile. This spectacle left all witnesses in stunned silence. They were well aware of the burly man's strength. In fact, it was precisely this awareness that fueled their confidence. They had not anticipated that he would be so easily bested by Adamu, unable to withstand even a single strike before collapsing. Do not move. Adamu's voice resonated calmly, as serene as before. I have no desire to engage in futile endeavors, and I trust you feel the same. Since you wish to take us to Miss Eiley, please guide us. With that, amidst a struggle, Adamu effortlessly tossed the burly man aside, as one would a child, without the slightest exertion. This extraordinary display rendered Reagan momentarily speechless, before he finally regained his composure. Yes, lead the way, he urged, gritting his teeth as he addressed the individuals before him. You intend for me to persuade her, so take me to her now. The individuals ahead exchanged glances, first at Reagan and then at the seemingly unconscious, burly man on the ground, and without further ado, they turned and led Adamu and Reagan onward. As they proceeded, they attracted the attention of numerous onlookers, yet they remained indifferent, continuing until they arrived at their destination. To Adamu's surprise, this location was situated in the Noble District, home to the dormitories of aristocratic students. In order to keep Eiley hidden, I entrusted her to the residence of a friend, Reagan explained, sensing Adamu's confusion. Adamu nodded, refraining from further comment as they continued onward. Upon reaching the ground floor, the building's manager seemed poised to inquire about their intentions, but fell silent at the sight of them. It was evident she recognized their identities and understood the caliber of individuals she was dealing with. They advanced until they reached a room. The door swung open, revealing a young girl with a delicate appearance and freckles, who stepped out, glancing nervously at the outside world. She had anticipated encountering the burly man upon opening the door, only to be met by Reagan instead. Reagan's face was contorted with rage as he confronted the girl. Kylie, where is my sister? You. Reagan. Kylie stammered, astonished at the sight of him. Reagan, however, showed no restraint, storming into the room and delivering a sharp slap. A light crack echoed as Kylie was struck, and she was unceremoniously shoved aside. Reagan rushed into the room, frantically searching for something. Fortunately, his efforts bore fruit. In Kylie's room, a timid girl sat quietly, and it was none other than Reagan's sister. Adamu entered the room, casting a glance around. In the past, Reagan had always been protective of his sister, seldom allowing her to venture into the public eye. Thus, Adamu had rarely seen Eiley. This time, however, he noticed considerable changes. The girl appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, her age comparable to Adamu's. Though still in the process of maturation, her features were already exquisite, exuding a unique charm that captured attention. Reflecting on her beauty, Adamu thought to himself how it was no wonder she had caught someone's eye. Meanwhile, Reagan and his sister embraced tightly, conversing earnestly. Adamu found himself growing somewhat bored as he observed Kylie, who sat silently in a chair. The right side of her face flushed from Reagan's slap. "Perhaps you should apply something to soothe your injury," Adamu suggested, his expression tinged with regret. "I apologize." Reagan's emotions got the better of him, and he may have struck too hard. "It is nothing," Kylie replied with a faint smile. "This is a consequence I must bear. I was entrusted with his sister, yet I failed to protect her. That is my fault. If circumstances permitted, I believe you would not wish for this either." Adamu spoke softly, offering solace. He bore no significant animosity towards Kylie. After all, most individuals in this world are merely ordinary, and the conditions of this room spoke volumes. While Kylie hailed from noble lineage, her situation was still quite ordinary. Otherwise, she would not associate with Reagan, the son of a merchant. Faced with the pressure exerted by a marquis's son, her decision to sell herself or succumb to the pressure was, in essence, a normal response. Adamu understood this perspective well. "What are your plans now?" Adamu inquired after a brief pause, directing his attention to Reagan, who still held his sister tightly. Reagan, attempting to maintain his composure, responded, "We cannot remain at this academy any longer. I must take her away from here. However, I am still uncertain about the specifics of how to proceed. If you have resolved to leave, it would be prudent to do so under the cover of darkness," Adamu suggested. "Stay here for the night, and when the sky darkens, your chances of escape will significantly improve." "Agreed," Reagan nodded, then looked at Adamu, exhaling a sigh of resignation. "My own fate is inconsequential. But I fear I may be dragging you down with me, Adamu. The individual interested in Eiley is a marquis's child. Such a person holds considerable influence even within the halls of Hood Academy, capable of wielding significant power. By assisting me, you have effectively made an enemy of him. Remaining at the academy may subject you to considerable pressure. Such matters are of little concern to me," Adamu replied with a smile. "I am of noble birth myself, a student of Hood Knight Academy." Chapter 22. An unexpected battle. Reagan fell into a profound silence. Indeed, no matter how one may argue, Adamu was still a noble, a member of the Knight Academy. And what was he? Merely the son of a merchant. In this world, there exists an immense chasm between nobility and commoners. Much like the divide between Reagan and Adamu, the death of a commoner within the academy carries a weight vastly different from that of a noble heir who is a knight apprentice. The son of the Marquis Agus could suppress Reagan without a second thought, even resorting to violence, yet he would hesitate to do the same to Adamu. Moreover, Adamu was not one to cower in fear. Realizing this, Reagan held his sister close, uncertain whether to feel comforted or sorrowful. Unbeknownst to him, his emotions became increasingly complex as he stood there in silence. "Reagan, I wish to convey to you that in this world, there are few things we can truly rely upon. I have my noble status and the accomplishments of a knight apprentice, but you possess neither. Your father is no source of support. Your identity may become a pretext for others to oppress you. Even the wealth you hold could serve as a reason for others to trouble you. But regardless of everything, you have Ellie, your sister," he continued earnestly, looking directly at Reagan. "You are not alone. You are her sole pillar of support. In this world, apart from you, she has no one else to rely upon. Thus, for her sake, you must strive to live and survive." Adamu's words were gentle yet resolute, lacking any particular rhythm. Yet they seemed to resonate with a quiet strength that compelled one to listen intently. His demeanor was calm, his face imbued with unwavering determination as he gazed at Reagan. Behind him, Kelly could not help but turn to look at Adamu, while Reagan's expression began to shift. "Indeed," he murmured to himself as he embraced his sister. "I still have Ellie. Others may surrender, but I cannot. If I give up, it will all be over." His internal monologue solidified his resolve. Having grown up as the son of a humble merchant, Reagan had long since grasped the harshness and inevitability of this world. He understood deeply what would become of his sister should she lose him as her support. The beauty of a girl can be a gift from the heavens. Yet for many, it serves as a deadly poison, plunging their lives into an abyss of despair from which they may never escape. As her elder brother, Reagan could not rely on others. He must fortify himself to be his sister's anchor. "We shall depart now. If Lord Agus sends someone to inquire, you may speak the truth without reservation. Find Ellie." Once Reagan's spirits were revitalized, they prepared to leave this place, seeking a means to escape. Before departing, Adamu looked at Kelly, who regarded him with a complex expression, and courteously said, "Then, I wish you sweet dreams." With that, he slowly closed the door behind him, and together with Reagan, they stepped out. However, trouble descended upon them more swiftly than anticipated. When they entered, there had been few people outside, but now, As they prepared to leave, a sizable crowd had gathered. Among them, several were clearly knight apprentices from the academy, but more were ordinary students from the vicinity. They had evidently recognized the knight apprentices and stood there excitedly, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Clearly, no matter the world or era, gossip and spectacle are inherent to human nature. In the throng, Adamu spotted the burly man he had previously downed. Now clutching his chest and glaring at Adamu with palpable hatred, it was evident he had been the one to alert others. That was quick, Adamu thought. Unable to suppress a frown, throughout the ordeal, he had acted decisively, striving to minimize wasted time. Although they lingered briefly to accommodate the feelings of the Reagan siblings, it was by no means an excessive delay. Yet, in that short span, others had already arrived, some particularly troublesome individuals. Adamu's gaze shifted forward, where 3 knight apprentices stood. The other 2 were relatively inconspicuous, but the one at the center, the focal point of attention, was a tall young man in his early 20s. Clad in a red robe, Jand, Reagan called out, clearly recognizing him. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Reagan's expression had grown fearful. The Knight Academy was not overly populated with knight apprentices, perhaps numbering 400 or 500. Most merely passed their days, slightly superior to ordinary individuals. Yet, some distinguished themselves as exceptional. Jand was one such individual, hailing from ordinary origins, yet possessing remarkable talent, consistently achieving top marks during his years at the academy. Though perhaps not the strongest among the knight apprentices, he was certainly not someone a common person could contend with. It was said he once single-handedly defeated a dozen elite warriors in concert, a true master. Reagan's complexion had grown increasingly pallid. As he exited the dormitory, he had felt a semblance of calm, prepared for any eventuality. However, in an instant, his mood plummeted into chaos. There was no recourse. Within the confines of the Knight Academy, even a commoner strike could be formidable. Reagan, having gained a broader perspective, understood what knights represented. Individuals like Jand, who approached the caliber of a knight, could be deemed quasi-knights. Such beings were not to be trifled with. They were likely to find themselves in dire straits this time. Understanding this reality, despair washed over him. Those around them appeared to share this awareness, their excitement palpable as they anticipated the spectacle, prepared to use it as fodder for future conversations. No one believed Adamu would emerge victorious, not even Reagan. Yet, despite the overwhelming belief that defeat awaited him, Adamu stepped forward, showing no sign of retreat. Chapter 23. Victory and Defeat. I wager a silver coin that this individual is undoubtedly a newcomer, oblivious to the prowess of Jander, yet still dares to approach. I bet that within mere breaths he will be subdued, kneeling like a lifeless dog. The onlookers observed the movements of Adamu. Their reactions varied, yet all echoed a common sentiment, deeming Adamu's actions as reckless. It is no wonder, for within the esteemed halls of Hode Academy, Adamu had little to no reputation. In stark contrast, Jander had long since demonstrated his capabilities, bolstered by tangible achievements that attested to his strength. In such circumstances, no one believed that Adamu could prevail, save for Adamu himself. Gazing at Jander and his 2 companions, Adamu maintained a serene expression and declared, "As an apprentice of the academy, I challenge you. Should you emerge victorious, I shall submit to your will. However, if I succeed, I ask that you cease your interference and depart. What say you?" This constituted a challenge among knights, adhering to ancient customs, allowing knights to contest one another, with the victor claiming the wager. Once the challenge concluded, none could contravene the outcome. This venerable rule equally applied within the noble precincts of Hode Academy. Before him, Jander's expression shifted to one of surprise as his towering figure regarded Adamu, seemingly unprepared for this outcome. As a well-known figure within the academy, he had grown accustomed to numerous challenges, facing them without fear. However, in the past, those who dared to challenge him were typically distinguished by their status and prowess. The audacity of a seemingly inconspicuous individual like Adamu, devoid of notable fame or lineage, was indeed rare. Yet, as the spectators anticipated, Jander dismissed Adamu's challenge with a mere wave of his hand. Meanwhile, the 2 other apprentice knights roared in unison and charged forward, their eyes fixed on Adamu, intent on subduing him outright. Adamu's demeanor remained unchanged. He stood still, unwavering, his gaze locked onto Jander. This dismissive attitude seemed to further incite the 2 knights, their expressions growing increasingly fierce. Suddenly, a light sound echoed through the air, followed by a cacophony of confusion. Before the crowd could comprehend the unfolding events, the 2 apprentice knights were sent sprawling through the air. The swiftness of the encounter was such that bystanders could scarcely discern the sequence of actions. only catching a fleeting glimpse of a shadow before the figures hurtled backward. They flew several meters away, the imprint of a fist indented deep into their chests. In the blink of an eye, 2 reasonably skilled apprentice knights had been subdued. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, as the onlookers stood transfixed by the spectacle. They gazed at the fallen knights and then back at Adamu, their perceptions gradually shifting. This situation appeared rather different from their initial assumptions. Their excitement surged. For what they had expected to be a mere display of dominance now revealed itself as a compelling contest. The crowd's anticipation heightened, fixating on the unfolding drama between Adamu and Jander. Under the scrutiny of those present, both figures began to change. Jander's expression shifted subtly. Initially, he had dismissed Adamu's challenge as the folly of an overconfident novice. Yet, the display of strength he had just witnessed indicated otherwise, relative to the others around them. Jander's prowess allowed him to grasp the full extent of Adamu's capabilities. In that moment, Adamu had effortlessly subdued 2 apprentice knights, a feat that rendered them akin to mere children, easily toppled with a single blow. Such an individual, with such undeniable strength, was more than worthy of being his opponent. Jander's gaze intensified upon Adamu, his expression hardening. Your strength is formidable, surpassing that of the arrogant. A person of your caliber has earned the right to be my adversary. I accept your challenge. With that declaration, he unsheathed his longsword, extending his arm to hold it horizontally before his chest. Adamu mirrored this action. But the onlookers were taken aback by the sight of Adamu's sword, marred by numerous cracks and scars. The blade, though seemingly intact, bore countless minute fissures, resembling battle scars etched into its steel. This was the sword Adamu had wielded in relentless combat in another realm, now appearing significantly weathered. Its battered condition was starkly incongruous with the status expected of nobility. Nonetheless, in Adamu's grasp, it commanded respect, for his previous display of strength had established his reputation. With his sword in hand, Adamu disregarded the opinions of the onlookers and advanced with purpose. Jander's expression grew increasingly grave. Initially, he had underestimated Adamu, but now, confronted with the latter's formidable assault, he recognized that this opponent was far more formidable than he had anticipated. The clash of their swords resonated with a sharp sound. And in that instant, Jander's countenance shifted dramatically. A tremendous force radiated from their point of contact, nearly numbing his arm. The strength of this adversary not only matched his own but even surpassed it. Thoughts raced through Jander's mind as he exerted himself, striving to suppress the urge to relinquish his grip. Yet, Adamu closed the distance, unwavering. As he approached, a slender hand reached forth, appearing deceptively slow. Yet with a remarkable precision, it firmly grasped Jander's wrist. With a swift motion, a crisp sound echoed, the sound of Jander's sword clattering to the ground. Instantly, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Chapter 24. Investment and Return. Janda, defeated? The onlookers stared blankly, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. How could this be? I must be dreaming. Indeed, how could this happen? Janda was a renowned figure within the academy. While he may not have been among the absolute strongest, he was still someone whom most would look up to. With his prowess, it seemed there were no rivals within the academy, aside from a select few. Yet, he was now so easily vanquished? Unbelievable. The crowd was in disbelief, especially those 2 individuals who had previously been effortlessly subdued by Yadimu, now gazing at Janda with incredulity. Prior to Yadimu's intervention, they had sensed an ominous premonition. They were not ordinary individuals. They were trained knight apprentices. While they might not match Janda's caliber, they possessed the discernment to gauge strength. Having crossed blades with Janda before, they had a reasonable understanding of his capabilities. Thus they had felt a vague sense of foreboding before Yadimu acted. Yet, even with such awareness, the reality of the outcome left them in shock. After all, Janda was a celebrated figure within the academy, a warrior who had faced numerous battles without experiencing defeat. And now, he had been bested, without any semblance of struggle. The defeat was absolute. I have won. The longsword clattered to the ground as Yadimu gazed at his opponent with a calm countenance. As per our agreement, you must take your friends and leave. I have lost. Janda stared vacantly at the ground, his gaze fixated on his fallen sword. Moments ago, he had been poised to engage Yadimu in close combat, and now it was all over. The opponent's speed and strength far surpassed his own, rendering him powerless to retain his sword. Judging by the recent display, had Yadimu desired, he could have effortlessly brought Janda to his knees. In Yadimu's presence, he was no different from the others before him, merely a weakling. So this is how it is. He silently retrieved his long sword, looking at Yadimu with a wry smile. It appears your drawing of the sword was rather inconsequential. Indeed, it bore little significance. Throughout the encounter, Yadimu's sword had merely grazed his own. Beyond that, it served no further purpose. The opponent's strength eclipsed his own to such an extent that Yadimu needn't even wield a sword. His natural prowess was sufficient to secure victory. The act of drawing his sword was more a gesture of respect than a necessity. Yadimu maintained his composed demeanor, replying, "It is merely basic respect in the face of an adversary." Janda, with a bittersweet expression, silently turned away. He departed, accompanied by the two apprentices at his side. As they left, the crowd swiftly dispersed. However, some lingered, their faces alight with excitement as they regarded Yadimu, their thoughts unreadable. Others approached him, exclaiming, "Hello. May I introduce myself? My name is..." Such individuals were plentiful, both male and female. In this situation, Yadimu felt somewhat flustered. When it came to battle, he feared nothing, facing any scenario head-on without trepidation. Yet, this social milieu posed a challenge for him, as he had never encountered such a scene before. Fortunately, Reagan, noticing his discomfort, rushed to his aid. It took a considerable effort to disperse the crowd, and in a moment of reprieve, Reagan pulled Yadimu away swiftly. After a considerable time, the two finally exhaled in relief. The area was now devoid of onlookers. "You seem rather uncomfortable with this situation," Reagan observed, casting a puzzled glance at Yadimu. "It is not that I dislike it," Yadimu replied, shaking his head. After a moment's hesitation, he added, "I am merely unaccustomed to it." "You will grow accustomed to it in time," Reagan shrugged. "You have just bested Janda in front of so many people, I assure you. It won't be long before you become a figure of great interest within the academy. Those within the institution will seek you out fervently." "Seek me out for what?" Yadimu frowned, perplexed. "Perhaps for investment, or maybe they wish for your assistance in resolving certain troubles." Reagan remarked casually, "After all, knight apprentices are considered professionals. And given your age, the likelihood of you becoming a true knight in the future is quite high. Naturally, they wish to cultivate a good rapport with you to reap future benefits." "Just like you?" Yadimu inquired, his tone contemplative. Reagan coughed, nearly choking on his drink, prompting Elian to rush forward to pat his back. "If one were to insist, then yes." After a moment, seeing that Yadimu bore no sign of anger, Reagan managed to regain his composure. "You know, Yadimu, I am merely a commoner, with no connections within the upper echelons. Thus, I have supported many, including you and previously, Kelly. Unfortunately, when it truly mattered, only you came to my aid. Others proved unreliable." He concluded with a rueful smile. "That is quite normal." Yadimu pondered for a moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. "Most things in this world come with a price. To them, what you have offered does not warrant the risks they would incur. The notion of assistance is situational. Some trivial favors might be rendered. But to offend a noble marquis's son for the sake of a friend like Reagan is something most would shy away from. After all, reality is harsh. In the face of power, not everyone possesses the courage to stand up. Or perhaps, the sacrifices Reagan has made are insufficient to inspire others to take a stand." Listening to Yadimu's words, Reagan fell silent, acutely aware of this truth. In the past, he had indeed expended much to cultivate those so-called friendships. Yet, could those sacrifices ever compare to the risk of offending a marquis's son? Clearly, they were not worth it. Reagan understood this all too well. Yet, while he could accept it rationally, emotionally, it was harder to bear. There are still some who are different. At last, he looked at Yadimu, finding solace in the thought, "At least there is you, Yadimu, is there not?" Chapter 25, Choice. Reagan, "You are mistaken." Adamu gazed solemnly at Reagan, contemplating for a moment before he spoke. "I shall stand forth, not because of your so-called investments, but for something far greater." "What is that?" Reagan instinctively inquired. "Our friendship. And perhaps more importantly, justice." Adamu's expression was grave as he articulated his thoughts. "Friendship, you say?" Reagan nodded, a flicker of gratitude illuminating his features. "So that's it. Adamu, I take pride in having you as a friend." His demeanor turned earnest as he continued, "In the days to come, should you require anything, I shall be there without hesitation. Whatever you wish to pursue, I will assist you. May our camaraderie endure until the end of our days." Adamu fell into a contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, he nodded, "Thank you." However, Reagan seemingly grasped only half of Adamu's sentiment. He believed that it was their friendship that compelled Adamu to act, while the notion of justice. What is that? In this world, everything exists. Yet justice is merely a concept confined to the pages of books. For someone like Reagan, the son of a merchant who had toiled to navigate societal rules in pursuit of high society, justice was always a mere rhetorical flourish. Those who truly believed in it were the true fools. Yet, Adamu before him was indeed standing out for that very principle. Their friendship was one reason for his action. But had the situation involved an innocent bystander instead of Reagan, Adamu would still have taken a stand, unwavering, simply for the justice he held dear in his heart. As he observed Reagan joyfully cradling his sister, Adamu maintained his silence, leading them onward. They proceeded without further hindrance, reaching the entrance of the academy with remarkable ease. It appeared that Jander had adhered to his promise, honoring his earlier agreement with Adamu. Naturally, it was likely that their inability to confront Adamu played a significant role in this compliance. Do I truly have to leave? At the academy's threshold, Reagan surveyed the familiar scenery in the distance, a hint of reluctance crossing his visage. Adamu, your strength surpasses even Jander's, and I doubt eggs would dare oppose you. Perhaps remaining isn't such a grave issue. He clung to a shred of hope. As the son of a merchant, striving to ascend the social ladder, Reagan had already sacrificed much. Gaining admission to Horde Academy was his most pivotal opportunity. Those who entered Horde Academy were the elite of the Horde Kingdom, either born into noble families like the former Kyrie or emerging from the tradesman class as Adamu once did. There were even scions of genuine power, like Eggs, who had taken an interest in Reagan's sister. These individuals wielded connections and resources unattainable to others, even as a commoner. Entering Horde Academy would ensure a future as an elite, with value not to be underestimated. Reagan had invested considerable effort to infiltrate Horde Academy, aiming to forge alliances with such individuals to secure his future and accumulate significant credentials. However, should he leave now, all of that would amount to naught. The connections and resources he had painstakingly built would vanish, and he would lose even his status as a Horde Academy student. This outcome was intolerable for him. If there were absolutely no other options, he could resign himself to it. But given Adamu's displayed prowess, it seemed likely that the Academy would take note of him, perhaps even safeguarding the siblings. Such wishful thinking took root and refused to dissipate. Standing before the Academy's grand entrance, he gazed longingly at the door, his feet unwilling to budge. Observing this, Adamu sighed. You must think this through. He regarded Reagan directly, speaking with clarity. Reagan, I understand your intentions and am willing to assist you to the best of my ability. However, you must comprehend the nature of this place. He paused before continuing. I can offer you temporary aid, but I cannot remain by your side indefinitely. If you choose to stay, there will inevitably be moments when I cannot offer my protection. These are risks to consider. Of course, everyone possesses their own thoughts and choices, and that is entirely acceptable. Therefore, you may decide whether to remain or depart. It is entirely up to you. Adamu's gaze bore into Reagan's as he articulated each word with intention. Perhaps inheriting traits from a past life, Adamu did not favor making choices for others. He would analyze, offer his insights, but never impose his will upon another. Thus, no matter what Reagan chose, he would offer his support. The decision to leave or stay was not inherently complex. The pros and cons were evident. Ultimately, the choice lay solely with him. Under Adamu's watchful gaze, Reagan fell into silence. He studied Adamu, then the surroundings of the academy, caught in a struggle of unspoken thoughts. He seemed poised to voice something, but ultimately refrained, merely gazing at the scene before him with a profound sense of nostalgia. In the end, however, he arrived at a decision. You are right, Adamu. He exhaled deeply and declared, one must take responsibility for their choices and not rely on others to offer perpetual assistance. Above all, I do not wish for my sister to come to harm. With that, it seemed he relinquished something within, exhaling a sigh of relief. Indeed, there are many things of great importance in this world, worthy of pursuit, but my sister surpasses them all in significance and is deserving of protection. As he spoke, a resolute determination etched itself across his face, as if he had firmly made up his mind. Witnessing his friend's choice, Adamu smiled. Since you have made your decision, let us embark on our journey. He softly stated, I shall accompany you part way, until you have exited this vicinity. This was to ensure that no pursuers lingered in the shadows. Such occurrences were unavoidable within the academy walls. As they traversed the path ahead, they soon found themselves in the wilderness. As the distance between them and Horde Academy widened, Reagan's spirits appeared to stabilize. Chapter 26. Isius Reagan ultimately departed. It was only when he reached a desolate area that he finally halted to bid farewell to Isius. The moment of parting had arrived. Standing before a bridge, Reagan gazed at the unfamiliar road ahead and turned to look at Isius, his face reflecting reluctance. This time of departure left him uncertain of when they might meet again. As long as one is willing, opportunities will always arise, Isius remarked with a smile. As long as two individuals share a profound bond, fate will eventually orchestrate their reunion. Regan, comforted by these words, smiled in return, appearing considerably more at ease. However, his expression soon grew serious as he regarded Isius earnestly. Isius, after leaving here, I will strive to improve myself. Wait for me. One day we shall meet again. Perhaps that day will be when I come to assist you. I eagerly anticipated. Isius laughed, replying, when that day arrives, I shall ensure we dine together, just as we did in the past. Thus, they parted with smiles. Before leaving, Isius returned the 2 gold coins he had previously borrowed from Regan. Regan initially intended to decline. Take them, Isius insisted. While you may not mind, Ailey still requires sustenance on her journey. You cannot allow her to go hungry, can you? I know you possess sufficient savings, but during times like these, having more gold is always advantageous, is it not? Consequently, Regan accepted the coins without further protest. The two then parted ways. On the bridge, Isius watched Regan and Ailey gradually disappear into the distance before turning to leave himself. Upon stepping through the gates of the academy, he found himself approaching the familiar surroundings. Throughout this transition, Isius anticipated potential troubles, yet encountered none. To his surprise, no one awaited him at the academy gates. However, he did not naively assume that his adversaries would simply let him be. Such a notion seemed improbable. They had set their sights on Regan's sister, only to have their plans thwarted by him. Even for the sake of preserving their own dignity, they would undoubtedly retaliate. The specifics of their actions remained uncertain. But Isius harbored no fear. He had prepared himself mentally before intervening to assist Regan. In the following days, Isius continued his classes as usual. Surprisingly, everything remained remarkably calm, devoid of any disturbances. This state of affairs puzzled him. It was illogical. Individuals of the highest echelons, like Aegis, were often preoccupied with their reputation. For them, a slight against their honor was tantamount to a provocation. Yet, in light of Regan's recent predicament, his adversaries had made no moves. What could this mean? This conundrum lingered in Isius's mind for several days until he finally unraveled it. I had someone give Aegis a heads up, Isius explained. Standing tall as he effortlessly hit the bullseye with an arrow, a light laugh escaping his lips. Isius paused, realization dawning upon him. It became evident that Aegis had considered retaliation, but Isius had preemptively intervened to halt their intentions. Why did you help me? Isius inquired, puzzled. Is a reason necessary? Isius chuckled. Just as you mentioned that I could seek your assistance at any time, you too may call upon me for aid. Hence, I offered my support. That is not the same, Isius countered, hesitating before continuing. This matter does not concern you. Rest assured. Seemingly sensing Isius's apprehensions, Isius drew back his bow and replied. Offending Aegis poses significant trouble for you, but for me, it is merely a matter of a single statement. Despite being at this academy, I still possess certain capabilities. Is Hot Academy truly lacking? Isius pondered, unable to suppress the thought. The implications of his words were far more complex. While Hot Academy may not be the finest institution in the southern continent, it undoubtedly ranks among the elite within the Hot Kingdom. Similarly, Aegis, though not at the pinnacle of influence, held considerable weight as a noble's offspring, not easily dismissed. What then was Isius's true identity, able to effortlessly dismiss Aegis? Regardless, I must express my gratitude for your assistance, Isius stated earnestly. Otherwise, I would likely still be entangled in difficulties. It was merely a minor inconvenience, Isius chuckled. Though Aegis is the son of Marquis Dayton, he is merely one of many children and does not hold significant power. Within Hot Academy, he can summon only a handful of capable knight apprentices or leverage his influence to sway a few instructors. Such matters should not be difficult for you to manage. While perhaps manageable, it remains a hassle, Isius nodded, expressing his gratitude once more. I am immensely thankful for your help. Should I be able to assist you in the future, please do not hesitate to ask, provided it does not infringe on others' rights? Isius inquired with a smile, prompting Isius to nod in agreement. Indeed, how intriguing, Isius mused, laughing as he struck the bullseye once more. Coincidentally, I find myself in need of assistance with a troublesome matter. Rest assured, it will not affect anyone else, though I wonder if you're bold enough to undertake it. Do tell, Isius replied calmly. Retrieve my sword and teach Helder a lesson. Isius turned, fixing his gaze on Isius. What say you? As the words hung in the air, silence enveloped the space. Chapter 27, The Challenge, Mr. Isius. After a long silence, Yadama finally spoke. Are you serious? Do I appear to be jesting? Isius chuckled softly and replied, Of course, if you lack the courage, then so be it. I would never compel another to exceed their own limits. This was a form of provocation. For an ordinary individual, even if they understood Isius's intent, they would likely feel anger and rush forth to prove themselves. Yet, Yadama remained silent, lost in thought. Helder was not a simple character. As previously mentioned, within the Knight Academy of Hode, there exist certain individuals of distinction. They either possess noble lineage, being descendants of the highest authority, or they wield formidable strength, renowned geniuses even within the academy. The former was exemplified by Aegis. The latter was embodied by Helder. Strictly speaking, Helder was one of the strongest in the academy, heralded as a genius destined to become a knight. Determining who the strongest knight apprentice was within Hode Academy is a challenging task. The strength among apprentices is not clearly defined, without a true contest. One cannot ascertain who is superior. Nevertheless, regardless of the rankings, Helder's name undoubtedly falls within the top 3. What, then, does Isius intend to achieve? Yadama fell into contemplation. A multitude of thoughts flashing through his mind. Yet ultimately, he reached a decision. If this is what you desire. Yadama slightly bowed, then lifted his gaze. I am willing to accept. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Isius's face. Excellent. He nodded at Yadama, lowering his longbow slowly. I wish you all the best. Yadama nodded and departed. After his exit, Isius remained standing, gazing at the target before him, seemingly lost in a reverie, unaware of what thoughts occupied his mind. Are you truly allowing him to leave? A gentle female voice interjected. It was merely a test, Isius replied calmly, showing no surprise at the sudden voice. After all, there is little to lose, is there? Are you not concerned about unforeseen circumstances? The voice continued. Unexpected circumstances? Isius laughed lightly. What could possibly go awry? His strength is commendable. Challenging that fellow Helder will likely reveal some of his capabilities, regardless of the outcome. And if he fails, what then? The woman's voice persisted. Let us wait and see, Isius replied with a smile. Setting aside other considerations, this lad has a certain appeal to me. If the opportunity arises, please keep an eye on him. I would not want Helder to truly eliminate him. Understood. With that, Isius turned and walked towards his quarters, appearing completely solitary, devoid of any accompanying presence. Meanwhile, on the training grounds, Yadama was preparing himself. He unsheathed the long sword he had been carrying and began his practice. The well-worn sword, marred with cracks, danced in his hands as the prowess of Hode's swordsmanship gradually unfolded, each movement precise and flawless. Hode's knight swordsmanship was a skill widely taught within the academy, one that every knight apprentice was expected to master. Previously, Yadama had enhanced this skill through experience, elevating it to a level comparable to his archery. However, I must acquire a different sword. An hour passed, and beads of sweat adorned Yadama's brow. He paused, contemplating the sword in his hand. One was a massive sword from before, and the other was the one he currently held. Neither was particularly suitable for combat against others. The great sword was primarily designed to combat large, monstrous beings with different vital points, proving less effective against ordinary humans. As for the sword in his grasp, its mediocre quality and cracked surface made it more fitting for bullying those significantly weaker than himself. Yet, faced with a formidable opponent, it would likely prove a hindrance. Thus, before embarking on his challenge, Yadama resolved to procure a new weapon. Fortunately, being at Hode Academy meant access to well-stocked resources, allowing him to swiftly acquire what he needed. In contrast, seeking a fine weapon elsewhere could take an extensive amount of time. Yadama spent 5 gold coins to purchase a new longsword. The quality was satisfactory, and it felt superior to his previous blade. Though not crafted from exceptional materials, it sufficed for Yadama's needs. With the weapon in hand, it was time to put it to use. 2 weeks later, Yadama achieved full marks. On the expansive archery range, he released an arrow that effortlessly struck the bullseye. The instructor responsible for grading approached and announced Yadama's impressive score. As previously noted, the students at Hode Academy do not have the luxury of idling away their days. In fact, as the premier academy in the Kingdom of Hode, the assessments imposed on students are exceedingly rigorous. As a student of the Knight Academy, Yadama faced even stricter scrutiny. The tasks were challenging, and in the past, he could barely manage to pass. However, today was different. Aside from a couple of tasks, he had achieved full marks in the rest. This extraordinary performance elicited gasps of astonishment from those around him. Yet, amidst the awe and reverence cast upon him, Yadama maintained a serene expression. For him, achieving such results felt entirely normal. Among the evaluated skills, horseback riding was an inherent strength. As for swordsmanship and archery, he had made significant progress during his time in the Noah world, making him unparalleled in comparison to others. Of course, the influence of his royal bloodline played a paramount role. As his royal lineage flourished, the transformations within Yadamu were considerable. This was an external change. Internally, his learning capabilities had also expanded. Subjects that once seemed arduous now appeared much simpler to him. These transformations were indeed substantial. Thus, while those around him expressed surprise, they held no doubts regarding his abilities. Very well, this assessment concludes now. The instructor, a middle-aged man, stretched lazily and surveyed the surroundings. If anyone wishes to issue a challenge, now is the time. Chapter 28. Challenge 2. After each assessment of the Knight Apprentices, a series of remarkable duels ensue. This occasion presents the finest opportunity. The tradition of knightly challenges has been cherished throughout history, with numerous tales of knights engaging in combat echoing through the ages. Thus, within the esteemed halls of Hood Academy, the tradition of knight apprentices challenging one another has become a time-honored custom. This practice offers tangible benefits. Those fortunate enough to enter Hood Academy typically aspire to become knights. However, the path to knighthood is not solely paved with personal diligence. Adequate resources, the appropriate knightly breathing techniques, and guidance from mentors are essential. Such advantages are often reserved for those of noble birth, leaving the majority without access. Therefore, challenging others to showcase one's abilities and garner renown serves as a viable strategy to attract investment from others. This is, in fact, a long-standing tradition within the knightly profession. In contrast to the conventional elementalists and priests, why do knights exhibit such unwavering loyalty to their sovereigns? Apart from historical reasons, the predominant motivation is often financial. They must seek benefactors to support their endeavors. Previously, Jand, who had obstructed Aditmu, accepted investment from Aegis, which compelled him to heed Aegis's commands. The reason Aegis took an interest in him was largely due to Jand's victories over many fellow knight apprentices, thereby demonstrating his prowess. Therefore, for knights, challenging other knights is an endeavor with substantial rewards. Yet, in order to challenge another, one must ensure the opponent is willing. No one desires to be disturbed at any given moment. Seeking out challenges during ordinary times is fraught with difficulties and heightened risks. After all, should someone be in a foul mood and take a disliking to you, the consequences could be dire. Such incidents are not unheard of. However, challenges following the conclusion of assessment circumvent these issues and come with numerous advantages. Firstly, assessments are mandatory for all knight apprentices, making it easy to identify one's desired opponent. Secondly, the sheer number of attendees ensures that victorious challenges can be witnessed by all, presenting an excellent opportunity for fame. Lastly, safety is assured. With so many witnesses present, including instructors and mentors from the academy, the risk of mishaps is significantly mitigated. In such a setting, both parties typically exercise restraint, and the likelihood of fatal accidents is greatly reduced. These cumulative benefits, coupled with the noble tradition of knights challenging one another, have fostered a culture within the academy. Even the knight instructors allow a brief respite during this time, permitting apprentices to engage in challenges freely. In a short span, the atmosphere becomes vibrant. Some have already taken to the stage to exhibit their exquisite martial skills before an eager audience. Aditmu, standing amidst the crowd, appears somewhat distracted. He stands aside, surrounded by a spacious area, as fellow knight apprentices instinctively avoid him, reluctant to approach. This treatment is a stark contrast to Aditmu's past experiences. Over the course of the last fortnight, the outcome of his battle has spread throughout much of the academy, resulting in the current situation. Rumors abound that, aside from Aegis's ire over Aditmu's interference with his affairs, several individuals have publicly expressed interest in investing in him. Even now, numerous onlookers are discreetly observing his movements, including apprentices on the training grounds, instructors teaching swordsmanship, and many ordinary students lurking on the periphery. Under the scrutiny of these eyes, Aditmu remains silent for a long moment before finally lifting his gaze. One hand slowly reaches for the hilt of his sword, as if he has resolved to act. He scans the distance and spots several familiar faces, those knight apprentices with whom he had previously clashed, including Jand. At present, Jand is engaged in a sparring match with another apprentice, currently gaining the upper hand and likely to secure victory soon. Aditmu's gaze continues forward, ultimately resting upon another figure in a distant, unoccupied area. If Aditmu's presence is marked by a degree of emptiness, with passers-by deliberately steering clear, the other location is entirely devoid of company. A vast expanse contains but a single silhouette, a remarkably youthful man, scarcely in his 20s. possessing an attractive visage complemented by an air of composure. Dressed in a linen long robe, he stands quietly, seemingly engrossed in the ongoing duel before him. This composed young man is Held, Aditmu's target for this occasion. Gazing upon Held, Aditmu inhales deeply and begins to advance. His movements immediately capture the attention of those around him. It is the child who bested Jand, undoubtedly a remarkable talent. Is he seeking to challenge someone? How intriguing. I can already foresee a splendid confrontation. Onlookers observe Aditmu's approach, their expressions shifting to one of keen interest. Even those who had previously grown weary of the spectacle are suddenly invigorated. However, this intrigue abruptly halts when they discern the direction Aditmu is heading. Without delay, Aditmu weaves through the throng, making his way directly towards the solitary figure held as position. The crowd gasps in disbelief. In their midst, Isaiah stands quietly, watching Aditmu's approach. A smile gracing his lips. He holds a glass filled with wine and ice, the contents shimmering gently as he sways it, casting a soft glow. Another fine performance. He muses, swirling his cup beneath the sunlight, a mysterious smile upon his face. May this bring forth some delightful surprises. Silently, Aditmu continues forward until he reaches the young man's side. Throughout this journey, not only do onlookers take notice, but even Held himself seems taken aback. Mr. Held, Aditmu states, taking a deep breath before speaking, I wonder if you might have the time to engage in a duel. He formally issues his challenge to the individual before him. You wish to challenge me? Held responds, a hint of surprise evident in his voice. Aditmu gradually raises his gaze, locking eyes with his opponent. Mr. Held, I challenge you. Chapter 29, Victory and Defeat. As he listened to Aditmu, Heater fell into silence. After a considerable pause, he finally lifted his head to gaze at Aditmu, a smile gracing his features. Very well, he said, a faint smile playing on his lips, betraying no discernible emotion. It has been a long time since anyone dared to challenge me. I hope you will provide a delightful surprise this time. Come forth. With those words, he slowly advanced. Beside him, Aditmu took a deep breath and followed suit. It was indeed audacious for someone to challenge Heater, a foolhardy endeavor, it seemed. Onlookers observed Aditmu's actions with a mix of astonishment and derision, some smirking at what they perceived as his overconfidence. Nevertheless, they were all alert, prepared to witness the unfolding duel. Heater's reputation and standing within the academy were well known. As for Aditmu, though previously unremarkable, having bested Jand indicated he was no ordinary opponent. The clash between these two figures promised to be far more intriguing than others. Upon closer inspection, one might even uncover unexpected surprises. While no one believed Aditmu could triumph, the thrill of the spectacle was undeniable. Thus, all eyes turned to the impending confrontation. With many ongoing duels around them coming to a halt, numerous knight apprentices, having set down their swords, joined the audience to witness this event. Although Heater might not be the absolute strongest knight apprentice in the academy, he was certainly among the closest to that title. While there might be others capable of standing alongside him, none would dare assert they could surpass him. As such, his battles were undoubtedly worth observing. Gradually, the crowd thickened. By the time Aditmu ascended the stage, it was filled to capacity. Aditmu stood in one corner of the training platform, surveying the throngs of spectators with a sense of surprise. Despite having heard Heater's name multiple times in the past, he only now grasped the extent of Heater's influence, evident in the sheer number of onlookers. Other knight apprentices failed to attract such a crowd, drawing only a handful of spectators. Yet, when Heater was present, everyone, including the nearby instructors, gathered eagerly. Prepare yourself, Heater's voice rang out from across the stage. He stood in his corner, facing Aditmu with a subtle smile. Cherish your time on the platform, for it will be rather brief. The implication was clear. Aditmu would soon be defeated and sent tumbling off the stage. Perhaps that would indeed be the case. Aditmu steeled himself, fixing his gaze upon Heater, and spoke earnestly. Perhaps I am not your equal, but I shall give it my all. I hope you do the same. Give it your all? Heater responded, his tone dripping with skepticism. Perhaps. With that, the crisp sound of metal being drawn echoed in the air. Heater wielded a long sword, distinct from the standard issue. His weapon was adorned with golden patterns and seemed to incorporate special materials, giving it an exquisite appearance. Draw your sword and swiftly conclude this farce, Heater commanded. Aditmu inhaled deeply, reaching for his waist and slowly unsheathing his sword. In stark contrast to Heater's ornate blade, Aditmu's weapon appeared ordinary, merely a standard longsword, lacking any embellishment. Yet, despite its unremarkable appearance, it was of sufficient quality to serve its purpose effectively. As Aditmu drew his sword, his demeanor shifted, radiating a newfound seriousness. The two stood opposed, their gazes locked on each other as weapons. In an instant, they struck simultaneously, as though choreographed, their swords lunging towards each other's chests. With a sharp clang, their blades collided, deflecting with a swift motion. Idamu, bending slightly, unleashed a powerful downward stroke. Gasps erupted from the crowd as Idamu's strike, swift and forceful, seemed intent on cleaving Heater in two. At the crucial moment, Heater's golden-hued sword intercepted the blow, forcing Idamu backward, his footing faltering. In the blink of an eye, another series of exchanges commenced. The speed of both Idamu and Heater was astonishing, rendering them mere phantoms to the audience. This realization sent shockwaves through the spectators. The pace was so frenetic that merely tracking their movements required utmost concentration. A moment's distraction could lead to missing the action entirely. It was a fierce clash of speed and might. Upon the elevated platform, the two knight apprentices showcased their mastery of swordsmanship to its fullest extent. Such terrifying strength. Below, Jand observed the duel, his heart sinking as he came to a stark realization about his own defeat. He understood now how he had lost that day. Given Idamu's current display of speed and power, even without any formal sword techniques, he could easily have bested Jand. The sheer velocity of Idamu's movements made it difficult to even watch, let alone contend with. Moreover, Idamu's sword skills were far from mediocre. They were, in fact, exceptionally refined. On the platform, the two formidable knight apprentices engaged in combat, each displaying their respective sword techniques. They wielded the same Hode Knight swordsmanship, a public curriculum at Hode Knight Academy, familiar to every knight apprentice present. Yet, while the technique itself was commonplace in the hands of these two, it transformed into something extraordinary and resonant, each motion imbued with a captivating elegance that moved the spectators profoundly. Chapter 30, Victory and Defeat 2. Is this what they call genius? Below, Jean gazed at the scene on the training platform, his expression remarkably complex. He was not alone in this reaction. Others around him mirrored his sentiments. Are they truly human? A mere ordinary knight's sword technique has been honed to such an extent? Furthermore, it is one thing for Helder, but what of that apprentice named Adamu? Who exactly is he to contend with Helder? Intriguing, his name is Adamu? I demand his complete dossier within half a day. The onlookers expressed their astonishment, each reacting in their own manner. Overall, the crowd was not particularly surprised by Helder's performance. After all, he is a prodigy within the academy, and such displays can merely be deemed commonplace. In the past, they had witnessed individuals of Helder's caliber in action. Thus his prowess evoked little astonishment. What truly astonished them was Adamu's performance. As someone who had previously been unremarkable, with only a victory against Jean to his name, Adamu's display was utterly unexpected. His strength was undeniable. One could discern it simply by observing. Those present were either knight apprentices or noble students merely spectating. While they may not possess combat abilities, their appreciation of skill was not to be underestimated. Given Adamu's current level of performance, apart from a select few in the academy who stand alongside Helder, none dared to claim they could assuredly triumph over him. The greater likelihood was that they would be effortlessly defeated and unceremoniously cast off the training platform. This revelation was surprising, illuminating many. Isius stood upon the elevated platform, glass in hand, observing the combat between Adamu and Helder with a hint of surprise on his countenance. No one is a seer capable of foretelling future events. Isius was no exception. Before Adamu made his move, he merely sensed that Adamu's strength should be commendable, prompting him to whimsically suggest a trial against Helder. However, he never anticipated that Adamu's prowess would be so formidable. This level of skill was not something an ordinary knight apprentice could possess. As time progressed, Adamu and Helder engaged in earnest. Their movements quickened, becoming increasingly fierce. Each action was executed with exceptional speed, capable of sending an opponent flying with a mere touch. This is the caliber of top-tier knight apprentices. In this realm, true knights belong to professionals who must awaken their life seed and harness the life force within to attain such prowess. The performance exhibited by Adamu and Helder was strikingly close to that threshold, teetering on the brink of life seed activation. Any knight apprentice who has yet to genuinely activate their life seed cannot exceed their level, theoretically remaining their equal. Bang! A dull thud reverberated ahead. The two long swords clashed, and both figures were sent reeling. At this juncture, after prolonged engagement, the disparity in weaponry became evident. Adamu's sword bore several noticeable nicks, while Helder's weapon remained pristine, unchanged from its initial state. This disparity stemmed from a difference in quality. Helder's sword was evidently no ordinary blade. Its unique materials and masterful craftsmanship rendered it exceptional. In contrast, Adamu wielded a mere standard sword purchased from the academy, adequate, yet incapable of comparison to a masterwork. Under normal circumstances, this would not matter, but in such intense clashes, the difference was starkly revealed. However, Adamu remained unfazed. He calmly raised his sword, gazing forward. Opposite him, Helder was also observing. At this moment, Helder's expression could no longer maintain its previous calm. After enduring such an extended confrontation, even a fool would comprehend that this individual before him was no reckless challenger, but rather a formidable opponent of equal strength. The opponent before him was impressive, with no flaws in strength, speed, or swordsmanship, nearly devoid of weaknesses. Even someone of Helder's caliber was compelled to approach the situation with utmost seriousness. In the next instant, the two clashed once more. Swords whirled, creating fierce gusts of wind, intensifying the encounter. At this moment, their figures entwined once again, their speeds remarkably swift. However, after prolonged stalemate, the scales of victory began to tilt, signaling the impending outcome. Helder appeared to be losing, not far off. A middle-aged instructor responsible for overseeing the knight's interactions scrutinized the training platform with keen interest. His expression revealed intrigue. His strength was on par with his opponent, yet his stamina was beginning to wane. Fascinating. Others began to notice this as well. Adamu and Helder were engaged in a high-intensity duel. Such confrontations demand acute mental focus, resulting in substantial exhaustion of both spirit and physical endurance. Up to this point, they had been engaged for nearly an hour. In such a prolonged, high-stakes contest, a knight apprentice's stamina would inevitably falter, rendering it impossible to maintain peak performance. Surprisingly, it was not Adamu who first began to weaken, but rather Helder. This revelation was indeed unexpected. For, in terms of age, Adamu was merely 15, still a child on the cusp of adulthood. While youthful vigor is commendable, it should also lead to quicker fatigue. In contrast, Helder had long since reached adulthood, being in his 20s, at the pinnacle of his vitality. How curious it was that in this contest, it was the fully matured Helder who succumbed first. Certainly, they were no ordinary individuals, prompting speculation of other factors. Could it be a result of unique physique? The middle-aged man pondered aloud, subsequently affirming his thoughts. Indeed, if not for exceptional constitution, how could one possess such strength at this age? Chapter 31. Victory having a unique physique is hardly considered extraordinary within the esteemed halls of Hood Academy. In a world inhabited by professionals, the nobility are primarily descendants of these practitioners, possessing within them the bloodline of former transcendent beings. Admittedly, with the passage of time, this bloodline may have thinned considerably. Yet, regardless of its dilution, a sufficient population will inevitably give rise to exceptional individuals. Such is the case within Hood Academy. Take Helder and his contemporaries for instance. Their remarkable achievements at such a tender age are largely attributable to their innate bloodlines and physical attributes. While postnatal efforts are indeed important for transcendence, they pale in comparison to the significance of inherent talent. As for the present figure of Adamu, he may very well represent an even more exceptional innate existence. It appears Helder is destined to lose. A murmured voice echoed nearby. As time progressed, although the outcome of the battle remained undecided, a consensus was forming. Unless an unforeseen event transpired, Helder's defeat seemed imminent. On the training platform, his attacks, though still fierce, were becoming increasingly labored. The blade he wielded, despite its former might, now faltered in its execution. Conversely, Adamu, despite also feeling the strain, exhibited a far superior performance. After an extended phase of attrition, Adamu's vigor remained at a commendable level, not fully depleted. This display illuminated the eyes of many spectators. As time steadily advanced, the resolution of this duel finally materialized. With a resounding thud, a golden longsword plunged into the ground, lying horizontally. The expansive training arena now vividly revealed its state. Adamu stood resolutely, sweat beading across his brow, his attire drenched. Yet, even in such a condition, he maintained an upright posture, his sword, though marred with cracks, firmly in his grip, showing no inclination to relinquish it. In stark contrast, Helder stood alone, his sword nowhere to be found. It had slipped from his grasp during their recent clash, now resting aside. He gazed vacantly at where his sword had fallen, lost in thought. His appearance was markedly disheveled compared to Adamu's, his countenance pale. The victor was evident. Apologies. Observing Helder's state, Adamu sheathed his sword, a flicker of regret on his face. Mr. Helder, your strength is formidable. Shall we consider this battle a draw? Are you attempting to insult me? Certainly not. Adamu shook his head earnestly. Your power and swordsmanship are impressive, surpassing mine in numerous aspects. Your defeat is not a reflection of your strength, but rather a consequence of your inability to concentrate and maintain your form. He spoke candidly. In Adamu's eyes, Helder was indeed far superior. While their apparent prowess seemed comparable, Helder's abilities were the fruits of diligent training and perseverance. Adamu perceived the value of his own strength as inferior to Helder's. As for the contest of endurance, Helder's loss was not surprising. Unlike in the past, Adamu now felt an inexhaustible well of energy, capable of sustaining prolonged, high-intensity engagements. However, this result was also a product of his own dubious advantages. In earlier times, Adamu's physical condition would have been inferior to Helder's. Given these circumstances, it was truly admirable that Helder could contend with Adamu to such a degree. What a formidable opponent! In response to Adamu's words, Helder remained silent. Regardless of the underlying factors or Adamu's personal circumstances, the audience could only grasp one truth. He had lost. Of course, Helder was not overly concerned with victory or defeat. Everyone has experienced moments of weakness and loss. Yet, the individual who bested him was remarkably young. At merely a decade and a half, Adamu had achieved what had taken Helder over 20 years of effort to attain. This was a testament to Adamu's innate talent and physicality, a reality that stirred envy within Helder. He chose not to elaborate, allowing a moment of silence to pass before abruptly inquiring, "Who sent you?" Adamu looked up, momentarily perplexed. Spare the pretense. Observing Adamu's reaction, Helder smirked. Someone of your caliber has never before emerged, yet now suddenly challenges me. Such an abrupt action must surely be orchestrated by another. His gaze bore into Adamu. It must be Iseus, correct? At the mention of Iseus, Adamu hesitated. He was uncertain if he should confirm this insinuation. In such a setting, revealing Iseus' involvement felt inappropriate. Yet, he was not adept at fabrication, leading to a brief moment of indecision. This hesitation did not escape Helder's notice. "Ah, I see. Iseus has provided you with support, has he not?" He mused, piecing together the implications. "He has bolstered your strength, sending you to challenge me. Is he attempting to demonstrate his prowess through you?" The situation was not as Helder assumed. Adamu sought to clarify, indicating that the circumstances were not as they appeared. However, he found himself at a loss for words. Aside from the fact that his strength was not a product of Iseus' assistance, everything else seemed to align with Helder's deductions. Iseus had indeed encouraged him to seize the opportunity to confront Helder, possibly intending to make a statement. In retrospect, Helder's assertions held a semblance of truth. Yet, something felt amiss. Before Adamu could explain, Helder turned sharply and departed the training platform, leaving Adamu to ponder the implications of their encounter. Chapter 32. Reaction Standing Still. Gazing at the departing figure of Helder, Adamu fell into a contemplative silence. He pondered deeply until the exuberant cheers around him jolted him back to reality. Raising his head, he surveyed the surroundings, which were filled with jubilant voices. Nearby, the knight apprentices, as well as distant ordinary students, were all exultantly shouting Adamu's name. Adamu, Adamu. Their faces radiated fervor, applauding his recent performance. This overwhelming cheer was a time-honored tradition. People rejoiced for the victor in duels, while the vanquished remained unnoticed. Among the crowd, most were expressions of unrestrained enthusiasm, yet a small fraction displayed discomfort. This group consisted of those who had previously clashed with Adamu, specifically those who had opposed him, such as Aegis and those he had faced under Aegis' command. Their expressions were notably grim, as Adamu's prowess left them astonished and instinctively fearful. This reaction was entirely natural. Humans often harbor trepidation towards the formidable. To them, Adamu embodied strength. With his current capabilities, he was nearly invincible among those below the extraordinary tier, standing as one of the mightiest among the knights in training. Contemplating further, one could not help but wonder about Adamu's future. Having attained such prowess at his tender age, what heights might he reach? People do not remain stagnant. Having reached the pinnacle of apprenticeship at merely 15, it was plausible that he would eventually become a true knight. For them, a genuine knight represented a formidable shift in power dynamics. In fact, many harbored private convictions about his future. "I wager he will undoubtedly become a knight," mused a middle-aged man observing from the sidelines. As one of the instructors at the Knight Academy, though not a knight himself, he was an experienced apprentice. Familiar with the progression to knighthood, having guided several students who later ascended to that rank, his certainty about Adamu's bright future was palpable. Barring unforeseen circumstances, knighthood seemed inevitable. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding crowd stirred restlessly. Many were captivated, contemplating how to forge connections with Aditmu. A significant portion of the Academy's students were not purely there for learning. They sought to cultivate relationships with promising individuals to expand their networks. An apprentice destined to become a professional was, in their eyes, the most valuable ally. Thus, many could no longer sit idly and hastily approached him, including some familiar faces. Aditmu. A familiar voice rang out. Aditmu looked up to see a young man approaching with an expression of delight. This was Hru, someone he had met briefly upon his awakening, considered one of his acquaintances. Their friendship, however, was superficial. Aditmu recalled how Hru had once avoided him out of fear that he might ask to borrow money, a memory that lingered vividly. Now, Hru approached him with unrestrained enthusiasm. Aditmu. My friend, he exclaimed, reaching Aditmu's side. I initially thought I was mistaken, but it truly is you. I rejoice in your success. If you have time, would you join me for dinner at my residence this evening? I shall prepare the finest meal for you. Hru's invitation sparked interest among nearby onlookers. Although Hru belonged to the nobility, he was relatively inconspicuous among the Academy's aristocrats, not among the most sought after. Yet, it was surprising to see this previously unassuming individual as a friend of Aditmu. Instantly, many reassessed their perceptions of him, recalibrating his social standing in their minds. In response to Hru's warmth, Aditmu merely smiled, a hint of regret crossing his features. I apologize, but I may not have time to meet. The recent duel drained much of my energy, and I will likely need to rest in my room for the next few days. Is it because of the fatigue from the duel? Aditmu's words resonated with Hru, who quickly waved his hand, a broad smile illuminating his face. It's quite all right. Following Hru, other familiar faces approached Aditmu, individuals who had previously shunned him due to his conflict with Aegis, the Marquis' son. Yet, in an instant, Aditmu seemed to transform into their closest confidant, each wearing smiles that seemed to overflow with warmth. Aditmu navigated through the crowd, feeling increasingly fatigued. The earlier duel with Herder had been exhausting, both physically and mentally. Yet, he found that managing these newfound acquaintances proved even more taxing than the rigorous competition itself. Thankfully, he was not a true child. Having inherited past memories, he possessed an instinctive ability to handle such situations, even if he felt averse to it. This instinct seemed to belong to his former life, allowing him to navigate social interactions gracefully, irrespective of his true feelings. As Aditmu made his way outward, gradually distancing himself from the throng, he paused at a certain moment, turning to glance at a figure nearby. There stood Aishus, his wine glass nearly depleted. A smile gracing his lips as he raised his glass in a silent toast to Aditmu, seemingly conveying a message of commendation. Well done, he appeared to express. Aditmu hesitated for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement before turning away and departing. Chapter 33. The Night's Elixir. Thus, Aditmu departed from the venue, leaving behind a throng of individuals discussing him. However, their opinions bore no significance to him. In the past, Aditmu might have been affected by the perceptions of outsiders. But now, he was impervious to such trivialities. Indeed, it was a splendid spectacle. After Aditmu's exit, Aishus remained, standing alone in the emptiness surrounding him. Observers instinctively averted their gazes from his figure, creating an unoccupied space that rendered the view exceedingly clear. He stood there, oblivious to the fact that the wine in his cup had been entirely consumed. Consequently, he turned away, seemingly preparing to leave as well. Everything was tranquil, except for the far side. Bang! A sharp sound resonated throughout the deserted training ground. Accompanying this noise, a wooden post was abruptly shattered by a single punch. Halt stood in the training area, his expression dark and foreboding. Earlier, amidst the onlookers, he had seemingly displayed no reaction, merely exchanging a few words with Aditmu before turning to depart. Yet now, away from prying eyes, his discomfort became apparent. This training ground was his own rented space. Apart from maintenance personnel, he was the sole visitor. Thus, here he shed his facade, unleashing his pent-up emotions. Aishus! Aditmu! He roared, his long sword cleaving through wooden posts with ferocity. His shouts echoed loudly, a fortunate circumstance given the absence of others, for anyone present would surely have been frightened. The commotion persisted for some time before gradually subsiding. Not far off, the sound of footsteps approached. Halt abruptly lifted his head, casting a fierce glare in that direction, resembling a ferocious beast, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. Indeed, his mood was dreadfully foul. Anyone daring to provoke him at that moment would have faced an unforgettable lesson, even to the extent of losing their head. Yet, the approaching figure ultimately left him momentarily speechless. A beautiful woman, exquisitely adorned in a flowing gown, had unexpectedly appeared before him. One moment she seemed distant, the next, she was standing right in front of him. "It's you," Hald stammered, momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. "Miss Tina, you've come?" "I have heard about the earlier events," the lovely woman remarked, gazing at Hald, who lay defeated on the ground, a hint of amusement gracing her features. "I heard you were bested by a young knight?" That was Isius's envoy. The mention of Adamu ignited a flame of fury within Hald. Rising to his feet, he addressed Tina with palpable resentment. "Your intelligence was flawed. It was your claims that led me to agree to probe Isius's situation. Yet before I could even approach him, he had already sent someone to confront me. Adamu, the apprentice he had groomed, had ascended to the pinnacle of knightly apprentices in a mere short time. Your information is evidently erroneous." Tina nodded in acknowledgement of her miscalculation. "According to reports, he should be in a dire state, nearly devoid of strength. I did not anticipate that he would have the capacity to demonstrate such defiance under the circumstances. This is your oversight." Hald glared at Tina, his voice low and grave. "Adamu, that young apprentice now possesses strength that rivals my own, let alone Isius himself. Under these conditions, I am utterly incapable of fulfilling the task." Tina furrowed her brow, questioning, "What do you propose?" "Increase the remuneration," Hald declared resolutely. "Given the altered circumstances, the meager compensation you provided is no longer sufficient. I require greater power to accomplish the task you entrusted to me. I desire the Knight's elixir." He fixed his gaze intently upon Tina, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he uttered the last words. Hald's willingness to serve was not without ulterior motives. He had previously accepted benefits, eager to find an opportunity to eliminate Isius. Nevertheless, both Hald and Tina's benefactors understood that relying solely on Hald was insufficient to deal with Isius. Even in his current state of decline, Isius was not someone Hald, who had yet to attain true knighthood, could confront. Yet, this was of little consequence. Even if he could not vanquish Isius, Hald's prowess could at least yield insights into his capabilities, allowing some understanding of Isius's true nature. For Tina and her associates, this was sufficient. However, they had not even truly engaged when Isius had already delivered a resounding blow to them. This became Hald's opportunity to demand a higher price. His service to Tina and her allies was driven by a clear ambition. For Hald, who had recently reached the apex of apprenticeship, his greatest aspiration was to become a true knight. The knight's elixir could fulfill this longing. In a world teeming with professionals, some specialized in concocting various extraordinary potions, infused with supernatural power, yielding exceptional effects. The knight's elixir was a precious brew that could facilitate an apprentice's ascension by forcibly activating the life seed within, thereby unlocking their latent vitality. Such potions were typically rare, and even individuals of noble lineage, like Ike's, would find it challenging to acquire one. Although Hald's standing was respectable, securing such an item under normal circumstances was equally difficult. Thus, at this moment, Tina was his sole hope. The knight's elixir. Standing still, absorbing Hald's demands, Tina could not help but furrow her brow. This item is exceedingly sought after and quite difficult to procure. Chapter 34. Conspiracy to the average person. It may seem inconsequential. Upon listening to Tina, Helder scoffed. But for you, is this truly a dilemma? Although he remained unaware of Tina and her associates' true identities, Helder was acutely aware of their capabilities. The knight's potion, which is often elusive for common folks, is an easily obtainable commodity for this group, merely a matter of willingness. Indeed, Tina conceded with a slight nod, then inquired, "We possess the capacity to acquire the knight's potion, but the real question arises. Why should we offer it to you?" She stood firm, posing the query, "What unique value do you possess that justifies our investment in the knight's potion?" "I undoubtedly possess such value." Helder rose, straightening his chest with an air of pride. "I have reached the pinnacle of an apprentice, merely a step away from becoming a knight. If you provide me with the potion, I shall immediately ascend to the status of a true knight, enabling me to fulfill your commission with greater efficacy." "That may be true, however." Tina nodded, appearing to contemplate further. "No buts." Helder's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he interrupted her. "This is the Knight Academy of Hode. Here, apart from myself, can you truly find a more suitable ally? Do not presume I am unaware. Your influence cannot penetrate the confines of Hode Academy, or it would promptly alert the Guardians. You have no alternative but to choose me." After a moment of silence, Tina slowly nodded. "I must admit, your argument holds some merit. Very well. I hope you will fulfill our commission satisfactorily when the time comes." "Rest assured," Helder replied, a smile spreading across his face as he sensed her concession. "Once I become a knight, Isius will undoubtedly meet his demise at my hands. I vow this in the name of knighthood. Then, allow me to extend my early congratulations. Tina bowed slightly, a smile gracing her countenance as well. To the future Knight Helder. Drip, drip. A light rain began to fall, initially scattering in various directions before suddenly ceasing. Tina departed from Helder's vicinity, making her way towards another area. Before long, she encountered a middle-aged man. Have you reached an agreement with Helder? The man, though not particularly tall and somewhat frail compared to the robust knight apprentices, exuded an air of distinction. His eyes sparkled with an enigmatic light, radiating brightness. Mr. Ali, you are still here? Tina approached the man, her expression revealing a hint of surprise. Have you completed your tasks? He demanded extra funds, insisting we procure a knight's potion for him. Tina recounted Helder's request. And you acquiesced? Ali inquired. Yes, Tina affirmed with a nod. Are you truly considering obtaining a knight's potion for him? Ali frowned. That concoction is exceedingly costly, requiring a potion master to prepare. It will cost no less than 20 crystal coins. I am not unwilling to pay. But is it truly necessary to expend such a fortune for an apprentice? Tina chuckled softly, responding, a knight's potion, if it enables him to become a knight, might warrant the expenditure. However, the potion's efficacy is not guaranteed. Most who consume it do not achieve success. Who knows what his outcome will be? Then why did you agree? Ali was perplexed. Did not our organization recently seize a vial of failed knight's potion? Tina dismissed his concern, stating, although that potion was a failure, it should possess some utility. It should suffice to deceive an inexperienced apprentice like Helder. You can add some ingredients to the potion to make him believe he has succeeded in his ascension. And what of Isius? Ali continued to frown. While the potion can be faked, creating the illusion of success, one's true strength cannot be deceived. Handing Helder a counterfeit potion may mislead him, but his actual abilities will remain unchanged, rendering him incapable of fulfilling the subsequent task. That is easily remedied. Tina glanced at her companion, continuing. Simply prepare a few vials of boiling blood potions. You intend to. Ali suddenly grasped her meaning, though his expression still bore hesitation. If that is the case, once the potion's effects wear off, he may very well be rendered useless. That is his concern, Tina replied with a smile. The potion is of his own choosing. Whatever fate befalls him is his own doing. Besides, it was merely intended for testing purposes. If it serves its intended function, that is sufficient. You do not genuinely expect him to eliminate Isius, do you? That is indeed the case. Ali nodded in agreement, acknowledging their lack of expectations regarding Helder's abilities. Both he and Tina were acutely aware of Isius's formidable nature, possessing far more intelligence about him than about Helder. They understood that not even a fully fledged knight would likely succeed against Isius. To Tina and her companion, Helder's role was merely to serve as a probe, an attempt to unveil some of Isius's hidden cards. Anything beyond that was never within their expectations. By the way, standing still, Ali suddenly recalled something, frowning. What should we do about that apprentice named Adimu? Should we arrange for someone to handle him? If possible, then do so, but find an opportune moment. Tina contemplated for a moment before responding. He is likely a follower Isius has recruited within the academy. Though merely an apprentice, he still poses some complications. Our options within Hode Academy are limited. If we can manage to deal with him, we should. If not, we can wait until the potions arrive and have Helder take action. Chapter 35. A visit. The rain outside continued to fall incessantly, a gentle patter that had characterized the weather recently. It was a persistent drizzle, devoid of any torrential downpours, lending an air of tranquility to the scene. For Aditmu, such weather was ideal. He had never been fond of the raucousness that accompanied storms, as they disrupted his daily training. The current light rain was perfectly suited to his preferences, providing a serene backdrop without significant interference. At this moment, he sat by the window, gazing at the view beyond. His room was spacious, perched high enough to offer a splendid vista. In the past, Aditmu had relished sitting at similar windows, lost in contemplation of the world outside. Today was no different, yet his emotions had shifted from those earlier days. Suddenly, a sound from outside broke the stillness, as if something had been toppled by the wind. Just as Aditmu contemplated rising to investigate, an unexpected wave of pain surged through him. Still injured. The thought flickered through his mind as he registered the discomfort coursing through his body. Though victorious in his recent battle with Held, the repercussions were severe. He had spent an entire day in bed, rising only through sheer willpower. However, this could not be deemed entirely negative. Following the confrontation, Aditmu felt a distinct change within him, as if something was beginning to stir. It felt like a switch, long dormant yet existent within him, now slowly loosening its grip. This switch was the key to controlling his life energy, often referred to as the seed of life. It had always resided within Aditma but had remained elusive and unmanageable. A pivotal moment came in the Noah world, where Aditmu had enhanced his bloodline. The surge of bloodline power nourished the seed of life, allowing it to flourish and grow stronger. While every knight apprentice possessed a life seed, its potency varied significantly. Typically, the stronger one's abilities and the more robust one's bloodline, the greater the strength of the life seed, making it easier to activate. Aditmu's experiences in the Noah world provided his life seed with substantial growth. Yet, this alone was insufficient. Although he had become considerably powerful, he was still distant from fully activating the life seed and achieving the status of a true knight. Nevertheless, following his battle with Held, Aditmu had successfully sensed the existence of his life seed. He could perceive that, with his growth, the once formidable barrier within him had begun to ease. This indicated that he was one step closer to awakening the life seed and realizing his potential as a genuine knight. This was the true triumph of his recent battle and the source of Aditmu's greatest joy. As he tidied the items blown by the wind, a series of light footsteps echoed outside. Moments later, a knock on the door followed. "Come in." Aditmu looked up, initially surprised by the sound, before swiftly approaching to open the door. His residence was rarely known, and visits were uncommon. Those who sought him out typically had various motives, whether to forge connections, curry favor, or make requests. Initially, Aditmu had received them with courtesy, but as the number of visitors grew, he became somewhat weary and chose to relocate. This new place was recently rented, and he had not been there long enough for anyone to discover his whereabouts. So, why was there someone at his door now? With a hint of confusion, Aditmu opened the door, ready to greet his guest. To his astonishment, it was Mr. Isius standing there. Dressed in a black cloak and exuding the air of a youthful gentleman, Isius appeared both composed and distinguished. "What's this? Am I not welcome?" Isius smiled at Aditmu's surprised expression. "I made a point to come find you." "No, I am merely taken aback," Aditmu replied with a smile. "I just moved into this new place, so I assumed you wouldn't know my location. I may not have known, but someone always does, and they informed me." Isius replied, regarding Aditmu with a knowing gaze. "That seems likely," Aditmu nodded, not particularly surprised, though he had moved discreetly. It was merely a matter of effort for someone like Isius to uncover his location. For individuals of their caliber, such matters were often trivial, hardly warranting mention. What truly surprised Aditmu was Isius's personal visit, a rarity he found remarkable. Upon inviting Isius into the sitting room, Aditmu moved a wooden chair for him. But Isius did not take a seat. Instead, he surveyed the room with a slight frown. "You reside in such a place? Apologies for the simplicity." Aditmu replied with an apologetic smile. "I am merely the son of an ordinary knight, and my family's means do not allow for more lavish accommodations. Here." The term knight referred not to prowess but to titles and nobility. In the kingdom of Hode, the true knights were few, yet many minor nobles were titled knights. These individuals often hailed from knightly backgrounds, possessing small territories that formed part of the kingdom's governance. Their strength was typically modest, and despite their holdings, their economic and social status was only that of lesser nobility. Aditmu belonged to such a family as the second son, lacking inheritance rights, which naturally limited his financial situation. Although not destitute, his circumstances were unremarkable. In fact, had he not acquired a significant sum of gold from the Noah world, he would currently struggle to afford rent. "I see." Isius nodded, realization dawning upon him. To emerge from a common knightly family and achieve such strength at your age is indeed an impressive feat. He complimented Aditmu on his abilities and performance in the recent battle. Aditmu fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. "No, in comparison to others, I have merely been a bit more fortunate." "Fortune, in itself, is also a manifestation of strength," Isius chuckled. "If luck could empower one to become strong as you have, why is it that only you possess such fortune?" His perspective on luck revealed a unique understanding of its nature. "Perhaps so." Aditmu nodded, neither affirming nor denying it. "What brings you here this time?" After a brief moment, Aditmu gazed at the figure of Isius before him and finally inquired about his purpose. Chapter 36. The inheritance stone. During your duel with Helder, I placed a wager with someone. Gazing at the figure of Aditmu before him, Isius smiled and began to speak. "I bet on your performance in that battle. However, in the end, both she and I lost." "Aditmu, you astonished me." Isius wore a smile. "Neither of us anticipated that you could surpass Helder and emerge victorious. Thus, we both faced defeat. What a regrettable piece of news." Adamu's expression remained calm as he softly replied, "Regrettable? No." Isius chuckled. "This is not regret, it is a surprise. Adamu, would you be interested in becoming my follower?" He looked at Adamu and suddenly spoke. Adamu was momentarily taken aback. Just a moment ago, they were discussing the previous battle, and now Isius was attempting to recruit him? Isn't this progress rather swift? A knight serves as the sword of his lord, loyal only to those he recognizes. Adamu stood still, pondering for a moment before gently declining. "Mr. Isius, I believe we are still lacking in mutual understanding." "Lacking understanding, you say?" Isius, undeterred by Adamu's rejection, appeared rather pleased, his face breaking into a smile. "Adamu, you are quite remarkable." Isius already had a preliminary understanding of Adamu. Unlike Helder, who would labor for money, the Adamu before him was undoubtedly much more cautious. A person like him resembled a traditional knight. He would not easily choose to follow someone, but once he committed, he would not easily abandon that choice. From Isius's perspective, individuals like Adamu were far more reliable than others. "It seems I must seek further opportunities to understand you better." Isius smiled, and then produced an object from his pocket. It was a pale golden crystal resting in Isius's hand, emanating a gentle golden glow. "Regardless of the circumstances, you have indeed surprised me this time. I am quite pleased with your actions. Consider this as my token of gratitude." He placed the crystal before Adamu, personally handing it over. "This is an inheritance stone crafted by an elemental mage, containing knowledge about becoming a formal knight. I believe this is precisely what you need." Upon receiving the inheritance stone and listening to Isius's words, Adamu's countenance shifted. He did not have much familiarity with inheritance stones and was uncertain of their precise nature. However, it was well known that items created by elemental mages were exceedingly precious, let alone one that contained knowledge regarding formal knights. For Adamu, who was at the pinnacle of his apprenticeship and on the verge of advancing to a formal knight, this was undoubtedly a highly valuable object. There is no need to refuse. Isius seemed to perceive Adamu's thoughts, smiled, and continued, "I am not a knight, and this item holds no value for me. Keeping it would merely be a waste. Rather than allowing it to gather dust in my possession, it is far better to pass it on to someone who truly needs it. Accept it, Adamu. This inheritance stone will adequately fill the gaps in your knowledge, allowing you to avoid many detours." Isius's words flowed continuously. Adamu fell into silence. Indeed, Isius was correct. Even the knight training methods he had imparted were not comprehensive. They were merely a foundational version, capable of bringing someone to the pinnacle of apprenticeship, which was already the limit. In other words, a typical apprentice within the Knight Academy, without additional assistance, would find Adamu's current strength to be the ultimate boundary. If he wished to advance further, he would need other opportunities. In this circumstance, the inheritance stone in Isius's hand was indeed of great significance to Adamu. Should he miss this chance? Adamu truly did not know how he would seek knowledge related to knighthood in the future. "Thank you." After a moment of contemplation, Adamu ultimately chose to accept the item. It was simply too important for him. "I owe you a favor." However, he also made a promise, as before, should you require my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask, provided, of course, that it does not infringe upon the rights of others and does not violate basic fairness. Isius smiled and inquired. "Indeed." Adamu's expression turned serious, and he nodded in affirmation. "Excellent." Observing Adamu's demeanor, Isius felt an inexplicable sense of emotion. "Perhaps in many instances in the future, this will become your most essential asset," he said softly, then rose. "Very well, I must take my leave. I will see you out." Adamu also stood, preparing to escort Isius away. Thus, Isius departed from Adamu's residence. Adamu watched Isius's retreating figure fade into the misty rain, swallowed by the distant city walls. Closing the door, he finally took out the inheritance stone. The golden stone shimmered faintly, adorned with intricate patterns that appeared both striking and unique. How does one utilize this? Adamu pondered as he gazed at the stone in his hand. The concept of an inheritance stone was far too advanced for him. He had never encountered anything like it before. Moreover, Isius had not mentioned its method of use, leaving Adamu somewhat bewildered. The inheritance stone lay in his hand, yet he had no idea how to employ it. Surely, he couldn't chase after Isius to inquire about its usage, could he? That would be rather embarrassing. Adamu's thoughts swirled in confusion, but soon he discovered the method of using the inheritance stone. It involved concentration. Adamu realized that whenever he focused his mind on the inheritance stone, a multitude of unfamiliar inquiries would arise in his consciousness. A vast array of information, mostly related to knighthood, flooded his mind. Subsequently, an entirely new nightly breathing technique unfolded before him. Chapter 37. Human Sentiment as his mind concentrated on the Golden Legacy Stone. An array of inexplicable messages began to emerge within his consciousness. These messages were predominantly related to knights, yet they felt rather disordered. Among them were introductions to knights and fragments of their legacies, resembling a miniature library filled with a diverse collection of books, some trivial, others significant, yet lacking any semblance of organization. Vast torrents of information flowed through his mind, creating a uniquely profound sensation. Soon, Adamu discovered a method to extract useful information from the Legacy Stone. He learned to draw upon his own mental energy to pull forth the pertinent messages into his consciousness. Before long, he was captivated by a knight's breathing technique and swiftly drew it into his mind. Knights, it was said, are products of ancient bloodlines. Only those possessing the blood of the ancient royal lineage could become knights. Without the blood of the ancient royalty, one was not truly human and thus lacked the potential to awaken the seed of life. A multitude of messages surfaced in his mind. At the inception of the knight's breathing technique, the first to appear was the author's understanding and introduction of knights. My name is Xanis, a third circle Grand Mage. To unravel the enigma of knights, I have studied over a dozen formal knights and 2 great knights, personally dissecting numerous knightly corpses and referencing various breathing techniques. Culminating in this knight's breathing technique before you. I have named this technique Dawn. A wealth of information began to unfold in his mind, detailing the self-introduction of the creator of this breathing technique, who recounted his journey and the origins of his creation. According to this author, his motivation for developing this breathing technique was to conduct a thorough study of the knightly system, thus providing references and insights for his experimental endeavors. The knight's breathing technique was the fruit of years of research, having been crafted through the synthesis of various other breathing methods, thoroughly tested to ensure it could be effectively practiced. From the nuances of his words, it was evident that the mage held a great deal of confidence in his research outcomes. However, as Adamu absorbed this information, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. A breathing technique for knights, conceived by a mage? Was that truly credible? Instinctively, he felt a twinge of doubt. While mages are indeed symbols of vast knowledge, the leap from mage to knight seemed rather substantial, leaving the reliability of such a technique uncertain. Yet ultimately, Adamu resolved to trust this mage. Aside from the formidable reputation of Xanis as a third circle mage, more importantly, he had no other options. Indeed, Adamu found himself bereft of alternatives. Techniques like the knight's breathing method were predominantly monopolized by ancient families, rarely shared beyond their circles. Given Adamu's current standing, unless he were to sell himself to the powerful, obtaining a sufficiently advanced knight's breathing technique would be nothing short of a dream. Aside from the technique before him, he had no means of acquiring any other. Thus, he found himself fortuitously learning despite his initial lack of study. Adamu sighed silently, a thought fleeting through his mind. Fortunately, this breathing technique appeared remarkably rigorous, far surpassing the quality of the Hode breathing technique taught at the academy. The sophistication of this technique was evident in every word, placing it in an entirely different league than the likes of Hode's method. Troublesome, as he felt the torrent of information within his mind. This thought crossed Adamu's consciousness. This time, he owed a substantial debt of gratitude to Isis. The information contained within this legacy stone was exceedingly precious. Adamu had already reviewed its contents, which included not only the introduction to knights and the dawn breathing technique, but also a knightly combat skill. Knightly combat skills are authentic techniques reserved solely for formal knights, necessitating the use of a knight's life energy for their full operation and manifestation. Like the knight's breathing technique, these skills are incredibly valuable. Some unique knightly combat skills can even be passed down as a family's legacy, utilized by generations of knights within that family. Without a prominent lineage, a commoner, even if they became a knight, would be unable to attain the inheritance of such a skill. An advanced breathing technique and a knightly combat skill, these represented the pinnacle of what the Legacy Stone had to offer. Clearly, for Adamu, this debt of gratitude was significant. The value of what Isis had provided him far exceeded the efforts he had expended on Isis's behalf. Perhaps to Isis, it was merely a preemptive investment, but for Adamu, it constituted a genuine favor and boon. This favor, it seemed, was firmly established. Adamu could not help but sigh. After defeating Helder, he had believed he had settled his debt, yet now it appeared that this debt had only grown. However, since the favor had already been incurred, there was no need to dwell on it excessively. At that moment, Adamu quietly rose and made his way outside. Having finally obtained a knight's breathing technique, he felt compelled to attempt it to ascertain its efficacy. As for the knightly combat skill, although he yearned to begin his studies, he had yet to become a knight, rendering mastery of such a skill unattainable for now. Thus, there was no urgency. As he stepped from his room into the outside world, he noticed that the sky had darkened considerably. Unlike the brightly illuminated nights of his past life, this world's evening, while not entirely devoid of light, lacked the vibrancy of nightlife. The use of candles was relatively sparse. Instead, there were torches placed at key locations, barely illuminating the surroundings. Under the cloak of night, Adamu walked along the path, gradually arriving at the familiar training ground. During the day, the training area was bustling with activity, but now it lay deserted. Save for the occasional chorus of insects and the fragrant scent of grass, Adamu found solace in this solitude, immersing himself in quiet training as he awaited the dawn. Time passed slowly. For the next several weeks, he maintained this routine, spending most of his time in practice and training, aside from necessary outings. Through his diligent efforts, his proficiency in the dawn-breathing technique gradually improved. Chapter 38. The journey once more boomed. A muffled sound reverberated from the desolate training ground, echoing in all directions. In that very place, Adamu stood alone, wielding his sword to cleave a wooden post in two. At this moment, he had exchanged his previous sword for a new one. Although he had not owned the earlier sword for long, the intensity of his fierce battle against Helder had rendered it utterly useless. Thus, Adamu was compelled to procure another blade to serve as his weapon. However, due to his triumph over Helder, Adamu's reputation within the academy had soared, affording him access to more esteemed connections and superior resources. The sword he now held had been sold to him by an individual eager to establish a rapport with him, offering it freely without expecting payment. Adamu, however, graciously declined this generosity and paid the fair market price of 30 gold coins. This sum nearly depleted his entire treasury. Upon returning from the world of Noah, Adamu had brought back only a modest amount of gold, around 50 coins, after converting the currency from that realm. Following the acquisition of this new weapon, he found himself once again nearly destitute, with scant liquid assets remaining. Yet, he seemed unconcerned by this financial setback. For Adamu, as long as he had sufficient funds for his needs, he placed little value on excess wealth. The sword he had acquired at such a high cost was of commendable quality. While it may not rival the one wielded by Helder, it was still a fine piece of craftsmanship, ensuring that with proper maintenance, he would not have to worry about it failing him unexpectedly. This was indeed a positive development. The second source of his joy was the progress he had made with his breathing technique. Since obtaining the dawn breathing method, Adamu had diligently trained himself. Following the instructions outlined within, he had steadily advanced, and his strength began to manifest. As he felt the changes coursing through him, he wiped the perspiration from his brow, pondering his progress. The previous breathing technique he practiced, the Hode breathing method, served as a foundation. The dawn breathing method, being of a higher tier, allowed him to seamlessly transition into training at the apprentice level. The results were quite remarkable. In just over half a month, Adamu could distinctly sense his transformation. Not only had his strength and speed improved, but more crucially, there were significant changes within him. Under the stimulation and awakening brought about by the dawn breathing method, a mysterious essence within him began to shift, gradually stirring to life. This was the awakening of his life seed. Standing still, he gently placed his hand on his chest, acutely aware of the changes taking place within. If this momentum continued, it would not be long before he awakened his life seed and ascended to the status of a true knight. He felt a premonition that this journey would be swift and relatively untroubled, for during his time in the world of Noah, his royal bloodline had been substantially enhanced. The royal bloodline served as the wellspring of a knight's power. The higher the bloodline tier, the more effortless the awakening of the life seed would be. This was the foundation of Adamu's forthcoming success, and it was indeed encouraging news. As for the other matter, Adamu cast a glance before him. As his thoughts drifted, a golden hourglass slowly materialized before him, revealing itself in all its glory. This was a familiar sight, and within the hourglass, the fine sands were nearly depleted. Estimating the time, Adamu surmised that if left undisturbed, the hourglass would run out in about a month. From his previous experience, he knew that this hourglass could aid him in traversing to other worlds. Each time the sands of the hourglass ran out, it signified a journey to another realm. He wondered if this time he would return to the same world as before. Deep down, Adamu hoped it would be that world, with its unique rules that allowed for the enhancement of one's attributes through the expenditure of experience points. For an ordinary person, this would equate to having an edge, bypassing the arduous processes of training and directly reaping the rewards. Of course, Adamu did not shy away from the rigors of training and hard work. He had grown accustomed to such challenges from a young age. Yet, certain aspects, such as the royal bloodline coursing through his veins, could not be augmented through sheer effort alone. To achieve such enhancement, he would need to return to that world and leverage its rules. There was no alternative. Time continued to pass. Glancing at the clock and observing the encroaching twilight, Adamu readied his sword once more, preparing to resume his training. The minutes trickled by. In the blink of an eye, another half-month had passed. In the quiet of his chamber, Adamu closed the door behind him and reclined against the head of his bed, gazing intently at the hourglass before him. Under his watchful eye, the hourglass continued its relentless motion, the sands flowing downward at a slow yet steady pace. Finally, when the last grain of sand settled at the bottom, everything began to shift. A soft golden radiance enveloped him, casting a warm glow over his entire being. As an inexplicable force enveloped him, he felt himself being propelled forward. His surroundings began to fade, everything slowly dissolving into obscurity. Darkness and a heavy sensation washed over him once more, reminiscent of past experiences. After an indeterminate period, familiar sensations returned. Adamu once again perceived the changes in his environment, along with a searing warmth. The fragrance of fresh grass wafted around him, mingling in the air. In the distance, a gentle breeze carried with it distant scents, tinged with something inexplicable. Was that the scent of blood? In an instant, Adamu's eyes flew open. As his gaze adjusted, the scenery around him came into focus. He found himself amidst a forest, lush vegetation thriving all around. The dense foliage obscured his view, preventing him from seeing clearly. Yet, in the distance, faint sounds of conflict reached his ears. Chapter 39. The incident in the distance, faint sounds of combat echoed. A gentle breeze swept across the land, carrying with it a subtle scent of blood. Feeling this atmosphere, Aditma lifted his gaze. It was still a familiar place. As he surveyed the surroundings, he murmured to himself. Name, Aditma race. Ancient highborn attributes. Strength 3, 9. Constitution 4, 1. Spirit 3, 1. Charisma 3, 3. Bloodline. Blood of the ancient highborn royalty 9. Talents. Archery mastery 3. Multilingualism 5. Skills. Dawn breathing technique level 1. Hode night training method level 6. Archery level 3. Hode swordsmanship level 3. Experience. 2 familiar data emerged, with each parameter seemingly unchanged compared to the past. The most significant alteration lay in the skills section, where the dawn breathing technique was newly listed at level 1. As for the experience points, they retained the number from when Aditmu last departed. It still felt familiar. Aditmu nodded to himself, now finally understanding the mechanism of the hourglass's traversal. He had once again arrived in the same world as before. Even the location of his arrival was quite similar. Looking around, Aditmu confirmed this notion. Although the spot where he had traversed was somewhat distant from his previous departure point, it belonged to the same forest periphery. He surmised that he was not far from Creek Town. But what was the source of the distant scent of blood? This thought flickered through Aditmu's mind. He then set forth, walking ahead. It was nearing dusk, the external light still reasonably bright, albeit with some changes. Following the stream, Aditmu soon reached his destination. It was a village currently under siege. In this region, Creek Town was the largest population center nearby. Surrounding Creek Town, numerous small villages had formed for the convenience of farming and hunting. These villages typically had small populations, and due to their proximity to Creek Town, they generally did not encounter significant issues. The constables and guards of Creek Town would protect these areas. However, the scene before him was one of chaos. A group had stormed into the village, engaging in plunder. Strangely, the constables of Creek Town were nowhere to be seen, showing no reaction from their distant posts. Observing the unfolding chaos, Aditma felt a sense of confusion. The constable of Creek Town was Delhi, an acquaintance of his. From what he knew of Delhi, he was not the type to allow others to pillage the village without intervention. The assailants were not mere bandits. Though numbering around 10, they were clad in leather armor, and their leader donned iron armor and rode a warhorse, appearing quite formidable. This group did not resemble ordinary thieves at all. Could they be regular troops from elsewhere? Aditmu furrowed his brow, this thought crossing his mind. It was not unusual for noble armies to engage in clandestine plundering. There was no need to hold high expectations for the nobility's integrity. In these times, many nobles were far from virtuous, surviving through acts of robbery. Such a situation seemed plausible. What puzzled him was why the local guardians did not intervene and allowed their subordinates to be plundered. Despite his doubts, Aditmu's actions showed no hesitation. With a swift motion, he charged forward. His target was clear, the young man on the warhorse. In the distance, it seemed that some had noticed Aditmu's approach, as a few shouted and rushed forward, colliding with him. Their fate was already sealed. In an instant, their bodies were sent flying, struck down by Aditmu. Ordinary individuals stood no chance against a professional, not even an apprentice. As Aditmu surged forward, the outcome of the confrontation was nearly predetermined. Fighter. From afar, the young man on horseback changed his expression, seemingly realizing something. I am a baron of the Kerry Duchy. You cannot kill me. As the long sword descended, his face turned pale with terror, and he shouted. However, it was too late. Aditmu paid no heed to his status. He was not of this world, and the so-called noble titles held no significance for him. Moreover, if this man's noble status was genuine, it made him an even greater target. Allowing this noble to leave alive would only complicate matters further. Aditmu feared no retaliation or targeting, but the innocent villagers beneath him were different. Should they be caught in the crossfire, these innocent souls could face utter catastrophe. The pale golden sword fell, slicing through the air and cleaving the young man to the ground, nearly bisecting him. Blood spilled forth, pooling around. The baron was dead. Witnessing the scene, those around displayed expressions of disbelief, as if they had never anticipated such an outcome. A few quickly reacted, attempting to flee. But it was equally too late. After slaying the leading young man, Aditmu exerted a bit of effort to regain control of the situation. He did not slay the others. Instead, he knocked them to the ground, allowing the surviving villagers to restrain them. Once everything settled, the village chief approached Aditmu, gazing at him with palpable excitement. Do you recognize me? The chief's fervor took Aditmu by surprise, prompting him to instinctively inquire. I have seen your valiant form slaying monsters before, the chief replied. Aditmu then recalled. The last time he was in Creek Town, he had defeated numerous corrupted creatures for experience points, thereby saving many. The chief before him was likely one of those he had rescued. However, Aditmu held no recollection of this. He did not dwell on it, instead promptly asking, what has transpired here? Why did Deli and the others not come to our aid? Deli and his men are currently unable to assist us. The village chief sighed deeply as he listened to Aditmu's words. Chapter 40. Transformation. Shortly after the departure of Aditmu, the wilderness began to undergo a profound transformation. A multitude of demonic entities surged forth from the desert, launching an invasion upon the nearby human settlements. Unlike the corrupted beings, these demonic entities, born from the very essence of magical power, possessed innate strength that could rival the world's most skilled practitioners, requiring only the mightiest to stand against them. In contrast, the corrupted beings were merely normal creatures tainted by magical energy, formidable in their own right, yet they paled in comparison to the pure-blooded demonic entities. The formidable prowess of these demons wreaked havoc across the entire kingdom, with vast territories falling victim to their relentless onslaught. However, due to its remote location, Streamtown managed to escape the brunt of this devastation. Although traces of demonic entities were present, none had truly manifested, allowing Streamtown to survive for the time being. Yet, this did not imply that life in Streamtown was devoid of hardship. Accompanying the rise of the demonic entities were numerous corrupted beings. Some freshly tainted by magical influence, while others were former minions from the demon's lairs, now unleashed to wreak havoc in the surrounding areas. If the invasion of the demonic entities could be considered a natural disaster, the ensuing human calamity proved equally perilous. In the face of disaster, not all individuals united to combat the demonic threat. Rather, many sought to exploit the chaos for their own gain. Despite the emergence of demonic entities in the desert, many regions remained unaffected. Thus, in the turmoil of this area, numerous lords from other territories attempted to profit from the disorder, resorting to plundering and slaughter, inflicting significant destruction upon the land. Among them was Baron Callie, whom Aditmu had recently slain. Such individuals were not in short supply. In this dire situation, even a lawman like Deli found himself unable to spare attention for other matters, entirely consumed by the crisis at hand. Thus, the current state of affairs unfolded. Had nearly 3 months truly passed? In conversation, Aditmu keenly discerned a discrepancy in time. During his discussions with the village chief, he recognized that nearly 3 months had elapsed in the Noah world, coinciding with the duration he spent in the Dawn world. What could this mean? Aditmu pondered, perplexed by the synchronization of time between his two journeys. Why, after 2 traversals, did the temporal ratios differ so drastically? Was there an underlying rule he had yet to uncover? Lost in thought, Aditmu's mind danced with myriad possibilities as the chief's voice continued to resonate in front of him. In fact, 2 weeks prior, Deli and the mayor had issued a notice for everyone to relocate to the town. Standing before Aditmu, the chief sighed and spoke. Unfortunately, the roads nearby are fraught with danger, compounded by various other reasons, which have hindered our success thus far. But now, it seems, he gazed around, unable to stifle another sigh. The danger has indeed arrived. Surely, no one will oppose the move any longer. Aditmu remained silent. Relocating an entire village was evidently no small feat. This village, while not particularly large, housed several hundred inhabitants. The sheer number of individuals, not to mention the internal disagreements, made the logistics of such a move exceedingly complicated. After all, relocating involves countless considerations. Before they could even commence their migration to the town, bandits had already descended upon them. After a moment of silence, Aditmu spoke again. That would be most welcome. Upon hearing Aditmu's words, the village chief's face lit up with joy. He had witnessed Aditmu's prowess firsthand, instilling him with profound confidence. With such a formidable knight to protect them, they could evade many unforeseen perils. This was indeed good news. After engaging in conversation for a while, the chief left, brimming with enthusiasm to attend to his duties. Aditmu, left alone, found a spot to sit and began to scrutinize his spoils. From the recently vanquished noble, he had acquired a fine sword, a sturdy set of armor, some gold coins, and most importantly, a warhorse. Aditmu could not help but look up and caress the steed before him. This was a promising beginning. The following day, the caravan set forth. In normal circumstances, relocating a village of hundreds would not occur swiftly. Yet, having recently endured a calamity, they were eager to reach a safe haven. Thus, after a day of rest, they embarked on their journey. What followed was a lengthy trek. To be precise, the village was not particularly distant from Streamtown. Yet with children and the wounded in tow, their progress remained slow. Fortunately, no significant incidents occurred. Aditmu rode on the warhorse he had seized, patrolling the surroundings. During this period, he could distinctly sense a shift. Previously, in his quest for experience, Aditmu had explored the area thoroughly, finding few corrupted beings, having eradicated those present months prior. Yet now, a mere 3 days into their journey from the village to Streamtown, he encountered 7 or 8 different corrupted beings. An alarming frequency and quantity. Had Aditmu not been present, the migration of these hundreds would likely have faced utter devastation, for those corrupted beings were formidable. Some required a band of 30 elite warriors to subdue with ease. Should such potent corrupted entities infiltrate the crowd, a massacre would ensue. Chapter 41. Return to the team on the path forward. Aditmu vanquished numerous monstrous beings. These formidable creatures charged and attacked, yet often before they could breach the crowd, they were thwarted by Aditmu and subsequently dispatched with ease. To the onlookers, he appeared immensely powerful. His silhouette upon the steed exuded an extraordinary presence, instilling an infinite sense of security. No matter how formidable the monstrosity, under this knight's hand, it would simply become a heap of corpses, with no unforeseen incidents arising. Unbeknownst to them, despite the ease with which he eliminated danger, Aditmu's heart was laden with heaviness. Had this region truly devolved into a haven for monsters? After dispatching a monstrous being and allowing its remains to be removed, Aditmu gazed ahead, his mood growing somber. The last time he visited this area, he had explored the surroundings according to a map and retained a certain impression of the terrain. This territory, once considered a safe zone, rarely posed any threat, a place where monstrous beings would not appear. However, now even such areas were rife with peril, with traces of monstrous beings scattered everywhere. In the past, Aditmu had to actively seek out the tracks of these creatures. Yet now, there was no need for such labor. Each day, monstrous beings would approach, attempting to attack the populace. This stark and evident change weighed heavily on Aditmu's mind. For Aditmu, monstrous beings posed little danger, merely transforming into a source of experience. Yet for others, the reality was vastly different. Powerful monsters were capable of slaughtering countless lives. Without sufficient warriors to guard them, should a single monstrous being breach the crowd, it could inflict considerable casualties. Currently, centered around Streamtown, traces of monstrous beings were omnipresent. This area was momentarily safeguarded by Aditmu, with no incidents occurring, but elsewhere, the conditions were far less favorable. Empathizing with others, Aditmu could vividly imagine the horrors unfolding nearby. Surely, many had fallen victim to the monsters, their corpses devoured, dying in vain along the way. In truth, this was indeed the case. As he journeyed forward from the previous village, apart from the monstrous beings, Aditmu beheld numerous corpses. These remains were the result of monstrous slaughter, many reduced to shattered bones, lying uselessly on the ground, symbolizing the extinguishing of lives. Such scenes deepened the weight in Aditmu's heart. Amidst this turmoil, they gradually approached the vicinity of Streamtown. Ahead lay the boundaries of the town. Halt. A figure stood atop the rudimentary city wall, loudly inquiring, their expression laced with vigilance. State your origins. From the crowd, the village chief stepped forward, cautiously producing the notification from the mayor, informing the guards of their provenance. During this exchange, Adamu also emerged from the throng. The wall, which had previously seemed quiet, erupted into a tumult as Adamu rode forth. It is Mr. Adamu. The sudden appearance of Adamu stirred excitement among the people. In times past, Adamu's performance had left a profound impression on the locals, ensuring many remembered his name. Perhaps in the outside world, few knew of Adamu, but within Streamtown, many held a deep regard for the young knight. Thus, when Adamu stepped forward, a wave of cheers erupted. The gates of the small town slowly opened, and the expressions of those atop the wall turned jubilant. Soon, this news spread, reaching more ears. Consequently, some of Adamu's acquaintances hastily approached Mr. Deli. Upon seeing the robust middle-aged man clad in leather armor, Adamu could not help but call out his name. This was Deli, the town's constable and the true second-in-command here. Ha, Adamu. In front, Deli appeared somewhat changed compared to before, fatigue evident in his features. He embraced Adamu and then inquired, is the situation dire? Indeed. It is very serious. Upon hearing Adamu's words, the smile faded from Deli's face. He stood there, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Since a little over a month ago, the situation has worsened. When things first began, the mayor and I discussed gathering the nearby villages, but it was too late. He sighed, for various reasons. The migration of nearby villages has been painfully slow. Far too many have perished along the way. To speak frankly, during these past 2 months, I have thought of you constantly. Each time someone dies outside, I wonder if you were here, things would surely be much better. I lack your strength. Before those monstrous beings, I find myself powerless. As he spoke, his voice grew increasingly hoarse, and at a certain moment, he lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Adamu. Adamu, my friend. He inquired, his gaze fixated on Adamu. Once, Adamu was part of the town's guard, yet now he was no longer the same. In this current climate, with the emergence of demonic species from the wilderness, a relentless influx of monstrous beings assailed the region, rendering it perilous beyond measure. Under such circumstances, any truly wise individual would choose to leave this area for safer grounds. Deli feared that Adamu might make the same choice. However, it was clear that his concerns were unwarranted. Under Deli's watchful gaze, Adamu smiled and solemnly replied, "It is my honor, Captain." Ha, splendid. A smile instantly lit up Deli's face. He stepped closer and clapped Adamu's shoulder heartily. "I knew that someone like you would never abandon us. With you here, no matter what the future holds, I feel a renewed sense of hope," he exclaimed joyfully. Just at that moment, a commotion arose from outside the gate. Chapter 42. Rescue. A sudden noise erupted, followed by the swift opening of the door. A figure burst into the room. As he approached, he immediately noticed Adamu standing in front of Deli and was momentarily taken aback. "Sir Knight?" Adamu, equally startled by the unexpected visitor, quickly recognized the familiar face before him. It was Yang-in, a member of a previous player group. Adamu had thought he would never see them again, yet here they were. A smile spread across his face as he regarded Yang-in, who mirrored his excitement. However, before they could reminisce, Deli's voice cut through the air. "Are you not aware that I am conversing with a friend?" "Apologies, Sheriff." "What?" Deli's expression shifted dramatically as he grasped the implications of the news. The migrating group from the south consisted of several villages, specifically organized by Deli for mutual support and stability. To ensure their safety, he had dispatched most of his available forces to protect these migrating villagers. Yet, it appeared that the large number of migrating villagers had inadvertently attracted a horde of corrupted creatures. If this situation continued, a collision between the two parties seemed inevitable. The potential consequences were dire. Realizing the urgency, he immediately resolved to act. Yang quickly account for the soldiers. He decisively commanded, "I will personally lead a team to assist. I hope it is not too late. Allow me to join you." Adamu interjected suddenly. "Fear not. Given the current circumstances, even if I wish to prevent your assistance, it appears that is no longer an option. Since battle is unavoidable, let us fight side by side. I eagerly anticipate it. Will you accompany me once more to face this new battlefield?" In the past, Yang-in and his companions had been Adamu's loyal followers, responsible for mundane tasks while also standing by him in battle. At the prospect of Adamu's invitation, Yang-in's face lit up with excitement. "I am willing." The brevity of his response belied the fervent emotion it concealed. The thrill stemmed not only from reuniting with Adamu, but also from the prospect of undertaking a new mission. Knight's Quest. Assist Knight Yadamu in rescuing refugees. Reward. Dependent on task contribution. The more survivors saved and enemies defeated, the greater the reward. A faint subtitle materialized before Yang-an, reigniting his enthusiasm. It had been quite some time since Yadamu's departure. He had remained here for nearly 3 months, and finally, a task had emerged. Based on past experiences, with Yadamu leading the charge, success was all but assured. Once again, he found an opportunity to ride on Yadamu's coattails. Having made their decision, they prepared briefly before setting out once more. The remaining warriors in Streamtown were swiftly gathered by Delhi. Is this truly all that remains? Yadamu inquired, observing the assembled soldiers with a look of surprise. In Yadamu's memory, Streamtown, the modest, should have housed a considerable number of warriors. While Delhi typically did not mobilize many, the town's garrison should have numbered in the hundreds, with the potential to summon even more in a critical moment. Yet, despite Delhi's efforts, only about 50 had gathered, and they were not a particularly elite force. Apart from a few, most appeared to be ordinary individuals, lacking rigorous training. There are far too many areas in need of personnel. In light of the circumstances, I requisitioned a batch of newcomers, but the demands for watchmen are overwhelming. I could only gather this many. In essence, the pressure was immense, with numerous locations requiring vigilance. The outbreak of corrupted creatures necessitated guarding not only the external villages but also regular patrols around Streamtown, which had stretched Delhi's forces thin. Do not concern yourself. I understand your predicament, Yadamu reassured him softly. There are advantages to having fewer numbers. At least our speed will be considerably enhanced. I hope so. Delhi replied with a nod and a sigh. Thus, they commenced their journey. Riding alongside Yadamu, Yang-in quietly remarked, "Our experiences have been rather simple compared to yours. When Yadamu departed, we lost the support we had desperately clung to. Fortunately, through Yadamu, we managed to establish a connection with Delhi, the sheriff of Streamtown, thereby catching the attention of both him and the town mayor. Utilizing this connection, the 4 of us, once mere allies, secured positions within Streamtown." Chapter 43. Divided actions. Lu Ming had become Mr. Delhi's messenger, while I had joined the ranks of the guards, routinely patrolling the vicinity. Yang-in explained to Yadamu that, in comparison to their previous circumstances, their current position was considerably improved. It is worth noting that in the past, due to their status as outsiders, they were inherently discriminated against by local figures like Delhi, often becoming targets of hostility. However, thanks to Yadamu's influence, they were able to advance further. Although the roles of messenger and guard were not particularly esteemed, they nonetheless positioned themselves within the upper echelons of this environment, reaping various benefits. For them, this was not an inconsequential endeavor. After all, among the multitude of players entering the Noah world, many were still wandering the wilderness as refugees. Excluding a handful of players who fared well, Lu Ming and Yang-in had already made commendable progress within this brief period. At the very least, they could share their experiences on player forums, effortlessly capturing the attention of a large number of players, evoking a mixture of admiration and envy. Not long after, a catastrophe struck. The demon calamity erupted. For others, the calamity signified slaughter and destruction, synonymous with death. Yet, for these players, the situation was somewhat different. Slaughter? Death? What were those? As players, they were unafraid of demise. If they feared death, it would be only if it held no value. Thus, while others retreated desperately from the calamity, this group of players charged forward with fervor, including Lu Ming and Lu Lan. Not a single one chose to flee. Instead, they all remained nearby to assist. Following the army, they engaged in combat against the demonized creatures, seizing the opportunity to take on quests and earn rewards and experience. I see, Yadamu remarked, a look of admiration gracing his face as he listened to Yang-in's account. Remarkable. Your bravery is commendable. For Yadamu, the reasons behind Yang-in and the other players' relentless struggle remained unclear. He could only observe that during the calamity, they not only held their ground but fought valiantly to protect others against the terrifying demonized creatures. This evoked genuine respect within him. He recognized that Lu Ming and his companions were not professional warriors and did not possess extraordinary strength like his own. They faced the demonized creatures with no significant advantage over ordinary individuals, and their lives were genuinely at risk. Yet, despite this, they willingly fought for the sake of others. Regardless of the underlying reasons, their actions were undoubtedly worthy of admiration. Actually, it's not that extraordinary, Yang-in replied, feeling somewhat bashful in the face of Yadamu's praise. Those familiar with their own circumstances understand the truth. Yang-in knew well that his courage to charge forward stemmed merely from the player's inherent safety. If he were not a player and truly possessed only one life, he would undoubtedly flee faster than anyone else. Yet, he could not articulate this sentiment. The group continued their advance, due to the presence of others. Even though Yadamu and his companions moved swiftly, their overall pace was hindered. This was also attributed to the scarcity of horses. Streamflow Town was not particularly affluent, and the number of horses was limited, yet their utility was significant, as many areas required horseback reconnaissance. In this context, even if Delhi and his group gathered all available horses, they could not muster enough for 50 riders. Consequently, their speed remained constrained. Fortunately, driven by the imperative to defend their homeland, their morale remained high, and no one chose to abandon their mission. Soon, after a long day of travel, they arrived at the designated area ahead. "It's just up ahead," he called Yadamu and the others over to share the information he had gathered. As he relayed the news, the faces around him grew solemn, yet a collective sigh of relief escaped them. Thankfully, the situation had not yet reached its nadir. The most feared scenario for those who had journeyed from Streamflow Town was that upon their arrival, the migrating group would have already encountered disaster. However, given the current circumstances, although the migrating group had faced adversity, it was not yet catastrophic. Delhi lifted his gaze, surveying the path ahead, calculating the time. He shook his head decisively. "It won't do. In half an hour, when we arrive, it may already be too late. Then we must charge through," Yadama suggested after a moment of contemplation. "Let me take a portion of the group on horseback to scout ahead. You can follow with the others." In theory, this was feasible. But Delhi furrowed his brow at Yadamu's proposal. "If you do this, the pressure on you will be immense." Their group consisted of just over 50 individuals, with only 10 on horseback. Even if Yadamu took all the mounted riders, he would only have 10 people to confront whatever lay ahead. Though the strength of the demon forces remained uncertain, it was clear that 10 individuals could hardly withstand them. Would Yadamu be able to hold his ground? Delhi expressed his doubts. "We have no other choice, do we?" Gazing at Delhi, Yadamu smiled and replied, "Please trust me." His demeanor was calm as he sat tall upon his horse, exuding an aura of unique confidence. "No one shall perish at my back before I fall." Delhi felt a stir of emotion and eventually nodded slowly. "Very well. I will do my utmost to reach you." But before that he raised his gaze to Yadamu. "Do not let yourself perish. Rest assured," Yadamu smiled. "It will not be so easy for me to die. I am absolutely confident of this." With their discussion concluded, the two began to part ways. Delhi entrusted all the horses, including his own, to Yadamu and dismounted to proceed on foot. With the burden of infantry no longer weighing them down, Yadamu's group moved swiftly. A journey that would typically take over half an hour was completed in a fraction of that time. Upon reaching the battlefield, they were momentarily taken aback by the scene before them. Chapter 44. Charged due to their mounted stance, the group led by Adamu moved at a commendable pace. However, upon their arrival at the scene, they were taken aback by the horrific spectacle before them. The ground was strewn with corpses, and in the distance, shouts echoed as individuals battled against the monstrous beings. Even for Adamu, such a scene was unprecedented. Seated upon his steed, his gaze remained fixed on the adversaries ahead, those infernal beings. He murmured to himself, contemplating the grotesque creatures known as demons. These demons were the byproducts of ordinary life forms tainted by dark magic. Unlike the innate demons birthed from the essence of magical sources, these were aberrations born of corruption, varying greatly in strength and form. Any living creature could succumb to this malevolence, humans included. Adamu had previously heard about this from Dari, who spoke of densely populated regions where vast numbers of individuals had been infected by magic, transforming them into demons. Much like other magical aberrations, these demons, once assimilated by dark energy, became formidable foes, their strength often surpassing that of seasoned warriors, despite their previous insignificance. Crucially, they retained fragments of their former consciousness. Indeed, demons possessed intellect. Although their chaotic magic dulled their cunning, it also fostered a sense of obedience. Consequently, unlike typical magical aberrations that operated solo, demons often banded together, forming menacing hordes. This phenomenon represented one of the gravest threats outside of the innate demon species. Before Adamu stood a contingent of demons, just over 100, currently engaged in fierce combat with the defenders, likely left behind by Dari, numbering around 200. Although they possessed a slight numerical advantage, the presence of their loved ones behind them created a palpable tension that threatened to unravel their resolve. Yet, they clung to their composure, barely holding the line. "Sir," a companion turned to Adamu, their eyes wide with apprehension. despite prior preparations. The sudden confrontation with such chaos was unnerving. They all looked to Adamu for guidance. In response, he wore a calm smile, suppressing any superfluous emotions. "Fear not. All of you shall follow my lead." He fixed his gaze ahead and vowed softly, "By the name of the night, I shall ensure that no innocent soul falls to these beasts while I still stand." With those words, he turned, eyes set on the battlefield, mentally steeling himself for the impending clash. He drew his longsword, positioning it across his chest. The others mirrored his readiness, preparing for the ultimate charge. The steeds began to advance, adopting a stance of aggression. The group, though silent, moved in perfect unison. In a swift motion, Adamu led the charge, targeting the demon horde ahead. The battlefield, a tableau of devastation, echoed with the cries of combatants, transforming into a grotesque meat grinder. A breeze swept over the field, carrying the stench of blood that heightened their senses and steeled their resolve. Yin-Jin, riding closely behind Adamu, gripped the reins with one hand while clutching his weapon tightly with the other, his body taut with anticipation. Though he had been in the game for some time, this was his first true encounter with such carnage. As adrenaline surged within him, fear and anxiety began to fade, leaving his mind a blank slate focused solely on Adamu's silhouette. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. Adamu surged forward, plunging directly into the ranks of the demons. With a swift motion, he severed the heads of two demons, their dark blood splattering across the ground, infusing the air with a sickening aroma. In a stunning display, the demon formation parted before him as if he were a keen arrow slicing through flesh. Despite their modest numbers, he and his compatriots carved a path through the throng, the gap widening with each passing moment. The once formidable horde of demons, numbering in the hundreds, was effortlessly cleaved asunder by a mere 10 warriors. The demons, despite their strength, fell before Adamu with alarming ease, like lambs to the slaughter. This awe-inspiring performance invigorated the defenders behind him, who, spurred on by Adamu's valor, began to rally and counterattack. In mere moments, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The once fearsome demon crew was scattered, torn apart, and devoured in pieces. With a decisive swing of his sword, Adamu cleaved through another demon, its lifeless body collapsing to the ground, exuding a potent scent of blood. As the remaining demons, now gripped by terror, began to flee, the battlefield transformed into a grim testament to Adamu's prowess, leaving behind a scattering of corpses in their wake. Chapter 45. The demonic spawn. The demon kind, despite their monstrous transformation, remain biological entities. The essence of magic has corrupted their physical forms, granting them formidable power, yet simultaneously eroding their intellect. Nevertheless, they are still living beings, and as such, they possess an instinctual tendency to seek advantage and avoid peril. When the situation turned dire, the ranks of the demon kind ultimately fractured. A multitude of demons fled the battlefield, retreating into the distance, leaving behind merely a handful of their fallen brethren. The fierce conflict had come to a close. Did we win? Yin-Jin, mounted on his steed, gazed vacantly at the surrounding scene, utterly astonished by the outcome. During the prior charge, his mind had been an empty void, driven solely by instinct to follow Adamu, striving to advance forward. In the heat of battle, he exhibited a courage that surprised even himself, successfully vanquishing 2 demons. Although those 2 demons had been significantly weakened by Adamu's earlier assault, this achievement was nonetheless monumental. For players, the experience points gained from slaying demons were considerable. Yangen's accomplishment of dispatching 2 was undoubtedly remarkable. Yet, the most astonishing aspect was not his own prowess. As this realization dawned upon him, he could not help but raise his gaze to Adamu. At that moment, Adamu was also atop his horse, surveying the surroundings, seemingly deep in contemplation. Bathed in sunlight, clad in leather armor and wielding a longsword, he resembled a knight stepped straight out of a fairy tale, an unforgettable vision. However, it was this strikingly handsome youth whose earlier performance had left all in awe. He led Yin-Jin and the others in effortlessly dispersing the demon ranks, having slain at least 20 demons himself, not to mention those he had incapacitated, allowing others to claim the spoils. Such an extraordinary display was truly remarkable. As Yin-Jin beheld Adamu, a clear sense of envy washed over his features. This was the majesty of a professional. In this world, with the gradual emergence of players, news of various professions had begun to circulate. From what Yin-Jin understood, there existed primarily 2 types of professionals, mages and warriors. These 2 major categories encompassed numerous subdivisions, each with distinct hierarchies. Mages, who wielded spells through the inherent magic of the world, were typically frail yet possessed immense destructive capabilities, epitomizing the archetype of spellcasters. Conversely, warriors boasted robust physiques, honing their physical strength. In Yangan's estimation, Adamu belonged to the warrior class, endowed with formidable physical prowess and among professionals. He was undoubtedly among the mightiest. Yanjin had watched videos depicting the capabilities of various professionals, uploaded by other players to forums, which illustrated the strength of some lower-tier professionals quite clearly. In terms of prowess, those professionals seemed to pale in comparison to Adamu. Thus, it was evident that even among professionals, Adamu's strength was exceptional, a cut above the ordinary. Yet, a sense of regret lingered within Yanjin. If only he could acquire a class change certificate. Witnessing Adamu's power rekindled this desire within him. Unbeknownst to him, the source of a knight's strength stemmed from lineage, leading him to mistakenly believe that, like other professions, it was an attainable skill for anyone. Ahead, Adamu remained lost in thought. This group of demons. He observed the scattering horde, a sense of confusion stirring within him. Having conducted thorough research to understand the demonic beings of this world, Adamu was familiar with the demon kind. Unlike other demonic creatures, the demon kind retained certain human traits due to their origins from humanity, typically appearing in cohesive groups. Generally, one would expect to find a demon leader among them to command the others. However, during the fray, Adamu had not spotted such a figure. In his search through the ranks of demons, he encountered only ordinary demons, which seemed rather peculiar. Perhaps it was merely an anomaly. A moment later, Deli and his group arrived as well. Upon reaching Adamu's side and surveying the sea of corpses, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Adamu, you truly have a knack for creating surprises, Deli remarked, a cheerful smile gracing his features. You have no idea how hard we were pushing ourselves to catch up, fearing we would miss the battle. I never imagined you would conclude it so swiftly. It is merely the beginning, Adamu replied with a smile, then shared his concerns with Deli. To Deli, this revelation bore no surprise. Standing before Adamu, he spoke earnestly. Those demons likely gathered from various locations, perhaps responding to the summons of a nearby demonic spawn. Demonic spawn? Adamu's expression grew serious upon hearing this. The essence of demonic beings lies in their transformation through magical infection. Originally ordinary life forms, they metamorphosed into ferocious entities due to the influence of magic. In contrast, demonic spawns are unique life forms birthed directly from the source of magic. Compared to the artificially infected demonic beings, pure demonic spawns possess significantly greater strength. Not only are they inherently powerful, capable of effortlessly annihilating armies, but their emergence also heralds the arrival of numerous demonic beings. Each demonic spawn acts as a natural commander, capable of leading vast legions of demonic entities. Although Adamu had never encountered a demonic spawn, he grasped the terror of their power from Deli and others' descriptions. According to Deli's earlier accounts, every demonic spawn is extraordinarily powerful, even the juvenile ones, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. In my youth, I traveled widely and encountered a demonic spawn. At that time, a dozen professionals, much like yourself, gathered to subdue it. And half of them perished before we could barely defeat that spawn. Chapter 46 Encounter with Professionals. Listening to Deli's narration, Adamu instinctively furrowed his brows. This world, too, possessed professionals, a fact Adamu had long been aware of. However, unlike the extraordinary beings of the Dawn world, the professionals in this realm exhibited entirely different characteristics, with many professions appearing rather unique. Yet, they seemed to share certain fundamentals. For instance, spellcasters existed in this world. Similarly, there were extraordinary beings like knights who engaged in combat using their physical prowess. From this perspective, the two worlds bore considerable resemblance. When Adamu first arrived at Streamtown, he was mistakenly regarded by Deli and others as a professional from afar. He offered no further clarification on the matter. To this day, however, Adamu had yet to encounter any professionals from this world, which piqued his curiosity. Yet, from Deli's descriptions, it appeared that these professionals were somewhat lacking in strength. According to Deli, most of these so-called professionals in this world were weaker than Adamu at present. Only a select few could rival his capabilities. Of course, it was also possible that Deli had simply not encountered many professionals, which did not necessarily reflect the true strength of professionals in this world. Moreover, the fact that it took the combined efforts of over a dozen professionals to barely subdue a juvenile demon indicated that the so-called demon spawn possessed a rather ferocious power. Adamu quietly calculated the situation. Among those dozen professionals, even if the majority were at the apprentice level, if they were to act in unison, even Adamu would have no choice but to flee. Considering that this group included both melee fighters and spellcasters, their combined strength would be formidable. Even a seasoned knight would likely find themselves overwhelmed in such an encounter. Yet, this formidable force could only barely succeed in suppressing a mere juvenile demon? This revelation struck a chord of alarm within Adamu, instilling a profound caution towards the demons of this world. Ultimately, if faced with a purebred demon, the best course of action would be to flee. Before him, Deli wore a grave expression and spoke earnestly. If it is merely a demonized creature, then it remains within the realm that mortals can confront. However, if it is a demon spawn, the distinction between demonized creatures and demon spawn is stark. Even against troublesome types like demon men, mortals can still resist, even forming armies to hunt them down. Demon spawn, however, transcend that level. For beings of such caliber, while numbers may not be entirely futile, they lose much of their significance. These are not entities that mortals can contend with, based on past experiences. Whenever a demon spawn appears, rivers of blood are inevitable. Entire cities may fall to slaughter, overrun by demonized creatures, with the inhabitants either perishing or succumbing to demonic corruption, becoming one with the demonized. Such a horrifying fate is something no one desires. In summary, one must exercise greater caution in the future, if confronted with an insurmountable foe. Retreat is the wisest choice. Deli patted Adamu's shoulder and remarked, "You are still young. You have the potential to grow to greater heights. Do not squander your life on futile endeavors." "I understand." Adamu nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the surrounding individuals had also concluded their preparations. As for the specific losses, Yang In and others were still assessing the situation. It is worth mentioning that Lu Ming and Lu Lan were also present in the group. Previously, as Deli's subordinates, they had been dispatched to escort the relocated villagers to Stream Town, thus finding themselves trapped here. It was only after Adamu arrived to rescue them that they reunited. After months apart, their expressions mirrored the excitement of Yang In upon their reunion, indicating a warm welcome for Adamu's return. Indeed, the location was destined to become a battlefield. Remaining in this area with their current strength could lead to their demise at any moment. However, following Adamu would present a different scenario. After all, his prowess had been clearly demonstrated previously. With such a formidable figure leading them, their safety was likely assured. Their expressions were filled with fervor as they gazed at Adamu, clearly eager to join his ranks and once again become his followers. While they indeed harbored such thoughts, the aftermath of the recent battle left the area in disarray, necessitating immediate action. Thus, they quietly assisted in the cleanup, intending to find an opportunity to rekindle old friendships with Adamu afterward. Just then, a commotion arose ahead. At a certain moment, Adamu lifted his gaze, his keen senses detecting an anomaly. In the distance, a cacophony of sounds emerged, as if a large contingent was advancing. As he peered further ahead, the scene gradually came into view. It was a contingent of over 200 individuals. Unlike ordinary groups, this one was fully equipped for battle. Each member donned rudimentary leather armor, and a few rode horses, charging forth from the front. Who are these people? Standing still, Adamu exchanged a wary glance with Deli, both recognizing the alertness reflected in each other's eyes. They were in the wilderness, rife with bandits and marauders. Even if these individuals appeared disciplined and reminiscent of a regular army, it did not negate the potential threat they posed. Deli's initial reaction was one of caution. However, despite their vigilance, they remained composed. After all, their numbers surpassed those of the approaching group, while the opposing contingent numbered around 200. Their own ranks included many of Deli's warriors, ensuring they maintained a numerical advantage with a cohort of elite fighters. Furthermore, Adamu stood among them as a formidable presence. Deli was confident that should conflict arise, the burden would only fall upon the opposing side. Fortunately, the direst of scenarios did not unfold. From ahead, a cacophony of sounds emerged, accompanied by the scattered rhythm of footsteps. Gradually, a figure stepped forward from the throng. Chapter 47 Encounter 2 The procession ahead captivated the attention of all. The sheer number of people was undeniable. Although from the perspectives of Deli and Yadimu, the quality of the warriors before them remained to be assessed, their quantity and equipment alone signified a formidable force. For certain internal kingdoms, a retinue of over 200 might not be particularly noteworthy. However, within this arid region, such a number constituted a considerable might, based on their experience. Those capable of amassing such strength typically possessed an equally impressive status. As they observed, a figure emerged from the throng, a youthful man. He rode forth on horseback, exuding an air of youthfulness. Clad in simple leather armor, he was handsome, his face adorned with a gentle smile, radiating an unusual charm. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, he stepped forward, flanked by several guards. The Lord of Set Town greeted everyone courteously. He approached Dali and the others, halting about 5 or 6 meters away, and called out, "May I inquire if the constable of Streamtown, Mr. Dali, is present?" He introduced himself as the Lord of Set Town, directly invoking Dali's name and title. Dali instinctively glanced at Yudimu, their eyes meeting with evident confusion. The young man had called out his name, suggesting prior acquaintance, yet Dali felt no recollection of him. Logically, this should not be the case. As a lord of a small town, and given the strength indicated by the guards behind him, he should not be entirely unfamiliar to Dali. Why then did he remain a stranger? Despite his perplexity, Dali discerned no malice in the young man's demeanor. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Set Town? I apologize, but I am unfamiliar with that name. However, you seem to be a distinguished gentleman. Yet, you have entered the territory of Streamtown without prior consent. What is your purpose?" In this era, the concept of territorial boundaries was deeply ingrained. Each lord possessed their domain, and intruding without permission could be perceived as a provocation, potentially igniting conflict between powers. Such actions were often malevolent in intent, as exemplified by the recently slain Baron Carey, who attempted to seize the opportunity to raid Streamtown amidst its struggles with the demonic calamity. However, the young man before Dali remained composed. With a smile, he responded, "You misunderstand. My arrival here is not unauthorized. I have already communicated with you. My 2 friends are serving as envoys under your command." As he spoke, he glanced toward Lu Ming and Yang In, who stood nearby. "Is that not correct?" Upon hearing this, Dali's gaze shifted to Lu Ming and Yang In, a look of realization dawning upon him. "You are the pioneering lord they spoke of?" His expression softened considerably. "I have heard your tale and must express my gratitude for your previous assistance. The supplies you provided were invaluable to us. It was my duty." Set replied with a smile, "It is my honor to assist you." Noticing Yudimu's confusion, Yang In and Lu Ming hurriedly provided clarification. According to their account, Set was their ally, hailing from the same origin. However, unlike their humble beginnings, Set was of noble lineage, having ventured out to carve his own path due to a lack of inheritance. With his family's backing, he had established his territory in this region, accumulating significant strength. The pressures they faced were manifold. Safety concerns and food shortages loomed large. The demonic calamity had claimed many lives and stifled production activities, while the influx of refugees exacerbated the scarcity of essential supplies. During this critical time, Lu Ming and his companions had facilitated communication with Set, enabling them to procure a substantial amount of food. Although the prices were steep due to the turmoil, the mere availability of supplies was a boon. Streamtown naturally owed a favor to Set. Thus, when Lu Ming proposed seeking further assistance from Set's domain, Dali and the town's mayor deliberated and ultimately consented. It appeared that the individuals before them were indeed the reinforcements sent by Set. "You have arrived with remarkable speed," Dali remarked, having grasped the situation, though still cautious. The tension in his demeanor eased considerably. "It has only been a little over half a month." "Indeed," Set confirmed with a smile. Upon receiving the news, I departed immediately, eager to assist as swiftly as possible. In addition to my guards, I have instructed my treasurer to follow with supplies of cloth and wine, which I believe will be of great use to you." Dali's interest piqued. "That would be splendid. Cloth and wine are essential commodities, akin to hard currency for trade. While they were once abundant, the ongoing calamity has deterred merchants from traversing these lands. As time progresses, the prices within Streamtown have begun to rise. We have been increasingly anxious for such provisions. Your timely arrival is indeed fortuitous." A smile gradually replaced his earlier seriousness, marking a rare piece of good news amidst troubling times. Inviting Set to establish his camp near Streamtown, Dali opted for safety, allowing Set's men to encamp in a nearby village rather than within the town itself. With the ongoing calamity, the surrounding villages had been vacated. Their inhabitants relocated to the town, leaving behind empty shells perfect for housing Set's retinue. Thus, the group set forth once more. Yet, Dali sensed an oddity. It felt as though someone was observing him. Turning, he noticed the Lord of Set looking in his direction. Yudimu found this surprising but chose not to dwell on it, for such scrutiny had become commonplace since his previous confrontation with the demon. In the meantime, whispers circulated among the onlookers, and the subject of their discussion was none other than Yudimu. Chapter 48. Opportunity is that person the knight you speak of? On their journey, Set made a point to seek out Lu Ming and his companions. In a corner of the group, he gazed ahead at Adamu, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "I have watched the videos you uploaded earlier. Indeed, he is an exceptionally formidable professional, far surpassing the 2 I encountered previously." The fact that Set is mingling with Lu Ming and his party, exhibiting such familiarity, suggests that his status is anything but ordinary. He too is a player. But unlike Lu Ming and his companions, who are common players, Set hails from a significantly more privileged background. If Lu Ming and his group can be considered common players, Set would undoubtedly be regarded as a wealthy elite. As the son of affluent parents, Set possesses both keen insight and audacity. Thus, when the Noah game first emerged, he astutely recognized the opportunity it presented and invested considerable resources into it. Theoretically, one cannot acquire gold directly through top-ups in the Noah game. However, as long as one is willing to spend money, it is always possible to attract players willing to exert themselves. Consequently, Set rapidly developed his standing through this approach. Unlike Lu Ming's small team, Set commands a following of at least several hundred players, all employed to serve his interests. Through these individuals, he swiftly accumulated his initial fortune and bribed the noble class of the kingdom to attain the title of a pioneering noble. This title, bestowed by the kingdom, grants him the legal right to expand into the wilderness and claim territory as his own, provided one possesses the capability. The size of the territory one can develop is limitless, as long as one can withstand the pressures of the fierce monsters and maintain a sufficient population of subjects. Such a title is perfectly suited for someone like Set. Leveraging this avenue, he quickly rose to the rank of a pioneering lord, and over the course of several years, he flourished, amassing considerable power. His current visit serves not only to engage in trade with Streamtown and probe its intricacies, but also to pursue Adamu, who is one of his primary objectives. The roots of this endeavor trace back to Lu Ming and his companions. Initially, they had no intention of making Adamu's existence public. Their primary aim was to earn some quick profit, since Adamu had already departed. Keeping this secret was no longer necessary. They preferred to capitalize on the current enthusiasm of players who had yet to encounter many professionals. Through this strategy, they successfully acquired certain advantages, but they also attracted the attention of others. Most players were indifferent. After all, the expanse of the Noah world is vast. Although the total number of players in the Noah game has approached 10 million, even such a number, when dispersed throughout the world, remains distant. Most players are far removed from Lu Ming and his companions, merely observing their posts to broaden their horizons and witness the spectacle. However, a small fraction of players harbored ulterior motives, and Set was among them. Coincidentally, his location is not too far from Streamtown. In fact, considering the distances of other players, one could say it is quite close. This proximity sparked his interest. From the posts, he not only learned about Adamu but also gathered information regarding Streamtown, which he deemed the most valuable insight. Though Adamu was no longer present, Streamtown remained. Being a pioneering lord is not an easy task, despite having substantial support. Set had only managed to gather a few hundred guards and maintain a population of roughly 40 to 50,000 within his territory, which is already a commendable result. However, Streamtown boasts an even larger population, nearing 100,000, and when factoring in the scattered villages, the total could surpass that figure. Such a sizable entity, if he could absorb it, would undoubtedly simplify his endeavors. Upon discovering Lu Ming and his companions had become heralds within Streamtown, Set made persistent attempts to connect with them. The two parties found common ground almost immediately, leading to various previous developments. Whether it was providing food to Streamtown or coming to their aid, all these actions were intended to lay the groundwork for future collaboration. For Set, even without any other gains, merely enhancing his rapport with Duri and the town's leader while establishing stable trade conditions would be considered a triumph. To his surprise, upon his arrival, he encountered an unexpected delight. Such a powerful professional, en route to Streamtown alongside Duri and others. Set took a moment to watch the video recorded earlier. The footage, captured by Lu Ming and several other players, vividly documented Adamu charging into the ranks of the monsters. They initially planned to post this in a new thread to earn a profit later on. With Set's arrival, he naturally became the first audience member. After watching the video, his gaze towards Adamu shifted dramatically. He keenly perceived Adamu's potential value. In the past, Set had interacted with a few professionals. In this world, professionals are of noble standing, yet with Set's capabilities, he managed to engage with some. However, he lacked the means to hire them. His prior experiences led him to believe that most professionals hail from noble backgrounds, and even if they choose to submit, they opt for renowned aristocratic families. For someone like Set, who merely holds the title of a pioneering noble, commanding those professionals is a daunting task, let alone temporarily hiring them. Previously, He had contemplated investing more effort into discovering channels through which he could elevate his status to that of a professional. Yet he never anticipated that such a formidable professional would exist right here. The notion that such a powerful individual had truly joined this humble town as one of its guardians was beyond his expectations. Understanding the general circumstances surrounding Adamu, Set still felt perplexed. This situation seemed inconsistent with what he had previously understood. The professionals he had encountered typically sought to venture towards thriving regions, perceiving the wilderness as a harsh, perilous countryside they wished to avoid for long. The idea of joining a small town to become its protector was utterly foreign to them. What advantage could that possibly yield? Set was puzzled but astutely recognized the opportunity. Although the reasons remained unclear, he understood that if he could forge a connection with Adamu, perhaps even recruit him, he would possess a critical trump card. Given Adamu's formidable prowess demonstrated earlier, should he choose to align himself with Set's faction, many existing challenges would cease to be issues. A professional of such strength, leading an army to a certain extent, could likely deter any nearby adversaries. This was an opportunity. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he felt a surge of excitement. It is worth noting that similar thoughts had arisen not just in him, but in other players as well. However, players like Lu Ming and Yang En, being free agents, were self-aware enough to recognize their limitations. In contrast, Set's resources were far more abundant, allowing him to entertain the notion of trying. In the distance, Adamu lifted his head, casting a puzzled glance back at Set. Sensing an unusual intensity in his gaze and feeling somewhat bewildered. Why such fervor for someone he had only just met? Chapter 49. A casual conversation as time progressed. The perplexity within Aditmu only deepened. The gaze of Set was increasingly conspicuous from a distance. Not only Aditmu, but even Delhi beside him noticed it and could not help but inquire. However, Set responded to the inquiry with remarkable sincerity. I have heard of the exploits of Knight Aditmu, and thus I am rather curious about him. I sincerely apologize, he stated with a smile that radiated earnestness. His words brought a sense of relief to those around. Indeed, in light of Aditmu's prior demonstrations of prowess and achievement, how could anyone not feel inquisitive? Set's reaction was entirely normal, serving as a minor interlude. Delhi had initially intended to accommodate Set and his companions in a small village outside of Streamtown, facilitating cooperation and signaling his lack of ulterior motives. Yet, Set's actions took Delhi by surprise. Since I have come here, I regard you all as friends. Is there any logic in being cautious when visiting a friend's home? He remarked, subsequently positioning his guards aside and accompanying Delhi into the town. It is worth noting that, given his status, detaching from his protective detail could easily lead to perilous situations. Should he fall victim to abduction, regardless of the ultimate intent, it would pose a significant threat. By entering Streamtown without the safeguard of his guards, Set placed himself at considerable risk should Delhi and his companions harbor ill intentions, leaving him with little chance of escape. Undoubtedly, this act further endeared him to Delhi and others, evoking a sense of trust. They could not help but develop a fondness for him. Of course, Set's audacity stemmed from the knowledge that he would not truly perish. The loss of a revival opportunity was a risk deemed worthwhile. As he sensed the shift in Delhi's demeanor, a smile crept across Set's face, a breath of relief escaping him. Through Delhi's introduction, he soon met the mayor of Streamtown. At this juncture, he presented the meticulously prepared gifts he had brought, reflecting considerable forethought. The gifts were aptly suited to the preferences of the recipients, and his demeanor exuded an air of nobility, unmistakably indicative of a well-bred aristocrat. In truth, he was indeed of noble lineage, even possessing a publicly recognized title. However, in the broader context, such titles had long lost their practical significance, serving merely as a symbol. Regardless, Delhi's performance was commendable, quickly winning the favor of the mayor and others. Consequently, he was granted permission to explore the interior of Streamtown, accompanied by his guards. Thus, Set eagerly ventured forth, seizing the opportunity to observe the town's inner workings. They strolled through the area, ultimately arriving at a spacious courtyard that once belonged to a wealthy family. The expanse was now bustling with activity. Set looked up to see numerous figures, including many children who dashed about, seemingly engaged in a game of hide-and-seek. Such a scene was rare amidst the desolation he had observed earlier, where the influx of refugees had driven up food prices, resulting in many struggling to survive and resorting to begging. In contrast, while the people here appeared equally distressed, there was a marked absence of despair or oppression. More importantly, as Set gazed upon the courtyard, a sense of familiarity washed over him. What place is this? He pondered aloud, turning to his companion. This appears to be the residence of Knight Aditmu, his companion replied after consulting a map, seemingly taken aback. The knight's residence? Set exclaimed, quickly regaining his composure. Let us enter and take a closer look. He approached the entrance, intending to knock, only to discover the door ajar, unlatched. Upon entering, he caught sight of a familiar figure. In the open space, Aditma wielded a sword, engrossed in training, so focused that he did not initially notice Set and his companions. Eventually, he sensed their presence and ceased his movements. Mr. Aditmu, Set greeted warmly, his face adorned with a friendly smile. Are you training here? Indeed, Aditma replied, seemingly surprised. Mr. Set, did you not accompany Captain Deli and the others? I had just been conversing with them at the mayor's office before I decided to step out for a stroll to observe the surroundings, Set responded. And what is your impression of the situation around here? Aditmu inquired. Quite dire. Set refrained from sharing such blunt honesty in front of the mayor, but deemed it appropriate to speak candidly with Aditmu, who he believed to be forthright and averse to deceit. Indeed, Aditma sighed upon hearing Set's words. Too many people have poured in. The external refugees have found no stable means of livelihood within Streamtown, relying solely on their stored provisions and the town's aid. Over time, this will inevitably lead to complications. Set nodded in agreement, recognizing that the crux of the matter lay in the issue of survival space. The refugees, once self-sufficient farmers, had abandoned their land due to the calamity and retreated to the town, creating a significant dilemma. Streamtown lacked the capacity to accommodate such an influx of people, leading to a gradual accumulation of internal strife likely to erupt. Mr. Aditmu, regarding the situation here, during their conversation, Set observed the busy refugees outside, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. With the influx of so many refugees, the town's accommodations were becoming strained, yet it did not seem to warrant troubling Aditmu. After all, he was the only professional within Streamtown at this moment. It was I who invited them here, Aditmu explained, addressing Set's confusion. A few days ago, I noticed many individuals in the town without shelter and numerous children unable to sleep due to the lack of resources, falling ill as a result. Hence, I brought them here for refuge. Chapter 50. Ambition. Will this have any repercussions? Set pondered aloud, casting a deep gaze at Aditmu. What repercussions could there possibly be? Aditmu responded with a gentle shake of his head. This place is spacious enough, with numerous rooms that could easily accommodate people with a bit of adjustment. There's no need for me to occupy such a vast courtyard alone. Your integrity is truly admirable. After a brief exchange, Set let out a sigh, feeling a sense of respect for Aditmu. Through their conversation, he learned that Aditmu not only welcomed some children from the surrounding area to stay, but also financed their provisions. Such actions are commendable acts of charity, even by modern standards. For the practitioners in this world, such benevolence is rare indeed. As time passed, the price of food would inevitably rise, leading to potential crises. Standing still, Aditmu observed the children playing outside and remarked on the escalating food prices he had become acutely aware of in recent days. Although he had previously enjoyed a comfortable income that allowed him to sustain a dozen individuals, the current circumstances weighed heavily upon him due to the soaring cost of sustenance. This was an expected outcome. The food supply in Streamtown relied partly on merchants from outside. Throughout the year, these traders would flock to the area, purchasing furs and medicinal herbs while selling various goods and provisions. Another source of food came from the scattered villages surrounding Streamtown. The majority of their harvests were transported to the town to support the multitude of craftsmen and warriors residing there. However, with the advent of the magical disaster, reliance on external merchants had diminished, and local agricultural activities had been severely disrupted due to the presence of magical creatures. Consequently, the dwindling food supplies would lead to ever-increasing prices. If the situation worsened, it could lead to famine, resulting in countless lives lost to starvation. Aditmu wished to avert such a scenario, having witnessed the horrors of famine in his youth on his father's territory, where he had seen many perish from hunger. The memory of those events remained vivid in his mind. My logistics officer will arrive soon, bringing a supply of food and other goods, Set informed him. Additionally, I have an idea. The current number of refugees in Streamtown is overwhelming and burdensome. If possible, I would like to recruit some. He revealed his true intentions. His ambition to gain control over Streamtown was a long-term goal, clearly unattainable in the short run. However, during this time of magical calamity, it was entirely feasible to gather as many refugees as possible and increase the population of his domain. In this perilous wasteland, fertile land was not in short supply. What was lacking were individuals willing to cultivate it. Population was undoubtedly the most precious resource in this desolate expanse. With the arrival of numerous refugees, The possibility of consolidating the population had emerged. These refugees, having lost their homes and nearly everything else, now found themselves destitute. As long as they were offered a means of survival, they could be easily welcomed. Currently, there were nearly 10,000 refugees within Streamtown, and even more outside its borders. Sate harbored no reservations about his intentions toward these refugees. There may be some complications with the mayor. Adamu mused after a moment of contemplation. Yet, given the current circumstances, I believe he would be inclined to agree. He was supportive of Sate's desire to recruit refugees. Remaining in Streamtown would likely lead to an unfavorable outcome for them, rather than waiting in vain to perish. It would be far better for them to join Sate and seek to establish a new home. Naturally, the mayor of Streamtown might instinctively resist this idea, as these refugees were considered part of the town's assets. Traditional lords would rather see these individuals perish in their domain than allow them to benefit another. To them, these so-called refugees were merely property. Adamu understood this perspective all too well, having been raised by a lord himself. Although Streamtown enjoyed a degree of autonomy, it remained nominally under the crown's jurisdiction. This arrangement allowed for negotiation. As for Sate's ambition to recruit refugees, Adamu did not take offense. He viewed ambition as a commendable trait. To him, ambition and aspiration were two sides of the same coin, merely differing in nomenclature. As long as Sate's pursuits did not cause suffering to others, he was free to act as he pleased. Recruiting refugees? In the current context, that was undoubtedly a noble endeavor. Sate's face brightened with a smile, sensing Adamu's favorable stance. Previously, he had gauged the sentiments of Delhi and the mayor regarding his intentions, with Delhi expressing indifference while the mayor had shown some hesitation. However, with Adamu's support, it seemed that there would be no obstacles. Despite not being the central leader of this place, Adamu, as a practitioner, held considerable influence. By the way, Mr. Adamu, what prompts you to remain here? Sate inquired. Curiosity piqued. I have encountered several practitioners who seem disinclined to linger in this vicinity. This question caught Adamu off guard. However, he honestly replied, once the magical disaster subsides, I have no intention of staying here indefinitely. I would prefer to venture out and explore. Different places offer different vistas, and I wish to seize the opportunity to witness more of the world. Adamu had no desire to remain in Streamtown indefinitely. His presence here was necessitated by the magical disaster that required his assistance. Yet, once the crisis abated and the local situation stabilized, he too wished to explore other regions. The world of Noah was vastly different from that of Dawn. Even within the same realm, there were countless wonders to behold, let alone those found across worlds. Having encountered this opportunity, Adamu was determined to cherish it and broaden his experiences and knowledge in the future. Although he had awakened memories of his past life and gained insight into many matters, those memories were ultimately remnants of a bygone era, akin to watching an extended film. They could serve as a reference but could not provide him with clarity. In his mind, Adamu harbored many questions awaiting answers, and those answers could only be sought through his own endeavors. Chapter 51. The cleansing emerging from the place where Aditma resided, Set's face was adorned with a constant smile. His initial encounter with Aditma proved to be far more effortless than he had anticipated, in stark contrast to his previous arduous attempts to connect with those two professionals. This time, his proactive approach towards Aditmu unfolded with remarkable ease. The entrance to Aditmu's abode stood invitingly open, allowing anyone to come and go at will. The young knight was far more amiable than Set had envisioned. In Set's mind, he had presumed that, even with a gentle disposition, someone of Aditmu's remarkable prowess at such a tender age would inevitably possess a certain aloofness, reflecting on his own experiences. If he had achieved such accomplishments at the age of 15, even in his own world, it would likely have fostered an arrogant demeanor. Yet Aditmu was different. He was even more approachable than Set had imagined. Their interactions were marked by a harmonious rapport, with Aditma readily acquiescing to several of Set's requests. For instance, Set had hoped to enlist Aditmu's assistance in escorting refugees to his territory while also seeking help in eliminating the corrupted creatures plaguing the area. Such requests, if made to others, would surely have been met with reluctance, as they, the minor, required considerable effort and were far from trivial tasks. However, Aditmu accepted without hesitation. And even the terms of compensation were not thoroughly discussed, indicating that he was seemingly indifferent to such matters. Set surmised that given Aditmu's demeanor, even if he offered no payment, Aditmu would likely remain unfazed. Of course, Set had no intention of doing so, as that would be beneath his dignity and would undoubtedly diminish Aditmu's regard for him. Nevertheless, from any perspective, Aditmu, as a professional, was exceptionally accommodating. Set couldn't help but marvel at the notion that such a pure individual could arise in such a harsh environment. He surveyed his surroundings, pondering this thought. In a world as ruthless as Noah's, the emergence of someone like Aditmu was indeed a surprise, invigorating Set's thoughts. He began to sense the possibility of recruiting Aditmu. And with this notion in mind, he excitedly departed with his two companions. Meanwhile, Aditmu remained in his dwelling, grappling with his own limitations. In a clearing, he paused his training, letting out a silent sigh. He felt tantalizingly close to a breakthrough. Since his battle with Helder, he had sensed a transformation within himself. The threshold to activate the seed of life had seemingly opened to him, as Aditmu journeyed through the world of Noah and engaged in several battles. This sensation had only intensified. He felt on the cusp of awakening the seed of life to become a true knight, yet he still needed a fraction more. However, it was merely a small distance. With the passage of time, Aditmu's physical growth would naturally stimulate the increase of life energy, leading to the eventual awakening of the seed. Yet, this clearly required time. The former merely necessitated good nourishment, while the latter demanded several encounters in battle. In his previous skirmishes, Aditmu had felt pronounced changes within himself. And now, the threshold to that door was increasingly within reach. Contemplating this, he felt a surge of determination and raised his gaze to the outside world. Soon, he made a decision. Finding opponents to engage in battle might be challenging at ordinary times, as Aditmu's current prowess rendered most individuals unworthy adversaries. He could not seek out conflict merely for the thrill of it. However, the situation had changed. Presently, the town of Stream was teeming with corrupted creatures, many of which could provide formidable challenges. Should Aditmu desire, he could undoubtedly find suitable foes to confront. Conveniently, the local food supplies required replenishing, and the corrupted creatures presented a rare source of meat, serving as excellent provisions for trade or direct sustenance. With this thought, he swiftly rose to leave. As he approached the town gate, Lu Ming and his companions arrived just in time. Having learned of Aditmu's intentions, they eagerly volunteered to assist him. The current situation differs from the past. If you accompany me, you may encounter considerable danger, Aditmu cautioned, informing Lu Ming and the others of the risks involved. Previously, Aditmu had ventured outside the town to hunt corrupted creatures, but now the area was rife with them. Even Aditmu could not fully guarantee their safety. It's all right. Aditmu nodded in acknowledgement. Having companions at his side was indeed necessary, which was partly why he had not immediately declined Lu Ming and his friend's offer. Since they were unperturbed by the potential dangers, Aditmu felt no need to dissuade them further. Before long, they exited the town and entered the wilderness. The landscape had transformed significantly. In the past, although the outskirts of Stream were desolate, traces of human presence could still be found, with occasional merchants setting up camp nearby, bringing a semblance of life to the area. However, the situation had markedly changed. The signs of humanity had vanished completely, no matter how keenly they scanned their surroundings. Few figures could be discerned. Just as they stepped beyond the town's borders, Aditmu was ambushed. A pack of corrupted creatures charged at him. Regrettably for them, they were weak, and Aditmu dispatched them swiftly. Continuing onward, they encountered more formidable corrupted beings, yet these too fell victim to Aditmu's prowess. Lu Ming and his companions watched with excitement as Aditmu engaged in battle. They seized the opportunity to claim the weakened creatures Aditmu had left in his wake, rushing forward to secure the kills. With such fruitful encounters, their spirits soared. This combination of gaining experience and earning gold made for their preferred kind of task. As long as Aditmu was willing to lead, numerous players would eagerly step forward to assist. This was why Lu Ming and his companions were so enthusiastic. That should suffice, Aditmu remarked as he effortlessly pinned a corrupted rabbit to a tree with an arrow, observing the dimming light around them. Unbeknownst to him, dusk was approaching, and the night promised different challenges. Even a knight apprentice like Aditmu could find himself at a disadvantage in the dark, leading to various complications. Just as he prepared to move, a rustling sound behind him caught his attention, prompting him to turn and investigate. Chapter 52. The Demon. What happened? Lu Ming inquired, glancing at Aditmu, who stood quietly beside him, fixated on the distance. Gradually, the others present began to sense something amiss and turned their gazes toward that direction as well. Before their eyes, a scene unfolded, yet no matter how they looked, the area ahead was merely a dense thicket of trees, obscuring their view and preventing them from discerning what lay beyond. In contrast, Aditmu possessed capabilities far beyond that of the average person, including superior vision. At this moment, he focused intently on the area ahead and could vaguely perceive a figure lurking there, seemingly watching him. However, he felt no malice or sense of danger emanating from it. Thus, he took a few steps forward, drawing closer to the region in question. This time, his sight was significantly clearer. Amidst the underbrush, a figure crouched low, and upon spotting Yadamu, it bolted away in a panic. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed around them, sharp and distinct. Was that a person? Yadamu pondered, observing the fleeing silhouette. It was moving with such swiftness that he could barely make out its features, but it appeared to be a child clad in tattered robes, appearing rather disheveled. However, compared to an ordinary child, this one elicited an entirely different sensation within Yadamu. Feeling a peculiar unease rising within him, he furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved, "You all wait here for a while. If any danger arises, call for help." He exchanged cautious words with Lu Ming and the others before proceeding forward. Soon, his figure vanished from their sight. As they watched Yadamu hastily depart, Lu Ming and the others exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say. Yadamu moved with remarkable speed, even through the dense underbrush, far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. Yet, to his surprise, he could not catch up to the child ahead. The child moved with extraordinary agility, as if intimately familiar with the terrain, darting about with remarkable swiftness. Even disregarding other suspicious factors, such exceptional speed was not characteristic of an ordinary child. Yadamu's confusion deepened. Gradually, he realized something new. The child seemed to be deliberately leading him somewhere, as if wishing to guide him to a specific location. What was the purpose of this? The thought flickered in his mind, but before he could ponder further, his view suddenly widened. The melodious sound of flowing water filled the air. Unbeknownst to him, Yadamu had arrived at the edge of a small stream, where the surroundings were relatively open, allowing for clear visibility. He noticed the child from before now perched on a rock, facing away from him. Judging by the silhouette, the child appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, yet bore numerous faint scars. Observing those wounds, Yadamu furrowed his brow once more. As a knight trained for many years, he could discern the origin of those injuries. They did not seem to be inflicted by blades or whips, but rather appeared to have been raked by claws. Yet, under normal circumstances, who would inflict such harm upon themselves? Some of those wounds, although nearing healing, were evidently deep and severe. "Are you all right?" Yadamu asked softly, remaining still and hoping not to startle the child. "Did you bring me here?" It seemed his words had an effect, for the child stirred slightly. As Yadamu cautiously approached, the child gradually turned to reveal his face. Upon seeing him, Yadamu was momentarily taken aback. The child's appearance was quite strange. His body seemed relatively normal apart from the scars, but his face bore a grotesque visage, with features distorted and eyes tinted with a faint crimson hue. The sight alone was terrifying. A typical person would surely be frightened. Yet, Yadamu was not scared. Instead, the child's appearance intrigued him and evoked thoughts of a specific being, a demon. The resemblance between this child and the demons, creatures transformed from ordinary humans, was striking. Unlike normal humans, demons possessed twisted features and skin that appeared dark and coarse, akin to being covered in a thin layer of scales. Their eyes were also a distinctive shade of pale red, a hallmark of their kind. The child before him, while appearing somewhat normal in skin tone, exhibited many characteristics akin to a demon. What was the meaning of this? "Child, are you waiting for someone here?" Yadamu continued after a brief silence, softening his tone in an attempt to avoid alarming the boy. The child opened his mouth, producing a raspy sound. His linguistic abilities seemed impaired, and it took him quite some time to articulate a complete sentence. Throughout this exchange, Yadamu remained patient, striving to communicate with the child. Yet, at a certain moment, he sensed something was amiss. Unbeknownst to him, the child abruptly turned his head, fixating his gaze intently on something behind Yadamu. This posture aroused Yadamu's curiosity. Before he could react, a sharp sense of danger surged from behind. With a resounding thud, a massive iron sword crashed down, leaving a profound mark where Yadamu had just stood. He quickly sidestepped, avoiding the impending strike. Raising his gaze, Yadamu looked ahead, where another figure now emerged. Chapter 53, Vital Energy. Standing still, Yadamu scrutinized the figure before him. The presence that materialized was peculiar, resembling a demon yet retaining a semblance of humanity. Unlike the boy, who exhibited numerous demon traits while preserving some human characteristics, the individual before Yadamu appeared distinctly more demonic. His skin was coarse, marred by various features typical of demons, and from any angle, it was difficult to discern any remaining human semblance. Anyone who beheld this person would likely conclude he was indeed a demon. Before him, the figure wielded an enormous iron sword, his visage somewhat menacing, with crimson eyes fixed intently upon Yadamu. Yadamu sensed something extraordinary about this being, not due to his appearance, but rather his movements and demeanor. Typically, demons, driven by their transformation, exude an aura of rage and chaos. Although they possess a modicum of intelligence and communicative ability, such qualities are seldom manifested. They radiate a ferocious energy that instills fear in those who encounter them. In this aspect, they align with other demonic entities. Yet, the individual before Yadama felt fundamentally different. There was an unexpected tranquility about him, reminiscent of a normal human rather than a demon. As Yadama gazed, a frown creased his brow, and he contemplated speaking. Just then, the figure made a sudden move. The massive iron sword swung downwards, aimed directly at Yadamu. In Yadamu's eyes, this was less a cut and more akin to a crushing blow, for the sword was overwhelmingly large. Seemingly intended not for dealing with ordinary humans, but rather for combating those transformed into demons. With a resounding thud, the blades clashed once more. The sheer force surged forth, compelling Yadamu to step back momentarily. However, he quickly regained his footing and began to advance steadily. A series of light sounds echoed as the two engaged in a fierce struggle. This battle felt markedly more intense than previous encounters. Throughout the combat, Yadamu became increasingly convinced that this individual was far from a typical demon. The strength exhibited was overwhelmingly superior. Yadamu had previously engaged with demons. While those ordinary demons were formidable, their physical prowess far exceeded that of common humans. They were still significantly weaker than Yadamu, a knight apprentice. Moreover, their combat techniques were rudimentary, primarily relying on primal instincts to tear and claw rather than any refined martial skill. This was entirely understandable, as demons are transformed from humans, and their foundational abilities greatly influenced their new forms. Most of those turned into demons were ordinary individuals with no specialized combat training. While their physical attributes might have improved due to their transformation, other aspects, particularly intelligence, were often compromised. However, the elder demon before him was evidently an exception. His combat skills were remarkably sophisticated and honed. Yadamu was certain that even before his transformation, this demon was no ordinary person. Quite possibly, he was an extraordinary being. A practitioner turned demon? The thought flickered through Yadamu's mind, sparking a sense of intrigue. Yet, amidst the rising questions, the priority remained the battle. As the fight progressed, Yadamu felt a surge of exhilaration. Since his confrontation with Heater, this engagement was the most exhilarating and pressure-laden he had experienced. Under the duress of combat, the previously dormant lock within him began to loosen. An inexplicable sensation arose, as a unique energy began to manifest, emanating from Yadamu's chest and coursing through his veins. This was vital energy? The realization dawned upon him. Vital energy is a unique essence possessed by knights. With the awakening of the life seed, a knight's physical constitution undergoes a metamorphosis, giving rise to this vital energy. Empowered by this energy, a knight's prowess becomes significantly enhanced. At this moment, Yadamu could feel this phenomenon within him. As the energy surged and roamed throughout his body, he sensed a transformation occurring. A distinctive feeling enveloped him. The emergence of vital energy amplified his strength, alleviating the fatigue he had previously felt, and significantly altering his overall condition. So this is the sensation. Gradually, Yadamu experienced a revelation. In the heat of battle, the pressure on his body had activated the switch within him, momentarily opening a portal tied to the life seed. He made a mental note of this feeling. Soon, he would become a true knight. With a powerful strike, Yadamu swung his sword, generating a gust of wind as it collided with the demon's massive iron sword. He then charged forward, sending the elder demon crashing to the ground. A dull thud resonated as the elder demon fell heavily, dark blood pooling on the ground, exuding an inexplicable force that instinctively repelled Yadamu. "Shall we converse now?" Yadamu asked, standing over the fallen figure. A faint cough escaped the elder demon as he struggled to rise, finally collapsing into a seated position, gazing up at Yadamu. "How did you discern my true nature? Despite our battle, you seem disinclined to take my life." Yadamu explained, "Years of training have sharpened my discernment. I can distinguish the nuances of one's intent." For a knight apprentice like Yadamu, recognizing the state of his opponent was a straightforward task. Throughout their skirmish, although the elder demon's attacks were fierce, there was a conspicuous absence of lethal intent. He had never targeted Yadamu's vital points. This felt less like a life-and-death struggle and more akin to a contest. Reflecting on the earlier encounter with the boy, it seemed as if he had intentionally led Yadamu to this juncture, causing him to ponder the newfound prowess of today's youth. The elder demon's expression flickered, a semblance of a bitter smile crossing his face. He then raised his gaze to Yadamu. "I've heard you are a contract warrior from distant lands." "Contract warrior?" Yadamu furrowed his brow, taking a moment to comprehend. This term referred to a special group in this world, those possessing great strength and a sense of moral obligation. I prefer to be called a knight, he corrected gently. Such distinctions are trivial, the elder demon replied with a soft chuckle, his demeanor lightening. My time is limited. I shall refrain from discussing inconsequential matters. I have heard that you accepted a commission from a nearby town to serve as its protector. Given your strength and age, your willingness to become the guardian of the town in the face of impending calamity is a testament to your character and sense of duty. At this moment, I have an employment opportunity for you, with remuneration that will undoubtedly satisfy you. I wonder if you would be inclined to accept it? He gazed at Adamu and spoke thus. Employment? Adamu furrowed his brow, sensing an inkling of what was to come. Yet, exercising caution, he inquired further, could you elaborate? It is quite simple. The old sorcerer sighed, then gestured towards the distance. From behind a large stone in that area, a child swiftly approached and stood beside the old sorcerer. I wish for you to take care of this child, ensuring his survival for as long as possible. Chapter 54, The Surge of Magical Chaos. Take good care of this child? At the words of the old sorcerer, Aditmu instinctively glanced at the child beside him. The boy stood quietly next to the old sorcerer, his expression still grotesque and somewhat contorted. The signs of his demonic heritage were all too evident upon his human form. However, it seemed he could still exert some control over himself, exhibiting a degree of clarity and reason unlike the other demons, who were often consumed by uncontrollable rage. This child. Aditmu's face revealed a hint of hesitation as he pondered. What has he endured? According to Delhi and others, the transformation into a demon usually occurs through the infection of chaotic magical energy from this world, leading to a gradual metamorphosis into a demon. During this process, children are rarely seen. The reason is simple. The infection of magical energy is not without harm. It can inflict severe damage on individuals. Those who manage to withstand it may become demons, or they might emerge unscathed, but those who cannot endure it face certain death. Compared to adults, children possess far too little resistance to survive the onslaught of magical corruption. Before him stood the first demon Aditmu had encountered since arriving in this world. The old sorcerer sighed, seemingly lost in a memory, before finally speaking. His mother was infected by magical energy during her pregnancy, transforming into a demon. Aditmu was momentarily taken aback. Is that even possible? If a woman is infected by magical energy during pregnancy, theoretically, her child could also transform into a demon if he survives. But it seemed more likely that the fetus would perish. Aditmu had never explored this matter and remained uncertain. It's not as you think. The old sorcerer, sensing Aditmu's confusion, continued to explain. This child's mother was also an adept practitioner. As a practitioner, she was able to control the magical energy well, allowing her to successfully give birth to this child. Yet, as he grew, the influence of the magic gradually transformed him into this state. As the old sorcerer spoke, a clear sorrow appeared on his face, indicating his deep sadness. A practitioner. Aditmu furrowed his brow. Can practitioners truly control magical energy? You don't know? The old sorcerer seemed taken aback by Aditmu's words, as if he had heard something remarkably surprising. He rose to his feet, but after a moment of careful observation, his astonishment deepened. You truly have no aura of magical energy about you. Why is that? Magical energy? Aditmu replied, somewhat puzzled. I come from a very distant place. The practitioners there are different from those in your realm. Ah, I see. The old sorcerer's expression shifted to one of realization. So, in distant lands, there exists a method of becoming a practitioner without relying on magical energy? Noticing Aditmu's lingering confusion, he proceeded to elaborate. From the old sorcerer, Aditmu gleaned a detailed understanding of the essence of practitioners. Unlike the diverse array of extraordinary beings in the Dawn world, practitioners in the Noah world rely fundamentally on the magical energy inherent within their realm. Magical energy is a pervasive force, found in tranquil rivers, towering hills, and bustling cities. In areas where magical energy accumulates, sources of magic are formed. It is from these sources that magical seeds are birthed. Magical energy can spawn these seeds, infect living beings, and create frenzied, corrupted creatures. It can also be harnessed by individuals. Practitioners in this world primarily develop their abilities around magical energy, whether as mages or warriors. They utilize magical energy to enhance themselves, differing only in their methods. Mages draw upon powerful mental faculties to channel magical energy, while warriors absorb it into their bodies to bolster their strength. However, everything bears its pros and cons. While utilizing magical energy can bestow tremendous power, it also invites peril. One of the most common phenomena among practitioners is the loss of control over their magical energy. As the magical energy within them intensifies, they may find themselves unable to contain its growing force. When that day arrives, the energy erupts, often becoming a death knell for practitioners, with outcomes varying widely. Most perish in the aftermath of such eruptions, yet a few manage to survive, only to face the subsequent threat of magical infection. Their reactions to this infection mirror that of ordinary people in this world. They too become demons, however, as extraordinary beings. They maintain a semblance of reason and can prolong the process. This child's mother succumbed to her own magical energy during an incident of loss of control. The old sorcerer lamented. Shortly after giving birth, she could no longer contain the energy within and perished. As a friend of her mother, I took him in and have raised him until now. But I too am at my limits. Standing still, he sighed. The explosion of magical energy is a fate we are destined to face, one that was sealed the moment we embarked on this path. Listening to the old sorcerer's tale, Aditmo fell silent. In the Dawn world, there are also various practitioners, each with a well-established system and their own core of power. Knights awaken life energy through their bloodlines. Mages attune to elemental forces to refine their mental cores, and priests connect with the natural world, merging themselves with it. Each method possesses its own core and structure. Yet in this world, the practitioners seem far more simplistic and brutish. But the essence of magical energy is inherently volatile, leading to significant complications. Upon reflection, those mages who merely channel magical energy to cast spells may fare better, yet warriors, who directly absorb magical energy to amplify their power, likely seal their own fates from the outset. Aditmu found himself at a loss for words. However, more pressing than these reflections was another question. What would become of this child if things continued as they were? Standing there, Aditma gazed at the old sorcerer and inquired further. I do not know. The old sorcerer shook his head, equally uncertain. I have examined him. The concentration of magical energy within him is not excessively high. If he continues to grow, he may either absorb more magical energy, resulting in an explosion, or he may grow up safely. It all depends on luck. That is why I sought you out. The old sorcerer looked up at Aditmo. I am nearing my end. The magical energy within me is becoming unmanageable, yet this child cannot be left unattended. I have heard of your reputation and recognize your strength. As he spoke, he paused for a moment, inhaling deeply before continuing, thus, I hope you will accept my request to care for this child as best as you can. In return, I offer you some gold coins I have accumulated in the training techniques of a warrior that I have inherited. He took a deep breath, gazing earnestly at the figure of Adamu, a look of pleading etched upon his face. In response, Adamu displayed a hint of hesitation. It was not that he was unwilling to look after the child. Indeed, protecting the vulnerable was a knight's duty. He felt compassion for the child's plight and wished to provide care. Yet, he still grappled with uncertainties. After all, he was not of this world. And there would be times he would be absent. When he was gone, who would fulfill the obligation of caring for the child? After a moment of contemplation, Adamu voiced his concerns. Naturally, he desired the rewards mentioned by the old sorcerer. Those treasures were essential for him. He had been tending to many individuals in the courtyard, which demanded considerable expenditure daily, necessitating a substantial amount of gold. Moreover, he was equally interested in the warrior training techniques related to the occupational system of this world. Anything associated with professions was generally quite precious. If he missed this opportunity with the old sorcerer, he would not know where to find something similar again. However, his worries about being unable to fulfill the old sorcerer's request overshadowed these rewards. His candid expression of concern elicited laughter from the old sorcerer. Very well, he chuckled, his gaze toward Adamu growing increasingly benevolent. Your ability to consider these matters seriously and voice your concerns indicates that you have truly contemplated the child's future. You are, indeed, an honest man. He paused before continuing. If a person like you is not worthy of trust, then I know not whom I could rely upon to carry out my request. I entrust this child to you. There is no need for refusal. Observing Adamu's expression, he spoke again. My life is nearing its end, and at this juncture, I have no more time to seek another trustworthy individual. Upon hearing this, Adamu fell into silence. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. If that is so, I am willing to accept your request, sir. I swear by the name of Adamu that I will care for this child diligently and will not disappoint your expectations. Then I can rest easy. The old sorcerer replied with a smile, slowly rising to his feet. He gestured for Adamu to follow him, leading him to a certain place. It was a flat area, concealing various items within. Inside a cave lay many scattered treasures. Adamu perceived a considerable number of gold coins, at least hundreds, by the looks of it. According to our agreement, all that is here is yours, the old sorcerer said, his expression tinged with nostalgia, as if recalling something that stirred his emotions. Adamu surveyed the surroundings. This place was situated on a mountainside, with everyday items and weapons neatly arranged, revealing signs of a clean and lived-in environment. It seemed that the old sorcerer and the child had resided here together before. Come, the old sorcerer gently urged, take the child away. Adamu remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He then turned to leave, now accompanied by a child. Sighed. Adamu called the child's name in a particular spot. The child halted, turning to gaze at Adamu, seemingly awaiting his next words. Will you be sad? Adamu inquired softly. Upon hearing the question, Side nodded, then shook his head. It was unclear whether he felt sadness or not, or perhaps he himself did not truly know. Adamu was unable to coax a detailed explanation from the child, having attempted it during their journey. The child appeared to possess sound intelligence and emotional capacity, yet struggled significantly with verbal expression. He could comprehend others' words, but could not articulate his own, resulting in a rather stilted demeanor. Adamu found himself uncertain about the child's future. For now, all he could do was endeavor to care for the child and ensure a peaceful upbringing. In that moment, Lu Ming and his companions awaited them, seemingly having not departed, as Adamu had been gone for quite a while. Otherwise, traveling at night would have brought about considerable complications. Shortly thereafter, they noticed Side standing nearby. Upon sighting him, they froze momentarily. Though young, Side's appearance was strikingly distinctive. Anyone familiar with the sorcerers could easily associate him with them. For ordinary folk, the initial reaction would likely be fear and hostility. However, Lu Ming and his companions were not ordinary. As players, their initial response to Side was curiosity rather than fear. Sir, who is this child? They inquired, their instincts as players piqued by the unusual sight. This is a child entrusted to me by an old gentleman, Adamu replied softly, providing a brief account of the child's origin without delving into excessive detail. Nevertheless, Lu Ming and his companions listened intently. Some of the information Adamu shared was familiar to them, yet parts were novel revelations. As players, they had long been informed about the occupational system through forums, understanding the relationship between a professional's power and magical energy. Yet they were unaware that magical energy could have such severe repercussions on professionals. This was indeed valuable new intelligence. Exchanging glances, Lu Ming and Yang En recognized the excitement mirrored in each other's eyes. With this newfound knowledge, whether disseminating it on forums or selling it to affluent players like Sate, they could undoubtedly profit handsomely. Yet amidst their exhilaration, doubt crept in. According to the old sorcerer's words, professionals in this world required magical energy to enhance their abilities, an unavoidable trait among them. This raised a new question. What about the players? At present, few players had become professionals, but it was foreseeable that in the near future, many would encounter that realm, making it inevitable for them to engage with magical energy as well. Would this mean that players, upon interacting with magical energy, would also risk becoming sorcerers like the natives? This was indeed a matter worthy of profound contemplation. Of course, such questions could only be pondered after attaining the status of a professional. For now, they lacked even the qualifications to become professionals, so there was little point in overthinking it. With these thoughts lingering in their minds, they turned and followed Adamu as they departed. Upon reaching the entrance of Streamtown, they were greeted by the guards, who opened the gate in anticipation of Adamu's arrival. A customary welcome. The rationale behind this decision is twofold. On one hand, it aims to reduce the number of enchanted creatures, thereby alleviating the burden on the guards. On the other, it provides a source of meat to supplement their provisions. Over time, the guards stationed here have grown somewhat accustomed to this arrangement. They opened the grand gates before the town, allowing Adamu to enter. During previous encounters, their demeanor had been notably respectful. However, this time, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. What could it be? A demon? The guards standing at the town's entrance were taken aback upon catching sight of Sod beside Adamu. Their expressions shifted dramatically, and their gazes were filled with palpable hostility. A faint, menacing growl emanated from Sod, who seemed to sense the animosity radiating from the surrounding townsfolk. His pale red eyes fixed upon the guards, his visage becoming increasingly fearsome. Chapter 56. Hostility indeed. He is a demon. Under the piercing gaze of Sod and the incessant, subtle growls echoing around them, The surrounding individuals grew increasingly horrified. Many of the guards present had encountered demons before, some even having fought against them, leaving them with indelible impressions. Upon seeing Sod, their innate animosity erupted uncontrollably, impossible to suppress. Sighing inwardly, Aditmu observed the unfolding scene. He had anticipated such a reaction, yet witnessing it firsthand still caused him a headache. Although Sod retained a semblance of rationality, his appearance was undeniably that of a demon. A demon, even one who could exercise restraint, would inevitably face rejection in a civilized society. This was precisely why the elder demons had distanced themselves from civilization, choosing to dwell in the wilderness. However, Aditmu could not, as before, abandon Sod to the wilds. Such an action was neither practical nor conducive to Sod's future development. The environment plays a crucial role in a child's growth. If Sod were to be left in isolation, he would likely transform into a true demon over time, becoming entirely estranged from the civilized world. Aditmu had long suspected that Sod's silence stemmed from his upbringing in the wilderness. Yet, the pervasive hostility from those around him presented a pressing issue that must be addressed. Growing up in such an environment would undoubtedly lead to myriad complications. In summary, the situation was profoundly troubling, yet it could not be ignored. Aditmu sighed again and summoned the captain of the guards, whispering a few instructions. The reputation he had built up soon bore fruit, causing the surrounding murmurs to dissipate. However, the hostile and disdainful glares persisted intermittently, leading Sod and the others. Aditmu proceeded to his residence. Within, numerous children awaited. These children, untainted by preconceived notions, should have been the most receptive to Sod's presence. Yet they too were frightened by his appearance. A few even cried on the spot, struck by fear. This predicament left Aditmu feeling somewhat helpless. Looking around, he was rather surprised to find that the individuals most accepting of Sod were Lu Ming and his companions. As players, their psychological resilience far surpassed that of the indigenous people of this world, allowing them to regard Sod with a degree of normalcy. Lu Lan and Lu Ling, two female players, even felt sympathy for Sod's plight, tending to him with care. Observing this, Aditmu decided to rehire several players to look after Sod in his absence. Subsequently, he sought out Deli to explain the circumstances. The revelation brought a furrow to Deli's brow. This situation may prove troublesome, he remarked. What is it? Aditmu inquired, perplexed. I have no personal objections, but I suspect the mayor may raise concerns. Currently, we are in the midst of a demon crisis, and many of the refugees have lost loved ones to demons. Introducing that child into the town could provoke severe backlash, but he is not truly a demon. Aditmu began to clarify, yet he too furrowed his brow. Indeed, strictly speaking, Sod could not be classified as a demon at this moment. However, to outsiders, he was perceived as one. The distinction, while significant, was lost on many, given the pervasive presence of those traumatized by demons in the town of Stream. Many had suffered losses, family members slain, homes destroyed, fostering an atmosphere rife with hatred that would be difficult for them to set aside. Keeping Sod within Stream would only inflame the hostility of these individuals. If they insisted on retaining him, the potential for conflict within the town was undeniable. Reflecting on this, Aditmu fell silent. I have been short-sighted, he admitted after a long pause. With a heavy sigh, he continued, I will find a way to accommodate him, ensuring he does not remain in the town indefinitely. If necessary, we can send him to one of the nearby villages. Deli suggested, those villages are currently vacant, and there are guards present who can watch over the child. That would be akin to treating him as a prisoner, Aditmu countered, shaking his head. If I am not by his side, problems will inevitably arise. Though many villages are indeed deserted, they are only occupied by guards tasked with monitoring the surroundings. Placing Sod in such an environment would be no different than confining him, with the guards responsible for his oversight. In such circumstances, Sod's situation would be worse than that of a prisoner. Aditmu had witnessed the hostility firsthand. He was certain that if he were present, no harm would come to Sod. However, in his absence, the possibility of mistreatment loomed large. Many lacked the courage to seek vengeance against demons on the battlefield, yet felt emboldened to bully a child like Sod. Thus, Aditmu rejected Deli's suggestion and departed, contemplating alternative solutions. Yet, he found himself at a loss until, shortly thereafter, Sate returned with a visit. As Sate approached, Aditmu was seated in the courtyard, enjoying a moment of respite. Sod sat nearby, gazing vacantly at the children outside. His eyes filled with curiosity, seemingly yearning to join them in play, a desire that remained unfulfilled. Sate's visit was no surprise. Since their last agreement, he had become quite eager. frequently seeking Aditmu for various matters. Aditmu, what have you brought today? Sate's voice rang out as he entered the courtyard. Upon approaching, he noticed Saad. Though his reaction was subdued, a brief moment of surprise followed by a quick smile and a nod towards Saad. His demeanor resembled that of someone encountering an ordinary child, devoid of the astonishment typically evoked by a meeting with demons. This reaction stemmed from Sate's extensive experience as a player, which set him apart from the inhabitants of this world. Moreover, he had been informed of Saad's existence. To cultivate a rapport with Aditmu, Sate had invested considerable effort in gathering intelligence. Players like Lu Ming and Yang In, closely allied with Aditmu, had been handsomely compensated to keep Sate apprised of developments, enabling him to better win Aditmu's favor. Thus, when Saad appeared, Lu Ming and his companions had promptly relayed the news to Sate, complete with vivid images and videos. With this groundwork laid, Sate now regarded Saad without a hint of surprise. Even before stepping into the courtyard, he had meticulously crafted the expression he would display to garner the favor of Aditmu. The outcome appeared to be quite favorable. Sitting poised, Aditmu observed the reaction of Sate before him, lost in contemplation as thoughts began to stir within him. Mr. Sate, he began, addressing the figure before him. What is your opinion of this child? An opportunity. Hearing Aditmu's words, a wave of delight surged through Sate's heart. Chapter 57. The Seed of Life. Sate has long desired to forge a connection with Aditmu. Aditmu represents a significant ally, a fact acknowledged by the surrounding players. Frankly speaking, the ongoing calamity has rendered transportation arduous, making it challenging for players to arrive promptly. Otherwise, Aditmu would likely be besieged by those players by now. This presents a stark reality. There is only one Aditmu, yet an abundance of players. The competition is fierce. In light of this intense rivalry, Sate naturally wishes to take proactive measures to maintain his advantage. Now is the opportune moment. I find this child quite commendable, he mused. After a brief contemplation, he spoke. Though he bears a resemblance to a demon, it is evident that he possesses a kind heart. Appearance is a matter of birth. Yet the essence of a person is determined by our own choices. He spoke slowly, observing Aditmu's reaction as he did so. Upon hearing Sate's words, Aditmu's expression subtly shifted. He seemed to ponder deeply for a moment before nodding. Indeed, you outsiders are different from others. One's innate nature does not dictate their future. Aditmu stood, gazing at Sate. Ultimately, it is we who hold the power to decide. Although his smile graced his face, there was a hint of distortion, rendering his expression somewhat awkward. I wonder if this still holds true? He inquired, looking towards Sate. Of course it does, Sate replied, stifling his elation with a smile. It is my utmost honor to host someone of your stature, Mr. Aditmu, within my territory. Excellent, Aditmu responded with a smile. I have a request. I hope to find a place in your domain to temporarily shelter this child. Would that be convenient for you? Absolutely. It would be my pleasure. Stay as long as you wish. You need not leave at all, Sate replied eagerly, nodding vigorously. My territory is home to many others like myself. Seemingly anxious to alleviate any concerns Aditmu might have, he quickly added, as you know, we outsiders harbor no prejudice against demons. We will not discriminate against this child as the local residents might. The term outsiders refers specifically to players. Due to its proximity to the front lines of the calamity and early decisions made by Delhi, the town of Stream has seen a drastic decline in players. However, Sate's territory is bustling with them. He has several hundred players, all employed by him, providing services within his land. With their presence, Sate's living conditions are assured. After all, players are not intimidated by demons. At this moment, Sate began to envision a promising future. For him, this marked a splendid beginning. Once the child settled in his territory, how far could it be before Aditmu would follow? Children inevitably require care and nurturing. With the child under his roof, Aditmu would undoubtedly frequent Sate's territory to engage with him. In time, this would present Sate with ample opportunities. A grand opportunity indeed. As he contemplated the myriad benefits of Aditmu's eventual presence, a smile crept onto Sate's face, and he began to dream of the future. Moreover, I must trouble you with one more matter, Aditmu said after a moment of thought. I wish to procure a supply of grain from you. As previously mentioned, due to the influx of refugees, the price of grain in Stream Town has been steadily rising. To alleviate some pressure on the parents of these children, Aditmu has taken it upon himself to provide for them. However, as grain prices continue to soar, acquiring it has become increasingly challenging. Coincidentally, Sate stands among the few who still sell grain and is not short on funds, having inherited a substantial amount of gold from the old demon. After withdrawing a portion of this wealth, he divided it in two, one half reserved for the child, and the other intended for purchasing grain. Very well, Sate replied, somewhat surprised by Adamu's request but readily agreeing. However, he had a request of his own. He had dispatched individuals to recruit refugees and had gathered quite a few. Given the multitude of corrupted creatures along the route, escorting these individuals would pose significant safety concerns. Thus, Sate hoped to invite Adamu to accompany him, assisting in fending off the various corrupted beings they might encounter. To this, Adamu readily consented, having already intended to escort the child to Sate's territory. As Adamu stood alone, watching Sate's figure fade from view, he eventually moved aside. In the following days, he resumed his training. After his encounter with the old demon, he had successfully awakened the seed of life within him, briefly experiencing the invigorating sensation of life energy. With time, he had grown adept, and now he could occasionally activate the seed of life even outside of battle, savoring the essence of life energy. This marked a significant advancement. At last, one morning, as Adamu arose once more, an inexplicable sound resonated within him. A crisp tone echoed, as if something within had shifted, producing an enigmatic noise. Soon after, the previously sealed threshold within Adamu was completely unlocked. Life energy began to surge forth, coursing through his being. A wave of joy welled up from within. In that moment, Adamu understood that the seed of life within him had fully awakened. The awakening of the seed of life heralds an unceasing flow of life energy, elevating the knight's essence and rendering him considerably more formidable under its nurturing influence. Having reached this pivotal milestone, Adamu could now rightfully call himself a knight. His knightly title, henceforth, was truly deserved. With a long-held aspiration finally realized, a surge of joy flooded Adamu's heart, leaving him exhilarated. Nevertheless, having endured much, he had learned to master his emotions. Turning, he glanced down at his status. Name, Adamu. Race, ancient highborn. Attributes, strength, 4, 1, constitution, 4, 5, spirit, 3, 1, charisma, 3, 3, bloodline, blood of the ancient highborn royal family, 9, talents, archery proficiency, 3, linguistic mastery, 5, skills, dawn breathing technique, level 1. Hode Knight Training Method, Level 6, Archery, Level 3, Hode Combat Swordsmanship, Level 3, Experience Points, 813. The familiar character panel reappeared. Compared to before, Adamu's attributes showed little change, save for minor fluctuations in strength and constitution. This was to be expected. Such a brief period of training could not yield substantial transformations in his attributes. Chapter 58. The Fighter Training Method. Still in the process of transformation, a thought flickered in Aditmu's mind as he gazed at the data before him. After awakening the seed of life, a knight does not immediately become extraordinarily powerful. This is quite normal. After all, a knight is also a life form, requiring a certain amount of time to complete their metamorphosis. This period may extend for several months. Time swiftly passed. 4 days later, Sater's people arrived, and he came to notify Aditmu. Aditmu soon met with Sater again. After recounting the basic circumstances to Duri, he set off once more with Sater. According to Sater, his journey from the territory to Streamtown had taken approximately 5 or 6 days, and that was merely the pace of the guards. Now, aside from his own guards, he was accompanied by thousands of refugees. The presence of these refugees inevitably slowed the progress of the group considerably. Even under conservative estimates, it would likely take at least half a month. During the day, the caravan advanced. Aditmu rode on horseback, responsible for patrolling the surroundings. In this process, he found it impossible to continue his training, even during the rare moments of leisure. Hence, he took out another item, a hefty parchment book made of sheepskin. The sheepskin tome appeared ancient, inscribed with numerous enigmatic symbols and characters. This was the fighter training manual previously entrusted to him by the old demon. The fighter training method is essential for those in this world who aspire to become fighters. It is akin to the breathing techniques of knights. As Aditmu was currently undergoing transformation, there was no immediate need for breathing technique training. Therefore, he decided to examine this training manual thoroughly. Regardless of the drawbacks faced by the professionals in this world, they are ultimately part of the extraordinary, equally formidable. Aditmu believed it prudent to gain further insight, especially for the sake of Sater. The old demon had previously mentioned that dark energy resided within Sater. If left unchecked, this dark energy could eventually claim his life as Sater continued to grow. Addressing the issues surrounding Sater was imperative. Thus, the fighter training method was something he needed to learn. However, upon retrieving the sheepskin tome detailing the fighter training method, Aditmu frowned. having traversed worlds to arrive here. He had encountered language barriers upon his initial contact. Yet, this was merely a matter of communication. When it came to written language, Aditmu remained utterly clueless. In other words, to the inhabitants of Noah's world, Aditmu was akin to an illiterate. The characters inscribed on this sheepskin tome were equally incomprehensible to him. This was indeed a source of frustration, possessing the training method but being unable to comprehend it. It represented a unique kind of helplessness. Aditmu, feeling disheartened, began to contemplate alternative solutions. Seeking assistance from others regarding the training manual was impractical. While he bore no objection to others knowing about the training method, the risks were simply too great. If anyone harbored malicious intentions and deliberately misled Aditmu at critical junctures, it could lead to significant trouble. Moreover, relying on others to decipher the text before teaching him would be rather cumbersome. Thus, he pondered whether he should learn the written language of this world himself before proceeding with his studies. That seemed feasible. As Aditmu contemplated this, he recognized that, following the enhancement of his royal bloodline, he could distinctly sense an increase in his learning speed. After the elevation of his bloodline, his thoughts became notably more agile, and his overall condition differed markedly from the past. Given this situation, he felt confident in his ability to master the written language of this world swiftly. However, this would require time and the presence of a suitable teacher, an additional complication. Aditmu felt a slight headache coming on. Just as he was preparing to give up, a new development occurred. Huh? Aditmu looked ahead, and his expression turned to one of astonishment. Before him, the sheepskin tome began to undergo a remarkable transformation. A faint golden light enveloped the parchment, presenting an entirely new phenomenon to Aditmu's eyes. What was happening? Aditmu's mind raced with questions. Suddenly, a new line of text appeared before him. New skill detected. Would you like to learn? He gazed at the familiar script, momentarily taken aback. Is this possible? He tentatively chose to learn, and immediately, the environment around him shifted. Similar to the experience of allocating points in the past, Aditmu felt a rush of knowledge flooding his mind, encompassing information about magical power and various other aspects. This information continued to materialize until it coalesced into a cohesive whole, the fighter training method. Once everything concluded, Aditmu looked once more at the tome before him. An inexplicable occurrence unfolded. In his grasp, the sheepskin tome that once detailed the fighter training method began to change. Under Aditmu's gaze, the tome rapidly withered, as if subjected to years of exposure. In a matter of moments, it started to crumble and dissipate into dust. This process transpired swiftly, catching Aditmu off guard. Fortunately, having chosen a secluded corner to concentrate, he was alone, with no one around to witness the scene. Had anyone seen this, it would have been difficult to explain. Name, Aditmu race. Ancient highborn attributes. Strength, 4, 2. Constitution, 4, 5. Spirit, 3, 1. Charisma, 3, 3. Bloodline. Blood of the ancient highborn, 9. Talents. Archery mastery, 3. Multilingualism, 5. Skills. Os fighter training method, level 1. Dawn breathing method, level 1. Hode night training method, level 6. Archery, level 3. Hode combat sword technique, level 3. Experience points. 413 Chapter 59. The core of magic astonishment washed over Aditmu as he beheld the transformation of the character panel before him. To be candid, he had already experienced ample surprises from this panel prior. However, he now found himself astonished once more by its capabilities. The ability to directly master corresponding skills through the expenditure of experience points was something he had never anticipated. Yet, it undeniably simplified matters considerably, sparing Aditmu the need to learn the written language of this world and to painstakingly study the techniques of warrior training. The only drawback was the considerable expense of experience points, 400 in total, marking the most he had ever spent at once. The price was indeed substantial. But what would the outcome be? Aditmu closed his eyes in silent contemplation. Within his mind, the profound truths of warrior training began to unfurl, shimmering vividly. These were the teachings recorded in the parchment he had previously studied, now etched in his memory as if he had undergone rigorous training many times before. With the assistance of these skills, Aditmu could now sense the energy that permeated this world. The surrounding space was saturated with fragments of magical power, strikingly apparent amidst the darkness that enveloped him. As he attuned himself to this sensation, Aditmu discerned that the very fabric of this world was woven from magic. It was ubiquitous, an omnipresent force that no entity could evade. The existence of magic constituted a fundamental rule of this realm, infusing it entirely. However, its manifestation varied across different strata. Yadamu recognized that the quantity of magic within the human body far surpassed that which wandered freely in nature. Humans acted as natural accumulators of magical energy, instinctively attracting the magic around them into their corporeal forms. Among these individuals were some unique cases, such as the young Sade, who possessed an innate gathering place for magic within himself. Yadamu sensed something distinct about Sade. While all humans harbored some magic, it predominantly existed in a free state, often expelled through various means, leaving little to truly linger within. Sade, however, was an exception. This was what one might call a core of magic. Upon mastering the techniques of warrior training, Yadamu also grasped fundamental knowledge about magic, deepening his understanding of its essence. In general, to become a true professional in this world, one must first condense their own core of magic. The magic core is the foundation for harnessing magical energy and serves as the core essence, akin to the life seed of a knight. Some individuals are born with structures resembling a magic core, naturally attuned to magical forces. Such individuals often exhibit remarkable talent and can easily ascend the path of a professional warrior. Sade's case exemplifies this, as he was infused with magic even in the womb, granting him an innate affinity for it. Consequently, should he choose to pursue a professional path, he would likely become a formidable warrior. For most, becoming a professional is a boon. Yet, for others, it poses significant risks. Once a magic core forms, it instinctively attracts surrounding magical energy, which becomes both a source of power and a potential hazard. If a professional cannot manage this influx of magic, allowing it to dissipate uncontrollably, the consequences can be dire. The end result often mirrors that of the former dark mage. Losing control over their internal magic, they may erupt into an uncontrollable magical being. In Sade's case, if he were to solidify his magic core, the rate at which he attracted magic would exceed that of an ordinary professional. This could be both a boon and a curse. Should he falter, he might follow the fateful path of others, becoming a true magic creature. The stakes were indeed high. Upon recognizing this outcome, Yadamu fell into a contemplative silence. He then commenced the process of drawing in magical energy, as outlined in the training techniques. Although he had yet to solidify his own magic core, he could still attract magic through his innate abilities, consolidating it within himself. The dense magical energy was drawn to him, and in that moment, Yadamu experienced a peculiar sensation within his body. He felt as though he were being nourished by magic, growing stronger as a result. This was the process of physical enhancement, a gradual assimilation of magic into his being. However, during this process, Yadamu made an unexpected discovery. As magic slowly nurtured his body, it simultaneously induced various magical reactions. Typically, a warrior would gradually succumb to magical corruption over time, ultimately losing control over the ensuing magic explosion. Yet, within Yadamu, a remarkable situation unfolded. Sensing the transformation within him, the life seed reacted in a unique way, allowing a stream of life energy to flow through the parts recently invigorated by magic. What followed was nothing short of miraculous. This life energy, originating from the life seed, seemed to possess extraordinary power, effectively suppressing the magical corruption that typically arose. In mere moments, a refreshing sensation emerged, dispelling the tingling sensation previously instigated by the magic. Could it truly be so? Yadamu was taken aback, not expecting the life energy of a knight to exhibit such an effect. To confirm the efficacy of this life energy, he proceeded to draw in magic once more, conducting several trials. Ultimately, he arrived at a definitive conclusion. Indeed, the life energy derived from knights could suppress the magical corruption that typically ensued. This was a delightful revelation. The ability of life energy to counteract magical corruption implied that as long as Yadamu managed the rate of magic infiltration, he could harness this energy with minimal risk, thereby enhancing himself. Thus, the danger of being assimilated into a magical entity seemed to diminish substantially. A wave of excitement coursed through Yadamu, and a plethora of thoughts flooded his mind. Given that life energy could, to a degree, repress magic, might Sade's predicament be alleviated through the same means? The reason for Sade's half-magical state was the excessive influx of magic. Without the burden of magical assimilation, given his innate talent, he could very well become a warrior and evolve into a powerful professional in the future. This realization prompted Yadamu to spring into action. He sought out Sade and immediately began to experiment. In a secluded corner, he grasped Sade's arm, channeling his life energy into him to test the ultimate effect. His hypothesis was ultimately validated. It was indeed possible. As Yadamu sensed the changes within Sade, a smile broke upon his face. He could distinctly feel the shifts occurring within Sade's being. Portions that had previously succumbed to magical corruption began to revert, transforming back towards a normal human state. However, externally, the changes in Sade remain subtle. This is due to the insufficient life energy input from Yadamu, which is inadequate to reverse the condition within Sada's body. Chapter 60. The town of Sadar. At this moment, Adamu had just awakened the seed of life, becoming a knight. However, the amount of life energy within him was insufficient to fully purify Sada's body. Nevertheless, he could strive to delay the process of Sada's body succumbing to corruption, thereby prolonging his life. Similarly, addressing Sada's issues with life energy presented a promising avenue for exploration. This thought flashed through Adamu's mind, filling him with a sense of joy. Having discovered the suppressive effect of life energy on magical power, he contemplated the possibility of using magical power to nourish the body. This was an unexpected revelation, albeit a rather delightful one. For the time being, Adamu had no intention of formally condensing a core of magical power, as the risks associated with such an endeavor remained unknown. Until he obtained further clarity, he preferred to refrain from pursuing this course of action. As time passed, 10 days swiftly elapsed. Name, Adamu. Race, Ancient Hymen. Attributes, Strength, 4, 8, Constitution, 5, 2, Spirit, 3, 3, Charisma, 3, 8, Bloodline, Blood of the Ancient High Royal Family, 15, Talent, Archery Specialization, 4, Polyglot, 7, Skills, Oscillation Fighter Training Method, Level 1, Dawn Breathing Technique, Level 1, Hode Knight Training Method, Level 6, Archery, Level 3, Hode Combat Sword Technique, Level 3, Experience Points, 8. The familiar character panel materialized before him once more. Compared to before, each statistic had undergone notable changes. This was partly due to the growth associated with the metamorphosis phase and partly as a result of the enhancement of his bloodline. Skills such as knight training methods could be improved through personal effort, but the royal bloodline could only be enhanced through allocating experience points. Therefore, he was inclined to invest his experience points into the royal bloodline. During this process, Adamu made a new discovery. Before the royal bloodline reached 10 points, each enhancement required 50 experience points. However, once it reached 10 points, the cost for each subsequent point increased to 75. This indicated that the experience points required for level enhancement were not fixed but followed a tiered increase. Adamu speculated that as he progressed further, the cost would likely escalate even more. This posed a significant concern. However, the changes brought about by elevating the royal bloodline to such levels were already substantial within a short time frame. Under the influence of the seed of life, the amount of life energy he transformed each day was increasing at a pace far surpassing previous rates. This vividly illustrated that the life energy of a knight indeed stemmed from the power of the bloodline. The enhancement of the royal bloodline would indeed amplify the power of the seed of life. This was a matter worthy of contemplation. Beyond a forest, a sprawling town came into view, its outlines and shapes faintly discernible. It appeared that the area had been well managed. Upon entering the town, Adamu was taken aback by the surroundings. Compared to other places, the town exhibited a strikingly different appearance. The roads were notably better maintained, with smooth pathways and well-preserved facilities, indicative of diligent upkeep. Such conditions were a rarity elsewhere. After a brief moment, they arrived within the town. Upon seeing Sada's arrival, the townsfolk eagerly approached, greeting them warmly. Observing this scene, Adamu felt a sense of surprise. It seemed as though your subjects genuinely adored you as their lord. Indeed, I have led them to a better life. Sada replied with a smile. They serve as a mirror, reflecting my effectiveness as a leader. Adamu pondered this statement as he gazed ahead. Within the town, people were bustling about. In truth, the town's area was not particularly vast, yet its layout was remarkably orderly, exuding a sense of meticulousness. The design here was aimed at fire prevention. As they walked, Sada guided Adamu, explaining, every few streets, there are designated barriers to prevent extensive fires. And there are dedicated personnel stationed nearby. There are also specialized blacksmiths. Sada continued, his tone cheerful. This town was a product of Sada's efforts, imprinted with the marks of their community's players. The primary advantage players held over the indigenous was not the fact that they could not die, but rather their wealth of knowledge and experience. Among millions of players, even if most were ordinary, some were exceptionally skilled. Furthermore, many foundational skills, such as salt refining and textile production, did not require exceptional talent. A few individuals could simply research online and experiment for a while. With these advantages, coupled with the essential element of time, Sada had managed to cultivate the town successfully over the years. Nearby, there was a salt mine where individuals specialized in refining pure salt. Not far away, others were weaving fabric, aided by specialized equipment that ensured efficiency and quality. These factors contributed to the town's vibrant atmosphere, attracting merchants from afar seeking collaboration and goods. Even the agricultural output had significantly improved due to advancements in farming techniques. While Sod focused on developing the town's industries, he placed great emphasis on food production, considering it fundamental to their growth. With conscious efforts to stockpile food, they managed to accumulate sufficient reserves, even capitalizing on the ongoing disaster to sell surplus provisions. These achievements were the fruits of years of development. As Adamu surveyed the lively scene within the town, he felt a sense of astonishment. Chapter 61. The Player and Inquiry in this place. Gazing at the scenes within the quaint town, Adamu found himself somewhat lost in thought. The imagery before him was something he had never envisioned before. Born into nobility, with his father as the lord of a territory, and having studied at Hode Academy, he had traveled to many places. Yet none of those locales possessed the unique charm of the town before him. In terms of prosperity, many cities within the Hode Kingdom surpassed this town. Their populations and commercial activities were far more vibrant. Yet, in this small town, Adamu sensed a vigorous vitality, a spirit of renewal, where everything was just beginning to flourish. Despite many residents enduring hardships, they wore smiles and harbored hopes for the future. This sense of hope was something Adamu had never witnessed in others before, and it filled him with genuine joy. However, alongside this joy, a sense of perplexity brewed within him. Although the town was developing well, certain aspects evoked an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. Numerous elements seemed entirely out of place, and this feeling of familiarity led Adamu to ponder a new question. Both Sate and the earlier Lu Ming had proclaimed themselves as outsiders from other realms. In the past, Adamu paid little heed to this claim. But now it sparked his curiosity. Where did these so-called outsiders originate? How did they arrive here? And why did they come? Adamu's mind was ablaze with questions. At that moment, memories of past rumors regarding these outsiders surged back to him. Whether it was Delhi or others, they treated these individuals as refugees from distant lands, merely accepting them into their midst. However, the actions of these outsiders were often outrageous. They engaged in inexplicable behaviors, frequently inquiring about tasks, vandalizing property, and stealing like common thieves, disrupting the peace. Some audacious outsiders even resorted to murder in the streets, committing various heinous acts. Consequently, Delhi began leading the guards to expel these outsiders, which explained why players were so scarce near Streamtown. Adamu had heard snippets of these rumors before but dismissed them as mere gossip. After all, his interactions with Lu Ming and others had been quite ordinary, seemingly without any wrongdoing. Yet, upon reflection, Adamu was astonished to discover that the behaviors of these individuals bore an uncanny resemblance to a group from his past memories, a group known as players. His memories from a previous life included various novels, yet this particular recollection had remained overshadowed by more prominent memories, thus eluding Adamu's attention until now. It struck him with astonishment just how closely the actions of these individuals mirrored those of players. Yet, this world felt so palpably real. Wait, Adamu suddenly realized something. His character panel seemed to have appeared only after his arrival in this world. This feature was evidently a hallmark of a gaming universe. In a normal world, whether in his previous life or the Dawn world he hailed from, such a thing could not exist. The presence of a gaming panel, along with experience points and monsters, was characteristic of a game world. Understanding this, Adamu recognized that if he possessed a gaming panel, it was coherent with the notion that he, too, was an outsider in this realm, akin to Lu Ming and Sate. In other words, perhaps he was, in essence, a player in this world. As a player, he could possess a player's game panel. Considering this, it seemed plausible that not only he, but also Lu Ming and Sate might share this panel. Observing Adamu's sudden focus, Sate appeared puzzled but quickly donned a smile. Mr. Sate, Adamu spoke up. Looking at Sate with an inquiry, I have a question that I hope you can clarify for me. Of course, Sate replied earnestly, expecting a complex question, only to be met with something far simpler. People like you have always been referred to as outsiders. Adamu regarded Sate with curiosity. Yet you seem no different from others. How do they discern your identity? This indeed was one of Adamu's confounding queries. At this juncture, as long as they did not reveal their uniqueness, they appeared no different from the people around them. However, both Delhi and others could readily identify them. Even if they spoke not and dressed like anyone else, Delhi and his companions could still recognize them at a glance, as if they bore an invisible label that marked them as distinct. Yet, Adamu lacked such discernment. Perhaps it was his own blindness, but he truly could not perceive the differences. To him, The outsiders and the indigenous people of this world appeared identical. Thus, Adamu posed his question. Upon hearing Adamu's inquiry, Sate's face reflected a moment of hesitation. It wasn't that he was at a loss, but rather he was unsure how to articulate an explanation. According to the game's official narrative, the indigenous people could instantly recognize them as outsiders due to a special mark they bore, detectable by the natives. Yet, this explanation was one they could not divulge. Ultimately, Sate opted for a different explanation. We come from a rather unique place. He carefully chose his words and continued. In our homeland, a special entity once bestowed a blessing upon us, marking our existence. Thus, anyone hailing from our homeland possesses a unique aura that can be sensed by others. A unique aura. Adamu nodded. I see. He refrained from mentioning that he could not perceive this special aura. Adamu surmised that this might be due to his own peculiar circumstances. After all, if this were truly a game world, he likely did not arrive through conventional means but rather clandestinely. One more question. After addressing one inquiry, Adamu continued. In previous battles, I noticed that outsiders like yourselves seem particularly intrigued by eliminating enemies. Why is that? Originally intending to phrase it as claiming kills. Adamu caught himself and amended his wording. Upon hearing this question, Sate was once again taken aback. Compared to the previous question, this one was even more challenging to explain. Chapter 62, Minor Players. Why are players so intrigued by slaying their enemies? Naturally, it is for the experience points. Gaining experience through defeating monsters is, to the players, a self-evident truth. Moreover, given the formidable challenges of the Noah World game, the avenues for acquiring experience points are exceedingly scarce, rendering it quite arduous for any player to obtain them. Thus, whenever the opportunity arises to claim a kill, players like Lu Ming and Yang En, along with others, would leap at the chance without hesitation, all in pursuit of experience points. To state the situation plainly is not feasible. Not only is it challenging to articulate, but it also defies comprehension. Some players have attempted similar approaches in the past, only to discover that any discourse involving the player community is met with an intangible force that causes those around to automatically disregard their conversation. According to official sources, this is described as the game's protective mechanism. Even if Sate expressed the truth, previous experiences indicated that he would be unable to convey his words to Adamu. Thus, he had to adopt a different approach. Before Sate could devise a suitable response, Adamu spoke again. I once inquired about this matter with other outsiders, and their response was that you have received the Guardian's protection and blessings. Consequently, upon defeating enemies, you gain the Guardian's power feedback, enhancing your strength. Noticing Sate's silence, Adamu continued. Is this true? Indeed. We have received the Guardian's protection, which is why we are so driven to vanquish our foes. This revelation was quite remarkable. Sate felt a wave of relief, while Adamu silently nodded in agreement. It became increasingly clear that these so-called outsiders were, in fact, players. This realization elucidated many of the previous mysteries, including their peculiarities in the appearance of the town before him. The reason they could develop the town into its current state was that they hailed from another world, equipped with advanced production capabilities. Their fervor for slaying enemies stemmed from the potential for gain, akin to Adamu's own pursuits, enabling them to acquire power feedback or experience points. Thus, it became evident that this group was, like Adamu, entirely composed of outsiders. The only lingering question for Adamu was why, despite being outsiders themselves, he was not treated differently by Deli and his companions. Unlike the other players, Deli and his peers had always regarded him as one of their own, rather than as an outsider. Why was this so? Could it be due to the hourglass? Adamu contemplated this explanation, finding it to be the most reasonable. It seemed that, even among these outsiders, he was indeed special. He mused to himself, is the world these individuals come from the same as my previous life? The memories awakened from his past also belonged to another world. Might his former life share a common origin with these players? Though the probability was slim, it was not entirely impossible. However, Adamu found himself unable to delve deeper into this matter at present. Perhaps, in the future, when he had the opportunity to explore the world of these players, he would uncover the answer to this question. With such thoughts in mind, Adamu proceeded onward. Gradually, he arrived at a specific area, the core of the town, inhabited by peculiar individuals. They were all outsiders, or players, as it were. To Adamu's surprise, among this group of outsiders were many children. What was going on here? Adamu was taken aback. In his recollections, numerous games from his previous life featured mechanisms to prevent addiction, aiming to shield children from becoming overly engrossed. As a former teacher, this notion resonated deeply within him. He vividly recalled countless instances of outsmarting children to deter them from excessive gaming on their mobile devices. If this world was indeed a game to them, why were there so many children present? Sensing his bewilderment, Sate smiled and explained, "This is where those children reside. During their free time, they study and complete tasks assigned by their parents." He gestured toward the resting children, elaborating, "In a conventional game, mechanisms to prevent addiction would surely exist. However, the Noah world touted itself as the most open game, devoid of such restrictions. Indeed, even in the absence of addiction prevention measures, it was unlikely for many children to engage with such a game. Compared to traditional single-player or competitive games, the gratification in Noah world was notably slow to manifest. In some instances, one could argue that the experience was fraught with torment, rendering it unappealing to most minor players, let alone children. Yet, enterprising parents soon discerned the game's potential. As previously mentioned, the time flow in Noah world diverged significantly from that of the player's reality. While 30 days passed in Noah world, only a single day elapsed in the player's world. Given this disparity, some players devised clever schemes, such as sending their children to Noah world for educational purposes, capitalizing on the immense time differential to foster their growth. With a 30-fold advantage, completing a single exercise in reality could translate to finishing 30 in Noah world. In a sense, this was akin to a profitable venture. Moreover, the absence of addiction prevention mechanisms in Noah world made this arrangement all the more convenient. Thus, within the player community, the number of minor players was considerable, constituting a significant proportion. However, under normal circumstances, these recreational players engaged in learning rarely ventured outdoors. They typically remained within territories established by players, like Sate's town, thereby enjoying numerous conveniences, such as ample food and safety. For players like Sate, the arrival of these recreational players not only bolstered the community's popularity and strength, but also provided a rare source of income. Sate served as the overseer for hundreds of players, responsible for disbursing their wages. Without sufficient revenue, sustaining such an arrangement would be implausible. Thus, this scenario could be deemed mutually beneficial. Yet, for all these reasons, these recreational players were invisible in the wilderness. This was precisely why Adamu was so astonished. However, he soon regained his composure. Ahead of him, a group of children played joyfully. These children appeared quite young, generally under the age of 10. They wore clean clothes and seemed to be engaged in a game of hide-and-seek. Sate was amidst them, seamlessly blending in and frolicking with the children. The peculiar appearance of Sate piqued the children's curiosity as some reached out to touch the scales adorning him. In response, Sate displayed a shy smile, appearing more relaxed than ever before. In contrast to the indigenous populace, these players and their children seemed more at ease around a figure like Sate. Although Sada's appearance may seem somewhat fearsome, the children, upon becoming familiar with him, are primarily filled with curiosity rather than hostility. Naturally, a significant factor contributing to the children's attitude is the proper guidance provided by their parents nearby. Chapter 63. The urgency of time gazing at the scene before him. Adedimu's face broke into a smile. Mounted on his steed, he observed the sincere grin on Sate's face ahead. And he knew that his journey had not been in vain. If there existed a place capable of nurturing a child like Sate, allowing for a healthy and joyful upbringing, then this location was undoubtedly one of them. After a moment of contemplation, he dismounted his warhorse. He refrained from interrupting the children's playful antics and instead stepped aside, allowing himself a moment of solitude. Sate, noticing Adedimu's actions, felt a flicker of curiosity but chose not to intervene, permitting Adedimu to continue his observation. Adedimu advanced, soon arriving at the exterior of several modest dwellings. A soft murmur of reading drifted towards him, capturing his attention. Intrigued, he peered through the window ledge. Inside, he beheld a spacious classroom filled with slightly older children, all seated attentively, reciting verses under the guidance of a female teacher. These children appeared to be around 13 or 14 years of age, older than those playing outside. Within the classroom, some children were earnestly memorizing poetry, others gazed around, while a few looked out the window, watching the joyous play of their peers, their faces reflecting envy and longing. The entire scene was harmonious and beautiful, reminiscent of the visions Adedimu had dreamt of. Staring at such a sight, Adedimu was momentarily taken aback. His dreams had manifested into reality. It became evident to him that in this world, there indeed existed a haven free from cruelty, a sanctuary where children could earnestly pursue their studies, devoid of famine or the trials of life and death, and it was right before him. Adedimu stood frozen in place for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, a few curious gazes from the children turned towards him, accompanied by the somewhat displeased admonition of the classroom teacher, "Sir, please refrain from disturbing the children during their lessons." With sincere apologies, he turned and left, his fists clenched tightly. Aditimu's heart swelled with excitement. He had witnessed a glimpse of a beautiful world and a scene from his dreams. This realization filled him with the understanding that his path was not solitary, and his aspirations were not frivolous but rather tangible goals that could indeed be achieved. However, he also recognized that the world inhabited by these players was likely not the same as the one he had known in his previous life, for the script was unlike any language etched in his memory. On the teacher's blackboard, Aditimu spotted numerous unfamiliar characters. These symbols were peculiar, exhibiting some pattern. Yet they bore no resemblance to any language he recalled. It was clear that these newcomers hailed from a realm distinct from that of Aditimu's memories. A completely new world. Realizing this left him with a tinge of disappointment, albeit slight. The excitement in his heart far outweighed this minor letdown. "What's wrong?" Sade approached. A hint of confusion etched on his face. He was unaware of the emotional turmoil within Aditimu but instinctively sensed something was amiss. Aditimu merely smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate. Soon, they wandered to other areas, with Sate guiding Aditimu on a tour of the surroundings. For the next few days, Aditimu remained in this quaint town, fulfilling his earlier promise to assist Sate in clearing the vicinity of corrupted creatures and bandits. During this time, Aditimu discovered that the area surrounding Sate's town was not without its dangers. It was also in close proximity to the desert, naturally harboring corrupted beings. However, compared to the abundance of such creatures near Stream Town, the number here was significantly lower, and Sate's control over the area was much stronger, minimizing the threat posed by these entities. Yet, as time progressed, the population of corrupted beings began to rise, showing no signs of abatement. For Aditimu, however, this was not a significant concern. Previously, these creatures had posed some challenges, requiring effort to subdue, but now, having awakened the seed of life, Aditimu found himself effortlessly overpowering them. With the awakening of the seed, his knightly prowess had skyrocketed, his destructive capability and endurance far surpassing what they had been before. In this circumstance, no corrupted being could stand against him. Nonetheless, Aditimu was not entirely without his difficulties. Time was running short. In the quiet of his chamber, he stared intently at the golden hourglass before him, fixating on the golden grains of sand flowing within. With his gaze locked upon it, the sand continued to cascade downward, nearing its conclusion. Aditimu estimated that only a few days remained before it would empty. The golden hourglass had transported him to this world, allowing for passage between two realms. However, this traversal was bound by time constraints, requiring periodic returns that were beyond Aditimu's control. At this moment, he was reluctant to depart. The current turmoil of the magical disaster weighed heavily, and the pressure surrounding the area was immense. It was Aditimu's presence that alleviated much of the strain on places like Stream Town, preventing numerous casualties. The people here were in dire need of him. How could he abandon them now? Contemplating this, Aditimu fell into silence. The following day, he expressed his intention to take his leave to Sate. Upon hearing Aditimu's decision, Sate appeared astonished and taken aback. "What's the matter? Did I not host you well enough?" "Not at all. It's just that Stream Town requires my strength more urgently than this place does. The dangers faced by Stream Town are evidently greater than those here. In this situation, I must exert every effort to alleviate that pressure and accomplish as much as possible before my departure, minimizing the loss of life." Sate regarded Aditimu with a thoughtful expression, remaining silent for a while before nodding in understanding, a genuine admiration reflected in his demeanor. "If that is the case, I have no reason to hinder you. However, if possible, I would like to accompany you. I need to recruit refugees from there as well." "That would be ideal," Aditimu replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. Their preparations were swift, and they set off that very day. Upon their return, the scene that greeted them was grim. Just outside the walls of Stream Town, Aditimu and his companions were met with a sea of corpses. Among them lay both ordinary citizens and corrupted beings, and the numbers were staggering. Once Aditimu grasped the full extent of the situation, he realized the severity of the threat faced by Stream Town was far beyond his initial expectations. Thousands of corrupted beings had gathered, assaulting Stream Town, nearly breaching its defenses. Deli and his team had fought valiantly to repel the attackers, but they had sustained injuries and could no longer wield their swords. Chapter 64. The Hourglass of Conclusion. When Adamu and Deli met once again, the hour was already late. In the tranquil chamber, Deli gazed at Adamu before him, a smile involuntarily gracing his features. "Your wounds. Adamu remarked, furrowing his brow as he regarded Deli, whose condition was far from favorable. His body was marred with scars, a gaping wound marring his chest, presenting a most harrowing sight. Indeed, due to this injury, Deli was relegated to the confines of his bed, able to rise only with great effort, while any vigorous movement was entirely out of the question. Reflecting on past events, a wry smile crossed Deli's face. I find myself less powerful than you. I cannot easily contend with those monsters. Do not speak so, Adamu consoled. Each individual has their own strengths. Compared to me, you are far better suited to be a commander, orchestrating the troops from the rear rather than charging forth as a warrior to engage those monstrous beings on the front lines. Perhaps, Deli chuckled, a hint of self-mockery evident. Yet in my current state, I cannot even command as I once did. He sighed before inquiring, what is the situation in Sate? Quite satisfactory. Adamu nodded. The number of monsters there is significantly lower, and the pressure is far less than here. That is good to hear. A smile broke upon Deli's face at this news. The present crisis in Shilio Town was not merely the threat of monsters, but also a glaring food shortage. During this calamity, food supplies were critically strained, and even though Sate had previously evacuated a considerable number of refugees, the pressure remained immense. In such dire circumstances, if Sate could bring provisions, it would indeed be the best news imaginable. They would be willing to pay a steep price for food, as compared to famine. Other concerns seemed trivial. I am currently unable to command, Deli continued. What say you, Adamu? Hearing this, Adamu hesitated. Meanwhile, the hourglass continued its relentless countdown, nearing its conclusion. Yet, faced with the terrifying pressures besetting Shilio Town and the hopeful gaze of Deli, he found it difficult to refuse. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. I shall do my utmost. Then there is no issue, Deli exhaled in relief. I have unfaltering faith in your abilities. With you present, this town shall remain secure. As he spoke, a smile illuminated his face, as though a burden had been lifted. On that day, Adamu assumed the role of commander of Shilio Town in Deli's stead. Following Deli's injury, the town had become a disarray of scattered forces. Deli, confined to his sickbed, could offer no effective command to the guards, who were left to their own devices, stationed in their respective areas, ever vigilant for the approaching monsters. This passive defense was clearly at odds with Adamu's nature. As the number of encroaching monsters grew, it became imperative to take the offensive while the opportunity still presented itself, to alleviate the pressure before it escalated further. Thus, on the following day, Adamu led a proactive assault. To ensure speed, he chose not to take infantry but instead brought along all the mounted warriors, charging towards the throngs of monstrous beings. The results were immediately apparent. The monsters, too, were a disorganized horde, aside from rare instances of collective action. They typically congregated in small groups, creating clusters of their own. These beings lived in small collectives, numbering anywhere from dozens to hundreds. Thus, the sight of several hundred monsters gathered was indeed a rarity. This fragmented structure afforded Adamu the opportunity to strike them down individually. While the devastation wrought by a gathered horde was fearsome, when dispersed, they posed little threat. At the outset, Adamu's maneuvers were quite effective. Having awakened the seed of life and ascended to knighthood, his strength had surged tremendously. He now resembled a humanoid juggernaut, overwhelmingly formidable. Even the so-called fierce monsters fell before his might with ease. Under his command, the monsters were gradually vanquished. Of course, while this tactic proved effective, it was contingent upon Adamu's prowess. Had Deli or others attempted it, the outcome might have mirrored Deli's earlier misfortune, resulting in serious injury. The disparity in strength between Adamu and Deli was the primary factor in the success of this strategy. Through relentless combat, both Adamu and his comrades made significant progress. They began to acclimate to the violence, gradually honing their skills. Days later, the external monsters seemed to respond, adapting their tactics. Previously, small gatherings of monsters numbering in the dozens could be seen on the plains outside Shilio Town, but now, such sights had vanished. Instead, clusters of at least 200 monsters, closely situated, had emerged. They had even learned to support one another when one tribe was assaulted. Nearby tribes would come to their aid. Adamu had experienced this firsthand during an encounter. Had his reactions not been swift, their losses would have been far greater. These developments filled Adamu with an instinctive unease. While monsters possess some intelligence, it paled in comparison to that of normal humans. Logically, they should not be capable of such coordination. There was undoubtedly a problem. Adamu began to perceive the gravity of the situation. Yet, more pressing than the external threats was the harsh reality that lay before him. At noon, sunlight bathed the earth, illuminating Adamu's visage. Standing in this radiant light, his gaze remained fixed ahead. Before him, a golden hourglass materialized, grains of sand cascading down, nearing its terminus. Indeed, the hour had come for Adamu. In truth, if one were to calculate the days, his time had arrived several days prior. Through various means, he had managed to delay the flow of the hourglass, thus gaining a few extra days. However, no matter how much he delayed, the hourglass would inevitably reach its conclusion. As the final grain fell, the golden hourglass emanated a soft, golden glow. A familiar light was about to envelop Adamu entirely, heralding what seemed to be a new beginning, much like times past. Yet, Adamu was reluctant to accept this fate. Under normal circumstances, he would have departed without a second thought. However, in this moment, as the commander of Shelio Town, his departure would bear grave consequences for the current situation. To put it bluntly, the morale of the town's guards, painstakingly built, would shatter in an instant. Chapter 65. Reflections on launching. As I opened my computer, preparing to write, I noticed a message in the background, reminding me that my work would be available tomorrow. The prospect of launching is yet another new experience. I remain unperturbed by this event, for it is a ritual that occurs annually, one to which I have grown accustomed. Nevertheless, I humbly seek your subscriptions and recommendations, for without your support, this book cannot endure for long. A reader once inquired why I chose to create a protagonist who embodies both the qualities of a native and a saintly figure. One who meddles in the affairs of others and seemingly embodies every flaw. I am aware of the toxicity of these traits, yet I felt compelled to write this character. Initially, my intention in crafting web literature was to portray such a protagonist. However, as the landscape of online literature has evolved, characters like this have become increasingly unpopular, leading me to hesitate in my writing. To my surprise, the outcome has been quite favorable. Alas, the previous work ultimately faltered, as I succumbed to my old habits once more. This current endeavor is pinned under a pseudonym, lacking a substantial foundation, so I write for the sake of writing. Why blend the essence of a native with that of a time traveler? In typical circumstances, neither a pure native nor a solitary traveler could evolve into someone like Adamu. A native is unlikely to sacrifice for ideals, while an ordinary traveler may struggle to embody and uphold them. Of course, this could be addressed through various settings. Yet I personally believe that a fusion of these two identities feels more organic. Ultimately, when I first embarked on this narrative, I did not anticipate remarkable success. My sole desire was to enjoy the process. Yet, as the work nears its launch, it appears that the results may be quite satisfactory. However, the final fate of this book ultimately rests in the hands of you, dear readers. The initial subscriptions are critical to the survival of a book, influencing future recommendations and support. Therefore, if you are still engaged with this story, I kindly ask you to consider subscribing. Now, let us shift to more concrete matters. Following the launch, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I plan to update 3 times daily, with additional chapters and special situations. If the initial subscriptions exceed 1,500 tomorrow, I shall add 3 more updates thereafter. That is all for now. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Good night. Chapter 66. Pressure. Time flowed steadily, slowly fading away. Before Adamu, golden grains of sand continuously fell, settling towards the bottom of the hourglass. As this process gradually reached completion, everything approached its conclusion. The power of the hourglass reasserted itself, its golden radiance gently spreading. No, it is not over yet. Adamu fixed his gaze intently on the golden hourglass before him. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him. He must halt the flow of the golden sand. The people here still needed him. He could not depart at this critical juncture. Therefore, it must stop. In this moment, Adamu's resolve was unyielding. Seemingly sensing his steadfast determination, the golden hourglass paused momentarily, abruptly halting its descent. The golden light that had been emanating ceased its expansion, disappearing entirely. A tremendous pressure surged from within, seemingly a consequence of the hourglass's operation. It felt as if a hammer were relentlessly striking his chest, rendering Adamu acutely aware of a heavy discomfort enveloping his body. Yet, in the end, he endured, managing to suppress this feeling. Ultimately, the golden hourglass fell into a state of stillness, the luminous glow fading into oblivion. Everything appeared to return to tranquility. Exhaling deeply, Adamu gasped for breath, relieved as he felt the weight lift. With the hourglass's operation subdued, a mental strain emerged, leaving him somewhat disheveled, his complexion pale. Though his body was fatigued, his heart brimmed with joy. This was the first time he had exerted control over the hourglass, temporarily halting its progression. Despite the immense pressure he bore to achieve this result, the accomplishment signified significant progress. It marked a promising beginning, enough to fill Adamu with elation. Standing still, he relaxed for a moment, feeling the lingering sensation of mental restraint, before turning to depart. With Deli gravely injured and bedridden, Adamu had become the commander of the entire stream town. He had no time to waste. An abundance of tasks awaited his attention. In the following days, Adamu, as usual, led his team in exterminating the rampant mutated creatures. He was active on the front lines against these beasts, acutely sensing their evolving behavior. They began to gather and act in unison, raiding nearby villages, exhibiting a newfound coordination. These changes had emerged only recently. Recalling the siege orchestrated by the demonkind during his absence, a foreboding sense settled within Adamu. He feared that some unknown entity was now orchestrating these creatures, compelling them to hunt the populace and wreak havoc. The presence of a demon seed was unmistakable. In the spacious room, Deli lay in bed, asserting, nothing but a demon seed could incite such a gathering of mutated beings. Despite his injuries, as the sheriff of Streamtown, he remained vigilant regarding the surrounding news. Adamu frequently visited to relay the latest information, ensuring Deli remained informed. I share your sentiment, Adamu agreed, nodding in affirmation of Deli's perspective. In most instances, mutated beings were disorganized, lacking intelligence. It was uncommon for them to unite. Merely refraining from infighting was already a feat, let alone exhibiting such solidarity as seen now. The current circumstances pointed to a singular conclusion. A demon seed had emerged near Streamtown. Only a demon seed could exert its natural dominance over the mutated creatures, unifying them to such an extent. This is truly bad news, Deli remarked, his expression grim. A demon seed is nothing short of a nightmare. The term demon seed signified formidable power. In this world, the emergence of a demon seed invariably resulted in catastrophic consequences. Over a month prior, Adamu had received reports of several cities in another region being ravaged by a demon seed, where every inhabitant was slaughtered by mutated beings, a tremendous tragedy. And now, signs of a potential demon seed were surfacing in the vicinity of Streamtown. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems, Adamu gently reassured Deli, observing his troubled countenance. Even if a demon seed has indeed appeared, its absence from the forefront indicates it may be newly born and not yet fully matured. Every life form possesses its vulnerabilities. Even a being of such extraordinary caliber as a demon seed experiences weakness during its early stages. Even so, it was undeniably terrifying. Deli offered a wry smile, seemingly at a loss for words. Ultimately, he turned his gaze to Adamu and said, regardless, I am unable to act in my current state. I must rely on you. However, Adamu. Adamu responded, puzzled by Deli's tone. Deli continued earnestly. I am the sheriff here and have vowed to protect this place for life. Yet, you bear no such obligation. Pausing momentarily, he added, Adamu, you are still young. There is a vibrant future ahead of you. There is no need to be buried here with us old souls. He looked intently at Adamu. Do you understand? Taken aback by Deli's words, Adamu's expression softened into a smile. I understand. Rest assured, if the situation ever reaches that critical point, I will take the necessary steps. Rising to his feet, he remarked, it is getting late. You should rest well. I must take my leave. With Deli nodding in agreement, Adamu exited the room. In the subsequent days, he continued his rounds as usual. His earlier foreboding began to manifest. Over this period, the mutated creatures started to converge towards Streamtown, their numbers escalating to an alarming degree. Under such circumstances, the area surrounding Streamtown was no longer safe. Adamu prepared himself for the impending confrontation. At this juncture, Sade also finally arrived. Accompanying him were not only himself, but also the promised supplies of food and other provisions for Streamtown, which was currently besieged by crises. This shipment was exceedingly vital. At least for the time being, they would not need to worry about starvation. Mr. Sate, you have arrived, Adamu greeted him in his quarters. As you can see, the situation in Streamtown is perilous. If it is not absolutely necessary, you should depart swiftly, without delay. Adamu delved into the details of Streamtown's recent circumstances, leaving nothing concealed. Sate listened, astonished. He possessed his unique channels for information and had players like Lu Ming to provide updates. Yet, the insights gleaned from these sources paled in comparison to the comprehensive and detailed account offered by Adamu, the commander of Streamtown. Previously, Set was aware that the situation in Streamtown was dire, yet he never anticipated it had deteriorated to such an extent. The town is now besieged by numerous refugees. And if possible, I hope, Mr. Set, that you could take more individuals with you, Adamu remarked. This would alleviate some of the strain on food supplies and provide them with a glimmer of hope. Given the current circumstances, It is evident that many wish to leave this place. If you are willing, Mr. Set, you could take more people with you. In this situation, not only have the displaced refugees lost their homes, but even those who originally inhabited Streamtown are restless, longing to escape. If Set is inclined, he could seize this opportunity to recruit additional hands for departure. I will, Set nodded in agreement, finding this proposition entirely desirable. While to others, the refugees of Streamtown might appear as burdens, to him, they represent valuable labor. Within the town, many industries are operating at full capacity, with products in high demand, creating a significant need for manpower. In such circumstances, the more labor available, the better. Furthermore, there is one more matter I wish to request of you. Sitting upright and gazing at Set, a rare expression of hesitation crossed Adamu's face. I would like to ask you to look after Set. Rest assured. Set replied with a smile upon hearing Adamu's words. I can guarantee that he will find joy in my town. If it were any other matter, I might hesitate to assure you, but regarding Set, it is merely a matter of investing a bit more thought. Chapter 67. The Mark. Even if Adamu had not spoken, Set would surely treat Seed with utmost care. On one hand, it was due to his association with Adamu. Set certainly wished to win Adamu's favor. On the other hand, a half-demon like Seed was a rare and unique being. Such entities often possess the potential to be extraordinary characters in the game, deserving of special hospitality. After all, it merely required a few meals and a little extra thought. Nurturing Seed was a trivial task for Set. However, that was not what Adamu was implying. Shaking his head, he continued, What I mean is, should I fall in battle, I hope you, Mr. Set, will take good care of that child after my passing. Set was momentarily taken aback. Adamu's demise? He had never considered that possibility. After all, Adamu was an exceptionally formidable professional. Set had witnessed his prowess firsthand, far surpassing any other professionals he had encountered. To Set, even if surrounded by hundreds of corrupted creatures, Adamu could likely carve his way through with sheer strength. Such a fierce warrior would be unlikely to perish, would he? Yet, Adamu spoke with such gravity that Set found himself at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally responded, No, that won't happen. With your strength, Mr. Adamu, what could possibly threaten you? My strength is merely greater than that of an ordinary person. I am not invincible, Adamu replied, shaking his head. Sometimes, misfortune arrives unexpectedly, independent of human will. Of course, this is merely a hypothetical scenario. However, if such a situation were to arise, I hope you would promise to care for Seed. Consider it my request. Absolutely, Set answered without hesitation. To him, this was a minor matter with no significant impact. Hearing his words, Adamu nodded and produced several items. It was a large piece of parchment and a small pouch of gold coins. He pushed the items before Set, explaining, One parchment contains my personal breathing technique, while the other is the warrior training method passed down from Seed's grandfather. The pouch contains some gold coins. I hope these can cover the cost of raising Seed. If there are any leftovers, please give them to him when he grows up. Set was momentarily stunned. A breathing technique? A warrior training method? He understood their significance. The warrior breathing technique was essential for transitioning to the warrior class, serving as a player's certification for class advancement. As for the knight's breathing technique, although unfamiliar, it too was likely a form of certification for class advancement. Given Adamu's strength, this knight's breathing technique was probably far more valuable than an ordinary certification. Such precious items, did he truly deserve them? Set felt bewildered. He was merely taking care of a child. For him, this was a trivial task, akin to completing a game quest. Yet this quest came with such generous rewards? Set found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, Adamu's subsequent remarks brought him back to reality. The knight's breathing technique is somewhat special. Only those with specific bloodlines can successfully master it. For you, it may only hold some reference value. Adamu continued, As for the warrior training method, I obtained it from Seed's grandfather, who entrusted it to me. I hope that when Seed matures, if I am no longer around, you can pass this training method on to him. I will, Set replied, a hint of disappointment in his heart, yet he nodded earnestly. Even if the knight's breathing technique could not be directly utilized, it did not diminish its worth. After all, it remained a form of class certification, albeit with certain prerequisites. Even if he could not use it himself, it could surely fetch a high price if given to others. This was undoubtedly a profitable endeavor. The warrior training method, on the other hand, was a certificate he could utilize. With it, he might someday become a professional himself. Such a gain was indeed monumental. He had certainly struck gold. I have heard that you outsiders possess a remarkable ability to instantly grasp certain knowledge and skills. Yadamu suddenly smiled. Is this true? You even know of this? Sate was taken aback. Nevertheless, he nodded and replied honestly, yes. Our kind, under the Guardian's protection, can expend some of our power to directly acquire certain knowledge and skills. However, this requires meeting specific conditions. It is not something we can do at will. As he met Yadamu's gaze, Sate gradually realized Yadamu's intention. Yadamu likely wished for him to quickly master the warrior training method and become a professional. This way, he could gain greater strength to better protect Seed and even assist Yadamu in safeguarding this region. Naturally, Sate was willing to do so. Yet, regrettably, it was not that simple. Directly mastering this knowledge demanded certain prerequisites regarding one's own power and the medium of knowledge. He carefully explained the intricacies involved. Players indeed possess the ability to acquire skills by consuming experience points. However, in subsequent gameplay, players like Sate discovered that this ability imposed significant requirements on the medium of skills. According to official game statements, the medium must bear a special mark for players to learn it directly through experience point expenditure, such as the warrior training method before him. The version Yadamu had previously acquired could be learned directly, as it had undergone a long passage of time in this world, forming its unique mark. Thus, Yadamu could consume experience points to learn it. However, once learned, the mark would be consumed, and the parchment containing the warrior legacy would be destroyed, vanishing entirely. At this moment, the warrior training method laid before Sate, while recorded on parchment, was a fresh creation penned by Yadamu recently. Lacking the historical accumulation that would have formed a mark, such a creation could not be learned directly. It could only be mastered through personal training. I see. Upon grasping Sate's meaning, Yadamu felt a pang of disappointment. He had assumed that as long as the contents of the warrior training method were recorded, players could consume experience points to master it, just as he had done. However, it seemed that was not the case. It made sense. If mastering a skill were that simple, players would not be as weak as they currently appeared. If one player obtained a class certification and spread it, it would mean the entire player base could transition. Such fortune was unlikely. Restrictions, after all, were only natural. However, this led to the demise of Yadamu's ambition to harness the power of the players. He had previously contemplated that if the players could indeed become professionals instantly through his devised warrior training methods, he would gather all the players in Streamtown for concentrated training. This would enable them to acquire a formidable combat strength equivalent to that of seasoned professionals in a short span of time, alleviating some of the pressure on the entire town. Yet, it now appeared that this avenue had been nearly completely obstructed. If you have nothing pressing, Mr. Sate, it would be prudent to organize an evacuation swiftly, Yadamu advised. Listening to Yadamu's words, Sate's expression grew markedly serious. I shall act promptly. Yadamu nodded, exchanged a brief farewell with Sate, and then rose to depart. In the ensuing days, as Yadamu had anticipated, the monsters outside Streamtown began to gather, gradually closing in on the settlement. It seemed they were preparing for another siege. However, contrary to Yadamu's expectations, Sate chose not to leave, remaining in Streamtown along with several of his guards. Ostensibly, they had stayed to assist Yadamu, but in reality, it was for the experience points and rewards. Quest prompt: protect Streamtown. Quest objective: safeguard Streamtown from the threat of monsters, preventing its breach. Quest reward: 500 experience points. Goodwill from the Streamtown faction. Due to this quest, Sate and his companions hesitated in their tracks. Initially, he had intended to depart immediately. Yet he opted to remain instead, drawn by the allure of the substantial rewards. After all, for players, the threat to their lives was inconsequential. Death merely afforded them a fresh start. Considering the rewards promised by this quest, it was indeed worth the risk. Ultimately, they resolved to stay, their determination unwavering. Yadamu offered a few words of counsel, but upon seeing their steadfast resolve, he ceased his persuasion and allowed them to follow their chosen path. Chapter 68. The law: the presence of certain players in Streamtown proves beneficial for its defense. After all, the outside world is teeming with monsters, and every additional strength is a boon. Yadamu patrols the vicinity, quietly observing his surroundings. Yet, as fate would have it, the most dreaded event ultimately unfolds. One morning, the townsfolk are astonished to discover a multitude of corrupted beings amassed outside Streamtown. Among them, the foremost are the corrupted humans, each appearing particularly fearsome, evoking a sense of suffocating dread. The sheer aura of terror emanating from this gathering instills a profound fear that prevents any from daring to confront them directly. There are at least 1,000 of these corrupted beings. Yadamu stands atop the city walls, gazing at the formidable assembly below, his expression betraying his concern. Although many corrupted beings surround Streamtown, the majority are clearly the corrupted humans. In this moment, those who were once scattered have congregated, forming a daunting front. The sheer number of these corrupted humans alone exceeds 1,000, and when combined with other corrupted beings, the overwhelming presence is suffocating. Fortunately, due to the town's location in the desert, it is equipped with robust defenses. While the walls may not be towering, they suffice against a horde devoid of siege weaponry. Relying on the fortifications, this represents their only glimmer of hope. Nevertheless, the pressure remains immense. As time passes, an increasing number of corrupted beings converge. Eventually, the horde stirs into action. The first to charge are the corrupted humans, the most numerous and aggressive of the lot, surging towards the walls. The air is filled with the sounds of clashing and cries. Yadamu leads his team, striving to fortify Streamtown's defenses while personally engaging in the fray. Gradually, the corpses begin to accumulate, forming a grotesque staircase of bodies as the corrupted beings advance. In this dire moment, Yadamu steels himself, drawing his sword to fight at the forefront against the onslaught of monsters. With singular skill, he dispatches the advancing foes with ease. His strikes rendering even the fiercest of corrupted beings as powerless as infants, easily felled by just a few blows. However, while Yadamu possesses such prowess, others are not so fortunate. For the majority of ordinary individuals, the corrupted beings are formidable adversaries. Merely surviving the encounter is a considerable achievement. Without Yadamu standing resolutely at the vanguard, the defenders of Streamtown would surely falter against such overwhelming numbers. In this battle, players led by Seeth also strive valiantly. Together with the townsfolk, they fight fiercely, aiming to slay as many corrupted beings as possible to accumulate experience points. Everyone is exerting themselves. Ultimately, the monstrous assault is repelled. As night falls and the moonlight bathes the land, the remaining corrupted beings gradually withdraw. This seems to signify the conclusion of the battle. Yet, Yadamu keenly observes that these corrupted beings do not scatter. Instead, they remain entrenched in their positions. It is evident that their retreat is merely temporary. Far from a full rout, the withdrawing corrupted beings regroup, consuming the spoils of war. Under normal circumstances, such a massive gathering would pose significant logistical challenges regarding sustenance. However, the aftermath of battle presents a different scenario. The carnage has resulted in considerable casualties on both sides, and the bodies serve as ample nourishment for the corrupted beings. Lacking any moral compunction, they consume both their own kind and humans without distinction, feasting indiscriminately. Yadamu, witnessing this grim reality, feels the weight of impending doom. He understands that this is only the beginning. As days pass, the relentless assaults from the corrupted beings persist, driven by some unknown force, battering against Streamtown's defenses. Each time, Yadamu must rally his comrades to buy time for repairs. As the days stretch on, even someone of his caliber becomes wearied and wounded. Such is the nature of existence. Though a knight is extraordinary, he remains human. Like all mortals, he succumbs to fatigue and injury, unable to operate as an inexhaustible machine. After a week of relentless conflict, the scars upon Yadamu's body multiply, and the fatigue deepens. Within him, the seed of life continues to operate, supplying vital energy to sustain him. Thankfully, this allows him to endure the high-stakes warfare. Otherwise, he might have already succumbed to exhaustion. For now, he persists. But others may not be so fortunate. Reflecting on this, Yadamu gazes into the distance. In the past, he struggled to comprehend the magnitude of a monster siege. But his experiences have now imparted a profound understanding of its terror. The most fearsome aspect of the monstrous onslaught lies not solely in their formidable power, but rather in their overwhelming numbers and reckless tenacity. Corrupted beings are inherently more robust than ordinary humans. Even the most rigorously trained elite warriors cannot match their physical prowess. Coupled with their superior numbers and fearless combat style, the pressure on the defenders becomes immense. Yadamu senses an ominous foreboding. As the commander of Streamtown, he possesses a clear understanding of his side's dwindling strength. He feels the gradual weakening of their forces as time progresses. Continuous days of battle have resulted in significant casualties. Despite the temporary influx of replacements, they are untrained ordinary men, lacking the capabilities and organization of seasoned warriors. The defenders are beginning to falter, while the monsters show no signs of abating. Each day, upon awakening, Yadamu is greeted by the sight of an unending tide of corrupted beings, as if they would never diminish. This provokes a sigh from him and raises a troubling question. Just how many corrupted beings exist within this wasteland? Presently, this question remains unanswered. Yadamu understands that if circumstances persist, their fate is grim. Thus, he must devise a means to alter this trajectory. With this thought, Yadamu raises his gaze, contemplating the path ahead. The notion of the demon seed flashes through his mind. Over the past few days, he has meticulously observed the movements of the corrupted beings, discerning certain patterns. He notes that these beings consistently launch their assaults during the day and retreat under the cover of night. This behavior strikes him as peculiar, unlike humans. Corrupted beings are not inherently affected by the darkness. For them, day and night are indistinguishable, presenting no inherent disadvantage. Moreover, Adamu observed that amidst the chaos of the monstrous creatures, a segment of the transformed beings remained motionless, akin to sentinels, silently stationed in the rear without any sign of activity. This peculiar phenomenon ignited a series of speculations within Adamu's mind. Clearly, the vast tide of monsters was orchestrated by a genuine demon species lurking behind the scenes. The locations guarded by these transformed entities likely harbored the very essence of that demon. It was plausible that, as Adamu had previously conjectured, this demon was still in its juvenile stage, possessing limited strength, thus opting to remain hidden while directing the feral beings to launch their assaults. The retreat during the nocturnal hours, coupled with their attacks solely at dawn, could very well be attributed to this demon's influence. Perhaps this demon's power was amplified in daylight, or there could be other underlying reasons. Regardless, there was undoubtedly a discernible pattern at play, and Adamu firmly believed in this notion. Opportunity seemed to reside within these very patterns. A plan to eliminate that demon was imperative, gazing at the retreating tide of monstrosities. This thought flickered through Adamu's mind. At present, the sheer number of transformed beings was overwhelming. The notion of exterminating them all was nearly an insurmountable challenge. The only feasible solution to alleviate the peril threatening the village of Stream was to eradicate the lurking demon. The transformed beings lacked rationality and would not ordinarily gather to assault human settlements. The sole catalyst for their coordinated aggression was the demon's command and interference. Should the demon be vanquished, the multitude of transformed beings would instantaneously disband, losing their cohesion and direction. While this would still pose a significant threat, the danger would be considerably diminished. Thus, a singular question remained: how to locate and slay that demon. Adamu pondered this dilemma, patiently awaiting the arrival of nightfall. The following day dawned with the sun rising as usual. As in the preceding days, the transformed beings continued to amass, launching yet another charge. Chapter 69, Charge. As dawn began to break, the warriors around swiftly awakened, bracing themselves for the challenges that lay ahead. This time was no different. Before long, the familiar howls of the demons echoed from outside, a harbinger of the terrifying presence encroaching upon them. Faced with such a dreadful scene, the expressions of the warriors remained steadfast. They silently advanced, taking their positions in preparation for the impending confrontation. Aditmu was no exception. At that moment, he stood beneath the city wall, directing the soldiers while gazing ahead. Before him surged a throng of corrupted creatures. Without hesitation, Aditma charged forward to engage in combat. You have gained 30 experience points. An imposing elite demon fell swiftly beneath Aditmu's blade, its body cleaved in two by his colossal sword. Familiar notifications appeared before him, yet Aditma paid them no heed, continuing his relentless advance, his sword a blur of motion. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, an entire day had elapsed. When the day of carnage came to a close, Aditma stood drenched in blood, staring into the distance. There, the multitude of corrupted beings, as always, began their retreat. Aditmu scrutinized their formation, seeking a weakness. Not yet. He gripped his sword tightly, a fleeting thought crossing his mind as he stifled the urge to act. In the following days, he maintained his vigilant observation. As time wore on, the defenses of Streamtown grew increasingly frail, the entire guard teetering on the brink of collapse. Frankly speaking, had Aditma not been there to hold the line, Streamtown would likely have already fallen. Despite this, the current state was already at its limit. Should circumstances remain unchanged for a few more days, the town would inevitably succumb. The townsfolk sensed the dire situation as well. A palpable atmosphere of despair enveloped the small settlement. Each night, many contemplated sneaking away, desperate to escape this perilous place. Their efforts, however, were futile. With the escalating conflict, the town's gates had long been sealed, ordered shut by Aditmu. Even if they managed to flee, they would face the overwhelming tide of corrupted creatures outside. Unless one possessed strength akin to Aditmu's, ordinary individuals would find themselves with no escape, facing certain death. At this point, it was clearly too late to leave. Not only the common folk, but even players like Seth began to harbor regret. Initially, they had remained for the sake of quest rewards, hoping that Streamtown could endure. This way, they could complete their tasks and reap substantial rewards. Yet, given the current circumstances, such hopes had become mere fantasies. The situation suggested that Streamtown was unlikely to withstand the onslaught. Ultimately, they would not only forfeit their rewards but also face unnecessary demise, a significant loss indeed. Of course, they were not entirely without options. Should Aditma be willing to depart with them, his formidable prowess could carve a path to survival. However, persuading Aditmu to leave posed an immense challenge. Thus, players like Lu Ming found themselves sighing, preparing for the inevitable resurrection. In this grim scenario, the sun continued to rise as usual. Day after day, Aditmu guarded the city as if he were tireless, his posture unwavering against the relentless blows he faced. Though still young, in the eyes of the people of Streamtown, he had become their guardian deity, the most trustworthy figure among them. Time trickled by. Just when everyone believed that day of reckoning would inevitably arrive, a new change took place. It was dusk, the sky darkening in the transition between day and night. Indeed, moments later, the corrupted beings began to slowly recede. Yet, the onlookers did not react with excitement, for they understood that when the sun rose again, everything would reset. The horde of corrupted creatures would still advance, and eventually, an unstoppable day would come. However, on this particular day, change was indeed afoot. Aditmu stood atop the city wall, sword in hand, seemingly lost in thought as he observed the retreating horde. Suddenly, he snapped to attention. His prolonged vigilance and keen instincts had finally detected a fleeting gap, an opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged forward, igniting astonishment in those around him. The town gates had been firmly sealed, yet the walls of Streamtown were not overly high. Aditmu leapt from the wall, landing deftly on the ground before charging ahead. The townsfolk watched in bewilderment. Initially, some speculated that Aditma sought to escape, seizing the chance to find an opening amidst the retreating demons. However, as time passed, they began to realize the truth. Aditmu's charge was not directed at the demons' weak points, but rather towards the area where they gathered in the greatest numbers. Was he courting death? The crowd gasped, though a few discerned Aditmu's true intent. Thunderous sounds erupted ahead, the terrifying clash of his giant sword against the demons, coupled with their furious roars. The demons, taken by surprise, charged towards Aditmu, only to retreat in haste, leaving behind their fallen comrades. Aditmu was no longer the same as before. His strength had surged significantly. Now, even among knights, he stood as a formidable force. Any ordinary demon that dared approach him met a swift demise. He charged forth alone, without even a steed, yet he managed to disrupt the demons' formation, pushing them back with sheer force. His objective was clear: to penetrate the heart of the demon horde, locate the demon lord, and eliminate it. By vanquishing the demon lord, all current troubles would be resolved. The disoriented demons would scatter, ceasing their siege upon Streamtown. With that, the crisis would dissipate. With such thoughts in mind, he plunged into the core of the demon ranks, where elite demons thrived, each one stronger than those on the periphery. However, Aditma soon confronted a new dilemma. He was certain the demon lord was present, yet the throng of corrupted beings obscured his view, rendering him unable to identify the target. Ultimately, he did not know what the demon lord looked like. The form of a demon lord, birthed from the essence of demonic power, was not fixed. If it concealed its presence, it would appear indistinguishable from the other corrupted beings. Even if Aditmu was convinced the demon lord lurked nearby, he had no means of locating it. If he could not swiftly identify his target, even someone as formidable as Aditmu would eventually succumb amidst the overwhelming tide of demons, crushed underfoot. Faced with this grim reality, Aditma hesitated not a moment longer. Taking advantage of a brief opening, he scanned his surroundings. Name: Adamu race. Ancient highborn attributes: Strength, 5, 4, Constitution, 5, 8, Spirit, 3, 5, Charisma, 4. 1. Bloodline: Ancient highborn royal blood, 18, Talents: Archery mastery, 5, Linguistic proficiency, 9, Skills: Aussie fighter training method, level 1. Dawn breathing technique, level 2. Hot night training method, level 6, Archery, level 3, Hot swordsmanship, level 3, Experience points, 1729. Without the slightest hesitation, Adamu's gaze fixed upon the fighter training method. Fighter training method, Enhance. In the blink of an eye, a substantial amount of experience points dissipated, all converging upon the fighter training method skill. In an instant, propelled by the influx of experience, the fighter training method ascended to a remarkable level 6, consuming nearly 300 experience points. A surge of newfound strength welled up within him, its intensity unparalleled. However, of greater significance was the newfound sensitivity, the sensitivity to magical energy. With the fighter training method elevated to level 6, the core of magical energy within Adamu's body took shape, bestowing upon him a formidable awareness of magic. He then turned his attention forward. The magical creatures surrounding him appeared unchanged, yet in that moment, Adamu perceived them anew. Each distinct life form harbored varying levels of magical energy. The mightier the magical creature, the more substantial the magical essence contained within. As a being born from the very wellspring of magic, the magical seed within him undoubtedly surpassed that of the other magical creatures surrounding him. This was an indisputable truth. Soon, Adamu pinpointed his target. Ahead, amidst a throng of magical beings, stood a colossal creature, reminiscent of the magical folk, yet adorned with an array of scales. Towering above all. Chapter 70. The fatal slaughter in the distance. A towering figure stood amidst a throng of demons, appearing rather inconspicuous. It was unavoidable, at first glance. It resembled a demon far too closely. Despite numerous distinguishing traits that hinted at its extraordinary nature, one would hardly suspect it to be anything other than a demon. The battlefield was rife with similar demonic entities, making differentiation exceedingly challenging. However, upon closer inspection, the peculiarities of the creature became apparent. Surrounding it were robust demons, the elite among their kind, each exuding a strength far surpassing that of ordinary demons. Yet, instead of charging toward Adamu, they stood resolutely, forming a protective circle around the creature, safeguarding it within their core. In Adamu's perception, the magical energy emanating from the creature was remarkably intense, far surpassing that of the other demons nearby. This distinctive magical response felt as though it had undergone a qualitative transformation, instilling an acute sense of threat. Indeed, it was the one. Without a moment's hesitation, Adamu surged in that direction. Though he did not ride a steed, his speed was unmatched, rivaling that of any other. A wave of sanguinary sin enveloped the air as Adamu charged forth, the demons around him howling and rushing in, only to be swiftly vanquished. Adamu had long evolved beyond his former self. If only a few dozen or 100 demons clustered together, he alone could dispatch them all. With a resounding thud, the formation of demons was shattered under the weight of his onslaught, chaos ensuing all around. Yet, injuries were inevitable amidst this tumult. The sheer number of demons was overwhelming, and despite Adamu's relentless efforts, he could not fend off every assailant. Gradually, he accumulated wounds upon his body. However, he paid them no heed, for he was nearing his objective. "Let us go," he proclaimed, charging into the midst of the demons, his gaze fixed ahead. The concealed demons seemed to sense Adamu's intent. Understanding his purpose, their eyes met, a silent confrontation of wills. The surrounding demons surged forth once more, exerting all their strength to impede Adamu's advance, causing his pressure to mount significantly. Though they were all demons, those clustered around the demon were distinctly more formidable. Each one an elite capable of overwhelming the might of an entire battalion if unleashed upon the outside world. Here, however, such powerful entities were commonplace, inevitably hampering Adamu's pace, forcing him to slow. In this precarious situation, Adamu knew that should he falter, his defeat would swiftly follow. With this understanding weighing heavily upon him, he cast his gaze forward without a hint of hesitation. Morning breath technique, activate. In the past, Adamu had preferred to invest his experience points in enhancing his bloodline rather than directly improving his nightly breathing techniques. To him, the bloodline could only be augmented through the unique rules of this world, while breathing techniques did not share the same constraints. As long as his bloodline did not obstruct him, he could steadily advance through sheer effort, rendering additional investment unnecessary. However, the current circumstances left him no choice. In the face of imminent peril, raw power outweighed future potential. While potential was undeniably significant, it required ample time to materialize. Whereas tangible strength was what Adamu desperately needed now. Without a moment's pause, he elevated the morning breath technique to its pinnacle, achieving the 6th level in one breath. It was not for lack of desire to continue improving, but rather that this was the limit. The morning breath technique, a legacy bestowed upon him by Isius, was a nightly breathing method crafted by mages, inherently possessing its own limitations. Thus, upon reaching the 6th level, further advancement was unattainable. Having reached this juncture, Adamu found a considerable surplus of experience points at his disposal. Without hesitation, he allocated them all. If fate permitted, this would be his final stand in the world of Noah. Keeping the experience points in reserve would serve no purpose. It was far more prudent to convert them into immediate enhancements of his current abilities. He swiftly elevated all his skills to their maximum, channeling any remaining points into his bloodline. Undoubtedly, this approach would incur a substantial waste of experience points, yet it was the sole recourse available to Adamu. Once all was concluded, a new character panel unfolded before him. Name: Adamu race. Ancient highborn attributes: Strength 7, 1, Constitution 6, 8, Spirit 3, 6, Charisma 4, 7, Bloodline: Blood of the Ancient Highborn, 26, Talents: Archery Mastery, 8, Linguistic Proficiency, 9, Vitality Enhancement, 3, Skills: Odyssey Fighter Training Method, Level 6, Morning Breath Technique, Level 6, Hode Night Training Method, Level 6, Archery, Level 6, Hode Combat Swordsmanship, Level 6, Experience Points. For Boom. A torrent of warmth surged within him, an incessant flow of power. As his bloodline continued to ascend, a new transformation seemed to blossom from the seed of life within Adamu. An unusual sensation coursed through his being. Just as he had anticipated, once the royal bloodline surpassed 20 points, the experience points required for each subsequent increase surged to 100. However, with the elevation of his bloodline, a new talent emerged before him. Vitality Enhancement? Gazing at this novel title, Adamu felt a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Historically, the talents bestowed by the elevation of royal bloodlines had proven immensely beneficial. This vitality enhancement would likely follow suit. Under ordinary circumstances, Adamu would pause to absorb and appreciate the changes brought forth by this talent. Yet, time was of the essence. The roars of demons echoed all around him. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged forward. As he moved, the powerful life energy within him surged forth, enveloping his longsword in a radiant glow. The brilliance flickered as the formidable life energy radiated outward, enveloping Adamu's form. It was a breathtaking spectacle that would surely astonish the knights of the Dawn world. The capacity to condense life energy to such a degree necessitated exceedingly stringent conditions. In many respects, this could be considered the pinnacle of knighthood. The overwhelming force erupted forth, sweeping away the surrounding demons with ease. Ahead, the demon paused, taken aback by the charging figure of Adamu. Astonishment etched across its face. It sensed the aura radiating from Adamu, felt the palpable danger, and a sense of impending doom washed over it. If it did not evade, death would be inevitable. Without the slightest hesitation, the demon seed retreated to the side, attempting to distance itself from Adamu. However, Adamu's gaze had already locked onto it. He charged forward, disregarding the other demonic creatures that surrounded him, determined to press on. With a resounding crash, several demons were sent flying, their substantial forms rendered as feeble as cotton, easily swept aside. Yet, this tumultuous advance took a toll on Adamu. Numerous wounds adorned his body, particularly on his chest, where he narrowly escaped being pierced by a demon's attack. Nevertheless, such injuries did not deter his relentless pursuit. At last, he caught up with the demon seed. A fierce roar echoed from ahead. Sensing its precarious situation, the demon seed ceased its flight, its crimson eyes gleaming with ferocity as it prepared to confront Adamu head-on. The clash reverberated, a sound of metal meeting metal as Adamu's massive sword was intercepted. A razor-sharp claw lunged toward Adamu's chest. Contrary to the demon seed's expectations, Adamu did not evade. Instead, he surged forward, meeting the demon seed's charge directly. With a sharp, piercing sound, the claw penetrated Adamu's chest, revealing glimpses of his internal organs through the wound. The demon seed's expression morphed into one of triumph, only to be abruptly frozen in place. For Adamu did not falter. A powerful hand reached out, gripping the demon seed's body firmly along the claw. Finally, Adamu's voice broke the tense silence, imbued with an astonishing calmness. "I've got you." As the words fell, a pale golden longsword swung down with devastating force. This was another sword Adamu had kept at his side, and in this moment, its purpose was fulfilled. With a single stroke, bolstered by the essence of life energy, the demon seed was cleaved in two, its form shattering under the impact. Thus, the demon seed met its demise, plunging the surroundings into a profound silence. With the death of the demon seed, the once coordinated demonic creatures around seemed to lose their direction, descending into chaos. Chapter 71. Return and fragments of rules. The command center of the monsters fundamentally relies on the demon species. Born from the source of magical power, demon species inherently possess dominion over the monsters. They are endowed with heightened intelligence and formidable strength, coupled with their authoritative control over all other monsters. Collectively, these traits constitute an extraordinarily formidable life form. However, upon the demise of a demon species, the surrounding monsters scatter. In that fleeting moment when control dissipates, the instinct of the monsters compels them to flee. Thus, a spectacular scene unfolds before Idamu's eyes, where monsters engage in fierce battles among themselves. A significant portion of them is locked in combat, while many others hastily retreat. Aside from a few relatively intelligent beings, such as demon humans, the majority of monsters begin to disband. This is an inexorable process. Naturally, more monsters charge towards Idamu. Among this throng, Idamu's vibrant life force shines brightly, akin to a beacon in the night, guiding them onward. The reason why these demonic creatures are so inclined to attack humans is twofold: the manipulation of the demon species and their inherent nature to devour life and engage in slaughter. Thus, Idamu becomes their target. A multitude of monsters surges towards him. Yet, Idamu remains unperturbed, merely smiling. From the very beginning, he had never envisioned a means of escape. To charge alone against such a vast horde of monsters is a venture fraught with peril, even for a powerful knight. Now, with a gaping wound in his chest and grievous injuries, even if he could escape, the hope of survival is but a distant flicker. Oh well, Idamu sighs inwardly, silently closing his eyes. In the final moment before he slips into darkness, he witnesses something extraordinary. He gazes ahead. Before him, the corpse of the demon species, now reduced to a heap of mangled flesh, lies lifeless. Yet what captures Idamu's attention is not this grotesque sight, but the golden fragments of light that emerge from it. The glow is faint, yet it stands out distinctly to Idamu. His gaze fixates on the remains of the demon species, clearly observing as those shimmering fragments ascend skyward. Subsequently drawn into his being by an inexplicable force, a golden hourglass materializes once more, enveloping these lights within. Whether it is an illusion or not, Idamu senses that the form of the hourglass becomes increasingly defined during this process. Absorbing the faint fragments of rules, his innate talents solidify. Subtle inscriptions materialize before his eyes. Fragments of rules? Idamu is momentarily taken aback, filled with confusion. Under normal circumstances, he would seek a quiet place to ponder the implications of this revelation. Yet at this moment, time is of the essence. All around him, relentless monsters rush forth, seemingly eager to claim his lifeless body. With a soft chime, everything comes to an end. Meanwhile, on the walls of Stream Town, onlookers stand in stunned silence, gazing at the unfolding scene. Due to the distance and waning light, they cannot discern what transpires at the center. However, the reactions of the monsters convey the situation with startling clarity. As the demon species perishes, the previously gathered horde of corrupted creatures begins to disband. The chaos evident in their retreat. What was once a regimented army of monsters disperses, losing all semblance of order. It is abundantly clear that they have lost their commander. Many people begin to grasp the significance of the event. Idamu has truly succeeded. The monsters are departing. Idamu has indeed slain the demon species. Joy erupts among the crowd, their faces alight with elation. Meanwhile, players like Seder receive notifications of mission completion in their ears. The demon species, which had orchestrated the onslaught from the shadows, has evidently been vanquished by Idamu. As they absorb this information, smiles blossom on the faces of the players, genuine delight swelling within their hearts. Did you truly perish? Standing still, he murmurs to himself, a peculiar feeling stirring within. He senses that Idamu may not yet be dead. However, from a theoretical standpoint, such a notion seems implausible. Ensnared within the relentless encirclement of monsters, anyone would ultimately succumb beneath the weight of their assault. All evidence suggests that Idamu is indeed dead. Contemplating this, many let out a collective sigh. They regard Idamu as a hero, believing he sacrificed himself in the battle against the demon species. Yet is that truly the case? It appears otherwise. Drip, drip. A faint patter of raindrops fills the air. In the quiet room, the window left ajar allows the rain to seep inside. It is indeed a rainy day, with the downpour relentlessly drenching the earth, as if intent on submerging it. In such circumstances, Idamu awakens. Slowly opening his eyes, he gazes at the familiar surroundings, momentarily stunned. I am not dead. This thought flashes through his mind first. Before awakening, his last memory was of the chaotic struggle against the monsters. Numerous creatures charged at him, and he found himself powerless to resist. Then he lost consciousness, sinking into silence. He presumed he was doomed. Yet now it appears that he is still here. Reflecting on the activation of the hourglass prior to his slumber, Idamu begins to comprehend the situation. However, even so, it seems improbable that he would emerge unscathed. Idamu feels a twinge of confusion. He possesses a clear understanding of the severity of his injuries. Not to mention the wounds he sustained earlier, the damage inflicted during his battle with the demon species alone should have sealed his fate. At that moment, his chest had been pierced through. How could he possibly be unharmed? Yet now, as Idamo looks down, he notices that most of his injuries have vanished. The wound in his chest remains, but it has healed significantly, no longer appearing as horrific as before. As for the other minor wounds, they have entirely disappeared, revealing his once pale skin anew. This turn of events leaves Idamo perplexed. The passage through the hourglass does not inherently confer restorative effects. Of that Idamo is certain. Wait. Suddenly, Idamo realizes something. Previously, through the enhancement of his royal bloodline, he successfully awakened a new ability. The name of this talent is blood-flesh activation. Until now, Idamo had not fully grasped the specific effects of this ability. However, it now seems that Idamo prepares to conduct an experiment. He draws his sword and gently slices a small cut on his forearm. Crimson blood drips from the wound, flowing freely. Yet, after a few minutes, the injury vanishes. His forearm appears entirely unscathed, devoid of any trace of damage. Idamo's face reveals a look of realization. Now he can be certain. It is indeed a matter concerning this particular talent. The vitality of flesh and blood, as bestowed by this ability, should confer formidable regenerative powers, enabling one to recover from injuries and regain their state at an astonishing pace. Perhaps this is also the reason why Idamo has managed to survive under such terrifying injuries. An ordinary person would face certain death. Yet, Idamo, with his enhanced royal bloodline, may not be bound by such fate. Ultimately, as his royal lineage continues to ascend, he is no longer merely an ordinary individual. This realization leaves Idamo in a state of ambivalence, uncertain whether to feel sorrow or gratitude. After a moment of contemplation, he straightened himself. At that juncture, a powerful wave of hunger surged within him, one that was more intense than any he had previously experienced. It appeared that this so-called rapid recovery was not without its costs. It necessitated a considerable expenditure of energy. Nevertheless, this was quite logical. Idamo rose to cleanse the bloodstains from his body before venturing out to procure sustenance. However, an unexpected occurrence left him momentarily stunned. Before him, a familiar interface materialized once more. Name, Idamo race. Ancient Hymen attributes. Strength, 7, 1. Constitution, 6, 8. Spirit, 3, 6. Charisma, 4, 7. Bloodline. Blood of the ancient high royalty, 26. Talents. Archery mastery, 8. Linguistic proficiency, 9. Flesh and blood vitality, 3. Skills. Odyssey fighter training method, level 6. Dawn breathing technique, level 6. Hod night training method, level 6. Archery, level 6. Hod combat sword technique, level 6. Experience points, 248. The familiar character panel manifested before him, rendering Idamo momentarily dumbfounded. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure and surveyed his surroundings. The recognizable scenery enveloped him. Indeed, this was his chamber. He found himself in the realm of dawn. Yet, a question lingered in his mind, leaving Idamo in a state of bewilderment. The absorption of faint fragments of rules, and the solidification of his talents. Chapter 72. The incomplete character template. So it was. Previously, after he vanquished that demon seed, a subtle radiance emerged from its carcass. This luminescence was subsequently absorbed by the hourglass, leading to the manifestation of the prompt before him. It now appeared that the reason Idamo could possess the character panel in the Dawn world was due to the fragment of rules. This fragment seemed to elucidate why a character template existed within the Noah world. After slaying the demon seed, Idamo extracted this fragment through the golden hourglass, thus gaining the ability to bring forth the character template. Was this so-called talent solidification the crux of the matter? Idamo gradually comprehended this truth. For him, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. At the very least, he could temporarily set aside his concerns regarding the growth of his own bloodline, should he be unable to return to the Noah world. Standing still, he began to scrutinize the character template before him. Soon, he noticed the discrepancies within it. In terms of data, the character template appeared flawless, with attributes consistent with previous displays, showing no significant differences. However, there was an increase in experience points, presumably from the demons Idamo had casually dispatched. While the data was sound, other aspects revealed substantial issues. No option to allocate points? Idamo furrowed his brow as he regarded the character template before him. He sensed an anomaly. In the Noah world, the character template allowed for experience point allocation. Yet, upon entering the Dawn world, this capability had vanished. It was akin to being able to observe but not utilize, bereft of the critical ability to allocate points. The character template was merely an aesthetically pleasing facade, devoid of practical utility. This alteration was likely due to the insufficiency of the rule fragments. The hourglass had previously indicated that the fragments Idamu acquired were of a feeble grade. At such a level, merely extracting the character template was commendable. Functionalities such as point allocation would seemingly require additional rule fragments for support. Nevertheless, Idamu still bore a smile. Regardless of the circumstances, this represented a new avenue. In the future, as he amassed more fragments, perhaps one day he could also enhance his character in the Dawn world. This was indeed promising news. Having confirmed the issues with the character template, Idamu turned to depart. He first took a cleansing bath, shedding his blood-stained leather armor for a robe that concealed his injuries. He then ventured out, intending to find a place to dine while discreetly inquiring about the time. Before long, he learned the outcome. 3 days. Although he had spent nearly 3 months in the Noah world, only 3 days had elapsed in the Dawn world. The disparity in time was evidently skewed. Idamu was certain that his duration in the Noah world this time was significantly longer than before. The temporal flow between the two realms was clearly not as straightforward as he had initially presumed. It was not merely a matter of proportional time. After pondering the matter for a moment, Idamu discerned the underlying pattern. This was the most logical explanation. However, the exact nature of it would only be revealed during his next traversal. For now, the most pressing concern for Idamu was to recuperate. Of course, while he spoke of recuperation, it primarily entailed indulging in food and drink. Idamu possessed a hearty appetite, a trait common among knight apprentices who engaged in rigorous training, resulting in considerable energy expenditure. Furthermore, as Idamu's body continued to develop, his consumption needs escalated. In the past, he could effortlessly devour the equivalent of 2 meals. Now, his appetite had become even more formidable. Remarkably, despite consuming such quantities, his stomach showed no signs of distension, as if the food were mere illusions. This phenomenon was partly due to the awakening of his royal bloodline and the vitality it conferred, and partly attributable to the awakening of the life seed, which generated life energy within Idamu. This energy, evidently, could not arise from nothing. There had to be a source. For knights, the most direct source was food. These cumulative factors rendered Idamu's appetite increasingly monstrous. However, this alone was not alarming. Although not wealthy, his journey through the Noah world had granted him a fair amount of gold coins, with little else to spend on, save for sustenance. He found that he required minimal funds. What concerned Idamu more than his appetite was his own condition. Within him, alongside the life seed, resided another entity in existence known as the core of magical power. This core had coalesced during his previous endeavors. Once Idamu had elevated his warrior training to its zenith, the magical core formed spontaneously, becoming an integral part of his being. In the Noah world, the presence of such a core posed significant risks. Once coalesced, the magical core would instinctively draw external magical energy, leading to the gradual corruption of its bearer. Idamu had previously opted to enhance it due to an urgent need for usable power, dismissing the potential dangers as inconsequential in light of his circumstances. However, now that he had survived and thrived, the gravity of this issue warranted serious consideration. In the solitude of his room, Idamu closed his eyes, silently attuning himself to the magical energy surrounding him. To his surprise, he discovered that not only did the Noah world harbor magical energy, but the Dawn world possessed it as well. However, the nature of this energy appeared markedly distinct. The magical energy in this realm was far more subdued, lacking the chaotic ferocity characteristic of the Noah world. Moreover, in terms of density, the magical energy in the Dawn world was considerably more diluted, exhibiting significant differences in its properties. As the magical core began to operate autonomously, Idamu drew the ambient magical energy towards him, which, under the influence of the core, surged throughout his body, fortifying his physical form. Yet, as this process unfolded, there was no pronounced reaction of corruption. While some magical reaction did occur, it was significantly milder compared to the Noah world. Contemplating this situation, Idamu felt a sense of bewilderment. Why was there such a disparity between the magical energies of the two worlds? Was it simply due to the differences in their respective realms? He pondered this question while simultaneously feeling reassured. As it stood, despite possessing a magical core, Idamu was safe within the confines of the Dawn world, even capable of harnessing its magical energy to enhance his own abilities, thus mitigating the risk of corruption. Rising quietly, Idamu approached the nearby training area. He casually picked up a longbow, not even glancing at the target, and loosed an arrow. The projectile flew forth at an uncanny angle, striking the bullseye. He repeated this action 10 times, achieving the same immaculate results without the slightest deviation, regardless of the surrounding environment or wind direction. As long as the longbow was in his grasp, Idamu could effortlessly attain his desired outcome. Setting aside the longbow, Aditma grasped the longsword anew. In his hands, the blade moved gracefully, a distinctive melody unfolding with remarkable precision, devoid of the slightest deviation. A mere technique of the ordinary hoed knight, under his command, blossomed like an exquisite dance, infused with an extraordinary essence. Even if an instructor tasked with teaching this swordsmanship were to witness Aditma's current performance, they would surely be left in awe, marveling at the terrifying prowess he exhibited. Moments later, Aditmu laid down the longsword and stood quietly to the side. Indeed, everything had transformed. In the preceding skirmishes, he had elevated all his skills to their zenith. Whether in archery or swordplay, he had reached a pinnacle that far surpassed his former self. Upon reflection, within the Hode Academy, at least on the surface, it seemed there was no one who could rival Aditmu. Neither the instructors nor the students had truly attained the status of knights. In this moment, Aditmu, even among knights, could undoubtedly be considered among the elite. However, uncertainties lingered. A thought flickered in his mind, bringing to light Aishu's. The dawn-breathing technique he possessed stemmed from the heritage stone Aishu's had previously bestowed upon him. Given Aishu's ability to casually hand over such a relic, it suggested he occupied an exceedingly high echelon. For someone of his caliber, perhaps being a knight was not as significant as it seemed. He retrieved the heritage stone he had previously concealed, cradling it in his hand, and, as before, summoned his mental energy to draw forth the knowledge contained within. Chapter 73, Bloodline Transformation. Within the inheritance stone bestowed by Aishu's to Adamu lies an abundance of knightly legacy. Amongst its treasures, the most invaluable is undoubtedly the dawn-breathing technique. In addition to this breathing method, the stone also contains a wealth of information regarding the knightly profession and a particular combat skill. Previously, Adamu had only acquired the breathing technique and a portion of the inheritance. He had yet to practice the combat skill. This was due to the inopportune timing. The combat skill contained within the inheritance stone is a quintessential knightly technique, one that typically requires the utilization of life energy to unleash its full potential. Before his journey to the Noah world, Adamu had not awakened the seed of life and thus could not become a true knight, rendering the practice of this combat technique unnecessary. Now, however, Adamu has awakened the seed of life, and his body brims with life energy, making the timing right for his endeavors. As he concentrates his mind, a surge of information floods into his consciousness, which he accurately receives. This combat skill is named Morning Star and, like the dawn-breathing technique, was created by the same mage. Seated in silence for a considerable time, Adamu finally opens his eyes, filled with awe at the exquisite combat technique. He is now certain that the mage who originally conceived this skill was undoubtedly a master of combat techniques. Otherwise, such a remarkable skill could not have been fashioned. Adamu is not without foundation. He hails from a knightly lineage and has been educated at a knight academy, where he has encountered numerous aspects of knightly knowledge. While he may not possess any combat skills himself, he certainly has the foundational ability to appreciate them. The combat skill he has just acquired is, in Adamu's eyes, a true masterpiece, far from something trivial or insipid. This discovery brings him immense joy. After acquiring the combat skill, Adamu wholly digests the content within the inheritance stone. Perhaps even Aishu's, who entrusted the stone to him, did not foresee how swiftly Adamu would assimilate its contents and advance to this stage. If he had known, one wonders what his reaction would have been. In the following days, Adamu continues his training, but unlike before, he is no longer practicing ordinary swordsmanship or merely the breathing technique. He is now dedicated to the newly acquired knightly combat skill. However, he is still some distance from being able to apply it in real combat, requiring further time for mastery. Yet, this is of little concern. Within the confines of the Knight Academy, there are no immediate battles anticipated, allowing him ample time for preparation. In contrast to the progress of his combat skills, his physical recovery is notably swifter. With the enhancement of his bloodline, Adamu's restorative capabilities are astonishing. Merely half a month has passed, and while he cannot claim to be completely healed, he is certainly well on his way to recovery. The remnants of his injuries linger but pose no significant impediment. Adamu remains keenly aware of the circumstances in his world. Prior to his departure, he had vanquished the demonic seed, Yet the remaining monsters still pose a terrifying threat. Should any unforeseen events arise, the town of Stream could very well fall to these creatures. Thus, he is eager to ascertain the outcome. Of course, aside from his training and recuperation, he has not been idle. Is there a method for ordinary individuals to awaken life energy? In the quiet room, Aishu's gazes at Adamu with a hint of surprise. Why do you wish to know this? I have a friend who aspires to be a knight, yet lacks the requisite qualifications. Adamu replies calmly, his voice soft. The individual he refers to is, of course, Sod. During his time in the Noah world, Adamu had conducted an examination on Sod. His condition was dire. Most of his flesh had been tainted by demonic influence, perilously close to complete corruption. Without intervention, Sod's life may soon be forfeit. This is why Adamu sought Aishu's counsel. Previously, he had inquired of many, yet all responses were unequivocally negative. In this world, individuals without royal bloodlines are deemed incapable of becoming knights. Not only is it impossible to become a knight, but even the status of knight apprentice is unattainable. The absence of that bloodline translates to a lack of innate talent. Regardless of effort, one can only aspire to be an ordinary warrior, unable to become a knight apprentice, let alone activate the seed of life and become a knight. The notion of transforming an ordinary person into a knight is considered preposterous in this realm, an impossibility. Thus, Adamu found himself seeking answers from Aishu's. Compared to others, Aishu's possesses an air of mystery. The mere fact that he can produce an inheritance stone attests to his capabilities and nobility. Issues that others cannot resolve may not pose a challenge for someone of his stature. Yet, in the end, Adamu was met with disappointment. It is impossible. Without hesitation, Aishu shook his head in negation. The life energy of a knight is fundamentally the power of bloodline. Without that bloodline, one cannot even possess the foundation necessary to wield a knight's strength. It is simply unattainable. Is that so? Adamu mused, recognizing that Aishu's is the highest echelon of individuals he can access. If even Aishu's has no solution, then this dilemma is likely unsolvable. It stands to reason, knights, as extraordinary beings, are the objects of desire for countless individuals. Many aspire to be knights, taking pride in their knightly aspirations. Yet even within Hode Academy, an institution dedicated to training knight apprentices, only a select few manage to attain this status, underscoring the challenge inherent in such a pursuit. Not only those without bloodlines, but even those with noble lineage are not guaranteed the talent to become knight apprentices. The majority remain ordinary individuals. This is true even for the aristocracy, let alone commoners. I apologize for the intrusion. Disheartened, Adamu expressed his regrets to Aishu's and prepared to depart. However, at that moment, Aishu's called out to him. Wait, Aishu's voice resonated. Adamu turned, puzzled, only to find Aishu's smiling. Indeed, becoming a knight is a privilege reserved for those possessing bloodlines. That is an immutable truth. Aishu sat calmly, his demeanor composed. The requirements for becoming a knight cannot be altered, but this does not imply that bloodlines themselves cannot be transformed. The prerequisites for knighthood are unchangeable. Yet bloodlines can be altered? Is that truly possible? Adamu felt a flicker of surprise. Yes, Aishu's confirmed, nodding as he elaborated. There exist certain methods that can alter the bloodline within a person's body. Is it truly feasible to change something as fundamental as a bloodline? Adamu questioned. His curiosity piqued. In his recollection, the concept of bloodlines was innate, determined solely by one's parents. Even the enhancement of one's bloodline through the character panel merely amplified what one already possessed, rather than bestowing entirely different bloodlines. However, according to Isius, even in the absence of a natural bloodline, one could still acquire it through alternate means. Is such a phenomenon feasible? Indeed it is. Isius nodded and began to elucidate. In the eyes of mages, everything in the world operates according to certain laws, and bloodlines are no exception. In fact, the alteration of bloodlines is not uncommon, often occurring without any human intervention. Nature is replete with such occurrences. For instance, warriors who have bathed in dragon's blood may gain the bloodline of dragons, while beings infected by dark entities may similarly transform into members of the darkness. These instances exemplify the phenomenon of bloodline transformation, which is, in truth, quite prevalent. As he spoke, he offered a knowing smile to Adamu, hinting that at any moment, one might witness an ordinary person's essence suddenly shift, possessing a strength comparable to that of a knight's apprentice despite lacking the vocation. There is no need for doubt. It is likely the result of some infection leading to an inexplicable bloodline. Within the confines of the room, he imparted some fundamental knowledge regarding bloodlines to Adamu. According to Isius, in this world, The phenomenon of acquired bloodline transformation is remarkably common. Most of these transformations arise from specific infections, such as the encroachment of higher bloodlines upon lower ones. Beings of noble bloodlines possess a life force so formidable in comparison to ordinary mortals that even a single drop of their blood can forcibly induce a transformation within the mortal's bloodline. Some extraordinarily powerful beings, like dragons, can transform surrounding life into dragonkin merely through their aura. Legend has it that the goblin-like creatures initially became dragonkin due to their prolonged existence and proximity to dragon lairs, thereby succumbing to the dragon's potent essence. Chapter 74, Blood of Silver, First Subscription Update. The bloodline of a knight is indeed a form of elevated lineage. Axius spoke calmly, stating, strictly speaking, all noble bloodlines can be traced back to the primordial ancients. What flows within you is the noble blood of silver, naturally endowed with potent infectious properties. Blood of silver? Adamu seized upon the key term. I apologize, it has become a habit. Axius glanced at Adamu and continued, the so-called blood of silver is a classification of bloodlines. The world of Dawn is vast, teeming with various bloodline races. Based on the distinct characteristics of these bloodlines, past researchers have categorized them, giving rise to different levels and names. The lowest tier is the blood of black iron, symbolizing chaos and the primordial state, representing all that languishes in the world. Akin to the unremarkable existence of black iron. Whether frail insects or humans, they are all encompassed within this category. Progressing further, we encounter the blood of silver, which illuminates the dim dawn, representing extraordinary brilliance, signifying all that transcends the mundane, standing above the ordinary realm of life. At the pinnacle lies the blood of gold, the zenith of the extraordinary, akin to the pure-blooded dragons of yore, reigning supreme upon reaching maturity, embodying the mightiest existence. Axius spoke again, maintaining his composed demeanor. According to the classification of bloodlines, the primordial ancients possess the blood of silver, symbolizing an extraordinary lineage. Such a vast disparity among different bloodlines? Listening to Axius's words, Adamu could not help but sigh. He felt that this journey had indeed been worthwhile. Compared to others, Axius held an abundance of information and secrets unknown to many. The insights he shared were unfamiliar to Adamu from his previous experiences. Upon concluding his introduction, Axius revealed the final operational method. The blood of silver, representing extraordinary blood, can be bestowed upon others through the appropriate means. Axius continued, gazing at Adamu, and inquired, the friend you mentioned, he must be an ordinary person, correct? Yes, Adamu nodded. Despite his partial transformation into a demon, Sade remained an ordinary human, devoid of any extraordinary bloodline. The blood of black iron is considerably simpler, Axius acknowledged. This is the bloodline most susceptible to influence. It is not overly difficult to grant him the knight's bloodline. He spoke softly, ultimately providing a specific method, a blood transfusion ritual. By finding a knight with sufficient bloodline purity, one could convert the blood within them and infuse it into another individual, thereby granting that person the corresponding bloodline. This sounded relatively simple, yet achieving it proved to be quite challenging. First and foremost, the requirements for the bloodline donor are stringent. The bloodline concentration must exceed a certain threshold. Ideally, it should be pure blood, but if that is not feasible, it must be at least half. Should the purity fall below this level, even if the bloodline conversion is successful, the individual may acquire the bloodline of the primordial ancients but may not awaken the seed of life. Without awakening the seed of life, one would naturally lack access to life energy. This requirement is inherently demanding. Locating a pure-blooded primordial ancient is itself an arduous task. According to Axius, in the current era, it is nearly impossible to find pure-blooded royalty, let alone those with bloodline concentrations exceeding 50%, which can only be barely found within the royal families of various kingdoms. Merely finding a suitable royal bloodline source is a significant challenge. Even if one succeeds, the cooperation of the donor is essential. Engaging in such a bloodline conversion is a tremendously taxing endeavor for the bloodline provider. If they are frail or aged, they may not withstand the strain of the conversion. Given the substantial costs involved, why would anyone assist you? Even if one finds a sufficiently pure bloodline willing to help, a specialized conversion array is necessary to facilitate the corresponding ritual. The entire process entails an overwhelming number of conditions that an ordinary person could hardly fulfill. I have a conversion array here and can provide you with a copy, Axius remarked, looking at Adamu. However, the conditions to complete this ritual are exceedingly stringent. If possible, it would be wise not to harbor excessive hopes. I understand, Adamu nodded, acknowledging the challenges outlined by Axius. However, he sensed that opportunities were not entirely out of reach. The most formidable aspect of performing the bloodline conversion ritual lies in finding a willing pure blood. This, however, is something Adamu can accomplish on his own. At present, his bloodline concentration is insufficient. He has yet to reach the level of pure blood, nor does he even exceed half. Yet, given the passage of time, he will inevitably find opportunities. By leveraging the unique rules of the Noah world, he can gradually enhance his bloodline, elevating it over time. If he persists and does not perish along the way, his bloodline will eventually meet the necessary standards. In that case, it would indeed be feasible. Observing Adamu's determination, Axius nodded and said, "If that is the case, you may come to me in the following days." While the bloodline conversion ritual is not exceedingly difficult, it is by no means trivial. "Thank you for your assistance," Adamu replied sincerely. "Do not thank me prematurely," Axius smiled. "In the future, there will be many areas where I will require your assistance. Perhaps I will seek you out soon." "I shall await your call," Adamu replied with a smile, nodding at Axius. He then departed from Axius's chamber. As he watched Adamu's departing figure, Axius fell into contemplation. Beside him, a shadow flickered, revealing a peculiar outline. It appeared to be female, yet cloaked in shadow, obscuring the specific form. His aura shifted, distinctly altered from before. Axius turned to the woman beside him, Erna. "What is your impression?" "He carries the sin of life energy," a crisp female voice responded, tinged with astonishment. "He has awakened the seed of life, becoming a true knight." "It seems my intuition was not amiss," Axius smiled. "While I had considered this possibility in advance, witnessing it come to fruition still brings me a measure of delight. I did not anticipate stumbling upon such a prodigy through seemingly casual arrangements. His strength has been growing rapidly. If he continues to develop at this pace, he may well become a great knight in the future. Such an achievement would undoubtedly serve as a boon to you, my lord." Elna's voice resonated with a sense of satisfaction. "Perhaps," Axius nodded initially, but then shook his head. "I must ultimately rely on my own abilities. However, at this moment, a knight who has awakened the seed of life is indeed a significant asset. Under normal circumstances, a knight would not have been of much consequence to Axius. Yet, in this dire situation, any form of combat power is of utmost importance. A knight awakened with the seed of life, regardless of his future potential, already possesses considerable strength that can be of great utility." Departing from Axius's residence, Adamu made his way outside. As he traversed the path, he noticed nearby students. Upon catching sight of Adamu, their expressions subtly shifted. Their gazes became respectful, and they stood still, watching him leave. Adamu was not taken aback by this display. Following his prior victory over Helder, his reputation had spread swiftly. In a short span, many had adopted this demeanor towards him, which has caused Adamu considerable distress. No matter where he goes, he is constantly under the scrutiny of others. Some fellow knight apprentices deliberately approach him to issue challenges. The top knight apprentices within the academy, such as Helder, are typically elusive, only making their presence known after each assessment to engage in challenges. Those seeking fame through combat naturally fixate on him. Initially, Adamu found some interest in these challenges. However, as time passed, this sentiment waned into annoyance. Most challengers were weak, not even on par with Helder, let alone the likes of Jand. Over time, Adamu chose to limit his public appearances, preferring to train in secluded areas rather than expose himself to the crowds. The ensuing month passed in tranquility. Following Axius's instructions, Adamu would rise early each morning to attend lessons at Axius's residence. The majority of his studies revolved around rituals, primarily focused on the foundational aspects to facilitate Adamu's understanding. Occasionally, Axius would also impart some general knowledge to Adamu. In the beginning, the world was a realm of chaos, a desolate land inhabited by beings of innate strength. Chapter 75, The Era of the Past was an epoch immensely distant from the present. A time when the great races of today had yet to take shape, and everything remained shrouded in chaos. Nevertheless, the vestiges left by powerful beings were undeniably tangible. The mythic age gradually faded, giving rise to formidable entities akin to dragons and titans, who ruled over the world. During this period, the dominant force consisted of the extraordinary golden beings, thus earning the designation of the Golden Age. In this Golden Age, the majority of mortal races had already emerged, albeit mostly existing as vassals and slaves to these golden entities. Gazing at Adamu, Axius began to elucidate. For instance, many dragonkin, including the goblins, were originally subservient to the dragons, and humanity once followed the golden giants while the progenitors of the elves sought the protection of the ancient golden trees. In this era, The golden races were the prevailing power, signifying absolute might. The golden bloodlines possessed innate strength sufficient to dominate all and vanquish any adversary. As Isius spoke, a smile graced his visage. The so-called golden races were inherently superior, existing as paragons of the extraordinary manifestations of unparalleled strength and awe-inspiring force beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. In that age, golden bloodlines permeated the world, rendering mortal races akin to mere ants, devoid of any means to resist. Races such as elves and humans, considered mainstream at the time, were but slaves, compelled to follow in the wake of golden races, providing whatever services they could, even becoming sustenance. Yet, despite the splendor and might of this epic, it ultimately came to a close. And what followed? Adamu inquired, meeting Isius's gaze. As I continued to explain, Isius resumed. The Golden Age persisted until its twilight, when new transformations began to unfold. A group of elves descended from the ancient golden trees, embarking on their own journey. He elaborated. In the years that followed, they forged a magnificent civilization, attaining unprecedented strength, ultimately bringing an end to the reign of the golden races. Among the myriad mortal races of today, elves stand out as a distinctly unique group. During the bygone golden age, races such as humans and dwarves largely existed as servants and slaves to the golden races. In contrast, the elves, while also reliant on the ancient golden trees, were akin to the offspring of the trees. The ancient golden trees sheltered the elves, providing them with both refuge and sustenance. Through their daily interactions, the elven race underwent profound transformations. I previously mentioned that bloodlines can gradually transform. Isius continued. Contemporary studies affirm that initially, elves were quite similar to ordinary humans, belonging to the common black iron race. However, through their continual exposure to the essence of the ancient golden trees, many elves began to undergo changes in their bloodlines. Thus, during that era, the first elves possessing silver blood emerged into the world. They were the earliest beings to bear silver blood. Furthermore, there existed another type of elf, one endowed with the purest and mightiest golden blood. Golden blood? Adamu was taken aback. Do elves also possess individuals with golden blood? Indeed, Isius nodded. Some assert that these elves with golden blood are a mutation among the silver-blooded elves, while others believe that golden elves are the fruits born of the ancient golden trees, inheriting the bloodline of the trees themselves. However, at the twilight of the Golden Age, it was these golden elves who led the silver-blooded elves to overthrow the dominion of the other golden races. They developed spells, creating the very first practitioners of magic. And wherever they ventured, dragons became prey, titans were driven away, and all remnants of the golden races were suppressed, never to regain their former glory. They ruled the land, establishing the initial splendid civilization, which is recognized as the first elven empire. This is the tale that transpired at the end of the Golden Age. In an era where dragons and titans contended for supremacy and golden beings governed all, a group of golden elves led the silver-blooded elves forth from the ancient forests, illuminating the world with the brilliance of civilization. They pioneered the profession of wizardry, marking the inaugural appearance of spellcasters, and subsequently embarked on a relentless hunt, vanquishing dragons and titans, achieving remarkable victories. Afterward, while golden beings such as dragons remained formidable, they were no longer the prevailing force in the world. However, strictly speaking, the era dominated by the elves belonged to the twilight of the Golden Age. Although the elves established a resplendent civilization, the ruling force remained the golden bloodlines. Hence, scholars studying the annals of history regard the period of the Elven Empire as representative of the Golden Age. Yet, this was undeniably the dusk of the Golden Age, heralding the advent of a new era. And what followed? Adamu inquired further, intrigued, aware that numerous captivating tales must have unfolded after the Elven Empire. Indeed, that was the case. What came next was the emergence of our ancestors. Isius smiled as he continued. Many years had passed since the rule of the Elven Empire, when our ancestors, a group emerging from the ancient high mountains, made their first appearance, joining forces with the ancestors of other races to resist elven dominion. He began to recount the story of this epic in detail. Initially, after the establishment of the Elven Empire, mortal races such as humans and dwarves, though enjoying slightly better circumstances, still existed as slaves and subservients over the lengthy passage of time. In comparison to the lofty dragons and titans, the elves possessed their own civilization and history. They did not view other sentient beings as mere sustenance, but they did enslave them, compelling them to serve, reducing them to the status of slaves. Oppression persisted. Where oppression exists, resistance naturally follows. After an indeterminate period of silence, various mortal races began to rise up. Some of the early ancestors stood against the elven rule. In simpler terms, the initial group to rise were not mere mortals. Isius explained, most had been touched by the essence of the golden beings, their bloodlines having undergone profound transformations, setting them apart from ordinary individuals. However, unlike before, this time, the dominant force was no longer the remnants of the golden beings. They united, overthrowing the dominion of the elven empire, thereby heralding the dawn of the Silver Age. The soft words echoed in the air. Adamu stood there, momentarily entranced. From Isius's narrative, he gleaned the origins of humanity. The initial appearance of humans was undoubtedly that of the common black iron race. However, in the course of their subjugation by the golden races, some humans were profoundly influenced by the essence of golden blood, leading to transformations in their bloodlines. Those ancestors of humanity, marked by these changes, proliferated, ultimately giving rise to a distinct lineage, known as the Ancient Highborn. The Ancient Highborn are not mere mortals, but rather the silver folk, whose veins flow with the blood of silver. They may lack the terrifying might of the golden races, yet they possess an innate extraordinary nature. During the twilight of the Elven Empire, it was these silver folk who first rose, uniting to lead the mortal races in overthrowing the dominion of the elves. The Golden Elves, alongside the silver-blooded elves, brought down the reign of the golden race, while the silver folk guided their mortal kin to dismantle the Elven Empire's rule. This is the history of your. However, since that time, no race has ever ruled the world as the elves once did. If we were to assess it carefully, the current era should still belong to the Age of Silver. Isis continued, stating that whether human or elf, most among them are mortals. Yet the silver folk who bear the blood of silver remain the mainstream. Among the various human nations, whether royal or common nobility, the majority still carry the bloodline of those ancient highborn. Yet, should the present circumstances persist, the Age of Silver may ultimately draw to a close. HM? Upon hearing this, Adamu felt a flicker of curiosity. Why? According to Isis's earlier assertions, the rulers of the major kingdoms still belong to that lineage of silver-blooded individuals. In such a context, how could the era of the silver folk possibly come to an end? Chapter 76, The Origins of the Knights. As time progresses, Isius began to elucidate, in the primordial ages, there were no professions in existence. Whether dragons or titans, they were all inherently powerful beings of the golden race. However, in subsequent eras, the emergence of elves heralded the establishment of the spellcaster class. From that point onward, strength was no longer confined to innate abilities. It could also be acquired through diligent effort. Following the Silver Age, professions such as knights, priests, and berserkers gradually came into being. In the present day, even an ordinary citizen of the Black Iron lineage, devoid of any noble blood, can ascend to become a professional through the cultivation of corresponding talents. In essence, this signifies the relentless evolution of the times. As time passes, the structure of professions continues to transform, with an ever-increasing array of vocational systems emerging and developing. Much like the spellcaster class, which initially required the elven bloodline to wield its power during the early days of the Elven Empire, the barriers to entry have been steadily lowered over generations. Today, even those without extraordinary lineage, mere commoners of the Black Iron, can embrace the path of a professional through appropriate means. This represents a significant breakthrough. Given the vast population of the Black Iron lineage, the potential for exceptional talents to arise is ever present. Though these prodigies may not possess the innate advantages of those with noble blood, their extraordinary gifts and unique talents may lead them to accomplishments that rival, if not surpass, those born of illustrious lineage. In contrast, the once mighty individuals of pure silver blood now find themselves in a state of decline. While the bloodline of the original silver citizens still exists, it has gradually thinned over time. In the early days of human kingdoms, the nobility and royalty were composed of pure-blooded ancient highborn. However, in this current era, as the sands of time have shifted, the once pure royal bloodlines have become increasingly diluted. The pure-blooded royalty is on the brink of decline, reflecting the contemporary trend of the times. Ultimately, we are poised to enter an era dominated by mortals, where the Black Iron populace will reign supreme. Listening to Isius's narrative, Adamu found himself deep in thought. From Isius's account, he drew numerous connections and gained fresh insights, inspiring ideas that had never before crossed his mind. After Isius had summarized the historical context, the lesson appeared to conclude. Isius made a gesture, indicating that Adamu could take his leave. However, just as Adamu was about to depart, a thought seemed to strike him. He turned to Isius and inquired, "Mr. Isius, yes?" Isius quickly responded, meeting Adamu's gaze with a smile. "Is there something else you wish to ask?" Adamu nodded, admitting to a lingering confusion regarding certain matters. "You mentioned that the profession of knight was established by the ancient highborn." "Indeed," Isius affirmed. "The origin of spellcasting lies with the ancestors of the elves, while the pioneers of the knightly profession were the original ancient highborn. I would be delighted to share more about the knightly vocation." After a moment's hesitation, Adamu finally asked, his demeanor somewhat bashful. Recently, he had gleaned much from Isius, not merely the inheritance stone, but a wealth of knowledge and historical insights that were otherwise unavailable to him, even including the ritual of bloodline transformation. While these revelations might not directly enhance Adamu's strength, they were invaluable treasures. Were it not for Isius, he would have had no access to such profound wisdom elsewhere. Thus, he felt a twinge of reluctance. However, Isius seemed unfazed. He glanced at the sky and invited Adamu back inside, closing the door to resume his lecture. The term knight, he explained, initially referred to the ancient highborn's designation for valiant warriors skilled in battle. He elaborated enthusiastically, recounting how, over time, this title evolved into a distinct profession. Through the efforts of successive generations of ancient highborn, the knightly vocation gradually developed into what it is today. Isius looked at Adamu and elaborated further. The ancient highborn, possessing silver blood, while not as formidable as the original golden race, were nonetheless born with extraordinary abilities. For them, reaching the status of a knight was almost a foregone conclusion. Upon reaching adulthood, they would naturally awaken the life seed within, becoming knights, or more accurately, great knights. Upon noticing the puzzled expression on Adamu's face, Isius continued, "When the knightly profession first emerged, there were no distinctions between knight apprentices, formal knights, and great knights. At that time, knight referred exclusively to great knights, an achievement attainable by any adult ancient highborn." Adamu couldn't help but feel a pang of irony at this revelation. The status of great knight represented the pinnacle for most knights, the ultimate aspiration for many apprentices. Yet, for the ancient highborn who pioneered this profession, it was merely the starting point, a stark contrast that underscored the absurdity of their situation. For true ancient highborn, minimal training was required. Adulthood alone would elevate them to the status of great knight, equivalent to the level of a first-tier mage. Isius continued, "However, for those of later generations, such an achievement is evidently unattainable. Hence, various knightly breathing techniques were developed. The essence of these techniques is to assist those of diluted royal blood, descendants of the ancient highborn, in advancing along this path to attain the level of great knight." "What about the true ancient highborn?" Adamu interjected, furrowing his brow. "Do they not require the aid of knightly breathing techniques for their training?" While pure-blooded ancient highborn achieved the prowess of great knights upon reaching adulthood, it was evident that such power could hardly contend with the might of the elves. The elven empire of Ur had dominated the world of Dawn, teeming with formidable beings. The strength of a mere great knight would likely be no more than a target for annihilation by the elite of that era. Pure-blooded ancient highborn do not rely on knightly breathing techniques, Isius clarified, shaking his head. Their training is conducted through secret tomes. Secret tomes? Adamu noted this new term with great interest and proceeded to inquire further. From Isius, he learned that these secret tomes were ancient legacies from the Golden Age, embodying a unique method of refinement. Unlike the myriad of contemporary vocational systems, secret tomes possessed a universal quality, free from occupational constraints. In comparison to systematic practitioners, the cultivation of the primordial secret classics is considerably more arduous. Even among the pure-blooded ancient sages, not everyone can successfully complete it. Due to the challenges of this cultivation, the ancient sages of later eras forged the path of knighthood, refining a brand new secret classic based on the primordial texts. Indeed, there are further avenues beyond the great knights, yet by that time, what is practiced is no longer the so-called knightly breathing technique, but rather a variety of knightly secret classics. Isis spoke thus. Adamu remained silent for a moment before posing a new inquiry. How does one acquire the knightly secret classics? To this question, Isis shook his head and offered a rare negative response. I do not know. Perhaps the royal families of various nations possess them, as they are the descendants of those ancient monarchs, holding the most comprehensive legacies. Some ancient organizations may also have them, yet obtaining them remains an exceptionally challenging endeavor. Perceiving Adamu's thoughts, he continued, Nevertheless, despite the difficulties, your innate talent may indeed present you with opportunities. Yadamu, somewhat perplexed, looked up at Isis. The royal families of all nations have the custom of bestowing knighthoods. Isis softly elaborated. If you could align yourself with a certain prince or princess and be granted the title of royal knight, you would naturally have the chance to acquire the knightly secret classics. However, this is contingent upon your oath before your ancestors and the deities. I understand, Yadamu nodded, indicating his comprehension. Isis's implication was clear. He should seek a worthy faction to ally with, given his demonstrated talent and prowess. As long as he was willing to affiliate himself, there would undoubtedly be a place willing to accept him and bestow upon him the knightly secret classics. Yet, this choice was one that Yadamu found repugnant. He did not oppose serving others in exchange for reward, but to pledge loyalty for the sake of a knightly secret classic felt no different from the existence of assassins or mercenaries. Chapter 77, The Assassin and the Pursuit. Of course, if you are unwilling to proceed in that manner, there are certainly alternative approaches. Seemingly perceiving the thoughts of Yadamu, Aishu smiled and remarked, the present is unlike the past. Nowadays, professionals among mortals are beginning to rise, while many former nobles have fallen into decline. Some things that were once regarded as absolute secrets have naturally begun to circulate. He continued, as long as you are powerful enough, once you reach that level, methods will present themselves. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Yadamu and added with a smile, ultimately, you have not yet reached the point where that question needs consideration. Concerns of the future can wait until you attain that level. It will not be a problem. You are absolutely correct, Yadamu nodded, deeply resonating with Aishu's words. Until he reaches the rank of a Grand Knight, even though Yadamu has obtained the Knight's secret tome, he is unable to utilize it. Therefore, pondering this issue can be postponed until Yadamu successfully ascends to become a true Grand Knight. It may not be too late then. By that time, with enhanced strength and broader vision, solutions will naturally emerge. After a brief chat, Yadamu turned to leave. Standing there, Aishu watched Yadamu's departing figure, a knowing smile gracing his face. However, this time, he was not training combat techniques, but rather the art of breathing. As he moved, the vital energy within him surged. Powerful forces released and gradually diffused around him. This was a process of continually activating the seed of life. With Yadamu's actions, his life seed was constantly being stimulated, resulting in an increasing flow of vital energy that spread alongside it. After some time, Yadamu ceased his movements and stood still, deep in thought. There was still a gap. Recently, he had fallen into a noticeable stagnation. Whether it was the breathing technique or any other endeavor, he had reached his peak. Further training seemed futile. Despite his strength still growing, the pace had become exceedingly slow. He remained uncertain of how far he was from the level of a Grand Knight. Theoretically, according to the records of the Morning Star breathing technique, once this technique is perfected, it essentially positions one at the pinnacle of knighthood, leaving only a step to reach Grand Knight status. Yadamu has already attained this level. However, how to transcend this stage and move forward remained an enigma to him. Should he solely rely on painstaking effort and the passage of time for growth? While possible, it seemed inadequate. With the further enhancement of his bloodline power, Yadamu could sense his transformation. He had a premonition that as time passed, even without rigorous training, he might eventually cross that threshold. Yet, this would require a considerable duration for his bloodline to mature. How long would that take? Yadamu himself was unsure. Typically, one reaches the peak of physical prowess after the age of 20. Yet, Yadamu was evidently no ordinary individual. As his bloodline ascended, the traits of an ancient higher being within him became increasingly pronounced. According to Aishu, this indicated a richness of bloodline within him. This not only altered his appearance, but also significantly extended his lifespan. A pure-blooded ancient higher being could easily live for 3 centuries, even without any effort. Their maturation period is radically different from that of ordinary people. Given this, as Yadamu's bloodline was invigorated, how long would it take for him to reach his peak condition? Perhaps it would take 10 or 8 years. Such a time frame was not feasible. Hence, he had to seek alternative methods. With a sigh, Yadamu set his sights on another source of power, the core of magic. With the advancement of his warrior training, the core of magic within him had solidified and was continuously absorbing external magic to refine his physique. It was precisely due to the existence of this magic that Yadamu could maintain a steady growth in strength, avoiding complete stagnation. However, previously, he had exercised restraint in his use of magic. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seemed there were no other options left. As this thought crossed his mind, he raised his hand. In a place invisible to ordinary eyes, The surrounding magic began to gather, coalescing in his palm before dispersing. Standing still, Adamu resumed his training. As he practiced, the surrounding magic was drawn to him, converging into his being. The following days passed in this manner for Adamu, until one morning, a shift occurred. It was an utterly mundane day. As dawn broke, Adamu departed from his home, heading toward Ishu's location. Had all gone as expected. Such days would continue until the hourglass was activated once more, and Adamu ventured into another world. However, on this day, an unexpected event unfolded. In the morning, as Adamu stood outside the familiar door, he sensed an absence of the familiar aura. Having consolidated the core of magic, he had become somewhat sensitive to variations in various energies, and at that moment, he keenly felt a change. Thus, standing before the door, he remained silent for a moment before reaching out to open it. With a soft sound, the air was sliced through. It was the sound of a sword being wielded, thrusting suddenly toward him. Without a flicker of surprise, Adamu merely sidestepped, evading the strike effortlessly. In the next instant, he drew his sword. Bang! The clash of metal echoed, producing a series of crisp sounds. A tremendous force surged from his palm forward, propelling the figure before him away. Seizing the opportunity, Adamu caught a glimpse of his assailant. Clad in a stealthy short cloak, with a distinctive bronze mask adorning his face, the figure resembled an assassin. Indeed, in reality, he may very well have been one. Having been struck back, the figure showed no hesitation, swiftly turning to flee. He dashed forth, utilizing premeditated arrangements, leaping out of the window with seamless fluidity, leaving Adamu momentarily astonished. However, without a moment's hesitation, Adamu pivoted and pursued. The figure ahead pressed on, and at some point, a horse appeared by his side. Adamu frowned but continued the chase. Thus began an astonishing scene. As Adamu advanced, the fleeing figure was astounded to find the distance between them steadily diminishing. He was running faster than the horse. Realizing this, a wave of dread washed over him. For the steed beneath him was no ordinary horse but a creature meticulously bred by mages, designed specifically for the conflicts among professionals, far surpassing the speed of regular war horses. Yet, Adamu, relying solely on himself, was not lagging behind at all. This was truly terrifying. I must not allow him to catch up. Glancing back at Adamu, the assassin's heart raced with fear, prompting him to dash forward even faster. They raced on, ultimately arriving in a secluded area. Upon reaching this place, Adamu swiftly discerned that something was amiss. Their relentless pursuit had led them to the very edge of the academy. A single step further would mean crossing the boundaries of the institution. While the distinction between the interior and exterior of the academy may seem negligible, the reality is profoundly different. Within the confines of the academy, guardians are tasked with its protection. Encompassed by intricate magical arrays laid down by sorcerers, the academy is vigilant, monitoring any disturbances. Should an outsider, a practitioner of the arcane arts, dare to unleash their powers within, the ensuing commotion would swiftly rouse the guardians, drawing the attention of the entire establishment. Thus, upon realizing he was on the verge of leaving the academy, Adamu hesitated not for a moment and came to a halt. Although he held a measure of confidence in his own abilities, the evident intent of his pursuers to lure him out could not be disregarded. Who knows what dangers might await him beyond the academy's protective embrace? It is prudent to avoid unnecessary risks. Regrettably, he was without a bow. As he stood still, Adamu gazed longingly at the silhouette of the figure mounted on horseback in the distance. Had he possessed a bow, he was convinced that the distance would prove insufficient for the figure to escape. Alas, such an instrument was not at his disposal. After all, he had come to pay a visit to Isius, and merely bearing a longsword was fortunate enough. It would have been impractical to carry a bow long. Turning around, Adamu intended to depart in search of Isius. However, an unusual disturbance caught his attention from ahead. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying an air of foreboding. Adamu instinctively shifted his body slightly, stepping aside. In the very spot where he had stood moments before, a long arrow suddenly appeared, embedding itself firmly into the ground. Chapter 78. The Resurgence of Helderhu. A dim frown etched across Adamu's brow as he instinctively gazed towards the direction from whence a long arrow had been shot. There, he beheld a familiar figure, a tall man clad in dark armor, standing tall and imposing. Unlike the previous assassin, this man did not conceal his identity, allowing Adamu to recognize him instantly. It was Mr. Helder. As Helder strode forward, Adamu felt a flicker of surprise. "Have you come to confront me as well?" The demeanor of Helder suggested malevolence. It was no secret that Adamu had offended him after their last encounter, and retaliation was to be expected. Adamu had mentally prepared himself for this eventuality. Nonetheless, the current situation was undeniably peculiar. At the edge of the academy, Helder approached with a slow, deliberate gait. "Adamu," he intoned, his voice heavy and hoarse. "Ever since our last duel, I have sought an opportunity to challenge you again. If your intent is merely to engage in a contest, I welcome it at any time." Adamu responded calmly. "However, Mr. Helder, your current demeanor suggests that your intentions are far from sporting. Contest?" Helder's face twisted into a cold smile. "No, I seek your life." With that declaration, he lunged at Adamu with alarming speed, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. His golden sword cleaved through the air, leaving a shimmering arc as it descended menacingly upon Adamu. Bang! The clash of metal reverberated once more. After their initial strike, both retreated momentarily. Adamu sensed something amiss. "Your strength," he observed, a look of confusion dawning upon his face. He had previously sparred with Helder and was well acquainted with his capabilities. Yet, the force Helder had just unleashed far exceeded anything he had demonstrated before. Though still not as powerful as Adamu, Helder's might surpassed that of a typical knight apprentice. What had transpired to alter his state? "Do you feel it?" Helder's cold smile widened, as if he sensed Adamu's astonishment. "I am no longer the same. You will never be my equal again." As he spoke, Helder advanced once more, bringing his sword down with ferocity. "Experience the power of a true knight." A thunderous crash echoed as the ground beneath them shattered, creating a massive crater. The sheer force of their confrontation sent shockwaves through the air, the very wind from their strikes capable of wreaking havoc. "True knightly power?" Adamu mused, effortlessly repelling Helder's advance. "No. What you possess is not the essence of true knightly strength." As a knight himself, Adamu understood this truth all too well. Yet, before him, Helder lacked the distinctive life energy that characterized a knight's essence. Though undeniably strong, his speed and power eclipsing that expected of a knight apprentice, there was no trace of life energy within him. This anomaly left Adamu feeling perplexed. Moreover, Helder's condition seemed peculiar. From a distance, Tina, concealed in the shadows, observed the clash between the two men with growing astonishment. After consuming the elixir, Helder's power should have surpassed his opponent's. Why is he unable to subdue him? Surely, the potion you provided cannot be flawed. That cannot be. Ollie interjected, furrowing his brow in contemplation. I personally concocted that elixir. While I cannot ascertain its after effects, its efficacy is undeniable. Given Helder's prior strength, after taking the potion, he should have been able to contend with even a true knight without issue. As Tina surveyed the ongoing struggle, she asked again. Following her gaze, they witnessed Helder faltering. Though still engaged in combat, he was gradually losing vigor, his movements growing sluggish. Witnessing this, Ollie fell silent, uncertainty creeping into his own thoughts. Could it be that the elixir had indeed failed? No, that cannot be. Helder roared, frustration etched across his face as he gazed at Adamu. I am a knight. How can your strength surpass mine? A knight? Adamu regarded Helder with pity. Nay, you are not. Though he could not fathom why Helder believed he had achieved knighthood. It was evident that he had been deceived by someone, most likely an adversary of Isius. As Adamu spoke, he stepped forward. In his grasp, a pale golden sword began to emit a soft glow. Life energy surged into the blade, illuminating it with a radiant brilliance. With a decisive motion, Adamu advanced. And as their swords clashed, a subtle shift occurred. Helder's golden sword was cleaved in two, incapable of withstanding the onslaught of life energy, regardless of its quality. Helder himself was sent sprawling backward, the residual life energy within the blade coursing through him, inflicting grievous harm and leaving him incapacitated on the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, the two observers exchanged alarmed glances. Damn it, Tina gasped, her complexion paling as realization dawned upon her. Life energy. He has awakened the seed of life and become a true knight. No wonder Helder is no match for him. Beside her, Ollie remained silent, his expression grim. Lost in thought. Coughing heavily, Helder lay on the ground, gazing weakly at Adamu, feeling the unmistakable aura of life energy surrounding him, his face twisted with resentment. So, I do not understand why you believe you have succeeded, Mr. Helder. Adamu's voice rang out, soft yet resolute. After toppling Helder, he sheathed his sword and regarded him gently. It seems you have been deceived by someone, leading you to this delusion. Now that you grasp the truth of your deception, I trust any misunderstandings can be resolved. Of course, should you wish to challenge me again, I remain open to it. With those words, he stood there, quietly observing Helder. Though they had clashed twice, Adamu held no animosity towards him. Helder was not inherently malevolent, merely a solitary and proud individual. Such a person, Adamu thought, was not worth extinguishing unless absolutely necessary. Certainly, refraining from taking a life is one aspect, yet the existence of those assassins is another matter entirely. Judging from the recent events, it is highly probable that the assailants who appeared at Aisha's residence have some connection to Helder. Adamu may have bypassed the immediate threat posed by Helder, yet he must identify those lurking in the shadows behind him. Such were Adamu's thoughts. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Before him lay Helder on the flat ground, blood suddenly oozing from his mouth and nose. Not only that, his complexion appeared unnaturally rigid, resembling that of someone who had succumbed to death. Dead? This thought flickered through Adamu's mind, prompting him to rush forward and conduct a thorough examination. He was taken aback, for at that moment, Helder's heartbeat had ceased. No matter how meticulously he inspected, the conclusion remained unchanged. Helder was indeed deceased. But how could this be? Adamu was perplexed. In the previous strike, he had indeed utilized life energy to sever Helder's weapon and inflict injury, yet he had not exerted his full strength, intending merely to halt Helder's actions, not to engage in further combat. Given the physical constitution of a knight apprentice, how could such an injury possibly result in death? Adamu was at a loss. However, the two individuals lurking in the distance, Tina and her companion, were well aware of the truth. It was the backlash of the blood-boiling potion. Ali spoke softly, his expression grim. The blood-boiling potion inherently inflicts significant harm on the body, particularly placing tremendous strain on the heart, though it often goes unnoticed. Just now, Helder experienced considerable emotional turmoil, his mental state already precarious, compounded by the residual life energy within him and the injuries sustained earlier. In simple terms, this was a tragic accident. To enhance Helder's strength and create the illusion of having ascended to knighthood, Ali and his companion had added various substances to the night potion they administered to him. While those potions would indeed bolster Helder's power, they would also induce severe backlash. Under normal circumstances, this would merely result in Helder becoming incapacitated, not leading to his demise. Yet just moments ago, Helder had engaged in a fierce battle and learned of his deception, leaving both his mind and body in a dire state. Coupled with the impact of the life energy Adamu had left behind, the confluence of these factors ultimately culminated in Helder's untimely death. Chapter 79. The competition among assassins, so easily? Gazing at the lifeless body of Helder before him, Adamu couldn't help but furrow his brow. His immediate instinct was that foul play was involved. A moment's reflection led him to this conclusion. Helder had not met his demise at any other time. But precisely after the confrontation with Adamu, he had become a mere corpse. Could this not indicate something significant? It seemed likely that those lurking behind Helder orchestrated his sudden death to prevent any leakage of their secrets. Although this notion diverged from the actual circumstances, it was nonetheless quite logical. Had Helder survived this encounter, individuals like Tina would likely have sought to eliminate him, viewing him as a potential threat. Such is the fundamental code of conduct among assassins. However, even if they harbored such intentions, their actions would not have been so swift. Helder's demise had rather conveniently resolved matters for them. Standing still, Adamu contemplated Helder's lifeless form for a moment, preparing to proceed and dispose of the body. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. A figure rushed past him, darting away at high speed. Who? Adamu immediately became alert. Not far off, a fireball coalesced, hurtling towards him with remarkable speed. A mage? The thought flashed through Adamu's mind as he instinctively shifted his body to evade the impending strike. Boom! A light sound resonated as the ground erupted beneath him, creating a massive crater accompanied by faint flames. The power of this attack was evident. Adamu frowned, sensing that the figure nearby had not vanished but lurked cautiously in the shadows. Adamu slightly tilted his body, shifting to one side. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness behind him, a young man, his face concealed by a mask, exuding no discernible aura, not even a hint of murderous intent. In an instant, he lunged forward with a dagger aimed at Adamu. This strike, imbued with shadowy power, was not only remarkably stealthy but also harbored terrifying strength. Should it land, even survival would likely result in severe injury. The dagger lunged forward, poised to pierce Adamu, yet at the critical moment, it was deflected. A long sword extended outwards, intercepting the attack just in time. The young man was taken aback, only to find Adamu's calm demeanor awaiting him. A pale glow flickered momentarily amidst the intense combat. The life energy within Adamu surged forth, augmenting his weapon with formidable power. At such a close range, with Adamu's prowess, failure was simply not an option. Accompanied by a soft thud, the assailant was sent reeling backwards. Observing the figure hurtling through the air, Adamu's brow furrowed again. This sensation, while he had indeed struck true, it lacked the visceral impact of striking flesh, instead feeling akin to colliding with a solid object. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a subtle ripple enveloping the young man's body, reminiscent of water's surface, gradually fading away. Is this a magical artifact? Realization dawned on Adamu. Such artifacts are unique creations of mages. Due to the inherent power of their creators, these items often possess extraordinary abilities, hence their designation as magical artifacts. Adamu had encountered similar items during his time at the Hode Academy, yet this was his first encounter with one capable of directly deflecting an attack. Clearly, it was this magical artifact that had allowed the young man to narrowly escape Adamu's lethal strike. Nevertheless, it mattered little. If one strike failed, he would simply unleash another. Without a hint of hesitation, Adamu advanced, preparing to deliver another blow. Yet, at that moment, the familiar sensation resurfaced, the feeling of being ensnared by a potent force, as if injury loomed imminent. Sensing this, Adamu instinctively veered away, shifting his position slightly. Sure enough, in the next instant, the previous fireball reappeared, crashing down upon Adamu's prior location. Boom! The fireball struck the ground, resulting not in flames, but in a thick haze of smoke. The area fell silent for a few seconds. Then, once more, a figure surged forth. It was Adamu. Braving the residual force of the spell as he charged toward the shadowy warrior, sword raised for a decisive strike. The pale golden sword traced a shimmering arc, infused with life energy, casting a gentle glow. This time, the magical artifact's obstruction remained, though it was no longer as formidable as before. The subtle ripples on the surface of the young man's body quivered before shattering, losing its efficacy. The young man's chest was slashed open, nearly cleaved in half. As he stared at Adamu, his heart raced with terror. A heavy wave of pain surged through his body, the residual life energy wreaking havoc within him. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, the existence of that magical artifact had indeed afforded him a sliver of hope. Seizing the moment when Adamu was momentarily distracted, he melded into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Aside from the bloodstains marking his passage, nothing remained to indicate his presence. Watching this unfold, Adamu felt no surprise, only a sense of regret. He had been a step too late. The Shadow Warrior, a uniquely specialized class, could seamlessly merge with the omnipresent shadows, lurking undetected. Given the immense stealth afforded by this ability, it was entirely reasonable for him to escape when caught off guard, especially with others to assist him. After standing for a moment, Adamu surveyed his surroundings. The once constant sensation of being tracked had dissipated. It appeared that, having realized they could not vanquish Adamu, the lurking mage had similarly departed after his companion's escape, choosing not to linger in a futile struggle. Adamu found this somewhat regrettable. Although the mage had concealed himself adeptly, the spells he had cast earlier had nevertheless betrayed some signs of his presence. Given a little more time, Adamu could have pinpointed the mage's location and delivered a decisive blow. Alas, the mage's excessive caution had led him to retreat upon recognizing the futility of the situation. A clear violation of the assassin's code of ethics. Sighing inwardly, Adamu turned around, only to be taken aback. Helder's body had inexplicably vanished. What is happening? Standing still, Adamu was momentarily frozen. When he could assert with certainty that neither the Shadow Warrior nor the mage had had the opportunity to meddle with Helder's remains. Just moments ago, all of his focus had been directed towards these two individuals. Had they made any overt moves, he would have undoubtedly noticed. Yet now, Helder's body had simply vanished without a trace. Was there a third party present? Adamu swiftly recognized this possibility. Under his unwavering focus, the two individuals previously engaged had absolutely no opportunity to surreptitiously execute their covert actions. Unless there were others lurking nearby, it would only be feasible to stealthily remove Held's corpse while Adamu was entirely preoccupied with his confrontation against the two. However, if that were the case, another dilemma arises. If indeed there were more formidable forces lying in wait, why did they not reveal themselves from the onset to subdue Adamu? Against the previous two adversaries, Adamu was already experiencing considerable strain. Had there been even one or two more powerful entities, they could have certainly restrained him, if not defeated him outright. Yet, they refrained from doing so. Or perhaps, from the very beginning, their objective was not Adamu at all, but rather the corpse of Held? Gazing at the spot where Held's body had previously lain, Adamu felt a twinge of uncertainty. Meanwhile, on the other side, Were those two individuals dispatched by the organization? In a secluded corner, Ollie inquired of Tina, his brow furrowed in contemplation. What do you think? Tina, upon hearing Ollie's question, rolled her eyes. Of course not. We have been assigned this task for quite some time. If the organization intended to send reinforcements, they would have informed us. Those two are most likely sent by another organization, with aims similar to ours. The situation with Aisha's this time may very well be instigated by that organization. Tina shook her head and continued, in the end, it is not just us who desire Aisha's demise. Heaven knows how many organizations have received commissions from that group. It's likely that every faction within the Kingdom of Horde has already been approached. What shall we do then? Ollie asked, his brow furrowing further as he absorbed the implications of the situation. Should we act swiftly to eliminate Aisha's before those individuals do? Theoretically speaking, the more individuals seeking Aisha's head, the greater the potential for allies. Yet, these allies could equally be considered potential adversaries. After all, there is but one Aisha's, while many covet his life. From this perspective, these individuals represent both support and competition. If it were an ordinary mission, that would indeed be the case. Tina stated, placing Held's corpse before her, but this time, the mission is not so straightforward. Chapter 80. Farewell, eh? Upon hearing Tina's words, Ollie was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Tina's tone revealed a hint of impatience. Haven't you noticed? This mission explicitly states that regardless of which organization ultimately takes down Isius, as long as he is truly dead, we will receive our rightful reward. Is that so? Ollie was somewhat surprised. If that is the case, shouldn't we simply wait for others to act and let them eliminate Isius? In theory, yes, but in practice, no, Tina explained. Those clients are not fools. While they want to act directly, they will lurk in the shadows, monitoring our movements. Furthermore, they have explicitly stated that if Isius is killed, there will be a substantial additional reward on top of the original payment. Ollie nodded in understanding. It became clear to him that distributing the commissions and rewards among all organizations was a strategy to prevent infighting, which could ultimately provide Isius with an opportunity to be taken down piecemeal. Offering a reward to the one who delivers the final blow was a measure to ensure that these assassins remain diligent and do not squander the chance. It was a well-considered approach. All right. Ollie glanced ahead, still wearing a look of confusion. But even so, what do we do with the corpse we've brought? Before him lay the lifeless form of Herder. Indeed, during the previous chaotic battle, it was the two of them who stealthily extracted Herder's body. This was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Otherwise, they would not have dared to act. The thought of taking the body of a true knight was daunting. Yet, despite the arrival of the corpse, Ollie still felt uncertain about its purpose. There are many potential uses for it, Tina stated as she tended to the body, as long as it is utilized wisely. Even refuse can yield its value, let alone the corpse of a top-tier apprentice. You must understand, on the surface, this individual was an outstanding student of Hode Academy. If this identity is leveraged properly, it can prove quite advantageous. You mean? Ollie furrowed his brow, sensing he was beginning to grasp her meaning. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Tina shook her head and interjected, Enough. The body has been temporarily dealt with. We should leave now. Tina stood still, gazing at Ollie, then softly suggested, Let us go check on Isius' situation. Although we are unsure who will strike, he is not so easily defeated. Ollie shook his head, harboring little hope regarding Isius. I know, Tina smiled. But precisely for that reason, we must investigate, don't you think? As they spoke, they set forth, moving ahead. Meanwhile, on the other side, prior to their departure, Isius found himself alone in the spacious hall, engrossed in a book while leisurely sipping from a wine glass, exuding an air of relaxation. Observing Isius' demeanor, Adamu exhaled in relief. It seems you managed to resolve matters on your end. Turning to Adamu, Isius smiled. Was everything relatively smooth? Fairly so, Adamu nodded before shaking his head. However, they still managed to escape. That is to be expected, Isius remarked nonchalantly. Those who are qualified to act against me are at least top-tier apprentices. They are professional assassins, far beyond the caliber of the knight apprentices at the academy. Indeed. I understand, Adamu affirmed, hesitating momentarily before continuing. Herder is dead. This time, it was Isius who was taken aback. Unlike the others, Herder was a legitimate student of Hode Academy, and his status rendered him significantly more valuable. Under Isius' gaze, Adamu recounted the events in detail, from their confrontation with Herder to the eventual disappearance of his corpse. I see, Isius nodded. It appears that those individuals likely tampered with Herder, leading to this outcome. He did not seem overly concerned about Herder's fate, merely inquiring out of curiosity. Looking at Adamu, he spoke softly, given the current circumstances. Even Hode Academy cannot shield against their actions. Remaining by my side will only grow increasingly perilous. Therefore, starting tomorrow, you need not return. Adamu was taken aback by this statement. However, before he could respond, Isius continued, Elena. He called out a name, and a dense aura of shadow energy surged forth, instantly capturing Adamu's attention. As Adamu focused ahead, he could only discern the general silhouette of a woman. She appeared to be tall, yet shrouded in shadow, rendering her form indistinct. Clearly, like the man who had previously attacked Adamu, this woman named Elena was also a shadow warrior adept in shadow energy. However, compared to the previous man, Elena's power was evidently more formidable, as the condensed shadow energy caused Adamu to instinctively tense up, feeling an immense pressure. From sheer instinct, it seemed that her strength surpassed even Adamu's. Isius had been accompanied by such a formidable expert all along? As he regarded Elena, Adamu's thoughts raced, though he was not particularly surprised. After all, considering Isius's long journey to Hode Kingdom, it was only natural that he would have someone to protect him closely. Without such protection, he would likely have perished long ago. Meanwhile, Elena emerged from the shadows, producing a golden stone. The stone slowly emanated a soft golden light in her palm, resembling a gem. Adamu's curiosity was piqued. He was not unfamiliar with this place, having previously acquired one himself. This was a relic known as a heritage stone, containing a wealth of information. This is another heritage stone, containing all the details of the transformation ritual, Isius explained, looking at Adamu. I crafted this recently, please accept it. Depart now. Elena stepped forward, offering the golden heritage stone to Adamu. Adamu accepted the stone and turned to Isius once more. I understand your intentions, and I wish to affirm that my prior promise still stands. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. His expression remained serene as he spoke. Though my strength is feeble, I believe I can still be of some assistance to you. Upon hearing these words, Isius was momentarily taken aback. After a while, he regained his composure and a smile graced his face. Very well. Rest assured, Adamu, he replied. Should you require anything in the future, you need not voice it. I will come to seek you out. When that time comes, I hope you will not decline. Isius continued with a warm smile. In that room, the two engaged in casual conversation for a brief moment. The woman named Elna remained silent throughout, not uttering a single word. Moments later, Adamu took his leave, stepping out into the world beyond. As he departed, Isius let out a deep sigh while observing Adamu's retreating figure. In the past, Isius had always maintained an air of composure, exuding confidence regardless of the circumstances. Yet now, with Adamu's exit, a hint of sorrow appeared on his face for the first time. Outside, soft sunlight filtered through the window, casting a warm glow upon Isius. Beneath the sunlight, his complexion appeared particularly pallid. He slowly raised his hand, revealing a series of delicate wounds adorned with traces of blood. It was evident that, although he had not directly recounted his recent ordeals, Isius was not unscathed. He too bore wounds, merely unspoken. What was destined to come would arrive. As he savored the warmth of the sun, he silently rose and gazed out beyond the window, pondering, I wonder how much longer I can remain in this place. Elna, perhaps we shall soon depart once more. Chapter 81. Accusation upon departing from Isius's residence. Adamu found himself enveloped in a torrent of complex emotions. However, in contrast to his past, he had significantly honed his ability to control his feelings, swiftly regaining his composure. Like before, Adamu dedicated each day to rigorous training and study. Yet, unlike prior times, he no longer needed to visit Isius. He could now engage in learning directly through the Legacy Stone. Learning via the Legacy Stone, while convenient, proved to be somewhat ineffective. Nonetheless, the foundation laid by Isius allowed him to manage. The transformation ritual, originally conceived by mages, required the utilization of their powers. Given the vast diversity within the mage profession, the powers wielded by different mages varied greatly. Consequently, most rituals could be supported by various energies. The transformation ritual that Isius had bestowed upon Adamu had been modified, enabling him to utilize his own life energy for its execution, simplifying the entire process considerably. However, during the ritual's execution, Adamu was astonished to discover that the magical energy within him could also serve as a source of power for the transformation ritual. Surprisingly, this magical energy was even more potent than his life energy. This revelation piqued Adamu's interest. Different types of energy often possess distinct characteristics. For instance, The life energy of knights is particularly effective in healing and enhancing physical prowess. In contrast, magical energy is more serene. Provided it is not the chaotic magic found in the Noah world, the normal magical energy in the Dawn world is quite stable. This stability seemed perfectly suited to serve as the supporting force required for many rituals. Could magical energy be harnessed to accomplish feats beyond the capabilities of knights? This thought prompted Adamu to contemplate the mages of the Noah world. Based on his understanding, those mages, as spellcasters, also wielded magical energy. Did this not indicate that magical energy, as a unique force, could indeed sustain stable spells? With this notion flashing through his mind, he began to ponder deeply. After more than half a month of diligent research, he made some progress. During training, he successfully combined magical energy with life energy, thus enhancing the potency of his attacks. Equally, he was able to concentrate magical energy into his arrows, significantly augmenting their power. Following his experiences in the Noah world, Adamu's archery skills had reached impressive heights. Yet, regardless of his proficiency, ordinary arrows posed limited threats to professionals. However, arrows imbued with magical energy would yield vastly different results. Once an arrow was charged with magic, it acquired additional properties, enabling it to inflict greater harm on professionals. Moreover, the efficacy of magical arrows extended beyond mere combat scenarios. For instance, arrows suffused with magical energy exhibited increased stability, rendering them less susceptible to external influences and allowing them to reach more distant targets. These applications were just a glimpse into the potential of magical energy. As for life energy, Adamu believed it warranted thorough exploration. Knightly combat techniques inherently utilize life energy. Yet beyond the battlefield, this energy possessed other attributes, such as healing and enhancing physical condition. If he could delve into these aspects, he might unlock broader applications for life energy. With this mindset, Adamu dedicated himself to training, striving to rectify his deficiencies and strengthen his abilities. This routine persisted for over half a month, until unexpected events unfolded within the academy. The news of Helder's demise eventually spread. On that fateful day, Adamu received word that Helder's body had been discarded in the academy's hall. The corpse, it was said, bore signs of inhumane treatment. Furthermore, individuals reported witnessing the entire process of Helder's murder before the academy's head, with the finger of accusation pointed squarely at Adamu. When Adamu received this news, he was in the midst of training. Surrounding him were the academy guards, encircling him as though he were a criminal. I understand. I have just completed my training and am drenched in sweat. Very well, Adamu nodded, expressing his gratitude to the guards before proceeding to the academy's judgment hall. Inside the spacious and unfamiliar hall, a multitude of individuals had gathered. Among them were many strangers, as well as a few students who had come to observe. These individuals, well-informed, included Elge, the son of a marquis whom Adamu had previously crossed paths with. Due to his victory over Helder, Adamu had garnered significant notoriety within the academy. Thus, upon learning of the case involving him, they hastened to witness the proceedings firsthand, eager to acquire first-hand information to boast about later, while also enjoying the spectacle. Adamu. A middle-aged man regarded Adamu with a gaunt face devoid of expression. You have disregarded the academy's regulations, privately murdering a student in an exceptionally brutal manner. Your heinous crimes have finally been unveiled, and you shall face the judgment of the law. Take him to the dungeon at once. Execute him immediately. The words of the middle-aged man left the onlookers stunned. Such a declaration deviated from the standard protocol. Typically, a student's trial would involve evidence collection and the opportunity for defense, especially in serious cases that permitted the accused to secure representation to protect their interests and reputation. Yet, in this instance, all procedures were bypassed. The judge announced a verdict and ordered Adamu's immediate execution. I have already stated that I did not kill Helder. Adamu's gaze remained fixed ahead as he spoke calmly. I documented the entire sequence of events over half a month ago. Helder, being a student of the academy and one of the finest knight apprentices, was undoubtedly a significant figure within Hot Academy. His death warranted considerable attention. Hence, on the day of Helder's demise, Adamu had promptly reported the matter within the academy. At that time, Adamu had assumed this incident would generate substantial repercussions. Yet no related information emerged thereafter. He had initially thought the academy's higher-ups were deliberately concealing the matter to mitigate its impact. After all, the presence of assassins and other professionals within the academy would undoubtedly tarnish its reputation. If word spread, not only would students find it difficult to study in peace, but it would also represent a significant loss for Hot Academy's standing. The Academy's leaders, wishing to control the narrative, were acting in a manner that seemed entirely reasonable. Only upon being summoned to the judgment hall did Adamu realize the truth. They had been waiting for him all along. I have already reviewed your previous report. Before me, a middle-aged man wore a cold smirk. That report is rife with the fabrications you spoke of. The truth is far from your assertions. As he spoke, he produced evidence. Behind him, a coffin containing a corpse was carried forth, and within lay Helder. However, Helder's appearance had long since deteriorated. His body was reduced to fragments, seemingly severed by a sword in countless strokes, with only his face remaining relatively intact, bearing a grotesque and contorted expression that betrayed despair and terror. This was Helder's lifeless form. The middle-aged man fixed his gaze upon Adamu, sneering, "You claim Helder perished mysteriously after battling you. Then why does his corpse appear in such a state? Furthermore, Helder was an exceptional apprentice at our Knight Academy. With his physical prowess, how could he have died without cause?" The others present nodded in agreement. Indeed, as a premier knight apprentice, Helder possessed extraordinary physical attributes. For someone of his caliber, to suggest he simply succumbed to death without reason is a notion that defies belief. This corpse stands as irrefutable evidence. The man gestured toward the body and continued, "Moreover, we have ample witnesses." As he spoke, several individuals from outside entered the room. Chapter 82. The sword-bearer is innocent as Adama turned to look. Several figures emerged in the distance under his gaze. There were 5 individuals in total, one of whom was someone Adama knew quite well. Herlid. Adama called out the name. Subsequently, the 5 approached the platform. In front, a middle-aged man turned around, his gaze fixed on Adamu. "These are all witnesses. Before the accused, you may now loudly declare all that you have seen." He looked at Herlid and the others with a smile. "Come, children, speak aloud of all that you have witnessed." As his words fell, it seemed as though a signal had been received, and the first person stepped forward. At that time, we saw Adamu and Mr. Herlid engaged in a duel. Initially, we did not pay much attention, thinking it was merely a customary challenge. A challenge, indeed, the middle-aged man named Herlish chuckled, then inquired. "And then what?" We hid in the grass and watched this challenge unfold, witnessing Mr. Herlid being defeated and struck down to the ground by Mr. Adamu. Another student interjected. At that moment, we thought it was over, but Mr. Adamu's subsequent actions left us aghast. He disregarded Mr. Herld's pleas and brutally murdered him with his sword, dismembering him. "You claim that you witnessed the brutal murder of Herld in the corner of my academy?" Adamu's voice rang out at this moment. Listening to the words of the two before him, his expression remained calm. "Then, what of the evidence? Isn't the evidence glaringly obvious?" Herlish exclaimed. "Mr. Herld's corpse serves as the most compelling evidence. The wounds upon that body are the irrefutable testament of your heinous acts against Mr. Herld. What if someone were to remove Mr. Herld's body and dispose of it?" Adamu retorted, "Could that not be a possibility? Do you take us for fools?" Herlish sneered. "Mr. Adamu, I must ask you, where were you on the day Mr. Herld died?" "I was at the edge of the academy, dueling with him," Adamu replied. "Very well." Herlish smiled. "So, you concede that you encountered Mr. Herld prior to his death and engaged him in combat. I have a question for you." He fixed his gaze upon Adamu, pressing, "If you claim it was a duel, why did you not use the academy's designated training grounds, instead opting for a secluded corner where no one could observe? Why did Mr. Herld's body have no prior issues yet succumb to death immediately following your duel?" "I have already clarified the specific reasons a fortnight ago." Adamu's gaze settled on Herlish. "You, of all people, should understand this best." "A report?" Herlish scoffed. "Are you referring to those absurd lies you concocted? In your report, you assert that assassins lurked within our academy, which is utterly ludicrous. The entire kingdom of Hode knows that our academy is the safest haven, yet you claim it harbors assassins. Preposterous. To my mind, your report is fabricated. A mere ruse to conceal your cruel murder of Mr. Herld." "Herlid, speak up." He turned again to Herlid. Herlid slowly stood, meeting the gazes of all present, appearing somewhat apprehensive. "Yes, Mr. Herlish, I witnessed with my own eyes that Adamu possessed a weapon belonging to Mr. Herld. He even brandished it as a trophy. Can you be certain that it was indeed the weapon used by Mr. Herld in life?" Herlish inquired, his demeanor serious. "Yes, I can attest to that," Herlid affirmed, nodding emphatically. "It was indeed Mr. Herld's weapon, distinctive in appearance, though it has since been severed, if I am not mistaken. That weapon is currently concealed within Adamu's former residence." "Excellent." The onlookers nodded, then departed. Those were merely fragments, including blood-stained coins, a shattered longsword, and several other insignificant items. Undoubtedly, these were personal belongings of Mr. Herld. Now that the physical evidence has been presented, Adamu, do you have anything further to say? Perlis gazed at Adamu, a triumphant smile gracing his features. Adamu stood in silence for a moment before finally speaking. I have not resided in that place for a considerable time. This is an objective truth. Since my duel with Mr. Hurled, I have vacated my previous dwelling in favor of a new abode. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, that place is now surely covered in dust, unmistakably uninhabited. Yet, Adamu understood that at this juncture, such facts bore little significance. When one seeks to deliberately frame and defame, objective truths lose their weight. What mattered to them was the judgment of Adamu, not the so-called justice or truth. No one present was unaware of the underlying issues. Did the witnesses, including Hurlud and the others, not realize they were perjuring themselves? How much of the evidence gathered had been fabricated by their own hands? As for Hurlis, the implications were even clearer. The realities and truths were all too evident to him as an elder of the Academy. Even the audience, passively observing, could discern the numerous intricacies woven into this affair, recognizing the substantial issues at play. But did any of this truly matter? Clearly not. And Adamu had become their target. With a sigh, Adamu felt an inexplicable fatigue wash over him. It seemed that no matter what he said, the weight of this accusation would inevitably fall upon him. What then? Perlis countered, his expression a cruel smirk of triumph. You are a criminal. How could you possibly hope to evade the judgment of the law? If the law were just, then regardless of the outcome, I would willingly accept it. Adamu's face remained serene. But this judgment is neither fair nor just. I cannot acquiesce to it. Or rather, I wish to approach it differently. The law's judgment cannot be manipulated to suit your whims, Perlis remarked with a sneer, waving his hand dismissively. Nearby, several guards began to advance slowly towards Adamu, as if preparing to apprehend him. In response, Adamu remained calm. He sat firmly in his position, seemingly unperturbed by the encroaching guards. This demeanor allowed the guards to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, Adamu was a top student of the Academy. If he could slay Hurled, he could easily dispatch them as well. If Adamu were to submit without resistance and confess, that would be the most favorable outcome. Yet, would events unfold in such a manner? Clearly, that was not the case. In that moment, Adamu finally made a move. He shoved aside the nearest guard, who, despite being a fellow knight apprentice, was powerless to retaliate. Then, with a swift motion, he drew forth his pale golden long sword and swung it forward. Bang! With but a single strike, the Grand Tribunal's dais was indented, reverberating with a terrifying force that radiated in all directions. Adamu, Helris, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but change countenance. What do you intend to do? Drawing your weapon in the tribunal, do you dare challenge the authority of the Academy? The authority of the Academy? Adamu raised his gaze, locking eyes with Helris. If the authority of the Academy is upheld by someone like you, then its existence is indeed a misfortune, merely a collaborator to malevolence. In truth, is it not so, esteemed Mr. Helris? He stared intently at Helris, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. The tribunal of Hode Academy does not embody justice. This is a truth Adamu has understood for quite some time. Nobility and commoners, the powerful and the ordinary, these distinctions are stark within the Academy. A child of humble origins must never offend the aristocracy, lest it be deemed a grave sin. While nobles are free to transgress against commoners without consequence, Adamu was all too familiar with such tales. Take, for instance, the recent plight of Reagan. Merely for his sister being coveted by a noble, Reagan's defiance was branded a transgression. Where then was the authority of the Academy? And the righteousness of its laws in that moment? If these laws are inherently unjust, what obligation does Adamu have to adhere to them? In the matter of Helder, he was indeed innocent. Helder's demise had no bearing on him, and he never harbored intentions of ending Helder's life. He had never lied to the Academy, having always spoken the truth. If, despite this, the Academy still seeks to condemn him, then it is best for such an institution to cease to exist. The sound of swords being drawn echoed through the air, the ominous rustle of concealed figures unsheathing their blades. An assault on a judge within the tribunal is the gravest of offenses, punishable by death. Yet, upon observing Adamu's movements, Helris was not filled with fear. Instead, a smile crept across his face. Kill him, he commanded. Chapter 83. As you wish, it was previously mentioned that after defeating Helder, Adamu's reputation had spread throughout the Academy. Even those unfamiliar with him could discern that he was among the elite apprentices of the institution. Consequently, a contingent of specialized guards had long been lying in wait. These guards were exclusively assigned to safeguard the Academy, which, as the premier institution in the entire Hode Kingdom, wielded significant influence, albeit often imperceptible to the untrained eye. While true knights of notable caliber were scarce, knight apprentices were plentiful, and the guards before him were among the finest, comparable to the most exceptional apprentices. In an instant, 5 figures emerged from the shadows, charging towards Adamu. These were 5 top-tier knight apprentices, each exuding formidable strength. However, their efforts proved futile. Observing their approach, Adamu's expression remained calm, devoid of any flicker of emotion, as he moved forward with an air of confidence. His pace was neither hurried nor frantic, yet it conveyed an undeniable sense of intent, as if he had already locked onto Helder ahead of him. With a resounding clash, the sound of swords colliding echoed in the air. Within moments, 2 figures were sent hurtling backward. Adamu was no longer the person he once was. He had awakened the seed of life and perfected his breathing technique. Such a being was among the elite, even amongst knights, let alone these apprentices who had yet to reach that status. The guards were sent reeling, struck down effortlessly by Adamu's prowess. The entire exchange executed with remarkable precision and without hesitation. In mere moments, the 5 knight apprentices lay defeated, completely bereft of the ability to retaliate. Had it not been for Adamu's reluctance to take lives, they would have faced grim fates. The spectacle left onlookers aghast. How could this be happening? Helder's face contorted in disbelief. For the first time, he felt events slipping from his grasp. Wasn't he merely an ordinary knight apprentice? At that moment, he recalled the reactions of those around him, particularly the enigmatic smile of a woman as she departed. He had paid little mind to it then, as just 2 or 3 months prior, Adamu's demonstrated strength had been merely that of an apprentice, albeit stronger than Helder, but still limited. Thus, he had accepted this assignment without a second thought, unaware of the unfolding consequences. Was it possible that their true objective was? In a flash of realization, fear gripped Helder's heart. Adamu's figure was now dangerously close. Meanwhile, the fallen apprentices struggled to rise, attempting to charge at Adamu once more. "Do not move," Adamu commanded, his voice cold and piercing, akin to a sharpened blade. "Those who dare approach will find themselves digging their own graves." Adamu harbored no desire to kill, initially. He refrained from lethal force. Yet, should anyone seek their demise, he would not hesitate to oblige. He had already granted them a chance. As his words hung in the air, a palpable tension enveloped the crowd, for they could now clearly perceive the transformation in Adamu. A faint golden sheen shimmered upon his longsword, pulsating with the energy of life. Life energy. The onlookers' faces reflected sheer horror as they comprehended the reality before them. Adamu had awakened the seed of life, becoming a true knight, a legitimate professional. The thought struck them. They had dared to confront a genuine knight, even to judge him. As this realization washed over them, dread settled upon their faces, particularly those who had falsely testified on Helder's behalf. They regarded Adamu with palpable fear, terrified of retribution. "No, you cannot kill me," Helder cried in terror. "I am an elder of the academy. You cannot take my life." "Is that so?" Adamu's voice drifted from a distance. "Did you not just proclaim that you would judge me guilty?" "No, those were false accusations." Helder quickly reversed his stance. "How could someone of your noble stature be guilty? The guilty ones are I, and we." "Mr. Helder, you appear rather disheveled," Adamu remarked, his voice steady. In the soft glow surrounding him, Adamu stood before Helder, who was now a picture of desperation, and he frowned slightly. "Nonetheless, I adhere to a principle. Whether one is virtuous or vile, once a choice is made, one must bear the corresponding consequences. Mr. Helder, you claim I am guilty of murder. Therefore, I shall comply with your wishes. Since you allege that I have taken a life, I shall indeed take one before your very eyes." With those words, Adamu's sword sliced through the air, shimmering with light, and a head was severed, dropping lifelessly to the ground. In that instant, Helder's eyes widened in disbelief, his face contorted in a grotesque expression of shock and disbelief. He seemed unable to comprehend that he had met his end so swiftly. Yet, this was his fate. In the past, he had exploited his purported authority and power, causing untold harm to others. Now, beneath the might of Adamu's sword, he met a clean and decisive demise, a fitting conclusion. With Helder slain, Adamu turned his gaze to the rest. Every individual within his line of sight trembled, particularly those like Hru, who had previously testified in Helder's favor, now quaking in fear. Clearly, the display of Adamu's might had left them utterly shaken. Helder, being an elder and part of the academy's management, held a position of esteem among ordinary students. Yet, even such a figure had fallen victim to Adamu's blade without hesitation, illustrating a profound truth. Beneath the cold steel of a sword, distinctions of nobility and commonality, merit and mediocrity, are rendered irrelevant. The ultimate truth is articulated solely by the sharpness of swords. This was an undeniable fact. Under Adamu's sword, all present felt the weight of fear, including the likes of Aegis, a son of privilege, who now lamented their choices. Given another chance, they would surely refrain from attending this tribunal for mere amusement. Though entertaining, the spectacle was perilously thrilling. In this moment, a misstep could result in their demise. Fortunately, in the end, Adamu had no intention of further violence. He stood still, surveying the scene, his gaze sweeping over all present, before turning and departing. Throughout this process, not a single soul dared to obstruct his path. Even the guards were merely ordinary. After all, they were not fools. It was evident what fate awaited anyone who stood before Adamu at this moment. The corpse of Helles lay nearby, appearing notably intact. They certainly did not wish to share his grim fate. He gathered his belongings, preparing to depart. Regardless of the circumstances, the fact remained that he had killed Helles. Helles was not merely a member of the Academy. He was also one of its administrators, a figure of considerable significance within the institution. Having eliminated Helles, Adamu could hardly expect to remain at the Academy any longer. Departure was his sole viable option. Before he chose to leave, Adamu contemplated visiting Izias to bid farewell. However, after a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided against it. Unlike him, Izias' situation within the Academy was already precarious. Countless eyes were undoubtedly watching him, eager to exploit any weakness and eliminate him. Under such circumstances, given Adamu's current status, seeking out Izias before departing could inadvertently bring trouble upon him. This was a distinct possibility. Adamu dared not underestimate the depths to which those individuals would stoop. Thus, after a brief consideration, he made his choice. He then exited his quarters. The familiar path unfolded before him. For Adamu, who had spent many years within the Academy, every blade of grass and every structure appeared strikingly familiar. It was somewhat ironic. Not long ago, he had personally seen Reagan and her brother off as they left the Academy. Now, in the blink of an eye, it was Adamu himself who was about to tread this well-known path and depart from the very institution he once called home. Words failed him in this moment. Adamu sighed inwardly and continued onward. His pace was brisk, and soon the Academy's grand gates loomed ahead, almost within reach. However, Adamu chose not to exit through the main entrance. Instead, he sought a secluded corner, intending to slip away unnoticed. The circumstances had changed drastically. After killing Helles, he might already be a wanted man within the Academy, and thus, he could no longer afford the luxury of a straightforward exit. Chapter 84. Edward skillfully found an intersection, and what lay ahead was a somewhat dilapidated city wall. This wall, ancient and weathered, emanated an air of decay, clearly having been neglected for a long time. Its remaining height was barely sufficient to deter ordinary folk. However, for a knight like Adamu, this wall was essentially inconsequential. Adamu slowly moved forward, preparing to depart. Suddenly, an unusual sensation surged from behind him. "Adamu, where do you intend to go?" A voice called out from behind. Capturing Adamu's attention, he instinctively turned to see a robust, middle-aged man standing there. The man appeared tall and imposing, with a thick mane of hair and a vigorous beard. He stood a short distance away, regarding Adamu with a faint smile. "Who are you?" Adamu inquired, somewhat taken aback. Yet, he was certain this man was from the Academy. Could he be here to apprehend him? The thought flickered through his mind. "My name is Edward Durson. I trust you have heard of me." Edward Durson. Adamu's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized the identity of the man before him. Edward Durson was a name well known among most students of the Academy, as he was one of its guardians and a high-ranking official. Within the Hood Academy, he held the esteemed position of Dean of the Knights Division. Although he was the Dean, he rarely appeared at the Academy, as the internal affairs were mostly managed by the elders and vice-deans, sparing him from the need to intervene. However, portraits of this dean adorned many places within the Knight Academy, which explained why Adamu found him familiar. "It is you," Adamu acknowledged, nodding slightly and performing a standard knightly bow. "Have you come to capture me?" "Why would you think that?" Edward responded, his demeanor calm. "Having slain Elder Harris, it is only natural for the Academy to pursue you." Adamu replied, "I only did not expect it would be you personally." "I indeed arrived after hearing the news," Edward stated, nodding. "I never anticipated that in just a few years, the Academy would produce such a remarkable talent. Had I known, today's events would surely have unfolded differently." He spoke with a hint of regret. "Perhaps so, but it is too late now," Adamu remarked. "Mr. Edward, are you here to prevent my departure?" Upon Edward's nod, Adamu no longer hesitated. "Then please draw your sword." "Oh?" Edward, taken aback by Adamu's response, expressed newfound interest. You wish to draw your sword even upon seeing me? It is always necessary to test one's mettle, Adamu replied softly. One must never surrender, as you have often proclaimed in the academy. Indeed, Edward affirmed, stepping forward until he stood before Adamu. The two faced each other, their gazes locked, and a moment of stillness enveloped the air. Then, in an instant, Adamu sprang into action. His movements were swift, and as he swung his pale golden longsword, a dazzling arc was carved through the air. Unlike before, he was now entirely serious, facing Edward, one of the guardians. Adamu dared not be careless and unleashed his full strength. In a mere heartbeat, he was before Edward. The longsword descended, stirring dust all around. Yet it did not make contact. The moment Adamu moved, Edward had already evaded. A profound sense of danger washed over Adamu from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he pivoted, thrusting his longsword backward with force. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded. A tremendous force surged toward him, overwhelming his entire being. The life energy within Adamu surged chaotically, causing his breath to fluctuate, leaving him feeling utterly uncomfortable. In the next moment, Edward reappeared, his own longsword piercing toward Adamu's chest. As their blades collided, Adamu was sent hurtling backward. What terrifying power! Adamu felt a tremor in his heart. In the past, whether facing a knight apprentice like Helder or the demonic creatures of Noah's world, Adamu had always held a degree of advantage and strength. Yet now, despite his continuous enhancement, he found himself utterly suppressed. How formidable must his opponent be? This thought crossed Adamu's mind as he charged forward once more. His longsword, imbued with life energy, was poised to unleash tremendous power. The sword sliced downward, creating a ripple in the air. Yet, it remained futile. Edward stood firm before him, appearing entirely at ease. In the face of Adamu's all-out onslaught, he seemed to take it more seriously, yet his movements remained sharp and decisive. With a dull thud, Adamu was once again sent flying. Your strength, Edward observed, astonished, as he witnessed Adamu being propelled away. Even under Adamu's assault, he was unable to maintain complete steadiness, ultimately taking a few steps back. This was to him quite an extraordinary occurrence. As the Dean of the Knight Academy, Edward had witnessed numerous knights rise over the decades and understood the capabilities they possessed. Yet, in his perception, Adamu's strength had long surpassed that of an ordinary knight. It was as if he were not merely a newly awakened knight, but rather a seasoned warrior, honed over many years to perfection, far surpassing the typical knight in prowess. Moreover, his astonishment did not end there. The clash continued as both combatants engaged in fierce combat. In a bid to find an opening, Adamu maintained his relentless assault, seeking a narrow gap in Edward's defense to make his escape. Ultimately, he found himself disappointed. Before him, Edward stood tall and imposing, unwavering. Regardless of the magnitude of Adamu's efforts, his opponent remained resolute, akin to an ancient tree deeply rooted in the earth, unyielding and unmoving. The disparity in strength was painfully evident. Adamu's anxiety grew more acute. Yet, Edward too was taken aback. He realized that as time progressed, Adamu's strength showed no signs of waning. The life energy of a knight was not infinite. Typically, after exerting themselves fully, a knight's power would diminish as their life energy depleted. However, Adamu exhibited none of these signs. From the beginning until now, he had fought with unwavering intensity, showing no inclination to hold back. Edward could clearly discern this. Yet, despite the passage of time, the vigor of Adamu showed no sign of waning, as if he were impervious to fatigue. The life energy coursing within him was unusually abundant, reminiscent of an indomitable cockroach, enduring despite relentless torment and suffering. What manner of physique does this individual possess? Edward pondered, utterly perplexed. If given the opportunity, he would be intrigued to study Adamu's body, to uncover the nature of this extraordinary constitution that afforded him such prodigious stamina. However, more astonishing developments were evidently yet to unfold. Bang! The sound of clashing swords reverberated once more. This time, Adamu did not retreat. Instead, he pressed forward with unwavering determination. His countenance was resolute, the longsword raised to his chest as the life energy within him surged forth. A faint luminescence flickered in the air, and a formidable sword windswept through, infusing the atmosphere with an unusual aura. After a prolonged struggle, at this pivotal moment, Adamu finally discerned a glimmer of opportunity. Morning Star. The knightly technique was unleashed at this critical juncture, its full potency realized through the infusion of life energy. The fierce brilliance of his sword radiated outward, crashing upon Edward's blade with tremendous force, sending him hurtling backward. This marked Edward's first retreat, igniting a surge of exhilaration within Adamu. I have succeeded. This thought flashed through his mind. Morningstar, a nightly technique paired with the dawn breathing method, had been a focus of Adamu's training, and he had nearly mastered it. Yet, this was the first time he had truly applied it in battle, yielding remarkably effective results by overwhelming Edward in a single strike. Seizing the moment, Adamu hesitated not for an instant. He disregarded Edward, who was not far off, and charged directly toward the city wall, intent on escaping while the opportunity lingered. Once beyond the academy's confines, Adamu was confident he could elude Edward and finally leave this place behind. However, disappointment awaited him. Ahead, Edward's figure re-emerged. With a flourish of his longsword, he positioned himself at a crucial juncture, once again obstructing Adamu's path forward. Adamu halted, casting a sidelong glance. Indeed, Edward stood there, his sword also enveloped in a radiant glow, having summoned the life energy within him.